Chapter 341 Ice and Fire. Can you hear it? Lacey looked at the dark golden vertical pupil in her mind and shuddered subconsciously, and replied in surprise. After all, the Swamp people did believe in gods. But such a sudden recitation of a sentence could be sensed. There was no special shrine on the scene. So for Lacey, this progress was a bit fast. Of course, I can hear the pious call even if it is far away from the mountains and seas. Oh, I recognized you. The little guy from the Augustus family. What's the matter? The voice of the huge black dragon was like thunder, and it shook circles of ripples in Lacey's spiritual space. I need your help. The great lava king. Lacey showed a rare true feeling. Her current situation is indeed precarious. Although Shani is not here, death is not far away from her. Even if there may be help from Mitsuki Izumi later, distant water cannot quench nearby fire. I am now trapped in a tower by an evil necromancer, and I want to leave here, she answered truthfully, although she didn't know whether the owner of the dark gold vertical pupils in her mind could do it. Since she responded, she could only tell the reason. You are in the south of me, in the center of the roaring sand dunes. I sense it, within the range of my divine power. Then can you help me and my companions? We have no way to escape. Lollies was delighted when she heard this, and then asked cautiously. After a while, the dragon responded with difficulty. I can use teleportation to teleport you all away. But, it hesitated for a moment. But what? Just tell me. As long as I can do it. Just tell me. Nothing is more important than life now. That is, Lollies can't move. If she can move, she doesn't mind making the most sincere courtesy of the Empire and sending her highest greetings to this unknown dragon god as a reputation. But child, you don't know. As a demigod, I am different from other dragon gods. The owner of the dark gold dragon pupil sighed in Lolly's mind. My divine power is now insufficient. If you are all teleported away from the roaring dunes, then I will inevitably fall asleep due to the depletion of divine power. If I can't recover my divine power, then you know that if I can't wake up, the tomb of the gods in the star realm will be my destination. Just as Lollies was about to speak, she was covered by a louder thunder. But now, both the dragon and the Empire have disappeared, and no one is willing to worship my shrine anymore. The dragon voice became increasingly low and desolate. Lacey seemed to see the Emperor's twilight appearance. But even a fool would understand what it wants. Lacey was also very clear in her heart. There is no doubt that it wants faith. Every believer's sincere prayer to it can increase its divine power. And the dragon god in front of him meant that he wanted to gain faith with its help. Lacey did not agree immediately, but was a little hesitant. After all, faith is also a very important thing for the Swamp people. It is easy to cause trouble if he agrees easily, although its current situation is not very good. But just as Lacey was struggling over whether to agree to the dragon god request, she and the other Swamp candidates lying on the ground felt an unprecedented energy surge from their long weak hearts, and through the blood vessels connected to various parts. They were full of strength again. The exhaustion that originally took half a day, or even a day to recover, was full of energy in less than 3 seconds. Lacey opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but the next moment, she saw the scene in the hall in front of her suddenly blurred, and her mind also spun, and she felt dizzy. After recovering, Lacey looked up and saw the deep blue night sky she had dreamed of, dotted with stars, and with a cool breeze at night. It felt like a dream, as if everything was false. But the recovery of their bodies made them understand that all this was real. Whether it was the soft gravel under their buttocks, the cool breeze brushing their ears, or the whimpering of the sand dunes in the distance, all this was real. Who saved us? We got out? We got out! Where are those sand souls? The people around him couldn't help but shout in surprise. Even though they were once the pride of heaven, they were beaten to death in the face of absolute power. Now they didn't care about their reserve. The excitement of surviving in a desperate situation made them unable to control their emotions. Your Highness, what's the situation? Lord God King? However, a few people hurriedly looked at the backbone of the team, eager for her to give an answer. But Lollies herself was also at a loss. She didn't even have time to react before she left the tower that she couldn't escape from before. It was a bit like a dream for her. But as the extremely decadent and tired voice came to her mind, a rare emotion instantly filled her chest. I can only help so much, and you have to walk the rest of the way by yourself. May the Empire rise again. Good luck on your journey. Augustus's little family. The voice was old and tired, and anyone could hear that it was lacking stamina. And the voice became smaller and smaller until it became nothing. The feeling of loss and guilt filled Layla's heart. Hard. And some words were stuck in her throat and could not be expressed, because she had lost someone to confide in. It turned out that it was really the God left to it by her father, burning everything to save them. All because of her self-willed decision this time. Lily's thought a lot, but in reality, it was only a short moment, and she knew that her emotions were inappropriate. Therefore, she immediately asked the scouts to identify the direction, confirmed that this was roughly the periphery of the Roaring Dunes, and led the candidates transferred from the tower to rush outside the Roaring Dunes. Now, their future is bright, and Lolly's has one more wish. She tightly grasped the emblem, as if she wanted to engrave it on her hand. After completely leaving the Roaring Dunes, Lolly still did not see any traces of the Sand Soul Legion chasing after her, but she killed many sneak attacks on the way. She looked back at the sand dunes rising and falling in the distance. Although she forgot where the underground ruins were, she still opened her mouth silently, her lips moving up and down slightly, as if saying, "I will come back." In the Mitsuki Spring Square, the 20 screens that had been silent for a long time also lit up with magical auras as Lolly's and her group moved out. The sound of the crowd exploding and cheering also rang out again in this oasis. No one was destined to sleep that night. On the other side, the small and flexible Mirage Dragon, which was only the size of an ordinary snake and covered with emerald green, floated in the air, curiously looking at the long-lost black dragon in front of it. One head touched its head and asked curiously, "Do you know them?" The female human in the lead seemed to have the blood of a red dragon flowing in her body. After releasing the advanced invisibility technique, and with the Emerald Dream as a cover, Jella didn't need to worry that her voice would be transmitted to the outside world, even though the Sand Soul Legion outside had already roared enough to lift the dome. Just an attempt. Got who had disconnected from Lolly's, said so. It was gambling. But it was a bet without cost. It didn't matter if it lost the bet. It had prepared for both. The Tudun slaves it had rescued earlier were another channel for it to expand its faith here. However, he still believed in his own vision. He thought that soon, as long as Lolly's came to power, perhaps the shrine and statue of himself would appear in the oasis of Mitsuki Spring. Gordon, who was in a good mood, shook his head when he thought of this. But he did not get carried away. He quickly returned to his original appearance and said to the Mirage Dragon in front of him, which was only the size of his fingernail, "The Ghost Wizard will definitely come up to check later. Then we will do what we agreed before." When saying this, Gordon also cast his eyes on Casardal on the other side. Both nodded after hearing this. Angela patted Gordon's chest with her dragon claws and pinched it, saying shamelessly, "Don't worry. Leave it to me. It's just an undead creature that barely touches the threshold of legend with the help of magic artifacts. Lil Weisha and I killed several of them in the Tomb of Bones." Weisha was the legendary bard that Gordon met in the Feywild, the one who summoned the wind elemental demigod Alakir, previously in the demiplane. He also politely asked her how she was doing, but the reply he got was that she was still a guest in the lair of the demigod lord and had not returned to the summer court for the time being. Otherwise, Jella said that there would be no problem for him to call Weisha over again. Gordon could only express regret for this. What a pity. But he was satisfied to be able to summon a legendary dragon with the help of Forest Covenant. Be careful. She may have other cards. Gordon gave a proper reminder. After all, he didn't know anything about Galmadon Collection. If there really was an artifact specifically designed to deal with Weisha, such as an artifact that could use exile, then he would be crying without tears. Therefore, this is why Gordon let Weisha hide behind the scenes. It is convenient to steal. Oh, no. It is convenient to backstab justice. I know. I will be careful. Hush. Keep quiet. She seems to be coming. Jella shook her head nonchalantly. According to Gordon's description, she already knew what kind of role this undead was. It had just awakened, but with the power of the evil god, it reached a high level. It can be said that it has 0 high-level combat skills and only knows how to cast spells in a very simple way. And most importantly, she, who ascended to the legendary level with the help of magic items, did not have legendary expertise at all. Whether it was the power or effect of the spells, it was far behind that of ordinary legendary wizards. Not to mention that the opponent was a legendary Mirage Dragon, like it, that had experienced hundreds of battles in the Fey Wilds. Hearing this, Gordon saw through the projection of the Emerald Dream that the chaotic Sand Soul army in the huge hall had calmed down. At the end of the corridor connecting the hall, a floating black shadow was coming to the hall at a ghostly speed. As soon as she entered, she found that Lollies and her group had really disappeared, which made her roar in anger. The distorted sound like a wail swept through. Just by looking at Shani's distorted and almost noodle-like face, it knew how angry she was. "Who is it? Come out! Despicable guy. Hiding your head and showing your tail is like a rat in the sewer. Disgusting. Cascatel? Or that arrogant little lizard? You can't run away. They can't run away either. I smell the scent of space magic. Ho ho!" Shani shouted viciously. And at the same time, she clearly sensed the remaining teleportation magic in the air, and wanted to use it to locate, and also follow the gourd to chase back the group of experimental subjects. However, before she could cast her positioning spell, she was interrupted by a blazing fireball that appeared out of nowhere. The source of the spell was Cascatel, who had just come out of the Emerald Dream. He had just finished chanting the spell and stared at Shani angrily, accusing her. "It's time to settle our grudges. Shani! Dang, Geely always treated you as a sister. But you killed her. Hee hee. Cascatel, I knew you were not dead. When I felt the lost power in my body return, I knew you were free from the curse." Shani, who had been prepared for it, chanted not a positioning spell, but a protective element spell. At Shani's side, an arc-shaped colorful light shield appeared out of thin air. The red part immediately absorbed the blazing fireball, and the fireball didn't even explode. It disappeared without a trace. "I've been waiting for you for a long time. As for what you said about being good to me, is it good to me to steal my love? I was blind. I thought she was a good friend." Shani looked at the rational Cascatel and said more than ever before, as if she wanted to pour out all the grievances from her mouth. But her hands were not idle either. A whistling shadow arrow whistled out from her bone staff. "You are making a specious argument. Even if there was no Tang Geely, I would never fall in love with you. It is your paranoia that makes you crazy. It is not us." Castel's eyes showed deep disappointment when he heard these words. In his eyes, the ghost girl in front of him was simply crazy to say such ridiculous words. He did not dodge the shadow arrows. He only heard countless fluorescent dots floating around him under the solemn spell. Force field missiles. This is force field damage, which can ignore the protective element damage on Shani and cause substantial attacks on her ghost body, accompanied by hundreds of dots. The speeding shadow arrows quickly disappeared in the explosion of several force field missiles. Facing the pouring missiles, Shani did not show any strangeness on her face. Instead, she seemed to remember something and smiled. "Hee hee. Then you can just think of me as crazy. By the way, let me tell you something interesting. You should have killed that black dragon." "Oh." Castel pretended not to understand. While Sunny had already used the Sand Soul army to unite into a thick shield to offset the energy missiles one by one, her voice penetrated the heavy sand curtain. "Do you know who it is? Your most beloved Tower Master, Gallman and disciple and successor. It found this place. But you killed it. Ha ha." In Sunny's opinion, Casatl, who had lost his mind and was eroded by the Sand Soul curse and turned into the King of Sand Soul, was simply a ruthless killing machine. He would not listen to any excuses at all. The black dragon that disappeared with it was bound to die. She wanted to use this to attack Casatl. After all, she had limited spell slots today. If she could deal with him with fewer spell slots, it would also be convenient for her to catch those guys who dared to escape one by one. But Sunny talked for a long time and didn't hear Casatl's response. She thought he was speechless again because of self-blame. Just when she wanted to cancel it, she heard a familiar voice in her ear and the endless heat coming from behind. Laughing so happily? Shani turned her head in surprise and found that a huge black dragon appeared in another corner of the hall. It stood upright against the wall, its mouth full of sharp teeth open wide, and cone-shaped lava breath was continuously spewing out from its red chest scales, originating from the heart. On the other side, the spell ice storm that Casatl had been brewing for a long time was also ready. Suddenly, in the hall, one ice and one fire, extreme cold and extreme heat, intertwined together. The ghost wizard Shani was caught in it and could no longer make any sound. The fog also filled the entire hall. Chapter 342 Destruction. Be careful. Castel's voice rang in Gordon's mind. Early before the battle, they, two dragons, had already entered the same mental network and could communicate at any time. This was a derivative of Gordon's ability to use the power of a demigod, which was extremely easy. Of course, without his reminder, Gordon had already moved hundreds of meters to the left and immediately left his original position. It did not think that its lava breath plus a spell from Cossatel could make the ghost mage surrender. And he joined forces purely to find an opportunity for Jella. Sure enough, Gordon had just left his original place quickly, and there was a loud bang on the spot, as if a meteorite fell, and the entire tower was shaking. So cruel. Fuck. Emotional particle. Gordon killed the Sand Soul commander, who was blocking him with one claw, and continued to rush to another corner of the hall without looking back. It obviously felt it. It was targeted. This is human nature. After all, it is the weakest here, and also the most hated. So, with the fog spreading throughout the hall, the ice prisms melting on the ground, and the magma with boiling steam, the huge molten dragon ran wildly in the hall in an extremely uncoordinated posture, and the fog behind it seemed to be alive, surging. But after running a few steps, Gordon paused, changed direction directly, turned a corner, and plunged into another place with the same fog. The huge body of the dragon was slightly small in the hall, but it was still hidden enough in the thick fog that was enough to fill the entire hall, as if it was mixed with milk, and its figure quickly disappeared in the fog. The creature chasing in the mist also revealed its figure as the dragon disappeared. It was not the ghost wizard Shani, but a creature that looked similar to the one that Cossatel had cursed into the King of Sand Soul. It was just that his burly figure was slimmer and more delicate, and his tail was no longer as bulky as Cossatel's, but rather small and agile, with a barb on it, if it weren't for the scales all over his body, the ferocious green horns on his head, and his height far exceeding that of ordinary humans, reaching 8 meters when standing upright. There was no doubt that he would be mistaken for a hell creature like a lust demon. Huh? You finally look like this, Cossatel sneered mercilessly, and at the same time, in order to cover Gordon, he released several spells of the shaman system one after another. Extreme Fireball, Ice Cone, Chain Lightning, but they were all avoided by Shani one after another, or directly offset by the protective elements still on her body. When she heard this, she did not make a sound, as if she had changed into a different person, whether it was attacking or defending. She was extremely purposeful. She was not angry because of Cossatel's few words, but chased the molten dragon that disappeared in the mist step by step. However, the hall occupies a large area, and it is really troublesome to find it. So with a magic ripple, the fingertips of the scaly monster in front of her flashed. The endless wind immediately occupied the space, and the steaming mist that was still being produced continuously was blown out along the corridor. The thick fog in the hall gradually thinned, and the monster also saw the figure she wanted to see. The huge molten dragon, with lava flowing on its scales, was particularly conspicuous in the mist. She roared and rushed forward. In her opinion, this immature dragon could not last a few rounds under her hands. You know, as the master who truly inherited the essence of the primordial earth, the power she could borrow far exceeded Cossatel's imagination, accompanied by a roar that raised the pitch again. Sunny, who had gradually transformed into a monster, immediately had a never-ending stream of flames around her. From a distance, it looked like a huge hot fireball was wrapped around her body, but it was extremely thin, and the slender figure of the creature inside could be seen. But with this size, I'm afraid many people would be deterred, and the molten dragon seemed to be shocked by this scene. It didn't want to open its mouth to gather the flames and spray them at her until she approached. As a creature of purgatory, this time, she didn't dodge or avoid. She had the talent of the hellfire of the god. Although she couldn't be called a complete form, she could still be immune to fire. That was why she rushed towards the direction of Gordon before, because the fighting skills engraved in her blood told her that if she wanted to win, she had to find a breakthrough point. And the molten dragon, who was good at spitting lava, was the breakthrough point of this battle. She couldn't wait to see the scene of the dragon heart beating in the dragon body and being taken out by her. Go to hell quickly, this dragon of hell. Shani's soul cursed silently in the consciousness space through the monster eyes. She knew that with her own strength, it was very likely that she would not be able to complete a beautiful harvest battle. After all, it was okay to bully the weak, but if she really faced someone of similar level, it was hard to say who would win. because in order to win the battle quickly, she directly released the consciousness of the evil spirit in her body, and let the evil spirit's fighting instinct determine the direction of this battle. But the next moment, as the elements in the dragon body were transported to the stomach sac through the basal blood vessels, and then transported to the throat duct by the stomach sac, the throat contracted slightly, ready to spit. Shani clearly felt that the warm body feeling seemed to have decreased a little. She subconsciously thought that the thin fire curtain surrounding her disappeared. But it didn't, and the raging orange color still appeared in her vision. Her body continued to sprint forward, and as the distance got closer, Shani's sense of crisis and doubts in her heart became deeper. But she never figured out what was wrong. It was not until she was about to get close, and the orange-white magma gushed out from the throat of the opposite dragon, that she was a little confused. Why did the temperature of the molten dragon around it not change the closer it got to the fire element? The answer is obvious. With the blurry feeling of the mirror flower and the water moon. The dragon that appeared in front of her was not the huge molten dragon they had just seen, but a green dragon they had never seen before. The whole body was made of emerald green and emerald scales on the surface of the body to build a gorgeous and bright body. The dragon wings were neither long nor short at first glance, so that Shani even thought it was a giant snake at first glance. But it was indeed chanting the dragon language that was required in the compulsory course of the mage. There was no doubt that this was another magical dragon that she didn't know. But why was the dragon here? Shani didn't have time to think about it. The dazzling and cold white light spewed out of Jella's mouth directly enveloped Shani's vision. Ice breath. Different from the thin mist of the white dragon, the mirage dragon Jella successfully transformed its sleep breath into the ice breath that is most suitable for causing damage to the hellfire through its own illusion talent. After all, as a god born from the hell of fire, the hellfire also hates any cold. Just like the god Ziskel who is born from the cold, he also hates fire. The ice breath that seemed to be able to freeze the space was like a huge tide, instantly covering the monster that had no time to react and was controlled by the fighting instinct of the god. A huge ice ball quickly formed on the outside, and only a few crackling sounds were made inside to prove that the creature inside had not completely given up resistance. The orange-red flames and huge collisions appeared and disappeared in the ice layer from time to time. But with the continuous ice breath from the mirage dragon mouth, the monster controlled by the instinct of the god could not disintegrate this ice ball that seemed to never collapse. It tried many spells, but whether it was teleportation or flash, it felt that there was a spell interfering with this space. If it cast the spell forcefully, there was a 90% chance that it would be stuck in the space crack halfway through the teleportation, and a 9.9% chance that it would fall into the space crack. Obviously, the spell of the dimension anchor that blocked the space had been waiting for a long time. There was only one way for Shani in front of her: to break the blockade of this extreme ice with strength and spells. So, the evil god, who had regrouped, once again faced the frost that seemed to freeze its heart. It exerted all its strength, and the scales on its body exploded directly. Some hot blood flowed from below and finally fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Bloody state. Open! The bloody monster took a deep breath, sucked in his abdomen, retracted his elbows, and then with a single step, his fists and shoulders burning with fire had already hit the ice surface fiercely. The infinite power and the raging flames directly shook the cage made of extreme ice and made it tremble. At the same time, there were cracks on the ice surface, and the dazzling light stream created by the contact between frost and flames was also particularly eye-catching. The breath also has an end. Jella's extreme ice breath finally stopped after 30 seconds, and the result was that a huge ice pillar connected to the dome appeared in the hall, which was as thick as Gordon's body. In the ice pillar, you can vaguely see a red-scaled humanoid monster that is fighting against ice with fire and power. He is trying to break this ice cage. Every collision makes the hall wail. I am afraid that before the monster incarnated by Sunny can break the cage, the interior of the tower has begun to collapse. As a legendary dragon and a legendary wizard, Jaira also prepared the next move. So, as the gravel continued to fall from the dome of the hall, Sunny, who had just broken the icicle and walked out with steaming mist, was directly hit by the legendary spell that Jaira had prepared for a long time. Tamperiel's Great Disintegration. This is a legendary spell created by the court wizard, Yaling Tamperiel, who has high legendary strength and beauty that is equally comparable to strength. She is famous in the Summer King Court of the Fairy Wilds. Jaira, who resides in the Summer King Court, naturally has the qualifications to exchange this legendary spell. As the most powerful legendary spell, the disintegration spell improved by the wizard is not as powerful as the divine breath of the platinum dragon god Bahamut. But it is enough to deal with a semi-finished product that is not even a complete god. Dissociation spell, with dazzling, even scorching white light, was born directly from the sharp corner of the mirage dragon head, as if a sun appeared on its head. And then Gordon, who was on the side and transformed into a black cat, saw the blazing white light column, which instantly penetrated the body of Shani, who had just walked out of the icicle. And even the remaining force was not dissipated, breaking through the icicle again, and then rushing diagonally to the ground. The next moment, accompanied by the monster wailing, a pit of 5 or 6 meters was born outside the hall dozens of meters behind it. And as the bricks and stones continued to fall, the scope was rapidly expanding. However, Gordon no longer cared about these, and his eyes had long been attracted by Shani, who was directly hit by the dissociation spell. The body that was healthy and strong just now is now colorful and broken. It is half lying on the ground, grabbing the ground with 2 sharp claws, roaring in pain, starting from the upper half of the sternum. Its body has disappeared under the white light. Only a layer of flesh as thick as a human arm connects its upper and lower bodies, and a huge transparent hole is born on its body. Gordon can even see the color of the bricks and stones on the ground through the hole. TSK? Is this the battle between legends? It feels too fast. Gordon couldn't help but complain in his heart, and his complaints soon attracted the dissatisfaction of the Mirage Dragon. Do you mean that I have to spend a lot of effort to deal with this kind of thing that is not even a monster? If I am not afraid that I will stay in this plane for too long, the side effects of the Forest Covenant will increase. And I don't even want to use legendary spells. I can kill it with ice cones. Jera's tone is quite unconvinced. As if Gordon looks down on it, Gordon naturally denied it, and repeatedly comforted and praised it, which made Jela's face look much better. She glanced at the body of the half-god monster that was still squirming on the ground. Then he showed a serious look. However, how do you plan to deal with this monster? Although I severely injured it, and it cannot recover its original strength in a short time, no matter how severely the god is injured, its injuries will heal. It is immortal. It is very difficult to kill the god. So, do you want me to help take it back to the fairy wilderness, and then let others send it to the astral world, and let it return to its cemetery, so that it will not be able to come back here for a while? Casardal remained silent, although his expression was a little complicated, and he was obviously reluctant. There was no better situation at the moment, and Gordon stood aside, as if he was thinking carefully about the decision of the Mirage Dragon. It was not until the Mirage Dragon could not help but urge again what to do with the squirming mass of meat that the black molten dragon revealed its unique grin. Jera, I just flipped through the dragon heritage. The evil god is not immortal. Right. Yes. But so what? It is very difficult to kill the evil god, and the effort of eradication is completely disproportionate to exile. What are you thinking? The Forest Covenant does not have so much time to support you to complete this idea, Jera shouted, obviously not understanding Godin's idea. But I remember that as long as the divinity in his body is extinguished, it can be completely killed, Godin said with a smile. But it is extremely difficult to extinguish the divine fire. Only gods or demigods can do it. Where can I find a god in a short time? Before Jera finished speaking, she found that the body of the molten dragon in front of her exuded an aura that made her worship. Majesty and holiness coexist. At this moment, Jela suddenly remembered the black dragon in front of her. As early as when it was in the Emerald Dream, it had absorbed all of Quest's evil divinity. It is the son of the dragon god. Chapter 343 Controller, I almost forgot. Jera swept her nose with her tail in embarrassment, but she quickly adjusted her thoughts, thinking about which spell to crush the evil god more thoroughly, while speaking to Godin. You can destroy the divinity in his body. It shouldn't cause any harm to your body. Right? Although this was not the first time for Godin. But out of concern, Jera couldn't help asking. After getting a satisfactory answer, she began to prepare spells with peace of mind, so that the evil god crawling on the ground would die more thoroughly. After a while, with the frost that could freeze everything spewing out from the mouth of the Mirage Dragon again, the evil god's shrill roar became more and more creepy. Ah! Damn it! Damn green dragon! Sooner or later, I will peel off your scales piece by piece, then twist off your head, take out your heart, and feed it to the most inferior monsters, so that they can blaspheme you with the most vulgar and shameless means. Green Dragon. Even if I go to hell, I will curse you. Mixed with Shani abuse. She knew that it was useless to beg for mercy now. So she increased her strength, as if this could alleviate the pain from the bottom of her heart and into her bones. You have no chance. Foolish and arrogant mortal. Gordon seized the opportunity, and the lightning breath in his mouth was ready to go with thunderous words, as if the gods were sending down divine punishment. A lightning as thick as a bucket, without any obstruction, poured onto the body of the evil god, who could only make a whine, but could not move at all. For the first time, the sizzling smell of roasted meat filled the entire hall. Gordon was not interested in eating the meat of this thing, and he almost didn't even look at it. The second breath obtained through breath recovery was then slashed toward Shani lying on the ground. At this moment, Jella had stopped moving, although she could not kill the evil god. Jella, who was subconsciously afraid of disturbing Godin, still watched the battle silently, until the shrill wailing sound gradually stopped and Godin also showed a rare smile. Jella manipulated the huge body suspended in the atmosphere and drifted towards Godin's direction. Then she stood beside Godin, staring at the gradually charred body of the evil god, and asked, "Solved?" "Solved." Godin, who had just harvested a colorful light ball and a rare purple gold light ball, showed a sure expression. The divinity belonging to the evil god has been returned to its body under its taking advantage of the fire, and is being slowly analyzed. Unlike the long first time, the second analysis of the colorful light ball was much faster than before. At most, it would take 1 or 2 days to put the divinity into the body. As the evil spirits died, the originally orderly Sand Soul Core also began to become chaotic. But because of the breath of the living, they all chose to attack Gordon and others together. However, under the magic protection of the undead barrier of Castle, no matter how the Sand Soul Core roared, the barrier was airtight, and they could not touch a single scale of Gordon. It is worth mentioning that when Gordon looked at his personal panel just now, his divine power value had jumped from 20 points, when he just came to the Apal world, to 23 points. Although there were only 3 points of divine power, Gordon could use the increase of divine power to judge the time it was in the Apal world, and the flow rate of the main material plane. After more than a month of scattered observations, Gordon can confirm that the flow rate here is about 1 minute and 1.3 seconds. It is about 3 days here, and 4 days in the main material plane, which is within the acceptable range of Gordon. The other purple gold light ball will be much faster, and it is estimated that it will be analyzed in less than half an hour. Gordon's expectations are full. After all, this is the highest level talent he has obtained so far. What could it be? Gordon looked at the surroundings that had fallen into chaos, smelled the breath of the living, and was frantically attacking him. If it is it seems not bad. Gordon's eyes were locked on his talent list, and the name of the talent that was added not long ago, showing a smile that only he could understand. Castatel Protective Undead Barrier can still last for a long time, so Gordon doesn't have to worry about these sand souls being able to hurt it through the magic barrier. But during this time, Jella proposed to say goodbye. After all, the evil god has been destroyed, and it is meaningless for it to stay here, which will only increase the cost of natural allies. In front of the Emerald Light Gate, the long and winding body of the green dragon floated in front of the light gate, staring at Gordon with piercing vertical pupils, wanting to say something, but it seemed to have thought of something, and finally only said one sentence. "Keep this." Then, something was thrown over. Gordon caught it, but didn't open it. Instead, he asked what it was. Jera chuckled. The map from the main material plane to the Fey Wilds is incomplete, but most of it is effective. If you are being chased, this is also a way out. Well, thank you. Gordon nodded thoughtfully, thanked him, and then put it away. After Jera said this, she didn't stay any longer, and turned around and disappeared into the light gate. And the mark of the natural ally on Gordon's chest quickly dimmed as the Emerald Light Gate was shattered, turning into a completely dead gray. It is inevitable to have some emotions when parting, but Gordon is more distressed. If the benefits brought by the golem were not objective enough, it is estimated that it would have been unable to help cursing. Even so, it is inevitable that it is still a little disappointed. After all, the legendary mark has been used up, and it is unknown when it will be the next time to ask for help. Huh? Gordon looked at the place where the light gate disappeared and sighed slowly. But it did not stay melancholy for long. and turned to look at Cassitel, who was staying in a corner of the barrier and observing the Sand Soul Legion, grinning. Come on, Cassitel. It's time to talk about our business now. Okay. What do you want to know? Cassitel did not show any evasion, but took the initiative to agree, and said that he would answer any questions about this tower and the nearby city. Nardit. Gordon's eyes were deep and solemn. After bidding farewell to Jella, who had completed her mission and was on her way back, Gordon immediately talked to Cassitel and started chatting. After all, as a former apprentice of this wizard tower, he knows much more than ordinary people. I don't know much about the White Pillar, but Castel bowed his head to apologize, but then continued, if it's just a simple layer, I still know it. And before the teacher left, he told us that his disciples would come here in the future. Has he foreseen his own death while chasing the time dragon? After hearing this, Gordon's heart sank, and he said subconsciously, did he leave anything behind? No. Nothing. Cassaddle shook his head. Something is wrong. Gordon always felt that there was a fog lingering in this tower, making it a little unpredictable. Even after Shani's death, the fog seemed even thicker. However, it did not regret killing Shani directly, because if it was too late, it would naturally put her to death if it had a chance. It was not like it had absolute power and could control her at will. Then, did the teacher have? Well, I mean, who else did he have the best relationship with here besides you? Although Gordon wanted to say Gormadon, he had taken a lot of the inheritance, so he was a little soft-hearted. So he reluctantly agreed to the identity of Gormadon's teacher. After all, this way he could legitimately move all the treasures in this exhibition hall back to his nest. If other dragons came here, I'm afraid they would be willing to call him master, let alone teacher. The reason why Godon asked this was that he recalled the mural he saw in the corridor when he just entered the White Pillar. Snakeman? Or Dragonborn? Goton was a little uncertain. Cassertel smiled and said, you are talking about Her Majesty the Queen. She and the teacher are close friends. If there is anyone who is most likely to leave something or leave a message, it might be left to her. After all, this is what the teacher often says. As a wizard, you must be prepared for both situations. Cassertel was in the emerald illusion of the Mirage Dragon at that time, preparing to fight with Shani, so he did not see Lolly's appearance. At that time, she collapsed on the ground, and Goton communicated with her through his mind. So Cassertel did not know that there was a girl who looked exactly like the former princess of the Empire at the scene just now. Then tell me about her. Who? The Empress you're talking about. Gordon was simple and straightforward. He wanted to know more, although it seemed that the wealth of the tower had already fallen into his hands. Curiosity drove him to continue exploring. Well, Her Majesty Lolly's. She is a very brave and persistent person who never regrets. Castel first brewed his emotions, and then started talking. And Gordon also learned about Lolly's glorious life in Cassatel tone that was like a poetry recitation. From the low point of the Empire's destruction to the reconstruction of the Empire. And finally with faith, ascending to the pinnacle of the throne. Gordon listened with relish. After that, I don't know. At that time, I was already entangled by Sunny's vicious curse. In order to prevent others from entering the exhibition hall to steal, I chose to return to the 16th floor of the White Pillar of the Dome, and never came out for hundreds of years. This young man with blonde classical beauty talked slowly and leisurely. He didn't look like a wizard at all, but more like a wandering bard walking the streets. Then if I say that there is a person who looks and acts like Lolly's alive in this era, do you believe it? Gordon threw a question to Cassatel. Castel was stunned at first, then laughed randomly. How is it possible? The Queen has already ascended to the gods. If she lives in this era, then it is very likely that she is an incarnation. Although he did not study gods much, Cassatel, who knew the power of gods to some extent, waved his hands and denied it repeatedly. Obviously, he did not believe it. But what if she is not an incarnation? It is a real flesh and blood. Gordon emphasized the flesh and blood, because as a demigod, it has divinity. So it naturally knows whether other creatures have divinity, whether it is possession or something else. As long as it is a god, it must have some divinity. Just like the abyss snake in the Kalandu sewer at that time. Are you serious? Really? Gordon nodded and was sure. It can only be related to that. Castel's eyes turned to the long golden box and said faintly, the secret treasure with the breath of the time dragon. But as if he remembered something, he continued to add and vetoed. But it is absolutely impossible to go back to the past, or drag people out of the long river of time in the past. Even if there is a time dragon breath, it is not enough. No, this is completely unreasonable. It should have nothing to do with this. If Her Majesty the Queen really came to this time, then she must have used another method, not borrowing the power of the time dragon. And she can't borrow it, Castell muttered to himself. While Gordon was thinking thoughtfully, many of the shadows of the sand souls outside the protective undead barrier dispersed and wandered in the corridor. They had not absorbed Gordon life for a long time, and began to ignore the fat meat in front of them. What does Shani mean by asking me to use the sealed long blade and place it on the golden long box? Gordon had some vague guesses about Lolly's thoughts, but these needed other clues to cooperate, so that it could dig out the truth behind the matter, or one of the many truths. So, it began to have doubts about Shani's request to place the sealed long blade on the golden long box on the stone tablet. And Castell responded immediately. That's because she wants to cut off the connection. Connection? Yes. Cut off the connection of the golden long box, so that she can escape from this tower. The effect of the sealed long blade is to seal everything that can be sealed and block everything that can be blocked. It was originally one of the teacher's collections, Castell said slowly. That is to say, although the consciousness of the original Earth bewitched Shani at that time and successfully attached to her body, it did not completely break away from the golden long box. It was still restricted around the long box and could not leave too far. So the sealed long blade was needed to cut off the connection. I understand it correctly. Right. Yes. That's right. Castell agreed with Gordon retelling. Thank you for your sincere answer. So, what are your plans next? Gordon was also very satisfied with Castell's cooperation. Of course, he also understood that Castell, who was no longer human, was an undead creature or a kind of spirit. He answered whatever he asked because of the six-pointed star emblem on him and Gormadon's face. Faced with this question, Castell, who was always known for his wisdom, seemed to be confused. His former lover had died long ago, and his great hatred was avenged today. He suddenly lost his direction. Why not? Just when Gordon was thinking about how to trick this high-end combat power to his side, his data panel suddenly jumped. It turned out to be the purple gold talent light ball, which had been analyzed during the chat. Gordon saw its name. Level 8 Talent Controller, Shadow of Sand Soul. Chapter 344 Final Layer. Controller, Shadow of the Sand Soul. The effect is very simple and straightforward. So Gordon naturally confirmed the activation without hesitation. After the 8th level talent fragments shattered, the purple gold spots that only it could see fluttered in the air. But in the end, they were absorbed by the huge body of the molten dragon, first hidden under the scales, and finally gradually entering the deeper flesh and blood, like the dragon blood flowing like magma. As the purple gold spots exploded and absorbed, Gordon seemed to have a telepathic connection. No! To be precise, it seemed like an epiphany. Something that was originally inaccessible to consciousness gradually spread outward as it absorbed the fragments, until it spread to a newly born sand soul shadow at the border of the roaring dunes. And then stopped, and the world showed it its true side. The experience of the controller reminded Gordon of the feeling of controlling believers after he became a demigod, which was also spreading like this. But there was a difference in it. But Gordon couldn't tell what the difference was for a while. But it was the first time that he could mobilize so many sand soul shadows at will. Is it the feeling of a controller? It murmured in a rather intoxicated voice. After the fragments were absorbed and activated to a deeper level, Gordon felt the difference between the two. Unlike believers, this talent was more like slavery. These low-intelligence sand soul shadows, who acted on instinct, could not refuse any of his orders. In front of them, Gordon was like their creator, like a true god. This also made Gordon understand that the extension of thinking allowed him to feel the wonders of the world, which was a realm that mortals could not imagine. No wonder most mortals become gods with completely different perspectives and thinking. This comfort from the soul also made Gordon lie down on the spot, using his paws to support his head, while his lower body kept twisting, and his tail swayed, and all parts were looking for the most comfortable and digestible posture for himself. Castell was a little stunned as he looked at the black molten dragon making strange movements. After all, he couldn't imagine that a giant dragon could make such a cute movement. Although it was matched with its ferocious horns and sharp fangs, it felt domineering. But the combination of the two still had a sense of contrast. After an unknown number of seconds, Gordon, who had completely digested, opened his eyes. His vision was still the same, but he was no longer the same as before. It is worth mentioning that in its talent list, the talent related to Sand Soul has been covered and erased, and the number of free fragments has not increased significantly. Obviously, there is no compensation after the talent is covered. But Gordon, who had just absorbed the 8th level talent, was in a very good mood, so he naturally didn't care too much about this loss. What's more, the Sand Soul was not completely ineffective. At least it allowed it to successfully communicate with Cossatel. Otherwise, the matter might not be so easy to solve. So, Gordon just glanced at it and passed it by. His mind was all on another matter, which was not finished just now. He said very apologetically, "Castel, I was a little tired just now." "Sorry." Castel naturally said that it didn't matter. He didn't care about these things. Now he didn't care about anything. After all, his lover was gone, and he lost his pursuit and desire for anything. And Gadouin also knew his current state through Cassatel's facial expression. He did not hide it. Just looked indifferent to everything. If Gadouin was not a disciple of Galmadon, with his attitude, he would not have stayed here with the dragon. Of course, Cassatel was very respectful to Gadouin. After all, it came to the White Pillar of the Sky as the successor of Galmadon. This was the task that Galmadon had personally entrusted to him. Now that the White Pillar of the Sky has become like this, he still feels a little guilty. Gadouin also answered what he wanted to ask in time. "What do you plan to do in the future? Stay here? Or?" After hearing this, Cassatel sighed and said, "Alas, Gordon, I'm a coward. I'm sorry. My only thought now is to take Tangeli to a deserted place and spend the last days quietly. However, I still have about 100 years to live. If you need anything, you can contact me through this." After saying that, he took out a ring with strange patterns engraved on it, which looked like a pair of rings. Gordon didn't take it. It had naturally reacted to Cossatel rejection, so it also had a corresponding plan. Although it didn't know whether it would succeed, it still wanted to give it a try. "Castel, do you know why he left here?" It raised a question, which made Cossatel fall into thinking. As wise as he was, he naturally understood who the he in Gordon's sentence was referring to. Galmadon, the one who chased the footsteps of the Time Dragon, the legendary planeswalker who crossed the worlds. No matter which one, it was hard not to attract the attention of others. Finally, he shook his head. "I don't know what the teacher is doing. I don't know why he left." Time Dragon? He knew that Galmadon was chasing the traces of the Time Dragon, but he had no idea what his purpose was. "I am from his hometown. The teacher's past was very unfortunate. Before becoming a mage, his family suffered a sudden disaster." Hearing this, Gordon knew that his chance had come, so he began to tell the history of Galmadon with emotion and mentioned why he was looking for the Time Dragon. "And I am now preparing to follow the notes he left for me to track his past traces. After all, apart from the prayers of the Mage Association, there is no direct evidence to prove that he is dead." Gordon ended with this sentence, and then looked at Cassardal steadily, waiting for his reply. Of course, he did not forget to give him the Planeswalker notebook to read to prove that what he said was true. "So you mean?" Castel read the note and looked at Gordon. He seemed to understand what he meant, but he couldn't accept it for a moment and was a little hesitant. "My meaning is very simple. Follow me. I will lead you to find his traces. Then, maybe, we can also embark on that road. After all, even if this road is 99% to fail, there is at least 0.01%, right?" Gordon interrupted directly with a domineering claw. "Okay, you convince me. What do you want me to do?" Castel used magic to float in front of Gordon Dragon Head, parallel to its vision, and said calmly, "You don't need to do anything. You just need to stay by my side." When Gordon saw that Cossatel agreed, he was happy in his heart, and his tone became soft at the same time, and he said leisurely, "Yeah, I understand." Castel nodded to show that he knew. Gordon also tacitly did not mention any binding contract, because it clearly knew that the bond between them was the bond of Galmadon. And when the bond was broken, it was time for one man and one dragon to go their separate ways. And before that, even if the gods came, it would be difficult to separate the two. "By the way, Cossatel, You can put away the protective death barrier now. That thing is no longer needed. After Castell agreed, Gordon suddenly seemed to remember something and said so. Castell was stunned when he heard Gordon's words, and asked immediately, "You want to rush out? Don't worry. Wait for me to prepare." He thought that Gordon couldn't wait, and wanted to leave the white pillar. "No. Cancel it directly. Believe me." Gordon grinned and looked at the Dark Sand Soul army outside without much explanation. And Castell finally cancelled the protective death barrier with doubt. It's not that he was afraid, but he didn't quite understand why Gordon wanted to cancel the barrier. Did it want to have an endless battle with the buzzing flies? But what Castell didn't expect was that, as the ripples of the barrier gradually disappeared and became transparent, and finally there was no obstacle, the huge Sand Soul army, at this moment, was already motionless, as if they didn't notice them. And no longer did the crazy things outside the barrier just now. "This is secret? Let's go! I want to go up there and take a look." Gordon showed a mysterious smile and invited Castell to the upper level of the white pillar. Of course, he did not forget to collect the various magical artifacts in the exhibition hall. Unlike the previous Purple Dragon treasure house, the things here, including every brick and every stone, belong to him. Whether it is the long golden box or the trophies displayed in the exhibition cabinet, these are all his. Justified. And Castell naturally would not say anything. He even took the initiative to talk about the effects and experiences of these magical artifacts, which also made Gordon understand the value of many items. But they are not really suitable for dragons to use. Anyway, they can be exchanged for Nina's favorite little cutie. Who cares? With this mentality, Gordon took everything he could take and swept it all away. Castell couldn't help but secretly praise it. If he were in his place, he would do the same. This tower has been corroded into a hole by endless sand souls over the years, losing its final value. Of course, this corrosion does not refer to the corrosion of the interior of the building, but the magic patterns drawn on the wall. Under the control and maintenance of these lost tower spirits, they have been worn out for various reasons, and many functions and effects cannot be reflected. Whether it is the suspended corridor, the lightless corridor for protection, or the magic staircase, they have all stopped. About half an hour later, Gordon walked out of the exhibition hall on the 16th floor. It still transformed into an inconspicuous black cat. Otherwise, with its size, it would definitely not be able to get out of the door. This wizard tower was built for people, not for dragons. Castell also told Gordon on the way that the 17th floor was a teleportation room, which was specially used to help Galmadon travel between different worlds without using his spell slots. After Galmadon left, all the portals dimmed and could not be used. Gordon could only sigh slightly after hearing this, but he still went in to take a look when he reached the 17th floor, and brought back the broken gems and stones on the ground, the foundation stone of the portal, and some messy things. After all, it might be a signpost of a certain world, and it did not forget this. The 17th floor was much faster to clean than the 16th floor. In 10 minutes, Gordon cleaned it all up. The 18th and 19th floors were Galmadon daily residence, bedroom, laboratory, meditation room, workshop, and other rooms in the tower. Gordon saw them again here, and even saw the decertified arcane garden. In the lobby on the 19th floor, Gordon stood under a French window that was almost as tall as his body, looking at the pale morning light rising from the top of the sand dune parallel to the tower, and sighed deeply. What he experienced in this day and night was far more than the month he had stayed here before, with thrills and dangers, life-threatening disguises, but fortunately the final outcome was good. Gordon touched the position of the dimensional bag and exhaled with satisfaction. But he turned around and sighed. The lobby on the 19th floor was empty except for simple furniture, just like the minimalist decoration. The only decoration on the wall was a portrait of Galmadon. It is worth mentioning that he, who has always been unruly in the main material plane, is in a rare orthodox wizard outfit in this painting, with a wide-brimmed hat, a solemn black wizard robe, and a cane to support his body. Gordon stared for a while, and found that from the background, apart from a bloody castle, he could not find any information. So he could only end it, and approach Galmadon's bedroom. When he opened the door of the bedroom that had been sealed for a long time, Gordon looked at the things and objects inside. Even though he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but be surprised. The simple environment inside didn't look like the living environment of a legendary mage at all. but more like an old monk who had seen through the world of mortals. The furnishings were almost non-existent. The only thing worth noting was that Galmadin's bed was much larger than an ordinary bed, and was particularly sturdy. There was also a thick stack of rotten white paper on the desk. Obviously, the writing had been processed, and no relevant clues were left. However, all the peas stopped when Gordon stepped onto the 20th floor of the tower, which was also the top floor, the exploration room specially used for divination and observing the stars. And it was broken. All the crystal balls and tarot cards that were supposed to be placed disappeared, and the mysterious patterns painted with mithril on the wall also disappeared. Instead, a giant magic circle made of blue sand covered everything that Gordon could see. Almost all of his vision was occupied by this blue pattern. Gordon was very familiar with this pattern, which was generally used for prophecy spells. And what was such a large magic circle used to predict? Castell was also shocked. He said that this place was definitely not like this before he was cursed. In other words, before Gordon, someone came here and borrowed the exploration room here to enhance his prophecy spells. Who was it? With this expectation, Gordon walked towards the altar in the center. As he got closer, Gordon also saw the bloody squirming things on the altar. This was a feast of various organs and flesh of humanoid creatures, and blood covered the white altar made of marble. What made Gordon even more incredible was that it licked the corner of its mouth. It was a little hungry. It soon realized why it had such an impulse. Because in this pile of flesh and blood, it actually smelled the scent of divinity. Eat it! Eat it! A strong desire rushed through Gordon's mind, trying to dominate Gordon's reason. Finally, it stepped forward step by step, approached the pile of God creation that was still squirming, and opened its mouth. Chapter 345 Continuation. The top of the white pillar is painted with the same dense silver lines as the wall, all the way to the transparent roof, where you can watch the stars at night. It is dawn now. When the sun is rising, the first ray of sunlight is scattered on this round piece of glass. The light golden light shines through the glass and directly onto the altar, coating the flesh and blood on it with a layer of light gold. That was close. The iron will restrain Gordon's impulse to move forward. It looked at the altar about 5 steps away with a clear gaze. It breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me just now. No matter how I called you, you seemed to be unable to hear me. Castell came forward, also with a lingering fear on his face. He didn't feel anything about the flesh and blood, apart from feeling weird. The most he felt was blood. I heard it, but I couldn't control my movement. Fortunately, I managed to save it in the end. Otherwise, Gordon took a half step back, not looking at the altar, but looking at other directions, and he was a little hesitant to speak. Castell naturally understood that the risk of swallowing unknown things could make a mage prefer to die and resurrect rather than try it. After all, after eating, the body and even the soul might bring hidden dangers. Then, check if you remember who came here after you became the King of Sand Soul. Gordon decided to take the initiative. The divine aura emanating from these flesh and blood was completely different from what he had plundered from Shani before. If the latter was filthy and hot, then the former, even if it was bloody, could not cover up the intoxicating fragrance and deliciousness. Not sure. I don't remember. However, if he came up the stairs, maybe the observation eye can give us the answer. Cascade shook his head, and then made another suggestion to Gordon. Gordon knew what Cascade was talking about when he heard this, so he immediately took out the white glass ball he had collected below and asked immediately, "Is it this one?" These observation eyes, the size of a human fist, reflected the sky color that slowly changed from orange to blue under the fine golden light, which was particularly beautiful. Yes, this is it. Cascade took it and didn't say much. He directly started to activate the observation eye with a special spell. According to Cascade, these observation eyes may retain the image of people. Gordon expressed doubts about this. After all, this prophecy ceremony is likely to have happened hundreds of years ago. Can the observation eye preserve the memory for so long? But now it has no clues. Although there are some guesses in his heart. Guesses can only bring endless doubts, and cannot make it comfortable from the heart. So Cascade can only try his best. Gordon took out all the observation eyes he had. There might be some that he hadn't collected on the way, but he would wait until he had checked all of them. Time passed by minute, and as the sky gradually became brighter, the light blue sky and white clouds filled the roof glaze. When the morning light shone brightly on the altar, finally, Castell, who was busy among a bunch of observation eyes, raised his head. "How is it possible? Is it your majesty?" Cossatel, his face full of disbelief, was holding a glass ball in his hand that was no different from other observation eyes. The fist-sized white glass ball began to project past scenes. A beautiful woman with a graceful demeanor appeared in the screen. She was wearing a black slim-fitting robe and a hood, but it was still difficult to hide her stunning figure and beautiful face. Gordon also saw at a glance that although the empress in front of him was close to half-dragon, her golden eyes and irrelevant nose and eyes were still irreplaceable. Another lollies? Gordon took a deep breath, even though he vaguely guessed it was her. After all, there are not many creatures with divine flesh and blood. Apart from Shani, it is very likely that it is Lollies, the empress of the Som people, who has ascended to the gods in Shani and Cassardal's mouth. But he was still a little surprised. At least now his curiosity has shifted to, if it was her who came to divine, then what did she divine? As a god, she would let another Lollies come to this world to save her broken country and the lost hearts of the people. In Gordon memory, the Som people of Mayuquin have forgotten their past glory. Even the name of Augustus, which means glory, has been forgotten. No one recognizes the identity of Lollies. Only Cassadal, who has been in the tower for many years, and the dead Shani, are not affected. This makes Gordon doubt again whether the Som people forgetfulness is another chess game set by this former god. But what is the purpose? Rebuilding the glory of the empire? Or is she unable to see the way forward and wants Lollies, who was once in the past timeline, to choose again? Gordon's thoughts began to turn around, and all kinds of strange ideas followed his imagination. Cossatel was also immersed in the fact that Lollies had entered the tower, but he was more entangled in why he, who once cared for his people, saw him being cursed by the Sand Soul and left him alone, and ignored Shani, who endangered the comfort of the empire. This did not match Cassatel's impression of the eldest princess. But in the end, both Gordon and Cossatel gave up thinking, because they all knew that it was meaningless to think like this. The only thing they could do now was to sort it out and then leave the tower. Gordon's goal of coming here was basically completed. He had visited every level of the White Pillar in person and gained a lot. If it weren't for the trouble of going back and forth, and Gordon had another goal that he hadn't completed, maybe he would have returned to the main material plane with a full-dimensional bag. It still remembered, in addition to exploring the wizard tower given to it by Galmadon. Its journey this time. There is also a very important thing, which is to promote its beliefs to people in other planes. Then, it will start from this plane and spread to the main material plane, so that its sect will not attract too much attention, so that its church can pass the early stage safely. When the power is developed, it will be a long time before the other party investigates it clearly. After all, there are many foreign gods in the god system of the Io continent every year. Most church members don't pay much attention. In their opinion, these gods who can't affect this plane or even communicate with them can't have any impact on Io except adding a shrine that they can't understand at all. Only when there are enough believers in this kind of sect will it attract the attention of church personnel and the gods in the sky. After all, the more people there are, the more likely it is that the gods' clones will come across the border. Before that, most gods don't even have the authority to communicate with believers. So naturally there is no need to care. Gordon looked up at the blue sky through the window. It's time to go out. It thought so. On the other side, a team of 20 people supported each other and walked forward in the endless yellow sand. Even though the exhaustion spell was removed by the purification of Mirage Dragon Gela, the side effects for a while still made them a little weak, and they could only support each other to move forward. If it weren't for seeing Lollies still walking to save energy and preserve strength, it is possible that someone would have summoned creatures as a means of transportation. Of course, the main fear is that the increase in life will attract more powerful Sand Souls. It would be fun if a Sand Soul army was attracted, including Lollies. No one knows what the terrifying undead in the tower will do after discovering that they have escaped. Therefore, they were all a little anxious while hurrying along, until a black shadow rose in the sky. Oh! Gods! Look what I found! Children! You are here! Accompanied by the exclamation in their ears. Everyone looked up suddenly, and saw a creature about 4 meters long, with the body of a lion, the wings of an eagle, and the upper body and head of a beautiful woman. Sphinx? Ija! Why are you here? Where is His Majesty the God King? Are you here to save us? Some recognized it. some didn't. And even some acquaintances of Asia cried with joy, and threw themselves directly on the female-faced Sphinx, burying their heads and crying. For a moment, the candidates' exclamations and cries were mixed in the wind, and also spread farther with the wind. After everyone calmed down, the Sphinx named Asia showed a relieved smile, and said to the team that was looking forward to the horizon, "After seeing that you lost the signal, His Majesty Tassimon immediately brought us to find you. They are still behind, and they are still 10 minutes away from here. You will see later. I am exhausted on the way." Asia stretched out her wings and shook them, shaking out the fine sand hidden in her feathers during the flight, in order to expand the search range as much as possible. She almost didn't fall to the ground when she came out, and now she finally had a chance to tidy up and rest. Sure enough, not long after everyone rested in place, Lollies and others saw the huge rhino beast that looked like a moving hill on the horizon. And on the back of the rhino beast, there was a rescue team led by Tassimon. They also found Lollies. So almost as soon as the rhino appeared, several black spots jumped off its body and rushed towards this side at an extremely fast speed. Obviously, the reason why many people joined the rescue team was because there were indeed people they cared about in the team. So, as the black spots got closer and closer, the candidates also saw the appearance of the person coming, and many familiar ones also rushed over, impatiently calling the person's name. For a while, "Father," "Teacher," "Grandpa," the names resounded throughout the desert. Of course, more people were still talking to the old man in white robes standing in the sky, using psychic levitation to fly directly here. His cane represents authority. Except for Lelisi, almost everyone saluted him. "May we God King, Your Majesty Tassimon." The same title was heard everywhere. "Not bad. Not bad. It seems that you smart people have successfully saved yourselves. I was just being sentimental." Tassimon was in a particularly good mood, especially after seeing that none of the 20 candidates were injured or killed. His golden eyes were full of joy. After all, he had prepared for the annihilation of the whole army. But in the end, no one died, and he couldn't help but be happy and relieved. Of course, he didn't ask this at the first time, but used a self-deprecating remark to make these adventurers, who had just escaped from the tiger's mouth, feel better. "No. Anyway, I will always remember your kindness. After all, this time, it was my recklessness." Lelisi took a half step forward, although she didn't have the knight's sword in her hand now. Her words seemed as sincere as before. The other candidates were excited after hearing this. After all, no matter who they were, they couldn't bear to see Lollies being reprimanded, and they all came to her rescue. Some even took all the responsibility on themselves and asked Tassimon not to blame them. Obviously, this thrilling adventure had escaped from death. The role and demeanor played by Lollies in it have completely conquered this group of people, no matter who it was, including Rhylock, Blue Ace, and other chosen sons who always thought they were the chosen ones of heaven, and even thought that they would be the future king of Mitsuki Spring. They couldn't help but bow their heads in front of Lollies, even if she didn't hold the sword of the heroic spirit in her hand now. They had to admit that Lollies was the best candidate for the throne. When Tassimon faced the people rescue, he did not rush to the king anger of being offended, but nodded with a look of relief. "I don't mean to blame her. You went deeper into the roaring dunes, which was partly related to me. So if this matter really needs to be punished, then the deepest sin will be borne by me." Ha ha. The old man's hearty laughter relieved everyone's tension. And then his chat style, which was slightly like an old friend's casual chat, was full of personality charm. "Now, can you tell me what happened to you?" Tassimon looked at the dusty people and saw that they all looked relaxed. So he knew that the time had come and asked immediately. "It's like this, Grandpa Tassimon." Rhine-Rock naturally would not miss the opportunity to show his face. Seeing that everyone was hesitant, he immediately volunteered to stand up and even use psychic power to make a simple stick drawing to talk while talking. Thus, the quiet time in the early morning slowly flowed in the rhythmic chanting of Rhine-Lock. On the other side, Gordon had already walked out of the white pillar, and Cassatel was beside him. This time, their goal was simple. That was the underground city in Naldut that Lollies had not opened. According to Cassatel, this active metal door was maintained by him in the later stage. If you want to open it and remove the spell token, there is a third way. That is commonly known as the back door. Gordon also had plenty of time, at least before Lollies had no feedback. He did not intend to leave the roaring dunes. Moreover, he had not figured out how to deal with these sand souls. Gordon thought that if he brought them back to the main material plane, according to their crazy behavior, wouldn't he be unable to plant the fields? Gordon head. It started to hurt again. Chapter 346 Black Blood Castle. Coffin sand. Rocks. Scorching sun. High temperature. When these things swept into the blue sky again, Gordon and Cassitel crossed the withered Narda gate and walked to the place where Lollies stopped last time. The endless quicksand day and night has filled the deep pit that Lollies had dug. The appearance is no different from other places. Full of yellow sand. If it weren't for Gordon's memory, it would be hard to believe that the quicksand had filled the gully that was originally several people high overnight. As the maintainer of the activated secret door, Cassitel naturally didn't need Gordon to remind him. He knew the location. And Gordon didn't need to mention it again. The cat and the man stopped at the same time. And the footprints behind them were covered by the wind and sand. It's here. Please wait a moment, Cassitel said seriously. He was like this all the way. And he didn't look like he was freed from the bondage and imprisonment at all. And there was no smile at all. Gordon felt that he was not a mage, but more like an ascetic monk. However, after so many years of imprisonment, he was not driven crazy. And he must be an ascetic monk. Just as Gordon was sighing at the self-restraint of Cassardal, the endless quicksand had turned into fluorescence and flew to the sky. An invisible big hand was holding the yellow sand and digging a huge pit in the ground. It was a very simple trick. Mage's hand. Nothing is more suitable for hard labor than it. Time passed slowly in this cycle as the silent servants kept digging the sand, and then continued to dig deeper before the quicksand had time to recover, until the silver door that Gordon was familiar with appeared in his sight. Cassitel floated down and touched it directly with his hand. He didn't recite any spells or take out any tokens. He just touched the secret door quietly for 3 minutes. When the quicksand that gathered and returned from all directions had reached his ankles, the secret door that was like a cliff in front of Lollies made a creaking and gear-turning sound. And the entire nearby sand dunes were shaken. The secret door opened. After a while, the dark entrance to the underground city that was enough to accommodate Gordon's body appeared in front of its vision as the ground settled. In the once magnificent passage, the stone pillars engraved with the imperial dragon pattern have become dilapidated under the corrosion of time, and are no different from the underground palace that Gordon saw outside the roaring sand dunes. The desire that drove Gordon to enter the cave along the stairs was still the resentment on Lolly's face at the time. It didn't know what was inside, but just wanted to see what was the thing that could leave regrets in her memory. This also made it convenient for it to use these things as a price in the future to further promote its beliefs. So, the sunlight outside dispelled the darkness in the entrance. When countless tiny particles were dancing in the light, the figures of Gordon and Cassitel disappeared in the last inch of land that the light could illuminate, and they returned to the darkness again. But before entering completely, Cassitel left a mark outside the door as a retreat. The stairs went down all the way, endlessly, except for the occasional sound of wind blowing into the entrance of the passage. There was only the occasional chat between Cassitel and Gordon. They talked more about the white pillar of the dome. After all, to be honest, Nalda was limited to helping Cassitel occasionally repair the door and other tasks. He had almost no in-depth understanding of it. He spent most of his time in the tower. The two of them sank about 300 or 400 steps, and the stairs came to the end. After less than 20 steps forward, the whole picture of the Narda underground city was seen at a glance as Gordon walked to the high platform protruding outward. This is a magical underground city. No one knows why such a magnificent building can be built in the underground full of quicksand. White buildings with exotic styles stand in the not-so-large underground cavity, which is packed full. In the center, surrounded by white buildings, a huge castle that is hard to see on the ground is built, and the black jade spire even touches the dome. They all call this place Renatal, which means a place where you can't see the sun in the Sant language. Castell interrupted in time and explained to Gordon, and his eyes were slightly nostalgic. He had been here once before, but it didn't look as deserted as this. The white flames of the everlasting flame and the light of the brazier illuminate every brick, stone, land, and even the cracks of Renator, as if there was a sun hanging overhead. There is always a bustling crowd here, whether it is the calls of pets or the sounds of people training each other. They are particularly loud in this underground city. The echoing structure is so loud that even a yawn can cross the distance of space and spread from one end to the other. Not to mention the imperial fanatics, who train and research here every day. That's right. The significance of Runator is to allow all the experiments that cannot be seen in the light to be carried out here. At least, that's what Cossatel knows. Soon, the man and the cat walked down the platform. There was another long yellow staircase going down. When they came down the staircase, there was a road in front of Gordon that could accommodate 4 carriages in parallel. The dark brown road divided the white building in front of him into 2 parts. And it stopped only when the outline of the huge castle wall that would shock anyone on the platform was seen at the end of the road. Gordon walked on the street with white buildings on both sides, but different appearance styles. According to the knowledge in his mind, it was difficult to tell which civilization style this was. Maybe it was more like ancient Egypt. Gordon was not sure. Until now, he was still unconsciously wandering in this building complex. He was not in a hurry to enter the Black Blood Castle mentioned by Cassardal, but was always cruising around the periphery. He saw many styles in these buildings, such as those with large courtyards, 2-story structures, or shops facing the street. Obviously, these white buildings were also divided into zones: trading area, residential area, military area. Several major areas surrounded the Black Blood Castle, just like a small city. But as Gordon went deeper, he felt that something was missing from this huge city. However, in the journey just now, he still picked up some valuable things, such as the remains of former residents, such as ores and gold and silver coins with different patterns. But the total harvest was less than 50 gold coins, which was pitifully small compared to the harvest in the tower. But this is the daily life of most adventurers after entering the dungeon. It is not so easy to get valuable things. The buildings in these underground ruins are like unopened treasure chests. No one knows what is inside. When searching for a building that seemed to be a residential building, Gordon finally felt that something was missing in this huge building. That is, there were no pots and pans, and the kitchen was empty. Did they not need to cook? Or? Gordon looked at the black castle connected to the underground dome and fell into deep thought. It seems that all the secrets may be stored there. So, after searching for a while, and still finding nothing, Gordon walked towards the black castle. Regarding Gordon's plan, Cassardal did not say anything, and followed behind him step by step. However, his eyes were full of curiosity about this huge Black Blood Castle, because he also felt that something was wrong with this city. But he couldn't say what it was. If I really want to say it, it's probably that this underground city is like it's been organized. Too neat. It seems to be specially welcoming someone. Before arriving at the Black Blood Castle, Cassardal mentioned this doubt to this molten dragon that likes to turn into a cat like the metal dragon. And after listening to it, Gordon also showed a frown in thought. But it couldn't hold on for 3 seconds, because it felt that there was something wrong with this underground city. But considering that Lolly's first stop is here, it must have its unique features. I just don't know if it has the luck to get what she wants before her. It's okay. Let's go in first. Didn't you say that all the research is in this fortress? In fact, there is only this one real underground building, and the others are just vassals that came later. Gordon smiled and comforted Cossatel. Well, let's do some insight first. Castel agreed very much, but he did not forget his advantage as a high-level mage, which was to open the entire map. Peeping Eye, as a 4th level spell, with a radius of 1 kilometer, a duration of 1 hour, and multiple eyes, he can tell the caster almost everything that happened in the area. The caster does not even need to concentrate to take in the whole picture. Even those ghosts that are invisible to the naked eye will be clearly seen under the direct light of the eyes. The only disadvantage is that as a reconnaissance eye, it is physical and visible, and it is easy to be destroyed by the enemy. In an unknown environment, it will also shatter if it hits the wall. However, it is also matched with scouting, which can clear the outline of the castle in advance, so that Cossatel reconnaissance eye can avoid the danger of collision as much as possible. These are all prepared by Cossatel before entering the dungeon, and they just come in handy here. As the magic ripples rippled in the dungeon, several dark floating eyes emitting red light appeared above Cassatel's head, then slowly floated towards the black castle and entered through the window that had not been closed. Soon, several images were transmitted to Gordon's mind through the mind link. So many coffins? Gordon looked at the neatly arranged black hexagonal coffins on both sides of the corridor in the field of vision of a magic eye, and fell into deep thought for a while. It looks like a coffin for making undead. Cossatel looked at the lines that appeared in his field of vision, and he was also solemn. because he saw that this kind of line in the dead book was a method of making high-level undead. But because the coffins blocked the aura, Gordon and Cassitel didn't know what the strength inside was. But then, the other magic eyes drilled into the castle through the gaps and sent back pictures, which verified where the people in the outer city had gone. They were probably gathered in this giant castle with a length and width of 2 or 3 kilometers. There were coffins everywhere, whether it was the first floor, the second floor, or the third floor of the castle, or even the watchtower on the top of the tower. The magic eyes sent back a small space, which was firmly filled with 4 coffins. What kind of castle is this? The castle of undead creatures? But this kind of creature is the most sensitive. Logically, it should have discovered us a long time ago. It doesn't make sense that we walked down and they didn't discover it. Gordon's brain was spinning rapidly, and he kept throwing his questions to Cassitel to solve his puzzles. And Cassitel was a little strange. He originally thought that this underground city might have been empty for a long time, but he didn't expect that this castle gave such a surprise. Facing Gordon's questions, he also agreed with him. After all, he had killed undead before. Undead creatures are the best at exploiting. They can be explained by their collective resting and sleeping. But it is impossible not to send low-level undead to guard the door. After all, this thing can be called a perpetual motion machine. There is no reason for those high-level undead to sympathize with these tireless subordinates after death. It is indeed a bit problematic. And they seem to be completely indifferent to the spying of the magic eye. Not a single one was alarmed. Castell looked at the well-preserved scenes in his vision and fell into deep self-doubt. And Gordon had a clue after thinking about it just now. Maybe it has something to do with that sword. Gordon suddenly remembered that he still had Shani Trophy, the sword of heroic spirit that lollies could summon heroes, which was still in its dimensional bag. It is worth mentioning that after leaving Lolly's hands, the long sword was no longer as smooth as before, and the blade was not as sharp as before. The only proof of its identity was probably the lines on the hilt. But it was also rusted, and could not be seen clearly. Therefore, this long sword did not attract Cassitel's attention. He didn't even notice it at the time, and Gordon didn't intend to say it. After all, Lolly's jumped back to this timeline, which was really a bit elusive for it. It planned to wait until it was clear before telling this tower wizard who had been cursed for hundreds of years. But now this situation seems to be impossible to hide. So Gordon directly took out the sword of the hero from the dimensional bag and let Cassitel take it. Then, in front of the mage's shocked eyes, he took the lead and walked into the black blood castle filled with coffins. The only sound in his mind was "Follow me." Castell quickly abandoned the distracting thoughts in his mind and followed. Of course, he didn't ask why. This was the mage's pride. He was confident that even if he encountered danger, he could take one man and one dragon out. His directional teleportation spell had already marked the door. As long as the trigger spell on his body was triggered, he could take him and Gordon out of this dungeon together. Chapter 347 Laboratory. The gate of the castle, cast from fine iron, was thick and tall, as if it was born this huge, without any joints, like a hole, giving people a feeling that it can only be broken through head-on. But this is only for humanoid creatures. The molten dragon, which is more than 20 meters from the tip of the nose to the tip of the tail, and more than 10 meters tall when standing upright, raised its fearless dragon head, exerted a little force, and the iron gate with a single door panel of more than 50 square meters creaked under the muscular dragon claws. Just as Gordon thought, despite such a big commotion, none of the coffins inside had any abnormality, and the imagined corpse tide that was startled did not appear. The fire on its chest that could be lit at any time slowly extinguished, and the black and red scales of the past were restored. Let's go! Let's go in, and see what's here that is worth so many undead creatures guarding. Gordon looked back, and looked down at his companion Cachetel who followed him. Its words were a little frivolous, but they gave people an inexplicable sense of security. Castell looked at this dragon that was associated with tyranny and madness in his memory, and suddenly had a sense of absurd déjà vu. Exploring with a molten dragon. Are you crazy? But he suddenly thought that he could escape the curse, and was about to embark on a journey with a planeswalker. The former was obviously more absurd than the latter. So, he quickly felt relieved, and then followed behind Gordon step by step. Of course, with various shields of magic aura. There was no shortage of them. As a mage, this is a basic condition. The second floor seems to be a library. And the third floor, in addition to the coffin, there is also a large weapons hall. As they walked, Cassatel told Gordon about the influences transmitted by the peeping eye. At this time, Gordon had returned to the form of a black cat that was convenient for moving in the castle. He was walking forward lazily step by step. Hearing Cassatel's words, he did not express anything, but just meowed, indicating that Cassatel should follow. There was naturally nothing to visit on the first floor. In addition to the coffins, there were the oil paintings of people hanging on the walls. Gordon took a few glances and guessed that these were all emperors of the former empire. After all, the signatures in the lower right corner revealed everything, and more or less. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional by the painters. Some dragon scales proving the bloodline of the red dragon were added to the hands and faces of these emperors. Anyway, they were particularly easy to identify. As for the black coffins lying on both sides of the road, Gordon still held back his claws and did not touch them. After all, it might be some kind of activation word to open it actively. So it decided not to make trouble for nothing, and to find what it wanted in this castle. Next, Gordon did not stay in this corridor filled with coffins and paintings for a long time. He walked through the front hall and stepped onto the atrium corridor. After he and Cassatel passed through the atrium corridor, what appeared in front of Gordon and Cassatel was a hall high enough to accommodate Gordon normal walking. It was about the same size as the 16th floor hall of the White Pillar, but the floor was covered with soft and comfortable wool mats. Whether it was the lamps or the murals, they were all filled with the humanistic and artistic atmosphere of a certain era. At first glance, it looked like some kind of aristocratic ballroom, magnificent and grand. The hall was rarely filled with coffins, because all the positions were occupied by another object. Gordon and Cassatel were also occupied by it. This is an extremely huge dragon skeleton, which is placed intact in the center of the hall. Whether it is the double horns on the top of the head, or the sharp teeth that can be seen even if they have turned into white bones, as well as the iconic slender wings and the outermost wing phalanges, all prove its identity. A red dragon then has reached the ancient stage, and it is dead. Only the empty eye sockets that no longer burn with flame stared at Gordon, who turned into a black cat, as if telling the glory of the past. Gordon didn't know why this red dragon skeleton, which was estimated to be more than 40 meters or even longer, was hidden in this underground city. But judging from the messy tables and chairs around, this red dragon skeleton was temporarily placed here, rather hastily. At least there was no time to tidy it up. Or no one tidied it up. Maybe this is an experimental site? But this is really scholarly. Gordon suspected that the purpose of placing the red dragon skeleton here was for experiments. He glanced at the luxurious hall decorations around him and muttered. For some reason, it had the urge to set everything in the hall on fire. But fortunately it suppressed this emotion in time. However, anyone who saw such a huge dragon die here and was made into a specimen or experiment for others to study would be in a state of mind, including Cassatel behind him, who was also shocked by the huge dragon bones in the hall at this moment. The peeping eyes did not come to the atrium hall, but were trapped in several small compartments or corridors. After all, they would not push the door. As a dragon, Goton was no exception. Originally, it thought it could not empathize. After all, its age as a dragon was much younger than its memory as a human. But for some reason, after seeing the corpse of an ancient dragon in the true sense, its heart still stirred up some waves and could not calm down. However, it did not feel frustrated because of the death of the ancient dragon, because it felt from the bottom of its heart that if it was strong enough, it would not die. And there was only one reason for death. That is, not being strong enough. I have heard of this. It seems that this skeleton is the skeleton of the ancient red dragon killed by the first emperor of the empire. I just didn't expect it to be hidden here. I remember that it was hidden in the palace before, and then disappeared with the city during the red dragon disaster. Obviously, Cassatel didn't know why such an important skeleton was hidden here, but he still explained the origin to Gordon. If Cassatel didn't say it, Gordon would even think that this dragon skeleton was the skeleton of Gwyn, the emperor who destroyed the empire. Let's go! The huge dragon skeleton did not stop Gordon's steps. It patrolled slightly and observed. After finding nothing on the dragon skeleton, it woke up Cassatel, who was still immersed in the huge dragon skeleton. When Cassatel came to his senses, there was only the back of a black cat with its tail erected and straight towards the escalator behind the hall. There was a path to the second floor of the castle. For some reason, when Gordon stepped on the stairs step by step, he felt an unprecedented attraction that made him move upwards. and even made him want to break free from the restraints imposed on him, transform into his original form, and fly straight into the sky, rushing towards the ceiling. This is the most time-saving method. Of course, Gordon is not so stupid, nor so foolish, and that attraction is just a castle in the air, and no one knows whether it contains malicious intent. The most important thing is that Gordon felt the same breath from this attraction. That is, the reaction he had after seeing the flesh and blood on the top of the white pillar was exactly the same as Gordon. What's hidden up there? Is it a divine creature waiting for me there? Is it related to lollies? But it shouldn't be like this. This is not the first time I've run into a divine creature. How can I have such an impulse? What's more, if it is really a divine creature, it would have discovered us long ago. And it's the same as Cossatel. Not coming out? Then there's nothing to be afraid of. Or is it the estrus period? Although the last one is ridiculous. It is also a wild thought that Gordon can't think of the reason for the impulse. However, this is not completely unreasonable speculation. After all, such a huge body means that its organs are also growing while sleeping. Although it is still in its adolescence, its strength is still majestic enough. At least that's what Gordon thinks. Gordon thought about it, and found that he had nothing to fear. All the conditions in front of him were favorable to him. His iron will could keep him on the last bottom line, and not be tempted. So what was there to fear? Thinking of this, Gordon felt that his limbs were taking steps with unprecedented tension. And every step was particularly solid. The second floor, after another 30 or 40 steps, arrived. What came into view was a square that was much smaller than the luxurious hall below, with a three-way intersection. The middle one was straight and slender. Gordon could see a colorful glazed window at the same height as the wall, reflecting gorgeous colors in the dark night. Similarly, it was particularly conspicuous in the dark vision. In this corridor, Gordon also saw several recessed walls. Obviously, there were other room entrances hidden in this passage. Gordon ignored it for the time being and focused his attention on the left and right sides. There were road signs on both sides. The road sign on the left side read Empire Data Archives, and the road sign on the other side read Empire Laboratory. Gordon hesitated for a long time, and finally walked towards the Empire Laboratory. He was more curious about experimental data than data books. He expected whether the products of the Empire could bring him some surprises, and verify what he thought in his heart. And Cossatel was no exception. He did not think that the Empire's library could match the collection in the legendary Mage Tower. Therefore, his greatest curiosity was about the laboratory. But his mind was curious about whether he could find data about the red dragon skeleton below in the laboratory. He did not believe that these crazy researchers would not put the dragon bones on the research bench. The branched corridor was not long, and Gordon and Cossatel soon saw the door to the laboratory. A pointed door made of colorful glass and iron door frame. Gordon felt like he was entering a church. Cossatel pushed the door open with the hand of a wizard, bringing a slight breeze, and everything in the laboratory was visible to Gordon. Countless lab tables filled with bottles and jars. Various alchemical materials and devices were neatly displayed in this hall of thousands of square meters. On both sides were shelves with the same bottles and jars, and there were movable stairs next to them. And right above the hall, there was a particularly eye-catching platform, on which were placed several devices that were no different from the lab tables below. It seems to be used to lead the imitation. Rather than saying that this place is like a laboratory, it is better to say that it is an experimental classroom. However, will it not be affected? This is the first reaction of Gordon and Cossatel when they first saw the closely connected experimental tables in the laboratory. After all, the first element for a mage to prepare potions is concentration. Although this hall can accommodate hundreds of people to teach together at one time, the collision of bottles and jars and whispers are enough to destroy a mage's several hours of hard work. If you really want to make potions in this environment, I am afraid that the cost of success in the end is surprisingly high. However, as Gordon and Cossatel went in and got to know this hall more, they knew that their worries were all unnecessary. The patterns engraved on the ground can make any mage standing on the experimental table enter a state of concentration. And the sounds from the front, back, left and right cannot be transmitted to the caster's ears through normal channels, except for the sounds on the high platform. This hall is like a magical artifact. Once activated, the magic patterns on the ground will take effect immediately, turning each experimental table into an isolated island to maintain the concentration of the experimenter. Just seeing these magic patterns engraved, Cossatel couldn't help but clap his hands. After all, As a high-level spellcaster, he can see how difficult it is to engrave these magic arrays in the magic patterns and turn the entire hall into a magical artifact. Soon, Gordon also found what he wanted in this hall that was suspected to be used as a logistics supply for the Empire's medicine. Similar to a potion factory. In the warehouse behind the platform, hundreds of tightly wrapped wooden boxes with goose-down cushions can be seen in the gaps on the shelves. Gordon directly opened the nearest wooden box. In the 10 by 10 space, a glass bottle emitting pure white light appeared in Gordon's field of vision in each grid. The liquid flowing in each glass was emitting a magical halo. Obviously, it was not an ordinary potion that Gordon could buy at any alchemy shop, but a real magic potion similar to the invisibility potion. This is a high-purity healing potion. It is probably comparable to the 3-ring divine spell. It is a good thing. Cassatel looked at the potion in the wooden box opened by Gordon, opened the bottle stopper and smelled it, with a strong almond flavor, and asserted, "If this is all here." At this point, Cassatel was a little afraid to think about it. How much is the value? Even if he is a wizard who spends money like water, I am afraid he can't say that he has no feelings when facing such a price. Gordon silently closed the wooden box, and then opened another box without stopping. The cat claws waved quickly. After a while, the black cat jumped up and down and opened the lids of 45 small wooden boxes. In the warehouse, the aura of various potions was also emitting. Healing potion, invisibility potion, magic oil, levitation potion. A total of 23 kinds of potions. Nearly 5,000 bottles. Occupied Gordon's mind at once. It was not because of the value, but because the guess in his heart came true. Chapter 348 Arrangement. When Gordon found that the entire underground city was handled in an orderly manner, he suspected that there must be someone behind all this. But the protagonist who reaps the fruits of his plan is not himself, but Lolly's. Whether it is the 5,000 bottles of magic potions in front of him, or the classical books prepared in another room, or the neatly arranged fine iron weapons on the 3rd floor, and the undead coffins that fill the entire Black Blood Castle. They all prove that person's good intentions. But now it has evolved into this state. Gordon doesn't know whether to sigh that he is too lucky, or that he is not smart enough to guess deeper. But no matter what, the potion in front of him is indeed real. The magic aura contained in it cannot be faked, and the sealed environment makes its effects all the best choices, which can be called fine products. So, facing the potion delivered to his door, Gordon did not pause at all, closed the lids one by one, and put them into the dimension bag. Although the owner they were waiting for might not be him, since they were already in his hands. They were already branded with the mark of the dragon. It would not be so easy to return them. Even though he might not use most of the potions, it was a good choice to reward his subordinates or sell them for money. Well, there is this. During the cleaning process, Gordon found an unopened wooden box in a corner that he had never discovered before. The color was similar to the wall, and he almost ignored it. Gordon opened the wooden box, which also contained colorful potions. However, unlike the previous wooden box that could hold a full 100 magic potions, this box only had 3 by 3 spaces. That is, 9 bottles. Each bottle is several times larger than an ordinary potion bottle, as big as a wine bottle. Gordon opened a bottle of molten fire potion flowing with orange-red magma, and knew what it was after smelling it. In the Dragon Heritage, the super magic breath potion tailored for dragons or dragonborn can replace the dragon natural breath after drinking it, and change it into a magic potion with other attributes. Each bottle is valuable and extremely rare. Generally speaking, it can only be found in the treasure house of dragons who are proficient in magic attainments, such as silver dragons and green dragons. Of course, there are also many stocks in the warlock family with dragon blood. In the past, Gordon thought about asking Celia to help purchase this kind of potion. After all, whether it is a trump card or a strategic reserve, this super magic breath potion is the top priority for dragons. You know, in addition to changing the breath energy, the potion will also provide enough breath energy and does not consume the dragon-owned breath times. That is to say, originally, Gordon could only breathe 3 or 4 times in a battle. With the blessing of this super magic breath potion, he could breathe more times with a few bottles. And he was also very flexible in the battle. For example, the opponent used magic shields such as fire barrier to restrain the fire dragon, but the dragon spit out a breath of frost that could freeze everything, or a poisonous fog that could corrode human bones. which could make the adventure team that originally used various tactics against the dragon flustered and reverse the situation. The collection of the Empire is rich. Godin gently opened bottle after bottle, feeling the familiar or unfamiliar elemental energy gathering at the tip of his nose, and was very glad that he had made the decision to come to the underground city. Each of these potions can probably be sold at a high price of at least 1,000 gold coins, and they are in short supply, so they are usually purchased at a premium and are rarely circulated in the market. However, it is a little regrettable that 2 of the 9 bottles are fire element super magic breath potions of the same series as Gordon, which is a bit of a waste to use for it. But Gordon changed his mind and gave these 2 bottles to Nina, so that they would not be wasted, and it would also be a good trump card for her. Thinking of this, Gordon's slight regret disappeared, and was replaced by an extremely satisfied look at the remaining 7 bottles of super magic breath potions with various effects. After Gordon's statistics, the 7 bottles of super magic breath potions were 2 bottles of poison, 1 bottle of sleep, 1 bottle of exorcism, and the most common 3 bottles of ice. Although there is no dissociation and time that Gordon imagined to be as powerful as he imagined, but it is very satisfied to have several other means of breath, and it understands the truth that desire is hard to satisfy. About an hour later, Gordon sorted out the harvest from the entire space, but he did not take everything with him. Instead, he picked out everything he could use because he found that his dimensional bag was not enough. Not enough for this alien world adventure. He even brought the dimensional belt obtained from the Purple Dragon Treasury. The dimensional bags he had obtained in large and small bags last time, and the space wonders he had obtained on the 16th floor. The total volume was more than 300 cubic meters. Otherwise, it would be difficult to fit the 9 fine iron golems alone. However, facing the wealth accumulated last time, as well as the golems and magic items he had obtained this time, the available space of his space was in danger. Now, facing these 5,000 boxes filled with magic potions, Gordon searched through his dimensional bags and couldn't find a space to hold them all. You know, there are countless fine iron weapons on it. If it doesn't find new dimensional items here, it is destined that it will not be able to move them all this time, and it can only move them in 2 batches. At this time, Gordon realized that sometimes a good harvest is not a full load, but it can't be moved all at once. But it was only surprised for a while about this harvest. After all, as the legacy of the Empire and the gift of the legendary wizard, it is normal to have so much. What it urgently needs to do now is how to transform these wealth into its own strength. It doesn't have the idea of other dragons. It only relies on its own body and wisdom to fight others, and never relies on other things. Precious magic items, even legendary items, can only be used as collections and ornaments. Gordon doesn't agree with this dragon concept. Okay. Castell closed the last wooden box again and replied immediately. Then let's go! Gordon didn't hesitate. After a little arrangement, he immediately took Cassertel out of the warehouse onto the platform. Of course, he didn't forget to let Cassertel use the stone to mud and mud to stone spells to reshape the door and seal it, and seal the magic potion inside, so that people couldn't detect that there was a warehouse behind the platform at first glance. After all this was done, the figures of 1 man and 1 cat quickly disappeared in the laboratory and rushed to the next feast without stopping. Chapter 349 Harvest. Advanced Inheritance. After a while, Gordon and Cassertel fell into silence as they looked at the high-level bookshelves in front of them, which were no different from those in the White Pillar Library. The books on the bookshelves were full, but not all about spells as Gordon thought. Instead, there were miscellaneous books everywhere, such as the complete collection of swamp plants, illustrated guide of common land monsters on the continent, and 100 ways to ask for help when encountering goblins in the wild. Gordon basically didn't see any orthodox books after browsing several rows of bookshelves, but after reading a few books on the history of the Empire and the continent's experiences, Gordon's annoyance was stopped. At least he gained something. But at this time, Cassertel was dissatisfied. He frowned while holding a book with a beautiful oil painting on the cover. Why are all these books stuffed into the library? It's an insult to paper. It's better to use it to write a spell formula than this. He was holding a pink novel for women, similar to the story of Knight Levi, except that the protagonist was a woman, and the beautiful and lovely girls he met along the way were replaced by handsome men of various races, such as warriors, dragons, werewolves, and even hobgoblins. Castell, a wizard, frowned when he saw this kind of book in the library. He felt that these expensive papers should be used to record knowledge, not to make up novels for others to imagine. Maybe the taste of the one who used to like these more. Gordon glanced at the bookshelf full of The Princess and the Dragon 33 Days, The Court Wizard and His Little Wife, The Princess's Adventure, and said nonchalantly, it now has all its attention focused on searching for books about related professions. But unfortunately, the books it has seen so far are mostly about knight training and warrior training. They can only teach ordinary people how to become a warrior or knight, not the rare and powerful professions it wants. However, as it enters the book room with rows of bookshelves, Gordon still sees a lot of valuable books, such as herbal identification, item identification, and magic appreciation, which are all prerequisites for increasing expertise or talent and identifying knowledge. Gordon does not need these. But if it wants to train specialized personnel in the future, these books can come in handy. The only regret is that there is a slight gap between the items in the APOL world and the knowledge of the main material plane. It is not that you can use them directly after mastering them. It still needs to adapt to local conditions and innovate, so it can only be regarded as a substitute. Just like Gordon Dragon Heritage in the APOL world, it can't give it much help. But if it is the main material plane or the fire element plane, the effect will naturally be greatly improved. And there is almost nothing it doesn't know, whether it is rare or rare. However, professions do not have so many restrictions, unless the prerequisites have certain requirements for elements, magic concentration, or materials. They can be applied to every plane. This is why Gordon is so concerned about professional advancement. After all, the more you know, the more choices you will have for your servants, which will allow it to send people more specifically and exploit them more. A good profession will not only make it happy, but also those followers who are eager to become stronger will be very interested in it. After all, whether it is a dragon or a follower, as long as they are intelligent creatures, they cannot escape the influence of desires. To satisfy desires, the simplest and most straightforward way is to become stronger. Only after becoming stronger can you master everything. This iron rule is universal whether in the main material plane or in other planes. Well, put it away first. Gordon put the useful books into the dimensional bag one by one. Anyway, there is still space for books, so it doesn't matter if you put them in first. If you find it troublesome or useless, you can throw them away. However, just when Gordon was about to call Cassertel to choose together, he found that the wizard who had been following him had disappeared. He meowed loudly, but there was only his echo in the empty library. There was no reply from the mind link. But through the gaps of the shadows, Gordon still found Cassertel, who was holding a book called The Legendary Road from the arena behind the bookshelf. When Gordon tickled him, he was still immersed in the adventure story of the protagonist Link and his companions. The afterglow on his face showed a rare joy. Gordon suddenly recalled the abuse of Cassertel just now, and then looked at the infatuation now, and sighed. A good story is a harbor for the wounded, which can make people immersed in it, as if in another world, adventuring with the protagonist. Cassertel obsession is not surprising. But now is not the time to read novels. After waking Cassertel, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the black cat transformed by Gordon, and said apologetically, "Did you call me just now? I didn't hear it. I'm so sorry." "It's okay. It's nothing big. Please help me sort out some of the things that spellcasters need to learn in the early stage. Although I can't use them, I will need them in the future." Gordon told Cassertel his needs in a concise manner, but he didn't expect Cassertel to shake his head and refuse. It's useless. Books are of little effect to mages who have just started. What they really lack is a mentor to lead them on the road, not a bunch of dead things to read at will. If books can talk, then just ignore what I said. Gordon didn't understand the entry of spellcasters. He originally thought that, like Nina, he could easily master it by reading introductory books and successfully advance. Now he thinks that he still thinks too much. But it's not Gordon's fault. Most dragons are too lazy to master spells. Anyway, they will naturally grow up when they reach a certain age. The warlock can advance naturally without any effort. If it has a memory of a magic-loving molten dragon in its memory, then everything will be much simpler. At this point, Gordon could only nod slightly to show that he knew. But he did not forget to let Cassertel use detection magic to see if there are any hidden mechanisms or unknown traps in the library. Of course, its purpose is the former. It does not believe that the person behind the scenes, who can hide the potion under the hide platform will not hide resources that are beneficial to the restoration of the country in the library. Although Gordon can also detect magic, no matter the range or effect, it is definitely not as good as this caster who has reached the 8th level. Castatel naturally has no objection to this. He has used it once in the laboratory just now. After using it in the library, it is not difficult for him. Not to mention that it does not occupy his spell slot. It is just a zero-ring trick. I saw that Castatel didn't even recite the spell, and his staff just trembled slightly. A magical aura that only he could see suddenly rose in the library. And then the world became a world of pure elements. The breath of wood spirits was everywhere around, which was the performance of the first round of review of magic detection, which could check whether there was any magical aura. Although he didn't see it nearby, Castatel saw a torch-like aura flickering not far away as soon as he looked over. Got it! Castatel was secretly happy. But the intensity, quantity, and precise location still needed the feedback from the second and third rounds of detection before he could be sure. So he didn't rush to tell Gordon, but continued to wait for the second round of detection to sweep the entire library. About a minute later, Castatel, who had closed his eyes to feel it, opened his eyes and hurriedly said to Gordon, "There is indeed a secret door. It is in the northeast corner of the library. Just now there was nothing there except tables and chairs, and the items inside emit a large and strong aura. While dim auras are extremely rare, and there are not many medium-level ones. According to the levels of aura detection magic, dim and dim ones belong to the lowest level of magic items, while strong ones are at least the 3rd level. As for dazzling or even scorching ones, they are most likely ancient or even legendary items." Gordon was not surprised when he heard this. When Cackerel was addicted to novels, he walked through the entire library and found that most of the professions involved in the books here were very shallow, and there were not many profound ones, as if they were deliberately placed outside to confuse everyone. Moreover, there is a precedent of potion harvest. Gordon naturally did not believe that this library was a simple thing. Even without Castatel reminder, it planned to search inch by inch. It was only a matter of time before it found the secret door. So, it set off immediately and let Castatel lead the way. Soon, after passing through the dark oak books, Gordon and Castatel came to the corner that they had always ignored and used for rest. This is a corner of about 100 square meters. In addition to the benches for people to rest and sit to look up information, there is only a majestic red dragon head statue overlooking the people below. There is also a 20 square meter pool under the dragon head, but it has dried up, and you can see the dry silt at the bottom. When Gordon and Castatel came here before, they skipped it directly. After all, except for the dragon head, it was worth observing. There was no value. The detection magic showed that there was a secret door here, which was interesting. Gordon did not take the initiative, but gave it to Castatel. This was not because Gordon trusted him, but because everyone has their own expertise, and it would be more efficient to let the corresponding wizard do it. I saw Castatel continue to recite the spell silently, and the silver staff in his hand trembled slightly. And a magic trick. Detect secret door. Boom! Invisible magic ripples surge towards this corner hall. First enter, then surge, wash back and forth, and finally find the target point to release, and return after completing the goal. In short, this spell can not only find any secret door within a range of 20 meters, but also know the number of secret doors, the location of the secret door, and the mechanical device and trigger mechanism in the next second and third rounds. It is simply one of the must-have spells for home travel and adventure wizards. Soon, through the feedback brought back by detecting the secret door, Castatel quickly found the trigger mechanism. The third brown pebble near the edge of the pool, where the cobblestone road was specially laid. Castatel stepped forward and pulled up the pebble with a magic trick, and then heard a clicking sound of rotation. A deep corridor appeared under the dragon head, but the light dotted with white crystals could still be seen mixed in it, like stars under the deep blue night sky. Gordon and Castatel looked at each other, and after several rounds of detecting traps and summoning alien creatures to explore the way, one person and one dragon stepped into the corridor. As soon as he entered the corridor, Gordon felt the musty smell of old paper. Unlike the ventilation of the library, it seemed that this place had been covered in dust for many years, and no one had come in for a long time. After turning a few corners, Gordon and Castatel also knew the source of the musty smell. It was a not small circular hall. The curved stone walls were filled with glowing white crystals, and under each crystal, There was a wooden tray. On the tray were ancient scrolls, firmly grasped by the buckles on the wooden tray. However, many wooden trays looked shaky, and the musty smell of decay came from them. However, the scrolls were as bright as new, and it was unknown what kind of creature's skin they were made of. The light from the crystal above set off the scrolls, making them look particularly crystal clear and bright, with a natural, mysterious, and noble atmosphere that was hard to ignore. This is, after Cossatel confirmed that there was no mechanism here. Gordon stepped forward and hugged a scroll closest to it. He sniffed it, and exuded a strong scent of camellia oil. According to the appraisal by Cassardal and Gordon, this scroll is the strong aura seen in the magic detection just now, and it is of extraordinary value. The size of the scroll can be changed according to the size of the palm of the person who touches it, which is enough to show the value of this scroll. Gordon looked at the scroll that was equivalent to the cat claw and Linglong looked down upon, and he no longer hesitated. He directly pried open the tray buckle that had long been decayed, took the scroll down, and then untied the wax buckle with dragon pattern in the middle. Before opening it, Gordon's heart was still very calm, because he was mostly inclined to disposable spell scrolls and other items. After all, spell scrolls are generally kept in this way. He had seen it before when he went to Calando's alchemy shop. The only difference is that the paper of the scroll at that time was different from that of now. The paper of the scroll now seems very expensive, and it looks like the kind of scroll that you can't afford. However, when Gordon opened it and picked it up and saw the first line of font, Gordon's silent heart suddenly jumped up. Advanced Inheritance Dragon Blood Assassin. Advanced Inheritance. It's really an advanced inheritance. Although Gordon, as a giant dragon, can't learn these professions, they are good choices whether to reward subordinates or sell them. Moreover, if this one is an advanced inheritance, then Gordon looked at the ancient scrolls under the bright crystal light around him, and suddenly felt that his eyes were about to be filled with blood. No one understood the meaning of these scrolls better than him. Magical objects and money can only represent the wealth of a dragon, and these advanced inheritances are what really determine the foundation and accumulation of a force. The former's money is disdained by many people, while the latter is enough to move the heart of the ascetic monk. After all, this is the accumulation of knowledge and even inheritance. It is also a necessary condition and requirement for the growth and expansion of a force. Gordon rubbed his eyes to make sure he was not wrong. The heart-called ambition in his heart began to beat. Chapter 350 Thunder Fury Advanced Inheritance Dragon Blood Assassin. The game is over. You and everything you love will be ended by me. Your life ends here. Poor little mouse. Advanced requirements. Must be a dragon vein creature of the lawful camp. A wanderer. Bathe in dragon blood. Engrave shadows and fury into your soul. Fight fearlessly, and impose heavy fear on all those who dare to raise weapons against you. As long as you can kill the enemy, you will never leave them alive. The road alone is destined to be lonely, but the power gained from killing will accompany you. In the first stage of entering the Dragon Blood Assassin, the temporary strength and constitution points you gain through Dragon Blood can be transferred to agility, so that the power in the Dragon Blood will be with you, waiting for an opportunity in the shadows. When you enter the second stage of Dragon Blood Assassin, the fusion of Dragon Blood and Shadow will produce a layer of iris covering your eyes, so that you will not lose your mind after you encounter Battle Frenzy. And this layer of iris will give you additional dark vision and ultra-long vision. Even a mosquito 1,000 meters away in the dark cave cannot escape your vision. When you enter the third stage of Dragon Blood Assassin, the advanced professions on the ancient scrolls not only clearly write the talents and skills learned after each level of this profession, but also the talents, skills, training methods, and inheritance methods of professional advancement are written on the scrolls without any concealment. Really? Great. Looking at the ancient scrolls that filled the entire curved wall, Gordon couldn't help sighing in his heart. It was not that he was making a fuss, but that the effects of these professional advanced scrolls far exceeded ordinary money. After all, these were not those common advancements, but the treasures of an ancient empire. Each professional advancement scroll must cost tens of thousands of gold coins, not to mention hundreds of thousands of gold coins, and they are in short supply. These are the core that all forces rely on, and they will never be leaked. It is no exaggeration to say that with this, Gordon has truly mastered the basic core of building a monster army. After all, whether it is a monster or a subordinate, in order to become stronger than other creatures, in addition to unremitting efforts, a good professional advancement is also the top priority. After quietly putting away the scroll, Gordon and Casardel started a grand reading and exploration in this hall. And one by one, the novel and never-seen professional inheritances were revealed in front of Gordon, after he opened the scroll buckle again and again. Advanced Inheritance Infiltration Master. Advanced Inheritance Secret Flame Controller. Advanced Inheritance Dragonheart Warrior. Advanced Inheritance Vanguard Iron Guard. Advanced Inheritance Giant Slayer. A total of 18 professional talent advancements, including 5 warrior advancements, 3 warlord advancements and 3 wizard advancements. And the rest are divided up by wanderers, rangers and other professions in 2s and 3s. It is worth mentioning that Gordon found a heritage that is extremely suitable for Celia advancement at the bottom of the curved wall. Advanced Inheritance Thunder Fury. In my chest, the heart of thunder beats with godlike power. Advanced Requirements Warlock. Storm Attribute. Broken Air. Burning the Earth. Thunder and lightning infuse your body. And the violent attribute tries to awaken the source deep in your blood countless times. It is said that when awakened, the mist of electric light covers your body. Lightning overflows, and chaotic sparks are raised around you. At this point, thunderclouds gather in your heart, and you have the power of thunder that makes everyone tremble. In the first stage of entering the Wrath of Thunder, the thunder will baptize your body, giving you extraordinary characteristics. Whenever you move more than 20 meters away, you can choose to send powerful lightning to any 3 creatures within 10 meters. In the second stage of entering the Wrath of Thunder, the thunder will baptize your bones, causing you to feel sore and tired in your limbs. When your lightning attack causes damage to each creature with lightning resistance, you can ignore its lightning resistance. Even creatures that are immune to lightning will suffer half the damage under your lightning. A very strong warlock professional advancement. The highest level of the Wrath of Thunder can even be completely elementalized, turning into a legendary creature like the demigod elemental lord that Gordon had seen in the Fey Wilds. However, having said that, most of the collected here, or those specially left for lollies, are professional inheritances to serve the Imperial Legion. And Gordon has not seen powerful single-class professional inheritances, such as Sword Masters and Archmages here. At most, they are advanced inheritances for Wanderers, for infiltration or assassination. They are all very purposeful. But this is what Gordon needs. After all, whether it is the Dragonheart Warrior or the Vanguard Iron Guard, these advanced inheritance methods are not difficult, only requiring strength and skills. And the materials are mostly dragon blood or ore, which Gordon can easily get, if he can exchange for a brave and large-scale legion that only obeys his orders. It will be a huge profit. As for the selection of this legion, Gordon is not worried. After all, if this trip goes smoothly, then the main material plane, whether it is a barren ice field or a majestic mountain, or a city with intertwined people, is the breeding ground for his legion. All those who long for the Lord of Grace to save them will serve as the fuel for the legion, driving it to flourish. Thinking of this, Gordon was actually a little impatient to see how the 2 seeds he had planted in the Apal world were developing. The spread of faith was preceded by the Tuttons who were saved from the desert giants, and the Somps who were just sent away by him, and the Lollies who was suspected to be the eldest princess of the declining empire hundreds of years ago. Came later? Gordon didn't know, but less than a day had passed. Even if the seeds germinated quickly, it would not be effective the next day. Therefore, Gordon stopped his inner desire and began to explore this fortress seriously. Castell saw Gordon put away the advanced inheritance scroll left by the Empire for future generations, and didn't say anything. Of course, this is normal, because after all, his position was not on the side of the Somps. Or in other words, facing Gordon, his position was neutral. Before entering the Mage Tower, he was a slave in the arena. So how could he have any patriotic feelings? After entering the Mage Tower, the most important connection with the Empire was his teacher, Galmadon, who had a close relationship with the ruler of the Empire, and his wife Tang Jili, who was a member of the upper class of the Empire. The reason why he protected the city was more to follow the teacher's instructions, and it had little to do with the Empire. However, if it was not Gordon who was present, but someone from other countries, perhaps this 8th level mage would kindly take the thief to see their gods and let him return to the kingdom of God. It's so real. After 1 man and 1 dragon sorted and collected the scrolls, and then tested and found that there was nothing missing, Gordon no longer lingered in this hidden hall that exuded a musty smell. He left the library with Casardel and headed towards the 3rd floor of the Black Blood Castle. There were weapons and treasures that made adventurers covetous. Gordon guessed that the third-level stairs should be in the middle of the three-way intersection. The corridor where the colorful glass curtains could be seen was only about the distance of 2 carriages. The walls were painted with heroic hymns of that era, in the style of ukiyo-e. Gordon took a quick look and continued forward. There were several rooms along the way, and he went in one by one to search, with the help of a spellcaster with a strength of level 8 beside him. No magic item or strange item could escape his search, unless it was concealed and arranged by a legendary wizard. But the owner of these treasures would not think so deeply. After all, almost no one except the royal family knew that they could enter this underground city. Castell also knew the location because of the maintenance of the activation door. Otherwise, this kind of military town, the core of the empire, except for the royal family, few people knew the entrance and location. 2 recipes for dragon power potion, but they seemed to be defective. On the way to the 3rd floor, Gordon and Castell followed the previous management and broke into a small room full of bottles and jars, which was a laboratory. At this time, Castell was holding an ancient paper made of leather from some unknown creature, and said to the black cat standing on the instrument table. At this time, the black cat was smelling the smell of the black liquid in the mouth of the curved neck bottle. When he heard this, his cheeks, which were frowning because of the bad smell, relaxed slightly. Take it first. By the way, Castell, how is your alchemy? It jumped to the mouth of another potion bottle casually, ready to continue smelling and sniffing. After all, after so many years, the potion in the bottle has not evaporated completely, which shows that its magic elements are full. It's just SOSO. The level of a second-class pharmacist. I am not proficient in preparing potions. After all, I don't usually have to prepare them myself. Someone. Castell put away the paper with the recipe of the dragon potion, and searched for other papers related to the potion formula among countless waste manuscripts, book pages, and sundries, and answered casually. However, when Castell talked about the follow-up, he was still slightly stuck and was stunned, because he seemed to remember that one afternoon, he was also in the laboratory, talking lazily with someone. In an instant, memories came like a tide. I told you that you can't compare to me. Tang Jili. The clear and simple male voice sounded, accompanied by the delicate callback of the female voice. I don't believe it. Come again. Come on. Just don't cry and complain to the teacher. At that time, the tipsy afternoon sun shone through the tall glass windows on the cheeks of the boys and girls, and they were flushed. In the distance, a clear and blue river could be seen passing by the scorched earth. Everything was so unfinished, and everything was so nostalgic. While waiting for Castell to wake up from his memories, the dragon transformed into a black cat had walked to the door of the room in small steps, looking back at him indifferently. And in his heart, the message representing the dragon was flashing back and forth. Sorry. Castell apologized quickly, and Gordon also waved his paw to show that it didn't matter. After all, from the words just now, it also knew that the chat might have touched his sore spot and made it fall into memories again. However, in the following explanation by Castell, Gordon also understood why he was like this. After all, it was not the first time that he was immersed in memories and could not extricate himself. In Castell's concise description, Gordon understood that Castell's empathy ability was enhanced because he abandoned his human body and transformed into a longer-lived fey creature. Although his spellcasting affinity was higher than that of humans and his spell attainments were stronger, he would have many hidden and inconspicuous shortcomings, which would subtly change his character. For example, he was fascinated by reading novels in the library just now, and now he was immersed in memories, which were all affected by the emotions of the Fae. In Castell's narration, Gordon also unconsciously thought of another little guy who also changed his race. Now Nina is the blood of the ocean dragon. From a human with only a little dragon blood to a real dragon with pure blood. If there are sequelae, as Castell said, what will happen to her? However, when Gordon thought of Nina past, he couldn't help but laugh. Before Nina turned into a foreign dragon, she was more like a real dragon than it. Its conjecture was just asking for trouble and was boring. So, Gordon, who had figured it out, no longer hesitated in this place and told Castell directly that the room had been checked. The feedback given by the detection magic showed that Gordon had checked several locations and found that they were all discarded potions that could not be identified. No one knew what effect would be after drinking it, and there was a risk of explosion at any time. It was highly unstable. This was why Gordon only did a sniff at most. Then let's go up. When I came in just now, I saw the corridor going up at the corner. We should be on the 3rd floor if we go up, Castell replied. And Gordon saw it too, without any objection. After a while, Gordon and Castell stepped onto the corridor on the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was very simple and clear. In addition to a field-shaped corridor that surrounded the castle and had a segmentation attribute, there was only that room, each of which was nearly 500 square meters, but was filled with various supplies and dead coffins. Moreover, as Gordon got closer and closer to the top, it felt that it was getting closer and closer to the desired things it had noticed when it was on the 1st floor and ascending to the 2nd floor. The strong desire to devour became more and more obvious, but it was all within Gordon's control. Therefore, after Gordon checked the 3rd floor and found that in addition to the standard weapons, armor, replaceable parts, and supplies that could equip a group of about 500 people, he continued to take Castell to the next level of the castle. That was also the last floor of the Black Blood Castle. There gave Gordon endless desire in his heart. Chapter 351 Another Lollies. It is worth mentioning that the end of the spiral staircase on the 4th floor is not the same as the 3rd time. It is not a corridor filled with black hexagonal coffins, nor a hall with a 3-way intersection, but a thick iron door that even giants would despair of facing. It blocked the progress of Gordon and Castell, just like the loyal guards of the kingdom, holding halberds to stop any outsiders who dared to enter the territory. However, under Castell's secret door detection spell, after the 3rd round, the trigger mechanism to open the secret door was still found. The gap under the relief on the iron door is deep but narrow, and I don't know how to trigger it. After Castell walked to the trigger mechanism, he immediately called Gordon and began to explain. This trigger mechanism obviously needs a token to trigger. Judging from the shape, it is a sword. Judging from the runes, it should be the sword of the heroic spirit inherited by the Empire. It is the cross-shaped long sword carried by the Empress. It is said that it emits bright starlight when it is pulled out. Every point of starlight on the long sword is an elite who died for the Empire. There is only one in the whole country, or even the whole continent, Castell explained in detail, fearing that Gordon did not understand. When Gordon heard about the long sword of the heroic spirit, his eyes flashed, and he took action immediately. I am sure that I can't get the sword of the heroic spirit at the moment, so I can only use the most stupid method to analyze the magic runes on the iron door one by one. It will take us about. Just when Castell was about to explain to Gordon how difficult this secret door was, and how much time it would take. At some point, Gordon had turned into an upright black bear, holding the cross-shaped long sword as tall as himself in his 2 paws. In a human-like manner, he directly inserted the long sword obtained from Shani into the sword slot of the secret door mechanism. The sound of puffing came from the gap under the relief. Perhaps because it was rusty and very awkward, Gordon could not insert the long sword completely with a little force. Only the dull sound of encountering obstacles in the sword slot was heard. And this action of Gordon also surprised Castell, who did not know why. And he wanted to stop his reckless behavior. He was well versed in the characteristics of magic, and naturally knew that if an incompatible token was forcibly inserted into the mechanism, there would be only one consequence. The mechanism was locked, and the secret door was scrapped. It might even cause the collapse of the entire castle. After all, many of these secret doors were linked to self-destruct devices, and they would rather blow themselves up than leave them to the damned adventurers. Therefore, Castell's persuasion and stop sounded on this spiral staircase. No! No! It will be scrapped. Not every cross sword is a sword of the hero. This is so stupid. It will take even longer. But before Castell finished speaking, the sword seemed to be smeared with lubricant. As Gordon thrust in and out, the sword body was completely inserted into the sword groove, leaving only the hilt. For a moment, Castell didn't know what to say, and stopped abruptly. He swallowed back the words that had just reached his throat. It was useless to say more. He was really tired of not being able to stop Gordon's recklessness. But in the end, he still opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. He just waved his hand to Gordon, and then said, "Leave it to me," but maybe slowly. These 8 words. At this moment, he had already prepared for the worst. But just as Castell was preparing to face the loud bang brought by the scrapping of the secret door, he found that the atmosphere was frozen, and the sound of gears turning came from the stalemate. There was an indescribable weirdness. He subconsciously looked at Gordon, and then looked at the cross sword handle in the sword groove. He was not mistaken. It was still worn out and rusty. But as the gears turned, the heavy door began to reveal a gap with light, which made him have to admit in his heart that the secret door had been opened. At this time, Gordon's voice sounded faintly. Castell, this long sword is the sword of the heroic spirit. I didn't insert it wrong. What? Where did it come from? Did His Majesty give it to you? No. Gordon denied it categorically. He looked at Castell's surprised expression calmly. And gradually, Castell's expression, when looking at Gordon, began to change. It seemed that he was ready to listen. And Gordon also understood his expression. And after a long pause, he said directly, It's like this. Originally, I wanted to tell you later, because I couldn't figure out the current situation. But now I have no choice but to tell you directly. This long sword was obtained from Shunny. But Shunny got it from a girl named Lollies, whose appearance is different from, except for a slightly apologetic look in the middle. Gordon talked freely, and with a convincing tone. After 15 minutes, the confused Castell finally saw the moon and understood the current situation. On the continent today, there is actually a female emperor named Lollies, who came from hundreds of years ago, and is suspected of having traveled through the timeline? This news caught him off guard, and it took him a long time to digest it and accept Gordon's explanation. But what he didn't know was that Gordon still concealed a lot. For example, he deceived Lollies that it was a backup plan left by the Emperor of the Empire for her. And he didn't tell Castell about the covenant between it and her. After all, it was about the great cause of faith. And Gordon couldn't be careless. It was wary of anyone, even if he was in the same position as it. What Gordon didn't expect was that his explanation actually made Castell believe in the effect of the time dragon time travel. After all, if what Gordon said was true, then Lollies did summon herself from the timeline hundreds of years ago to this plane, and then let her save the Som people. In this way, that is to say, he could also follow the same method and summon Tang Jili back hundreds of years ago. This made Cassardal, who originally thought that there was only a 1% chance of success, suddenly feel that his success rate has increased by 10 percentage points, directly increased tenfold, and his confidence soared. After all, there is already a precedent of success, and it is not a matter of crossing the river by feeling the stones. So much so that the heavy iron door had just opened a gap for people to enter sideways, and Gordon could not squeeze in. But Cassardal had already entered the light door sideways, with a look of enthusiasm, as if he was going to fight for a better life in the future. Gordon could only sigh helplessly about this. He actually hit it by mistake, and he didn't know whether it was good or bad. However, this melancholy mood disappeared as Gordon followed Cassardal into the 4th floor, because, on the 4th floor, it saw Lollies wearing golden armor and holding the heroic sword. She sat on the throne at the highest point of the 4th floor hall, with an indifferent and majestic look. It was like a god who was high above, sitting on the clouds and overlooking all living beings. Chapter 352. Godhood. Castell was so shocked that he could not speak. However, in this area shrouded by the majesty of God, as long as he is still immortal, he must pay the highest respect to God. But Gordon's expression has changed drastically at this moment, from the dullness and disbelief at the first sight, to the suspicion later, and now the understanding. All happened in less than a minute. It's not that Gordon has good eyesight, but that he also has divinity. If he were immortal, sitting on the throne at first sight, the majesty and holiness of the gods would almost come to his face, and he would definitely be confused like Castell, or even fall into hallucination. But Gordon is not like that. Although he is not a god, he is a demigod creature. Although he was also shocked by Lollies at first sight. As time passed, Gordon, who also has divinity in his body, could clearly feel it. Lollies sitting on the throne at the highest point of the hall. He is empty and thoughtless, just like a real puppet, with only form but no heart. Your Majesty. Although Castell was not deceived, the divine temperament and majesty emanating from his body still made him involuntarily offer his mage etiquette to the red-haired female knight in golden armor on the throne. Lollies, indifferent. The golden-armored body did not move, did not respond, as if a banished immortal from heaven, not concerned with the mortal world. But Castell was talking to himself, as if there was an invisible force field that wrapped him up, allowing him to listen to the true words of the gods. Of course, Gordon knew very well that these were all illusions. Whether it was the words of the gods in Castell's ears, or the lollies in front of him. They were all illusions. Gordon returned to his original form. His upright black bare hair quickly faded, replaced by black scales like steel. His muscles swelled, and his body grew taller. Soon, a huge molten dragon covered with black scales, burning with blood and fire, appeared on the 4th floor of this magnificent palace-style castle. At this moment, it did not intend to conceal any of its own momentum. It stood upright at the bottom of the hall, looking at lollies sitting on the throne in front of it, with its vision parallel to her. Then, Gordon ignored Casardel, who was trapped in the hallucination, and strode forward. The hundreds of meters long Palace Avenue was a short distance for its speed, and it arrived in front of lollies. At this distance, as long as it wanted, it could stretch its head and open its mouth to swallow the temptation that had been craving it for a long time. But Gordon would not do this. The reason it did this was to test whether the lollies in front of it was really as it thought. It has lost its mind and consciousness, and is just an empty shell of a soul. An empty shell of a soul that carries the vast divinity. It turns out that this is true. Gordon couldn't help but show admiration on his face, although he didn't know how. Lollies did it. He gave up his divinity, even his throne and priesthood, to implement his plan. This step was enough to dissuade most gods from returning. You must know that in the Saints' catastrophe, those gods who were cast down to the mortal world by Io paid any means, and spared no cost in order to return to the kingdom of God. But lollies did the opposite, actively abandoned her priesthood, and gave up her divinity. If Gordon guessed correctly, the blood and flesh of the white pillar of the dome should also be part of Lolly's body. He gave up everything he could give up. What courage! What courage! No wonder Gordon showed admiration. After all, it was difficult for him to do it himself. Then the question came. An abandoned shell of divinity, in layman terms, is the godhood, and also the authority of God. If it were placed in the main material plane, it would probably attract a lot of people to covet it, let alone Asmodeus, the Lord of the 9 hells. In order to become a god, he did not hesitate to swallow the god of wizards Azus. Although I don't know what his purpose is. Now that Lollies has reappeared in the world, I think the plan should be successful. And this godhood is poison or shackles for Lollies now. Gordon doesn't know, and his mind is now full of how to deal with it. Swallow it? It's too dangerous. It would be fun if his soul couldn't stop it. And maybe one day, Lollies would be born from his body. Although this empty shell has lost consciousness and thinking, as long as there is a spark, there is a chance for it to revive. After all, the resurrection of the sun god Emanator is a precedent. And now the Saints outside still believe in Yohara, the noble and brave spring goddess. If one day, it is not impossible for her to be reborn again. Moreover, the most important thing is that swallowing it does not necessarily gain powerful authority and the power of a god. You know, a slightly weaker god. In the main material plane, his incarnation can't even beat a legendary adventurer. And there are many saints who have been killed by legendary adventurers. Of course, if the weak god is Bahamut or Tiamat, it is another matter. In short, gods are different from each other. The rewards that Gordon got from taking this godhood were not proportional to the risks. In Gordon's words, it was because it had a stable and smooth road to follow. So why should it pin its hopes on a road abandoned by others? And the owner of this road might come back one day and become a major hidden danger. Stable. Or give up. Just when Gordon, with his iron will, rejected the desire for divinity in his heart, and planned to wake up Cossatel, who was immersed in the illusion, and leave the hall. An accident happened suddenly, accompanied by its angry tail sweeping the red-haired and golden-armored figure between illusion and reality. After all, if you can't eat it, can't you fight it? With this attitude, Gordon swept over. But when the thick and huge tail touched the body of Lollies, it only felt that the tail hit a thick wall and stopped moving forward. This made Gordon, who was unwilling to give up for the sake of safety, even more determined, raised his tail and pulled hard again. Crash! The tactile feedback seemed to be broken, and it was broken into pieces. Not far away, Cossatel, who was in a hallucination and thought he was communicating with the gods, also woke up in time. He was looking at this real world blankly, and there was joy on the corner of his mouth for some reason. He sat down dejectedly. As an 8th level wizard, how could he not know that it was an illusion? He just didn't want to admit it in his heart, and wanted to live in the dream that he could use the gods to resurrect Tang Jili. And just when Cassatel was getting more and more depressed, Gordon's mouth corner silently cracked open. The giant teeth that were as sharp as blades could not help but emit a cold light in the dark environment. If Nina, who was familiar with Gordon, was here, she would know that this was the time when Gordon was in the best mood. He could let her touch the soft scales on the tip of his tail, and the pads on his claws. The reason why Gordon was so happy was because, in his eyes, the position that originally belonged to Lollies, there was a golden light ball that he had never seen before, like a small star, emitting its light and heat to the surroundings. Chapter 353 Oath Binding in Other Worlds. Undoubtedly, this should be a divine light group of higher rank than the seven-color light group, although Gordon was not very clear about the rank of the golden light group. According to convention and the aura that bloomed around the light group, which was completely different from the simplicity of the fifth-rank golden light group, this conclusion can be easily drawn. It was sacred and ethereal, and everything illuminated by its light seemed to be covered with a layer of spiritual veil that was visible but intangible. At the first sight, Gordon did not hesitate to take it into his heart. The help of the panel allowed it to absorb divinity without any side effects. This was something Gordon knew a long time ago. Whether it was in the fairy wilderness or in the sewers of Kalandu, there were precedents. Consciousness led this golden light group like a star, slowly merging into Gordon's steel scales, until the last trace of golden light disappeared. And after the detection data information on the panel popped up, Gordon breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had unloaded a heavy burden. The situation has been decided. The mysterious atmosphere that attracted Godin to swallow everything just now is no longer in the hall. Instead, there is a relief hall that can make people sink into art. This place is just like the underground palace group in the Roaring Desert. Simple lines and colors are used to outline the history of the former empire, from how the first generation of kings killed the ancient red dragon, and then bathed in dragon blood, to Gwyn's blood sacrifice to a city, turning into a red dragon as big as a mountain, and his breath so hot that it could ignite the sky drove all the demon army back to the bottomless abyss. The reliefs are displayed densely and orderly on the upper, lower, left and right walls of the hall in an almost simple way. Why did he disappear? Castell stood up from his dejection, looked at the huge molten dragon, and asked directly. To be honest, the molten dragon posture just now, as if it was going to sweep away everything, frightened him. After all, even if Lollies is just a phantom shell, it is not enough to have enough courage to attack the gods, but also to have a heart that despises everything. In this regard, Cossatel felt that he was not as good as this underage dragon. But on second thought, perhaps only such a character can inherit the profession of the teacher, the planeswalker. No wonder it will become. Just when Cossatel secretly sighed at Gordon's courage, its voice came. It's just a shell of divinity left in the world. Since she has chosen that path, it is irreversible now. It's better to let her rest early. Its voice was unquestionable and convincing, making people sincerely believe everything it said. However, Cossatel was not included. He was not the kind of person who could be convinced with just one sentence. But Gordon just needed a step to serve as an excuse to cover up the existence of his panel. It didn't matter whether he believed it or not. Anyway, it believed that Cossatel would not turn against him because of this. Moreover, after these events, I am afraid that without Gordon's words, he had roughly sorted out his thoughts. Like it, he also understood Lolly's choice. So Cossatel did not have much objection to Gordon's words, which sounded reasonable at first glance, but actually had no basis. However, he was more or less convinced by Gordon's words in his heart. After all, he saw with his own eyes how Gordon wiped out the divine creature Hellfire, and it was reasonable to destroy Lolly's divinity. As for swallowing or absorbing, it was no longer within his consideration, because anyone who knew about the gods could do it. He understood that the devouring and absorption of divinity must be the absorption of the lower by the superior, and it must be across classes. Otherwise, the risk is huge and the benefits are completely disproportionate. He witnessed Gordon's strength with his own eyes. At most, it was the 6th level. It took the help of another legendary dragon to wipe out the Hellfire, let alone absorb the divinity of this once goddess of spring and courage. Even if Gordon took the initiative to say it, he might regard it as a lie. After all, this way of absorption and swallowing does not conform to the laws of the multiverse. That's good. What are your plans next, Gordon? He began to ask Gordon about his next plan. After all, the Black Blood Castle had been explored. He should be prepared for the next step. After all, he had learned a trick or two of divination and could predict the good and bad luck in the future, and prepare auxiliary or combat spells for the future. Gordon hesitated for a moment, and did not reveal his plan in full. Instead, he showed some interest in the history of the Saints and Lollies, saying that if nothing went wrong, his next stop would be to visit the Mitsuki Spring, where the Saints gathered. After all, he also wanted to know how the seeds he had planted were doing. But that was a matter of a few months, before he had completely digested and controlled the Sand Soul core. Gordon did not want to leave the Roaring Dunes. Moreover, the most important thing at the moment was to transport these abundant supplies back to the main material plane to avoid more trouble. However, if that happened, its astral projection would enter a cooling period, which was not conducive to its subsequent faith layout here. So Gordon hesitated. On one side, there was a mountain of wealth in front of him, and on the other side, there was a belief that might be turbulent. Perhaps there was a better solution, but Gordon couldn't think of it for a while. But fortunately, he didn't forget that there was a qualified toolman, Cassertel, here, so he threw this problem to him. But he concealed his belief, and only said that he had to stay here for other reasons, and couldn't leave. Cassertel didn't bother about these. To be honest, even if Gordon gave him all his beliefs, it didn't matter. It was just that Gordon was too cautious. After all, Cassertel had completely boarded his ship for the resurrection of Tang Jili. Only he could lead him to find clues about Gomadon, and chase the traces of the Time Dragon. His help would not be affected by his belief or not. Soon, Cassertel thought of a solution. We can use the Oath of the Otherworld to summon an elemental creature, and let it help you deliver things to the main material plane. As long as you tell it the exact location, it will fulfill the oath with the help of the oath. As long as the reward is generous enough, it is not a problem to come twice. As a wizard who has reached the 8th level, enslaving alien creatures to help him work is simply his best. Is that so? I leave it to you. Gordon's eyes lit up after hearing this, but he seemed to have thought of something and said hurriedly, "What if the elemental creature has an accident during the transportation? Will the treasure?" Hearing Gordon's concerns, Cassertel nodded. "Yes. If the elemental creature dies, then the things you entrusted to transport are likely to be lost in the other world and cannot be found. It is indeed risky, but the probability is very small. But there is a solution. It just takes a long time, and the cost may be much higher." Cassertel looked at the molten dragon, as if waiting for its opinion. After all, dragons are well known for their love of money. Although the dragon in front of him is a planeswalker, they have not known each other for long, and Cassertel cannot guarantee that he fully understands Gordon's nature. If he acts without authorization, he will be blamed by the dragon for his good intentions, which will not be worth the loss. You mean to transport in batches? Multiple transports can reduce risks as much as possible. Even if accidents occur, it will not be a state of losing everything. Gordon understood Cassertel's intentions easily. Yes. As long as we use the Oath of the Otherworld many times and transport a certain amount of items each time, we can avoid the risk of annihilation you mentioned. After all, the probability of the elemental creatures bound by the Oath being in danger during transportation is not worth mentioning in the multiverse. It just costs a lot of materials and pays the creatures from the other world. Cassertel did not hide anything and told Gordon the pros and cons directly. Let's do it. There's no better solution anyway. Gordon's face didn't change after hearing this. He didn't care about the extra shipping fee and reward. After all, what he got was his. If he was really greedy and gambled on the probability, even if he won this time and the delivery was successful without any accidents. What about next time? What about the next time? There will always be a time when it will lose. When that happens, it can only swallow the bitter consequences and taste them. Gordon didn't want to try that kind of taste, so a little price was within its acceptable range. Then I'm relieved. Gordon, if there is nothing to do now, I will go back to the White Pillar. There is a ready-made summoning array for the other world there. It can be used after a little repair. When the time comes, you will organize the things and I will be responsible for the communication. Cassertel saw that Gordon was not angry about the extra expenditure, so he was relieved and looked very relaxed. Well, then let's go together. Gordon nodded and left the hall without any reluctance. After all, the resources had been collected. If it had not been to the underground ruins, it would be in the mood to observe the reliefs here. But it had already seen them. so there was no need to see them again. After Cossatel detection magic found that there was no magic light on the 4th floor, it gave up the plan to stay in this underground city. After all, the most precious professional advancement scroll here had been taken away by it, and the other potions and weapons were also taken away. As for the coffin of the undead creature, before getting confirmed information, Gordon felt that he should not rush into it. Disturb these elves sleeping in the coffins. It might be safer to let Lollies try it herself. Gordon's thoughts are like roots under the soil, constantly extending and expanding. It was several hours later, when he was bathed in the warm wind and sunbathed in the sun, that was enough to burn eggs. During this period, Gordon went back and forth underground and in the tower several times, and finally moved all the weapons in the Black Blood Castle to the White Pillar. Now, it is to completely seal this underground city that has been emptied by the dragon. No, there are still some coffins left. Gordon recited the closing spell taught by Cassardal, and the activation door moved again. The sand dune shook, and soon, what appeared in front of Gordon again was a thick wall of mithril. Done! Call it a day. Gordon used his hands and claws to push the surrounding sand onto the secret door. When the secret door disappeared into the yellow sand, and the entrance became a dot in the ordinary yellow sand, he shook his body to shake out the fine gravel hidden under the scales, then stepped on the compacted sand under his feet, shook his tail, and flew towards the towering tower behind the ruins of the city in the distance without looking back. His shadow gradually turned into a small dot, leaving only a pile of sand and dust that had not yet landed after the wind. With a squeak, accompanied by the opening and closing of the wooden door, a black cat rushed into the room. Without even turning his head, Cassardal's heart rang with a familiar emphasis. What's wrong? Cossatel. The tower array is seriously damaged. It may be difficult to restore it to its peak and summon elemental creatures to enjoy a 50% bonus. Cossatel frowned and replied. He originally thought that the failure of the tower's binding room was just due to disrepair and aging of the array, but he didn't expect that many key core objects in the array pattern were pulled out without a single one left, even those hidden under the bricks. If he wanted to restore it to its peak, he could only redraw the entire array, and according to the time, Gordon might not be able to wait. After all, even the former Gormadon spent a lot of effort on this binding room, not to mention that his attainments were far inferior to his teacher. I really don't know who is so abominable that he dug out all the core gems of the magic circle, even the mithril lines. Ah, Castell said, as if complaining or distressed. But Gordon's expression did not change. He had already taken advantage of Castell's inattention, and secretly hid the dimensional bag containing the harvest of the White Pillar in front of his chest armor. He decided not to let Castell find out that it was he who destroyed the magic circle for wealth. But it's not its fault. It can't predict the future, and know that it may need to use the magic circle of the binding room in the future. Therefore, it can only learn lessons now, and keep them in mind in the future. So, it echoed Cassardal's resentment, and cursed the guy who destroyed the magic circle with the most vicious spells, saying you are not a human being, and other words. And then watched Cassardal repair the magic circle of the binding room element with the fastest way. Finally, the golden light of the afterglow of the sun enveloped the entire black tower, covering it with a layer of light at dusk, which perfectly blended with the surrounding environment. The patterns of the summoning magic circle of the other world lit up one by one. The candles burning on the floor in the room swayed with the surge of magic power. The flickering light made the faces of the black cat and the human extremely mysterious. The hot red light burst out from the void, just like a flame instantly ignited a bonfire. An extremely huge invisible fire element appeared. Moreover, its appearance was accompanied by the rumbling echo of the voice of tyranny. You will pay the price for disturbing the slumber of the great Fire King. Human. Chapter 354 Communication. You will pay the price for disturbing the slumber of the great Flame King. Human. The invisible fire element quickly gathered and took shape, and his body turned into a huge torch. Its face was outlined by dark flames, dotted with some metastable smoke, ashes and carbon residue, so that people could clearly distinguish the position of its mouth and eyes. Its voice was a bit like the explosion of a big fire. Facing the powerful elemental creature summoned, Cassardal did not show much fear on his face, and the black cat incarnated by Gordon even lay lazily on the ground, unwilling to raise his head. Only the black furry tail was shaking unconsciously, proving that it was still paying attention to this matter. Damn bug. The coward will be devoured by the flames. Seeing that no one answered, This elemental creature from the fire element plane became more violent. And the fire was soaring that the flames even touched the metal roof that was 3 stories high. However, its roar came to an abrupt end as the ground texture changed again. There was a clang. Another magic array pattern on the ground ignited, and countless gorgeous ice appeared out of thin air, instantly forming a dense frost cage, which directly suppressed the activity of this powerful fire element creature, no matter how it rushed left and right. It was like an egg hitting a stone in front of the frost cage. And it was vulnerable. Its flames could not cross this barrier. As the name suggests, the alien oath binding is to summon a powerful creature from another world, and then lure it into a preset trap, imprison it, and release it until it agrees to serve you once in exchange for freedom. This is a very dangerous spell. If you are not careful, you will suffer the consequences. For example, alien creatures devour the masters who summon them. It is not uncommon in spell accidents in the main material plane. There are many outstanding wizards in the Wizard Academy. Pride and arrogance will become a regrettable lament on their epitaphs. However, in the binding room in the Wizard Tower, the risk is much lower. Both the will of the summoner and the strength of the summoned creatures here will be affected by the existence of the binding room. The former will increase, while the latter will be greatly reduced. Therefore, even if the giant fire element creature in front of him exudes a 6th level or even 7th level aura, Casardal is still confident that he can easily trap it. The reason for choosing fire elements is also the information obtained by the wizard after a lot of research. They are one of the most suitable objects for alien oath binding. After all, they are not like a few earth and water elements. They don't care about the location of the cage. They sleep in it for hundreds or thousands of years before suddenly remembering to fulfill the treaty and return to freedom. The brutality made them unable to bear to spend even a minute in the cage. For them, it was torture. In short, the cost-effectiveness of the fire element was quite high. When I get out, I will tear you apart, then burn every piece of your flesh and blood, every bone, to ashes. Bugs. Ho 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 ho. The roars rang out again through the frost cage. This giant fire element was like a bull that had taken aphrodisiacs, constantly hitting the cage that could not be broken. And the sound was also extremely loud. Obviously, the anger after being summoned had not yet passed. Cassatel was well aware of this, and ignored the noise of the fire element. Instead, he quietly painted on the ground, adding a few magic emblems such as cold, solid, and durable. After half an hour, the raging fire finally subsided and turned into ordinary flames, and the deep red eyes turned into a bright blue flame. Cassatel then walked forward and faced the giant fire element in the cage that was as high as 3 stories. He performed a very standard wizard etiquette, bowed slightly, and spoke with the most sincere words. Thank you for responding to my call, powerful king of 10,000 fires. Please forgive me for the self-protection measures I set up for my own safety. This magic circle is not set up to restrain you, but to protect me. After all, your powerful flames scare me. Without this layer of protection, I am afraid that I can't even keep a bit of flesh and blood. First, flatter as usual. After all, the main purpose of the alien oath is to use his charm to deceive an alien creature to serve him, rather than to detain an alien creature for research. Who? Even if you say so, it is still unforgivable. Bug. After calming down, the giant fire element's tone was not as violent as before, and it was more rational. Although he still did not give in words, it was obvious that there was some room for easing. You can get what you want, and freedom. If you refuse, you may have to stay here for a while. Caschard smiled slightly and said slowly, this is his usual way of dealing with these elemental creatures. A sweet date and a big stick. Basically, no elemental creature will refuse. After all, they are also intelligent creatures that seek benefits and avoid harm. Unless there is a deep hatred, they generally do not care about the magician's forced summoning and imprisonment. Unexpectedly, what Cassatel did not expect was that the giant fire element in front of him seemed particularly excited after hearing this. And he only heard it shouting angrily again. Don't think that those mortal things want to seduce the great Barbatos. Barbatos has seen through your despicable human methods. As he said, his blue eyes began to turn crimson again. Cassatel frowned slightly. It seems that the last wizard who summoned it made it suffer a great loss. Otherwise, it would not be so vigilant and refuse the transaction. Obviously, this first summoning failed. The tyrannical fire element that cannot communicate. Even if you say it to the sky. I am afraid it cannot communicate. Just when Cossatel was about to communicate with Gordon about how to deal with this giant fire element, he heard Gordon's words through the mental link. Let me try. Castell looked puzzled, but still made way for the black cat incarnated by Gordon to come forward. This cage can't hold me. Flame. Purify everything. The giant fire element in the frost cage had already started its second rage. But it stopped abruptly with a mellow voice with a higher tone than it. You idiot. You're almost running out of my patience. The giant fire element completely lost its few remaining sanity. Just when it was about to verbally fight back against the guy outside the cage who dared to insult him. It saw a huge black dragon covered with black scales through the transparent ice cones. And a large ball of flame exploded in the fire element's body. It swallowed the words back. Because the creature outside was actually the madman of the dragon race that they didn't bother with in the fire element plane. The molten dragon. The appearance of the molten dragon reminded it of the few times it had encountered a molten dragon in its life as a fire element. The results of each encounter left it with lingering fears. After all, unlike in other worlds, where one could be resurrected after death, in the plane of the fire element, death was real death. What do you mean? Melted dragon? The fire element's eyes turned blue in an instant, and his tone was softer than ever before. After all, in front of this creature, its madness was not worth mentioning. Chapter 355 Express Delivery. Collection. Be good. Be obedient. Under Gordon. Patient. Persuasion. The giant fire element's mood finally stabilized. This is not because Gordon's personality charm is amazing, but because the Gordon race is notorious in the fire element plane. Go crazy if you don't agree with anything. And every battle can involve a large area, causing the death of countless creatures near the volcano. After all, volcanic eruptions are not only about temperature, but also about meteorites and other damages, and messing up the habitats of other creatures. The ecosystem will be ravaged by these madmen, which is really unbearable. No wonder the giant fire element was so well behaved and gentle, as a good dog seeing its master when it saw the molten dragon. Cassardal on the side was stunned. After all, this was the first time he saw such a docile fire element. This can only be blamed on his lack of understanding of the status of the molten dragon in the fire element plane. If he understood, he would probably take it for granted like Gordon. Of course, Gordon was secretly happy. He just followed the dragon heritage and became a little colder. He didn't expect the effect to be so good, but it might also be related to his size. After all, with his current height and length, he was not inferior to the giant fire element, which was about 12 meters tall. After calming down, under Gordon's supervision, the negotiation between the giant fire element and Cassardal became easier. He didn't pay too much and got the giant fire element to agree to help Gordon transport the goods to the main material plane with a medium-level reward. Gordon also explained the address very clearly. It is located in a valley on the coast of the north. There is an artificially cultivated underground. Now, with the expansion of the furnace hall, the hall is now affected by the domain of its body. Before leaving, it was as hot as a crater, with no difference at all. It can be used as the coordinates of the giant fire element to go to the main material plane. After confirming that the fire element has remembered it and the coordinates have been determined, Gordon gave the 20th of the harvest he had divided to the giant fire element, along with its reward, which is about 20 kilograms of refined iron. Each fire element is a natural smelting master, so they like metals more than gems. As long as you have rare metals, it is not difficult to find a free fire element master to make equipment for you in the fire element plane. Of course, the premise is that you have enough strength to keep your equipment after making it. Facing the group of vicious fire elements, it will take about 3 days to transport, and we can start preparing for the next oath binding. Maybe we can summon more elemental creatures to help us. After all, the number of creatures bound in the other world cannot exceed 3 at most. When the giant fire element left the bondage room to perform its express delivery mission, Cossatel had already started the next plan, and realized the pressure brought by Gordon's identity. In the next summoning of the other world, he was more inclined to enslave the fire element to help. And Gordon did not forget to take advantage of this window period to start another round of sweeps. There are still many valuable things in the Mage Tower. After receiving Cassatel's conclusion that the energy pool was completely damaged and could not be repaired, Gordon made up his mind that if possible, he would move all the materials for building the Mage Tower back to the main material plane. It seemed to be a good choice. After all, whether it was white crystal used for lighting, or various minerals with super strong magic conduction properties, hard properties, and extremely high flexibility used as building materials and room materials, Gordon did not believe that these materials were worth less than millions of gold coins after being dismantled. However, this project was too huge and time-consuming, so Gordon could only look for valuable materials and carry out targeted demolition that would not affect the structure of the tower. So, an unknown demolition movement was launched vigorously under the call of Gordon Elone. On the other side, in the north, Loda Valley, or Cat Valley is also fine, since the new residents of Loda Valley were discovered by adventurers living in the Traveler's Home Tavern half a month ago. This new title has been placed on the head of the valley, and spread like a virus, and spread to other adventurers who have just arrived in the north. On every drunken night, there is a group of people in the lobby of the hotel telling stories about cat-like people that do not exist under the moonlight. Of course, sometimes someone will look at the goblin warrior stationed at the door of the hotel to prevent trouble, and secretly spit. After all, only such irregular roadside hotels will use such inferior monster servants as thugs. You should know that the famous Snow Monster Tavern in Winter City has thugs who are genuine ogres, all of whom have the warrior rank. Adventurers with slightly inferior strength dare not drink freely or speak loudly in that tavern, which is much better than these green skins. However, most people still drank in silence and looked at the howling snow outside the window with worry. They hoped that this winter would pass quickly. If the snowstorm that lasted for several months did not stop, then their cargo would be in vain. The precious spices, salt and liquor shipped from the south would all be wasted. They could not go to Winter City and other villages to exchange for enough furs, which are special products of the north. In the past few days, many caravans could not bear the long wait in the inn. After buying enough equipment from the innkeeper, they plunged into the snowstorm and never came back. Some people were also eager to move, but the howling of the winter wolves that sounded almost every night, and the footprints that appeared not far from the door the next day, dispelled their desire to go out. After all, those guys were in the tundra where the snowstorm had not stopped, and they were lacking food, so they would probably be even more fierce. Those who were not strong enough probably had only one choice, which was to be buried in the wolf's belly. Damn it! It's all the fault of another trade route. I don't know why. A few months ago, a large group of dragon beasts suddenly appeared, blocking the trade route. And here came the winter wolves and the snow. Alas, there has been no peace in the past few years, and business is getting worse and worse. Someone was complaining, looking particularly lonely in the swaying candlelight, which also caused a wave of echoes in the hotel lobby. Yeah, my hometown is gone. Those damn demons. Don't say it. I heard that there are a few more green dragons on the way back to the south. Now I don't know if I can go back. Those pirates are getting more and more vicious. Now they dare to intercept ships in coastal areas. They are simply risking their lives. Alas, who made everyone focus on the group of demons that suddenly appeared? Don't those vultures like to do these things that take advantage of the fire to rob? Did you remember it? Celia, the pseudo-dragon lying on the top of the hotel as a decoration, was passing on information from all over the world to Celia through the mind link. This is the information collection link that this hotel has done every day since it opened. In less than a month, Celia learned about the situation on the continent through this group of caravans and adventurers without leaving the house, and which kingdom has demons, and which city-state has evil sacrifices. It is even clearer. The gray-haired girl in a black and gold-edged robe was sitting in a single room on the second floor, writing furiously. After comparing and sorting out the information one by one, she raised her hands and stretched lazily like a cat. She looked at the extra gold coins in the account book and smiled with satisfaction. Business is getting better and better. Nina would be very happy now. With the increase of the permanent population of the hotel, the cash flow can be said to be continuously transferred to the underground furnace of Loda Valley, and then transformed into food and supplies needed by the hotel through the channel of the shapeshifter, and then transformed into money. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is making a fortune every day. After all, the hotel can provide accommodation for hundreds of people at the same time, and it is almost 70% full every day. However, this is not without risks. On the way, there were indeed several waves of evil adventurers who coveted wealth and wanted to attack the hotel. But with the help of the shapeshifter and the backup left by Gordon, the crisis was resolved. And then the dead and frozen bodies were hung 100 meters away from the hotel. Since then, the adventurers who came to the hotel later have become much more harmonious and friendly. Just as Celia was planning to sort out and summarize all the information collected by the hotel so far, the voice of the pseudo-dragon Liz sounded in her heart. Celia frowned slightly after hearing this, and soon left the hotel through the back door. She wore a thick windproof cloak and walked towards the towering mountain in the dark night. The footprints left behind slowly disappeared in the wind and snow as time went by, and the sounds and candlelight in the hotel became smaller and smaller. In the end, only the howling cold wind and the insignificant sound of other cats stepping on the snow were left. Chapter 356. Nina. 13 years old, you mean? The demon that emerged from the flames through this left a message and disappeared? Nina looked at the red-scaled dog-headed man in front of her with a burning gaze. Her tender voice, combined with the unique dragon power, exuded a unique majesty, which made all the dog-headed people present silent. Only the dog-headed man who was questioned by Nina dared to make a trembling sound similar to that of a puppy. As if he was afraid, he finally mustered up the courage, turned around and pointed at the dimensional bag in Celia's hand with the tip of his nose, and said stutteringly, "Nina, Lady Nina, the demon in the fire only threw this," and then left that sentence, and disappeared. Broken Claw and Yagu beside me can testify. At that time, we were all sleeping next to the furnace. Check. Other kobolds also saw it. We really didn't say lies. The kobold miner almost bit his tongue, and then he swallowed the word sleep back, and did not forget to secretly glance at Nina's expression. After seeing that she was not angry, he continued to speak boldly. Nina's eyes were stern, and her eyes immediately looked in the direction pointed by the kobold. The two kobolds named Broken Claw and Yagu also nodded hurriedly, clacking like garlic, and echoed the words of the kobold miner. Nina didn't worry too much. After all, she asked the kobolds just to confirm that she was not dreaming. "This is news about Mr. Gordon. You know, she has been waiting for Gordon's return for the past few months, but she never expected that she would finally find out through this channel. The demon in the flame? According to the description of the dog-headed man, it should be a fire element. Nina's rich knowledge of mages and dragon heritage can help her easily identify the details of what happened, and can trace the source. But it is easy to think wrongly. Has Mr. Gordon arrived at the fire elemental world? I heard that there are many molten dragons living there. Is it going back to find the dragon mother? If it finds it, will it fight? If it doesn't find it, will Mr. Gordon be very sad?" Nina's little brain immediately crashed, and she shook her head to get rid of these strange thoughts. And then she stopped thinking about it. At this time, Celia just nodded slightly at her, and Nina understood that she was telling her that the things inside were correct. She nodded silently, knowing that now was not the time to think wildly. So she turned her head and looked at the dog-headed men who looked at her evasively just now, and her childish voice emphasized a seriousness. "Since that's all, now, let's talk about your laziness. I remember it wasn't time for the night break just now. You've already hidden in the corner to slack off? Tell the truth." A series of reprimands made the hall suddenly so quiet that only the crackling of the bonfire could be heard. Next, accompanied by the whimpering of the kobolds one after another, there was no doubt about the punishment. The punishment for laziness includes physical and mental torture and increased working hours. The punishment includes, but is not limited to, letting the kobolds who are lazy eat the last batch when they eat, and sleeping in a position close to the cold corridor. Although simple, it is very useful. No matter which one it is, they will remember it deeply, and they will think twice before committing the same mistake next time. However, it is difficult to eradicate them from the root through punishment, as their nature is between neutral evil and lawful evil. After all, the previous punishment is only a temporary solution. Time passed quickly. After the punishment results were announced, Nina and Celia turned around as if they were going to leave this underground furnace that was not friendly to them. Unlike these kobolds, who have long adapted to this environment, before entering this hall, other creatures must cast a shield spell such as Endure Environment or Protect Elements. Otherwise, it is very likely that they will faint from the heat, suffer from heat stroke, and be cast with Burglary Curse before they reach the center or stay for a short time. The current underground temperature is no less than that of the crater of Rika Island. However, just when the kobolds looked at the departing back and breathed a sigh of relief, Thinking that Nina was about to leave, the petite girl in the light blue robe stopped, and the originally relaxed atmosphere in the hall suddenly became tense again. After all, when their master was away, it was Lady Nina who was responsible for supervising the progress of the underground furnace. Almost every dog-headed man had heard her scolding, and no one would ignore her words. Those fellows who were thrown into the snow and froze for a night were a lesson for us. By the way, you reported it in time today, and informed me of such an important matter almost immediately. You did a good job. Everyone is great. Especially you. Nina stopped and turned to look at the dog-headed man. Acute angle. Her slender white finger pointed at the dog-headed man, who had just stuttered to answer her question, and was just punished. He was still immersed in the fear of the upcoming punishment, and was a little confused when Nina pointed at him. However, when he felt the envious eyes of his fellow tribesmen around him, his confused look disappeared, and he jumped up like a carp, full of energy. Although he didn't know what to say for a while, he still knew to make a puppy-like grateful sound. The twists and turns almost made him cry out. When you get out of the underground furnace later, you go to your leader Shigeo and ask him to raise your honor to Dragon Wing. All treatment will be provided according to the rules of the Red Scale clan. The girl, who now has a beautiful long silver white hair, still said indifferently. But when Nina said the word Dragon Wing indifferently, the dog-headed man with a small brain capacity could no longer listen to what Nina said later, because no matter which word it was, its mind was filled with the heavenly sound of dragon wings from her mouth. This honor given to the followers was a set of incentive plans that Gordon modified according to the information given by the dragon, which before he left. In the plan, all the followers were divided into 5 honors from low to high, namely Dragon Claw, Dragon Wing, Dragon Fang, Dragon Soul and Dragon Speaker. The treatment and benefits enjoyed by each honor in Loda Valley were also different. At present, the most of Gordon followers were Dragon Claw level, that is, civilians. As long as they were loyal to Gordon and believed in him, they could obtain honors and be protected by Loda Valley. It is worth mentioning that after Gordon left, Celia and Nina also received several goblin tribes who fled here. It might be because they saw Grush when he was hunting with the Dragon Vein Cat. If Gordon had not forbidden them to collect human followers before he came back, I am afraid that in the past few days, they would have gained a lot of loyalty and faith from adventurers and caravans. By the way, if a civilian of the Dragon Claw wants to be promoted, whether it is to be closer to the residents of Gordon or to enjoy a good life and better treatment, they all need to increase their contribution points. Contribution points are usually composed of 3 aspects: daily labor, attendance tasks, and daily prayers. It takes about 5 years for an ordinary civilian to be promoted to the contribution points of Dragon Wing. If a battle like the one on Rika Island occurs in the middle, it will accelerate this process. For example, the points earned by being a guard in an inn are definitely less than those earned by participating in a hunting team that fights with winter wolves and hunts food for the valley. For the higher Dragon Fawn level, in addition to contribution points, they also need to make great contributions to the clan or the master, so that they have the opportunity to be nominated by the clan leader and approved by the Dragon Speaker Conference. At present, only a few elites below the tribal leaders can obtain this title, not to mention the Dragon Souls and Dragon Speakers above. All of them are the confidants of the Molten Dragon and are loyal to the Molten Dragon. The acquisition of a Dragon Wing honor is enough to save the dog-headed man 5 years of hard work and become a superior. Not only is the cave he lives in underground bigger and warmer, but the right to choose a spouse within the clan and the daily distribution of materials are also far higher than those of the Dragon Claw level. The dog-headed man couldn't restrain himself, whether he was screaming with joy or dumbfounded. It was all understandable. Nina didn't say anything when she saw the dog-headed man in a daze. She was used to it in the past few months. During this period of time, she could be said to have put the 5-year plan, 3-year simulation left by Gordon into practice. I have read it all over. Just a few thousand words is enough to memorize it thoroughly. The most important thing is that with the assistance of Celia, she has benefited a lot from several practical operations. She has successfully taken the first step. However, whether it is the control of the followers or how to reward and punish the subordinates, there are examples in the manual. So Nina can operate accordingly without worrying about going astray. And this set of rewards and punishments is also what Nina learned from it. Suppress first, then raise, so that people will be more convinced. If the operation is the opposite, it will only get resentment. because only in this way do you not have to worry about the counter effect. After all, the rewarded dog-headed man was lazy to get the honor of dragon wings. And rewarding only one person will easily form a sense of separation, which is conducive to her overall control of the clan. Celia remained silent until Nina completely dealt with the affairs of the dog-headed clan. The reward was completed, and the two walked into the corridor leading to the ground. She slowly spoke, half joking and half sighing. Nina, your talent for learning is really enviable. The means of ruling and governing just now. Even if the master is here, he has to admit that your means are indeed qualified. She can be said to have witnessed with her own eyes how the girl trained a group of evil dog-headed people step by step into obedient and loyal dogs. And they did not disobey her actions at all, including the dog-headed people who were implicated and punished just now, who did not even show a trace of resentment in their eyes, but rather worship like fanaticism. It is a world of difference from the immature appearance of just taking over the management of the clan a few months ago. Of course, this is more or less related to Nina's current race. After all, the significance of dragons to dog-headed people is self-evident. And Nina's important position in the heart of Gordon is something that almost every member of the tribe must know. However, she was able to quickly transform from a girl with a mental age of less than 15 years old to a manager who looked well-behaved and could take charge of her own affairs in a short period of time. Although it was related to the dragon heritage to a certain extent, being able to make this leap can also be regarded as a leap forward. Nina smiled at Celia's praise, tidied up the fine silver hair on her forehead, and said slowly, "How could it be? Sister Celia, don't you think I'm far behind?" "Ah, no. You did a great job. But, if Mr. Gordon stood here, there would be no need for these means. These dog-headed people would." Nina's words were self-evident, compared with eloquence to tame and manage dog-headed people or other followers. She preferred Gordon way. But, that kind of. Celia showed a helpless look. How could Gordon method be applied to her? After all, people are different from people. And dragons are also different from dragons. Even though Nina has gained some magician memory bonus, her spellcaster level is slightly higher than that of ordinary young dragons. But for Gordon, who has grown from a dragon egg to the size of a young dragon in less than 3 years, it is not worth mentioning. It can even be said that there is no difference from other young dragons. If there is a difference, it is probably that the ordinary young dragon is 10,000 steps away from its location, while the young dragon incarnated by Nina is 9,900 steps away. The gap like a chasm is so real. I know everything. So I am working hard to learn so that Mr. Gordon doesn't have to worry about this in the future. Seeing that Celia had misunderstood, Nina quickly straightened her face, somewhat amusing and crying. After all, she did not say that she wanted to surpass Gordon. She just felt that everything she had gained was so insignificant in front of Mr. Gordon. All she could do now was to do the things that were entrusted to her more seriously and meticulously. Just like what Grandma Orlon once said. Nina, you have to learn to be a valuable person. When you have value, others will discard you, and they will weigh the gains and losses. If you have no strengths, you can only become a disgusting garbage. You can play with it when you want to play with it, and you can throw it away when you don't want to play with it. At that time, you have no other way except to accept your fate. And you can't control your own destiny at all. This kind of person is the saddest. When she was 8 years old, Nina felt this way. And now she is 13 years old. She still thinks this way. She will never become like this. The things she had experienced in the black streets made Nina now determined enough to do everything she wanted to do. At this time, Celia also realized that she had misunderstood and apologized. Nina, I'm sorry. It's okay. Sister Celia, Nina said indifferently. At the same time, she found that they had walked to the place where she lived. The hot spring lake. That's right. Now the underground furnace makes the groundwater passing through the two mountains more active. With Nina's slight modification, a hot spring lake appeared on the mountainside. And this became her frequent play and living place. Seeing the steam rising from the hot spring lake, Nina immediately looked at Celia with expectant eyes and said, "By the way, take it out quickly. I didn't look carefully. It's what Mr. Gordon sent back." Celia also showed a rare heartbeat. "I really don't know where it went to get this thing." Celia took out the dimension bag and saw it in the blink of an eye. A huge golem that looked as if it was made of a whole piece of pure gold appeared in the white steaming mist, standing by the hot spring lake like a guardian. The bright projection of the starlight outside the valley made the golem look particularly mysterious. Chapter 357 Changes in 3 places. This is a fine gold golem. Even though Nina has never seen the iron golem that Gordon sees from the shapeshifter, she can easily recognize it as a kind of construct from its appearance and characteristics. However, the complexity and rarity of the inscriptions and seals on this golem are not comparable to that of the iron golem. It's a pity that it's already damaged. This is the conclusion that Nina and Celia came to after a thorough inspection. At least in their eyes, this golem cannot be repaired. After all, the main compartment that has lost its power source core and the chaotic magic spells inside prove that the value of this fine gold golem makes the owner unable to gain more than a body of expensive materials, unless there is a master craftsman with superb skills and proficiency in constructs. It is possible to restore this golem that embodies the highest wisdom of the wizard. In addition to the golem, Gordon also stuffed some other magic items in the dimensional bag, most of which were collected from the exhibition hall on the 16th floor of the White Pillar, as well as some crystal balls used for detection, and some potions obtained in the Black Blood Castle. These are different from the adamantium golems, which can be used directly, and Gordon also thoughtfully wrote the common language on a piece of craft paper, and told Nina how to use them correctly to prevent the situation where there are treasures, but cannot be used. Magic items include magical cards that can summon various illusions, sing intoxicating voices, and release strong human charm every day, conch shells, and magic swords that can summon fire or ice. These magical artifacts are much higher in value and rarity than those sold in alchemy shops or human gathering places. At that time, Gordon was very surprised at the level of these artifacts. But when you think about these artifacts coming from the hands of legendary planeswalkers, it is normal that they are rare. After all, they are not as picky as dragons, and ordinary artifacts probably won't enter the exhibition hall and be collected by him. Nina and Celia saw the note left by Gordon, so they looked at the pile of artifacts that were randomly placed like miscellaneous items with curiosity. Since Gordon didn't explain the source, but just said that he got it by risking his life, the two of them were fiddling with it while secretly guessing in their hearts. For example, was it kept by a kind-hearted lady dragon again? Or did they find a lost treasure house of ruins? Otherwise, it would be very difficult to collect so many magical artifacts from an ordinary trading city. Not to mention that there are more to come. You know, the giant fire element left a message to the dog-headed people before leaving. These goods are only the first batch, and there will be many more batches in the next few days, so they should be prepared to welcome them. The quality of the first batch of goods, even the cheapest magic item, is equivalent to the income of the inn for several months after opening. The impact on the two is no less than when Gordon first returned from the Fey Wilds and let them see the state of the harvest that he kept for them. Whether it was the bright gold and silver piled up like a small mountain, or the gems reflecting dazzling colors under the firelight, or the items full of magical power, they all left a fresh memory in their minds. However, soon, all these memories were filled with the things in front of me. It can only be said that it delivered too much. Soon, the hot spring lake was filled with the tenderness and warmth that belonged to the two girls, and the environment was accompanied by magical ripples flashing from the mist from time to time, which seemed particularly mysterious and wonderful. On the other hand, Gordon Cross-Border Express Plan 2.0 was also proceeding in an orderly manner. The fire element that would be conquered by the momentum of the molten dragon became the well-deserved protagonist of this cross-border delivery. The only regret is that during the delivery process, the coming and going of the fire element consumed Gordon's few dimensional bags, or storage space. But this problem was quickly solved. The courier, the contracts fulfilled by the fire elements were mostly to deliver the items safely, and then the contract would be directly terminated, and the reward and freedom would be completed simultaneously. After the improvement by Gordon and Cossatel, the content of the contract was slightly improved, and the reward was slightly increased. But the payment method was changed to pay half first, and the remaining balance would be paid after returning to the Apol world. And the additional clause was to bring back the dimensional bag containing the items. In this way, it can be reused. Otherwise, it is still a troublesome thing to buy another dimensional bag in this world. At least Gordon has no travel plan at present. It plans to send the harvest in hand back to the base camp of Loda Valley through the slow cross-border transportation of the fire elements. It can safely and boldly explore the truth of history in this world. To be honest, the appearance of the mysterious godhead makes it feel a little confused now. But the data information that appears in the panel and jumps slightly tells it that these are not false. It did obtain the godhood that a god gave up, although the way it obtained it is a little hard to describe. It is not without precedent in the history of the main material plane. The appearance of the three gods of death is firmly engraved in the dragon heritage. So Gordon is not surprised that his dragon life is full of coincidences. It can only be said that luck. Everything is luck. But this luck is too good. To be honest, it feels that it is a bit too much. Not to mention the many tricks to escape in the main material plane. The divinity obtained in the fairy wilderness. And the purple dragon treasure house can be barely attributed to its own courage and carefulness. But in the Apal world, whether it is the Wizard Tower or the ruins of the underground city, Gordon almost didn't spend any effort to deliver them all to him. It was like being favored by the goddess of luck. It reached the point almost without any obstacles and troubles and got everything. This extreme luck and coincidence made it feel uneasy and hesitant when it recalled it after the war. There is no free lunch in the world. It is impossible for it to be superior just because it is a time traveler. It didn't believe that it was lucky enough to be transferred to a fortune-telling wizard. After all, if it was really lucky, then it would not be here now. So is there a conspiracy behind it? This speculation made Gordon look suspiciously at the thick metal walls around him, trying to find the means of surveillance. But unfortunately, it found nothing. Even though Casardal used the spell-knowing legends to help it confirm that there was no one spying around, it still couldn't make it feel at ease. The final result was still not as good as the dragon wanted. But the thorn in the heart was finally buried. Time soon came when Gordon transported the last batch of harvest to the main material plane. Gordon handed the last dimensional bag in his arms to the elemental elf, who stretched out his hands from a clear spring in the depression on the ground. After receiving a confirmed reply, the water element from the water element plane disappeared immediately, leaving only ripples above the clear spring. After handing over this one, it also meant that all the 20 copies in Gordon's arms had been sent out, which probably took Gordon and Casardal nearly 2 months in total. In these 2 months, Gordon encountered many accidents, in addition to summoning powerful legendary elemental creatures, which scared Gordon and Casardal to destroy the summoning array in a hurry to prevent rollover. There were also dangerous behaviors such as the loss of similar goods, and the collapse of the contract caused by the death of elemental creatures. The death of the elemental creatures calmed Gordon and Cassatel down from the smooth sailing. Some creatures were eyeing the fire elements that were tirelessly transporting treasures to the main material plane. But fortunately, the contract clearly stipulated that the fire elements could not reveal the coordinates of both parties to others through any means. So Gordon and Cassatel did not need to worry about the danger of being found. In order to prevent accidents from happening again, the elemental creatures summoned by the alien oath for the second half of the goods were not fire elements, but were transported through elemental creatures in the water element plane. After that, the express delivery returned to a smooth sailing situation. As if the oath bondage collapsed twice in a row that day like a dream. The two failed transportations together lost about 1/10 of the wealth. And Gordon did not want to cause any more trouble. It was already very satisfied that it could deliver 90% of the goods safely. And it did not want to go to the fire element plane for the time being. During these 2 months, apart from the time when Cassatel was restoring the spell oath binding, the rest of the time was spent by the man and the dragon in learning and discussing. Gordon enjoyed the throbbing of the shadow of the sand soul that controlled the entire roaring dunes, while Cassatel was using his spells to explore the world hundreds of years later. As a result, even if the man and the dragon stayed in this tower that was more than 1,000 meters high, they could always share the view given by the desert giant eagle soaring in the sky. At any time, from a bird's eye view, they could see everything around this magnificent dune, including the pearl in the desert, the largest oasis nearby, Mitsuki Spring. And this day happened to be the 10th day after the coronation ceremony of the new king of Mitsuki Spring. According to custom, all the people had to send blessings to the new king. Although she was a woman, almost no one of the Som people living in Mitsuki Spring questioned or opposed it on the surface. And they always talked about the empress, who led the candidate team out of the desperate roaring dunes. Everyone showed admiration and worship to a certain extent. Lollies is already a symbol of the name of a hero. Of course, the most important thing is the rumor that has not stopped yet, and is still being sung among everyone. That is, Mizuki Izumi. Since her return, the nightmare that lingers in everyone's heart has stopped. The roaring dunes are at rest. The sand soul core that sees life is no longer moving. Just like the sand rabbit that you can never find during the day. No matter how you wait or dig, you can't find it. So, some people say that she is a messenger of God sent by Uhura to pity the believers in the world. Otherwise, how can we explain why the black sandstorm that devoured people did not appear in the roaring sand dunes in 2 months? And why the Sand Soul army that patrolled around and devoured life disappeared in every cycle? Unprecedented vitality and greenery bloomed on this land. With the help of the Druids, Mitsuki Spring, which originally only reduced the area of Greenland, also took steps to expand outward again, committed to restoring the original oasis area within a few decades. It was as if the dark clouds that originally covered everyone's head seemed to have been pierced by someone, and the golden sunlight once again filled the entire barren sand plain and this extremely peaceful green home. And the appearance of Lolly's was considered by most people to be that light. The light of the beautiful moon. Lolly's Augustus. You like looking towards the west recently? Your Majesty. Lolly's was surrounded by a group of maids in white gauze. They were smiling and their hands were moving non-stop. They were arranging the clothes, headdresses and hairstyles for the object of their most admiration. They were about to ascend the moon tower in the square to receive the blessings of the people. Dressing up and arranging clothes are one of the necessary etiquette. Lolly's did not have any impatience on her face, but her head slightly tilted towards the window on the west side, allowing them to fiddle with her body at will. After all, this was not the first time, not to mention the past. Just recently, Lolly's had experienced it once when she ascended the throne. Through the bronze mirror opposite, you can see that the former red-haired female knight has taken off the armor that she never took off, and replaced it with a gorgeous silk white gold-edged long skirt. The skirt is very long and needs someone to hold it. Just by looking at her, everyone in the room could feel the king bearing. Lelisi had worn this before at the palace dinner, which was very impressive. The crown made of pure gold and inlaid with various gems represented the dignity and authority of the king. It was lying quietly on the table at this moment, and the golden scepter taken over from the previous king was also placed aside. At present, all the brilliance was attracted by the temperament she exuded. The cold and unsmiling face was full of grace and dignity, like a natural king, which was intimidating. The words just now were said by one of the maids, who was also the closest personal guard to Lelisi. In theory, she didn't need it, but the etiquette was like this, so she could only follow the local customs. Nothing, she replied calmly. She naturally couldn't say that she was curious about what the so-called dragon god was doing now. Was it really the dragon god that stopped the Sand Soul army? She was no longer a newcomer. 2 months was enough for her to fully understand Mitsuki Spring. She naturally understood what she should say and what she should not reveal. This maid was sent by the parliament, so she couldn't make trouble. After all, only when she entered the power hub did she clearly realize that not everything was as simple as imagined. As for the investigation, the other things were fine. But all the clues about the historical investigation results pointed to the most important temple in Mitsuki Spring. The resistance was huge, which made her investigation of history come to an end. Even though she was the king of Mitsuki Spring, she couldn't break in without permission. Today was the only chance this year. After accepting the blessings of her people, she would enter the temple, burn incense and baptize for 3 days, and accept Uhura, give the king blessing. At that time, she will truly understand why the Som people have become like this. The darkness behind the scenes made her shudder when she recalled it. The most important thing is that the sword of the heroic spirit is not in her hand at present. Her strength is not enough to overthrow the regime, and she can only take one step at a time. And her next goal now is to investigate the truth of history, using her influence among the people now. Building another statue may help her solve the mystery of history. Moreover, this can also be regarded as repaying its life-saving grace. It's time, Your Majesty, the maid urged, and Lolly's woke up from her fantasy, looking at the completely different self in the bronze mirror. She nodded slightly. Then let's go! She stood up. Chapter 358 Bent back figure. The afternoon sun gilded the trees and white mud bricks of Mitsuki Spring with a layer of gold foil. The numerous figures under the green shade and the increasingly loud voices were like boiling soup, spreading around along the air. When it reached the ears of Lolly's, who had just walked up to the top of the moon tower step by step with the help of the maid, it was already a mixture of noises, as if the whole city was baptized in this way. This ceremony did not require her to speak. The only thing she had to do was to smile. and then look at the Som people as representatives under the square and pay her high respects. Soon, with the appearance of lollies, the noise of Mitsuki Spring quickly subsided within a minute, until everyone could hear the sound of insects in the afternoon and the cry of eagles flying overhead. Now, I declare, accompanied by the waiter's stereotyped opening remarks, the ceremony officially kicked off. Now please come. Listening to the waiter's call, Lollies looked at the surrounding high scenery boredly. Here, she could overlook the entire Mitsuki Spring. Every building and every tree were clearly revealed in her golden pupils. The cool wind brushed her ears, brought up some messy hair, and made her thoughts fly. At a certain moment, Lolly seemed to have returned to the afternoon when she lived in the manor in her childhood. Her father, the king, left. At that time, she didn't want to play with her younger brothers and sisters. She also stood at the highest point of the manor overlooking their family territory. But at that time, she would fall asleep in the cool mountain breeze in a short while, and she would not wake up until the sunset and the birds returned to their nests. When Lollies woke up from her fantasy, her body had been involuntarily supported down by the maid, and the ceremony of accepting the blessing of the Som people had ended. The ceremony in the future does not need to be so complicated. Just like the previous god King Tassimon, if the coronation ceremony is a nominal coronation, then this blessing really gives her the authority to participate in political affairs. That is to say, this is the real handover of the throne. Although Tassimon is not present at the moment, it also means that Lollies has passed the test of the Som people. The throne is hers, and no one can change it. What she needs to do now is to enter the temple of Yuhara and accept the blessing of the priest of the god like every king. This is a necessary process, and the last one. Lollies gladly agreed to go, because there, she could trace back to the truth of history. She now didn't understand why the Soms had forgotten their original intentions, honor, and the empire. She was very angry in her heart, but she didn't show it on the surface, because she knew that it had nothing to do with the Soms who shared the blood of the red dragon, but the people behind the scenes who wantonly tampered with history, which made them lose the spirit of the Soms. They were like dusty jewels, no longer reflecting brilliant brilliance. However, all this cannot stop me from leading the Soms to rebuild the glory of the empire. Let the dusty history pass. No matter how many years pass, the sword is still sharp and unstoppable. Lollies held her neck high like a swan, and with the help of her maid, she walked down the moon tower and walked towards the magnificent temple that has never been opened except by the priests since the disappearance of Yuhara. The silver dome reflected the dazzling light under the scorching sun. But if you look down, you can see the shadow of the giant eagle passing by the dome reflecting the blue sky and floating clouds from time to time. Master Rhinelock. Master. Rhinelock walked in his courtyard. The slaves who were cleaning or walking nearby knelt down and showed their goodwill to the future heir of the Rhine family. If Gordon was here, he would find that most of these slaves looked similar to the Tooting people he saved, except that they all had the brand of the Rhine family painted on their foreheads, and the women had a layer of gold-plated iron rings around their necks to distinguish their identities. Rhinelock looked unhurried and leisurely. The slaves' cries were just background music like the insects in the afternoon. But from his expression, Rhinelock was obviously in a good mood. Originally, he thought that his grandfather would be very sad for not winning the crown of the king selection ceremony this time. But he didn't expect that he was very understanding, and his expression didn't show the frustration of losing the throne. This was the best news for him. After all, what he was most worried about was that his grandfather, who had been thinking about the throne for so long, would act radically after seeing the cooked duck fly away. However, from the daily observations over the past 2 months, it is clear that everything is normal with the grandfather. He rarely goes out. However, in the evening, Rhinerock can often see his grandfather stroking horses and sheep in the ranch, with a leisurely and wealthy demeanor, and the expression on his face is completely as if he has untied the knot in his heart. So much so that he has the courage to observe the blessing ceremony of Lollies today. He did not dare to go before the enthronement, fearing that he would anger his grandfather. As for what they heard from the ghost in the tower that day, someone has already reported it to the elders of Mitsuki Spring through the family channel. After all, even if every candidate has admiration and loyalty to Lollies, they, who are carrying the family blood, will choose to report and appeal without question when faced with any doubts that may subvert the regime. Even Rhinelock himself was no exception. But when he came back, his grandfather was not there, and he heard that other candidates had been reported. So he did not say it again. As for the follow-up, Reinlach did not pay much attention, and was not clear. But judging from the blessing ceremony held as scheduled today, the story told by the ghost was either ignored and passed over as nonsense, or the investigation was completed and the truth was revealed to Lollies. Of course, the reason is most likely the latter. The elders in the council are naturally not the kind of dull and stubborn people. Although there are conservatives, they are not the kind of corrupt and stubborn people who will not listen to any opinions. Anyway, from the final decision of the elders to let Lollies become the new king of the Som people, it proves that the object of their loyalty has been completely determined at this moment. Ah! I don't want to think about it. Anyway, I just need to wait for the interview in 3 days. Then I will apply to Lollies. No, His Majesty. For what position? Reinlach shook his head in annoyance, and didn't want to think about it anymore. But he couldn't help but start thinking about the interview in 3 days. After all, it was related to his future path. City Defense Officer. Inquisition? Or, if he wanted to inherit the Rhine family parliamentary seat, then these two positions would be the easiest to exercise his governing ability, and also prepare and pave the way for him to enter the parliament in the future. But if he was simply loyal to Lollies, as a psychic, he should choose another path. The 5 Armies of the Sand or the Dark Raven Society. These are 2 forces that are specifically responsible for foreign military operations and protecting the rights and interests of the Som people abroad. After thinking for a long time, Reinlach did not make a decision. On the one hand, he wanted to be loyal to the new king and train himself, and go to the 5 Armies of the Sand or the Dark Raven to perform his duties. But the responsibility of the family was on him. If he chose to go out, would it be too selfish? He was a little afraid to see the loss in his grandfather's expression. After all, he grew up under his grandfather's guidance. Unconsciously, Reinlach crossed his own yard, passed through the back door of the courtyard, stepped up more than 30 steps, and walked to the gate of his grandfather's yard. He looked at the 2 poplars planted in front of the yard with nostalgia. One tall and one short. They were planted by him and his grandfather when he was a child. At that time, he would draw a part of the daily water quota every day for watering. Although poplars are drought resistant, he was afraid that poplars would die and wither like humans if they did not drink water for a day. However, since he grew up or awakened his psychic power, he rarely came to this yard. On weekdays, he either recovered his psychic energy in the meditation room, or trained himself in the training ground for more than 10 years under his grandfather's earnest expectations, breaking through himself, and practicing various uses of psychic power under his hands-on teaching. He didn't even have time to go back to his own courtyard at that time. Most of the time when he was sleepy or tired, he rested in the meditation room. It was not until he became a master that he felt better. But soon, he was disturbed by endless external missions because he had to practice his actual combat ability. Is Grandpa here now? Reinlach politely asked the guard on duty at the door. The 2 guards standing under the thatched pavilion looked at each other and replied respectfully. Master. The master is resting inside. Do you want us to go in and report? No need. Reinlach showed a rare smile and waved his hand. Seeing Reinlach's smile, the guard stood back in the thatched pavilion and did not disturb the family happiness of the grandparents and grandchildren. After all, everyone in the Rhine family knows that if the master Reinhardt is cold and ruthless, an iceberg that never melts, then Reinlach's only grandson is the scorching sun in the desert, which can make him put down all the dignity of the master. He turned into an old man from a commoner's family and grew up with Reinlach, although he played the role of a strict father most of the time. After the training, the image of a loving mother was enough to surprise many onlookers. This is enough to prove how favored Reinlach is. As for the guard stopping him to go in and report, it is obviously impossible. Or it can be said that any guard with normal IQ would not do such a thing. Even the slaves who cleaned the bathroom knew that there was no place in the Rhine family that Reinlach could not go. Even if there was, Reinhardt would easily forgive him and not scold him at all. If they stopped him and the head of the Reinhardt family knew about it, it would be a real disaster. In this way, Reinlach was not stopped by anyone and easily passed through the heavy guards and came to the house where his grandfather lived. This is a 3-story white mansion. On the terraces on the 3rd and 2nd floors, you can see the green plants growing along the windowsills to the walls. The colored glass windows that he loved most when he was a child are also covered with green plants similar to creepers. The whole mansion is like a house growing in a forest. Grandfather should not be asleep at this time. Reinlach, with the intention of teasing the old man with psychic power, approached the house lightly and wrapped his body with psychic power to prevent being detected by Reinharmon's psychic power. After all, more than 2 months have passed, especially after today's blessing ceremony. The old man who has always been thinking about the throne should let it go. Isn't it good to have a son and a grandson together? And maybe their family may have a chance. Thinking of this, Reinharmon's mind couldn't help but emerge with the graceful figure standing in front of him. You know, even if the king of Mitsuki Spring is a woman, she can get married. Maybe he has a chance. And this chance is not small. This may be a good choice to comfort his grandfather. And maybe he can get his full support. After all, although he had vowed since childhood that he must become the man of the Mitsuki Spring, his vow was not frustrated now. And he could also become the man of the Mitsuki Spring. Thinking of this, it is better to act than to be moved. Reinrock was already a little impatient to see his grandfather and tell him what he wanted. His calm life seemed to have changed again at this moment. But there should still be some fun. Reinrock used his psychic power to control his body and sneaked into the mansion quietly. The hall was quiet. Reinrock, who used psychic power to enter the invisible state, was a little strange. After all, in the past, there was definitely a maid who wiped the oil paintings of the Rein family ancestors. The grandfather could not tolerate the portraits being stained with dust for more than 1 day. But today is the most suitable time to clean the portrait, and the water evaporates the fastest. Why is there no one? Has the habit changed? Just when Reinrock was struggling with the fact that there was no one in the hall of the mansion. And for a moment, he didn't know whether the maid neglected her duty or the grandfather rules were more flexible. There was a slight movement on the second floor. Slight but steady. Reinrock's face was happy. It was his grandfather, and it seemed that he had woken up from his nap. It was just right to use it to experiment with the 5th level psychic spells for his promotion to a psychic warlock, giving him a surprise. These days, since he took the magical fruit given by his grandfather before the last king selection ceremony, his psychic ability has made great progress in the past few months. As if there is no threshold. Finally, a few days ago, he reached the 5th level warlock, which is rare among the family 21-year-olds. But when he walked to the 2nd floor without making any noise, the bedroom door had been opened, and there was no one inside. Reinrock searched around, and finally only the closed study door was not opened. He used the peeping eye to see what was going on inside, and then planned to use magic to tease his grandfather. His psychic power had been slightly leaked at this moment. After all, he still couldn't bear to let his old grandfather be frightened, so it was also a good choice to let him know in advance. However, the eyes made of psychic power that could peek inside through the wall gave Reinrock feedback. And the study was also empty. But the movement he heard was clearly someone on the 2nd floor. Did he go to the 3rd floor? Reinrock controlled the peeping eye to look up, and found that his grandfather Reinharmon was not there. Where did he go down? Was it hallucination? Or? Reinrock's eyes turned to the door in front of him again. If he remembered correctly, his grandfather had told him that there was a secret room in the study. He had been in there more than once, and ordinary psychic eyes could not see inside at all. So, curious Reinrock pushed the door open directly, and then pressed the button under the study table according to his memory. The tiny gears turned again, and the 3-meter-high bookshelf slowly moved, covering the French window, revealing a 1-person-high downward corridor, and the candle in the corridor had been lit. Reinrock gave up the wrapped psychic energy to let his grandfather know that it was him, so he didn't have to worry. But this time, Reinrock didn't feel another psychic energy touching him. But it was empty, as if there was no one in the secret room. But Reinrock, whose curiosity had been aroused, naturally had no reason to give up. He just thought that his grandfather didn't hear it, or had already sensed him and didn't stop him. So, he followed the deep corridor all the way down. Due to his body skills, Reinrock couldn't even hear his own footsteps. Before entering the passage, he could still hear some birds and insects outside the window. But now that he was hiding dozens of meters underground, everything around him was quiet. Using the road in his memory and bypassing several magic traps, he soon came to the only room in the secret room. With the lights in the secret room, he saw a hunched figure against the wall. It was his grandfather. Reinrock stopped moving forward because as he approached, strange sounds came from inside. Is this a chewing sound? Reinrock couldn't help but look curious and stuck his head out to see what his grandfather was doing. But this look made him angry. He saw that his most respected grandfather now had red eyes. sitting on the cushion. He was eating the flesh and blood of an unknown dead animal while engaging in indescribable movements with an animal that looked like a wolf, but was not a wolf. The hunchback came right here. This? Reinrock's mind went blank. His eyes just happened to meet the red eyes attracted by the fluctuations of the spiritual energy. Chapter 359 Truth and Name Grandfather. What is he doing? Reinrock's brain crashed instantly. After all, how could the majestic figure in his mind since childhood overlap with the beast-like old man in front of him? His face full of grooves, teeth, and hands were stained with blood from unknown creatures. It was more appropriate to describe him as a madman. He had seen Reinhardtman use psychic power to slaughter the entire sand bandit tribe. And he didn't see a drop of blood on his boots, cloak, and robe edge, let alone his hands, feet, and teeth. In the eyes of the caster, eating raw meat is something that only rude barbarians would do. Grandfather. Reinhardt took a half-step back, smelling the unique heather and bloody smell in the air. His invisibility was also lifted. In front of those red eyes, he felt that there was no secret in his body. Roar. The old man who looked like Reinhardt ignored Reinlock's murmur, but put down the flesh and blood in his hand, and stopped the lower body from moving continuously, so that the creature that looked like a wolf, but was not a wolf, took a deep breath. He was naked in front of Reinlock, and his length and shortness were clearly visible, and he approached step by step. The violent and raging spiritual energy on his body made Reinlock face a despair deeper than death, because the appearance of this breath confirmed the identity of the old man in front of him. He was not a disguise or a fake, but the real Reinhardtman. Grandfather. How could he become like this? He was still. After returning, the fragments of his daily interactions with his grandfather flashed through Reinlock's mind like a revolving lantern. But there was no sign, as if he had suddenly become a different person. What on earth made him become like this? An unknown anger made Reinlock cheer up again. He wanted to vent, to turn his grandfather into the real murderer, to tear him into pieces with his psychic power, to stuff his flesh and blood into his bones, and to wail for 3 days and 3 nights before he could stop. Now he didn't care whether he had the ability or not. Perhaps the moment he confirmed Reinhardt's identity, Reinlock fell into madness. So, Reinlock broke into the secret room and went straight to him without waiting for Reinhardt to find him. However, this also made him see the strange shrine that was sunken into the wall facing the place where his grandfather worshipped. From the appearance of the shrine, this is a standard jackal sculpture. These creatures are not uncommon in the desert. They usually follow the sand bandits. Reinlock has killed many of them. However, compared with the hunched body of other jackals, this sculptured jackal is taller and stronger than other jackals. And the fur on its body is also particularly dense. Its face is like a hunched predator with a strange smile. It is also wearing a piece of armor made of a shield and a breastplate, which is tied to the body with heavy iron chains and decorated with skin and flesh peeled from the defeated. It has one claw sticking out, and the other claw holding a strange 3-headed flail. As a family heir and a spellcaster, it is necessary to read a lot of books. But he is still not very clear about the sculpture of this strange and unknown monster. He is too young. The message of the abyss is far from reaching his ears. Only those scholars and mages who are proficient in the plane will make a special trip to understand the dangers of the outer domain, so as to understand these creatures that are rampant in the abyss and corrupted by the will of the abyss, and are always hungry for flesh and soul. What kind of creature is this? Why did my grandfather enshrine such a jackal here? Did he become like this because of it? With this doubt, Reinlock's accumulated psychic spells slowed down for a moment, so that when he faced his grandfather, who was close to a certain distance and instantly changed from a slow-moving predator, he was a little sluggish. Then, he was thrown to the ground, and he felt something hit his forehead heavily, as if a big hole was knocked out. The colorful world instantly turned bloody, and warm liquid flowed down from the corner of his eyebrows. He subconsciously wanted to lick it, but found that he could no longer control his body. And then his eyes went black, and he fainted. The last thought in his mind was, Rusty. His blood tasted like rust. Pain. Severe pain. When Reinlock woke up drowsily, he felt as if his head had been hit by a heavy punch, and the tingling pain made him feel like countless ants were running around in his mind, gnawing at his brain and nerves. He suddenly realized that he was knocked unconscious by his grandfather's head, but the force was so strong that it was hard to believe that he was a 7th-level slave master who had advanced from psychic warlock, but a strong warrior. However, His physique was not good. Reinlach subconsciously wanted to raise his hand to touch his wound. But his hands were tied, and he couldn't move. And the same was true for his feet. Even his body and thighs were restricted. He wanted to use psychic power to remove it. But now, he had a severe headache, and couldn't release any psychic spells at all. The psychic couldn't even relieve his injuries. So he was like a piece of meat on a chopping board. Unable to even resist. He quickly opened his swollen eyebrows, and struggled to open his left eye. The scene in his field of vision was the same as when he came here, all of which were very familiar building walls. He was not transferred, and was still in the room just now. Fortunately, his head could turn, and he could barely see the furnishings in this small secret room with the help of the swaying candlelight. There were no furniture, no bookshelves, and the old blood stains on the walls were random. Which was completely different from the last time Reinrock came here. Obviously, his grandfather had completely turned this place into a sacrificial site. That's right. A sacrificial site. Although the trapped Reinrock was a little stupid and couldn't guess who the sculpture was, it was obvious that his grandfather did this to please him. So there must be no other objects in this place to prevent the objects from angering the unknown god. Locke turned left and right, but couldn't see the source of the jackal sculpture holding 3 flails. He was still in this room, and the sculpture could not be moved away. So it was obvious that the sculpture must be facing his head now. And the scarlet eyes, like a beast, were probably about to choose someone to devour. Click. Click. Just as Reinlach was trying to get down from the stone platform that trapped him. But before he was exhausted, he heard rustling footsteps in his ears, which slowed his movements. Someone is coming. The footsteps were far away, but the problem was in front of him. Is this person coming to save his grandfather? Or the Reinhammond who had already fallen into madness? On the eve of the visitor entering the secret room, Reinlach admitted that he was very nervous. So nervous that he seemed to be able to hear the sound of his heartbeat. And his heartbeat became more and more intense as the footsteps of the visitor became clearer and clearer. Boom, boom, boom. Amid the throbbing heartbeat, Reinlach saw the figure entering the secret room. When he saw that figure wearing a classical white robe and a white hat, with a face as delicate as before, and a carefully maintained beard, Reinlach almost couldn't help cheering. But seeing the cold light golden pupils on the cold face, and the wrinkled face that represented age, Reinlach swallowed back the cry for help that was about to come out. Grandfather. Still calling me grandfather? Locke. Reinhammond's dull voice was like the friction between metal and stone, which made Reinlach's head ache. Yes, father. Reinlach barely controlled his voice from being squeezed and deformed by his raised head, and tried to speak to him in a steady voice. He was naturally aware of his life experience. He knew it on the second day of his psychic awakening, but he chose to forget it most of the time afterwards. Buried it in the deepest part of his memory, and would only correct it when Reinhardt needed it. Hearing Reinlach's words, the old man with completely white hair walked to his side silently, and looked at him with slightly turbid light golden pupils, as if looking at his past self, and even touched Reinlach's cheek in a daze, which was a move that Reinhardt had never done before. Grandfather. Father! What are you doing? I am Reinlach. Wake up! Reinlach was touched by the big hands that were not affected by age. When the cold fingertips brushed across his cheek, he immediately became excited and shouted to stop the old man's behavior. Don't worry, Locke. I remember that what I told you the most since you were a child was to be patient. But you never remember it. Alas. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to give you the forbidden fruit of psychic energy on the eve of the competition. The old man's sigh did not comfort Reinlach, but made him more excited. Father! What's wrong with you? Father! Don't let evil blind your mind. I will find a way to save you. Reinlach still did not give up the hope of saving the old man. What happened today was like a dream. If someone told him, this morning, that his grandfather would tie him to the altar, and say a lot of nonsense, then Reinlach would definitely use psychic shock to blow up his fragile skull to see if there was a brain inside. Evil. Save me. Who? Save me. My child. You said you were going to save me? Ha ha ha. Reinhammond's tone turned cold at this moment, which made people shudder. Reinrock was no exception. Although he stood on the sidelines and watched the show as usual, he was the protagonist this time. The laughter after he finished speaking made the hairs on his back stand up and his spine chill. He seemed to have touched something vaguely. Father, he stammered in his defense, but seemed to have thought of something, and said quickly with a happy expression, I can ask Her Majesty Lollies to help you. I believe she will be very happy to gain the friendship of our Rhine family after helping you. For a man who is determined to become the king of Mitsuki Spring, he would do this even if Reinhardt was not there. If you have any difficulties, you can ask Her Majesty Lollies. But before Reinlock could say the last two words, the angry roar of the lion exploded in his ears. I don't want to die. Can you let her help me? My child. Can she help me instead? Speak. Looking at the dumbfounded Reinlock, Reinhardt's last sentence seemed to have emptied the last bit of hope in his heart. Looking at his father gradually dim and disappointed look, Reinlock thought of something and said despite the headache, Father, there is a chance. There is a chance. We just need to leave the desert and go to the south or the north. The priests in the city-state temple can save you. After all, not every god abandons his believers. Even if there is no response, the magic can still be used normally. He seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and hurriedly gave Reinhardt advice. But in return, he only got his father's sneer. Do you think I don't know? I bought the Holy Light Healing Scroll from outside at a high price. I have used it, whether it was from the priest of the Lord of Dawn or the priest of the Mother Earth. But my death did not stop for a moment. It did not stop for a moment. Reinhardt's cries seemed extremely lonely at the moment, and even made Reinrock forget that he was in a cage. He couldn't help but reach out to hold the familiar hands of the old man to comfort him. In fact, it's not just me. As long as the guy is fighting against those shadows that are rampant in the desert and devour vitality, no one is not troubled by this injury. This is the curse of this desert on us. Even dragons have to face their own gradually drying out vitality, let alone humans. Originally, I wanted to wait for you to win the throne, so that I could learn from you that the Mitsuki Spring could stand in the desert for hundreds of years without being extinguished, and where the mother spring in the core of the oasis is. But I failed. All failed. After that woman came out, my efforts over the past 10 years were all in vain. In vain, the old man seemed to be murmured, and the words that seemed to be narrating seemed to be defending himself. But it did not prevent Reinrock from extracting important information from it. He struggled hurriedly. Father! I can help you. Help you investigate the location of the Mother Spring. It's useless. Only the recognized king can enter the door to the Mother Spring. What's the point of knowing it? Are you going there to die? Waste. Seeing Reinrock's attitude, Reinhardt's face rarely showed a trace of disgust. Perhaps because he hated his incompetence, or because the ritual made his brain circuits begin to approach the jackal. The weak should be hated. But lollies will help. Reinrock looked at his father, who was gradually getting out of line, and wanted to argue. But his words were so pale and powerless that they were easily shattered by the words of the old man. You told me that the water of the Mother Spring can heal my injuries. But what about other people who are also cursed? And what about Mitsuki Izumi, who is affected by the loss of the Mother Spring water? What should I do? Do you think she will help you? Don't dream. Idiot! He cursed and looked at this guy who was called his grandson, but was actually his own son, and grabbed his scalp full of white hair in annoyance. Why is this guy getting stupider and stupider? How could he be chosen to be the heir of the family? Okay. Shut up. All you need to do now is to be quiet. Be quiet, and you can help me. Locke. Do you know? Reinrock looked at his father's fierce expression, nodded with difficulty, and stopped struggling with his hands and feet, and then quietly watched his father bring in a lot of things from outside again. There were living creatures and dead ones, most of which were corpses of cattle and sheep, and the living ones were dogs. I don't know how he brought them in. Thinking of the scene he saw just now, he felt a little hot. He wanted to say something, but because of his father's warning just now, he shut up and quietly watched the old man continue to dress up this secret room with great interest, until he knelt in front of the shrine and recited his true name. For the first time, Reinrock knew the name of the sculpture in front of him. The bloodthirsty beast. The demon lord of the 422nd floor. Yenigu, the god of jackals. Chapter 360 Restoration of the Nation. 3 days passed in a flash, and the Mitsuki Spring was calm on the surface. Except for the newly blessed Mitsuki Light Lollies, there was nothing worth mentioning. Most of the attention of the crowd was attracted by the temple that had been sealed for a long time, and now opened again. No one would notice the movements of the heir of the Rhine family, who rarely went out. Moreover, with the guarantee of the head of the family, Reinhardt, even the maid closest to Reinrock would regard this as another test for the heir. Maybe it was a special training arranged by the old patriarch for the young master? Just like usual. It was normal for such thoughts to come to the minds of those who knew the whereabouts of Rhinelock. No one knew whether he was safe. After all, he was in the Mitsuki Spring. What was the danger? What's more, this information was sent by his grandfather, who loved him the most, which made people feel more relieved. After all, there were cases that were longer than this before. Of course, these family messages are only circulated in a few small circles. Now in the vast oasis, everyone is busy. Who has the mood to listen to these family secrets? After witnessing the new king coronation, most of the Som people who received blessings began to leave Mayukwin one after another. After all, tens of thousands of people cannot rely on the oasis for development. Most of them will travel between several oases and city-states to earn enough resources to live in this desert. Their professions are also varied. Some rely on business travel and trade, or they are strong enough to escort and escort. And some are like adventurers from the outside world, exploring the ancient monuments buried in the yellow sand. If it weren't for the king's selection ceremony, most of them would probably be doing similar activities, and would not return to Mitsuki Spring. Now that everything is over, it's time to leave. However, before they could go far, the pack-horse team had just driven out of Mitsuki Spring, and a piece of explosive news was like a bomb, radiating from the temple area to the surroundings. Everyone who heard the news was shocked and surprised, because on the third day after their new king, Her Majesty Lollies, came to the temple. When the dusty giant door opened again in the 8 arches in front of the temple, the people outside only saw Lollies, who had fainted, supported by the temple priest. Her Majesty fainted? What happened? Lolly's appearance caused an uproar, and the news quickly spread to the city. She was still dressed the same as when she entered that day. The gorgeous white gauze skirt looked particularly slim on her body, and her long red hair made her skin look even whiter, although her eyes were closed and her face was pale at this time. It was just like this that made her look more fragile. Everyone present felt that she was more like a princess than a king. What happened to His Majesty? Someone asked. We don't know either. When we went in, she had fainted. The priest of the temple also looked very unhappy. After all, she looked fine this morning. But the promise to let His Majesty go to the closed library of the temple would not change. When the third day came, when they were about to notify the new king to go out, they found Lollies lying on the ground. There were no signs of fighting around except for the scattered books. So not only they had doubts, the priests of the temple were also full of doubts and grievances. But the person fainted in their library, so they could not be blameless. However, the most urgent thing was to let those spellcasters, who were proficient in healing spells, take a look. As the news spread, the great druid Hamed, who was repairing the desertification at the edge of the Maywest Spring, came to the temple at the call of the crowd and saw Lollies, who had fallen asleep. Hamed's healing skills were as well known as his greening, and even many employers in the city-states offered high prices to hire him to help rescue. However, even though his arrival made the surrounding greenery more lush, he still failed to wake up the sleeping Lollies. And Hamed's words also attracted a second wave of public opinion, because he said that Lollies, the new king, was not injured at all. And if she was not injured, treatment would be nonsense. This reply was obviously unsatisfactory. After all, it was indeed Lollies who was lying unconscious. Many Som people who came to watch and inquired raised doubts, and asked if there was a mastermind behind the scenes who was planning to assassinate their new king. These days, Lollies' actions have long been passed down as a hero. Her influence is even higher than that of the previous king, Tassimon. After all, the case of one person suppressing the other 19 candidates is unprecedented, if not unprecedented. Therefore, the birth of conspiracy theories is also inevitable. But not long after the Archdruid finished speaking, other spellcasters with healing spells also said the same thing. She was not sick, and the holy light that was invincible to wounds did not respond at all at this moment. The soul did not show any serious damage under detection, but became more substantial. In this way, the outside world calmed down a lot, and more people's attention returned to the reason why Lollies was sleeping. After all, there was no coma without reason. But this answer was destined to be unanswered. The temple itself was not very clear. The only clue was the book scattered around Lollies at that time. But it could not be sorted out for a while, so it could only be put aside temporarily. Fortunately, Lollies is in good physical condition now. There is no abnormality in her heartbeat. She just fell asleep and her vital signs are still stable. So everyone's hanging hearts are barely relieved. This sudden incident that affected the entire oasis ended when Lollies was taken back to the palace by the maid who rushed over. The next day, or late at night that day, before dawn, the news that the Empress had woken up came from the palace, and the nobles, who were always paying attention to this matter, were relieved. Of course, it is not clear whether they are happy that the big stone has finally fallen, or disappointed. They only know that in the morning of the next day, which is the 4th day of the blessing ceremony, the news that came out of the palace again was that the leaders of various forces in Mitsuki Izumi and the noble clan leaders were notified to go to the palace for a meeting, and the elders were among them. Just like the last time Tassimon called on everyone to rescue Lilise and her group trapped in the desert. But this time was a little different. Everyone was stunned when they entered the meeting room, because the new king, the Empress, had already sat in the farthest chair, leaning on the sword, looking at them leisurely. The emotions emanating from the golden pupils made them unable to even look at them twice. They could only hurriedly salute, lowered their heads, and sat on their high-backed chairs, and then quietly waited for everyone to arrive. When the face of the elder of the Sphinx clan appeared in the last oil painting frame on the wall of the meeting hall, the beautiful voice of the girl, which had been brewing for a long time, sounded in everyone's ears, just as beautiful as the flock of birds in the oasis. But her meaning was surprising, and she subconsciously wanted to dissuade them. I plan to go to the Roaring Dunes now, and I plan to temporarily hand over the affairs of Mitsuki Spring to the Elders' Council. Now I will inform you of the following. Okay, I have finished speaking. Lollies watched the expressions of the crowd change from confusion to astonishment, and her expression did not change, and she finished speaking like this. The ceremony hall was silent for a while, and everyone looked at each other. But there were still people who were willing to be the first bird to break the tranquility of the meeting hall. This is an old man who has been in the oasis for 60 years. He has been committed to mediating disputes and making judgments. In layman terms, he is a judge, because of his good birth. He is one of the core of the old nobles. So he is also considered to have a high status in the meeting hall. The old man from the Amalan family asked in confusion, "Your Majesty, why did you decide to abandon Mitsuki Izumi and embark on the journey to the Roaring Dunes less than half a month after you ascended the throne? Or is there another hidden reason?" He didn't say it so firmly, but wanted Lollies to tell the reason. But in return, Lollies' tone became even colder. "No comment. But I'm doing this for this country." Lollies glanced at the old man, as if she wanted to see the old man's face clearly, and then said nonchalantly, "But, Your Majesty, Mitsuki Izumi needs." "No, Your Majesty. How can you? Mitsuki Izumi cannot be without a master for a day. He has just taken office, and there is a lot to be done. Your Majesty." With the old man preparation, others also expressed their opinions one after another. The majority of people opposition far outweighed the voices of the minority, who agreed and understood. But Lollies has seen such scenes many times, and her mind flashed through the past. It was the same. It was the same. The revolving memories made Lollies feel a nameless anger in her heart. She stood up and looked indifferently at the parliamentarians, nobles, and representatives of various industries, who were quarreling and distorted below. Then, those who quarreled and were red in the face, even crying, or showing dissatisfaction and displeasure, and felt that the king should not be like this. All heard Lollies' unique cold voice at the same time. This is a notice. This voice was like frost, freezing everything in the conference room, including those who were arguing heatedly just now. The voices suddenly stopped. Everyone's eyes turned to the head seat again. The young queen with long red hair. She stood upright, and in an instant, she seemed like a god, suffocating the people who were talking loudly just now. The main reason was that the cold eyes really reminded everyone of Yuhara on the stone wall. I don't want to say it for the third time. Lollies looked around at everyone, and after seeing that there was no more questioning voice, she sat down peacefully, and then continued to speak vigorously. After I leave, the affairs will be handed over to the Elders' Council for the time being, and the rest can be done step by step. If nothing unexpected happens, I will be back in a week. When I come back, I will tell you everything. If I don't come back, then choose another king. Rhylock or Shrew Eyes. They are both good. Well, Tony-san is also okay. Lelisi tried hard to recall the outstanding candidates who were worth mentioning, as if she was telling them about her last affairs. This made everyone completely speechless, because from the serious tone of the girl, it could be heard that this was not a joke, but she was really entrusting her last affairs But why? Almost everyone had an incredible look on their faces. But the girl's previous scolding made them dare not refute again. Because they knew that even if they refuted, it would be meaningless. Some people even gave up the idea of inviting Tassimon, the former king, out, and no one could stop her. And why Lalisi became like this was what they really wanted to know. However, the girl did not reveal a single thing in the subsequent meeting. And it was obvious that she was going to tell them everything after she came back. So, when the sun just dyed the earth golden, Lalisi declined Mitsuki Izumi's request for companionship and escort, and set off alone on the journey to the roaring dunes with a chroma that had just been selected from the animal pen. She didn't bring much dry food and water, and she had obviously made plans. As the oasis behind her gradually disappeared, Lolly's face returned from indifference to the initial determination, with a hint of complexity, because she could never have imagined that in the books collected in the temple, she actually saw a letter left by another self. Although the letter had been destroyed by her long ago, every word was so unforgettable. The reason why she fainted was that she had received too much information, which made it difficult for her to accept it for a while. In the letter, Lolly's learned a lot of things that she couldn't understand, such as why she was in this era, why she traveled hundreds of years later, and why the Sans forgot their history. Yuhara was just a god who protected the Sans. The story was completely different, as if it was a gap. It turned out that it was all his plan. A grand ambition to let the flag of the empire light up again in various city-states. The third restoration of the country. In the letter, the self, who used the pseudonym Yuhara, emphasized the hatred of the world towards the Sans. And why the historical gap appeared was after the collapse of the Second Empire of the Sans, when the enemy surrounded him and clamored to kill all the Sans and cut off their bloodline. And these killing demons should not exist in the world. He stood up and negotiated with the gods behind those powerful enemies. In the end, in order to save the Sans, he could only destroy all historical documents and erase the memories of the only remaining people to save this nation. But he has been looking for an opportunity to revive the empire. Finally, during this catastrophe, he found an opportunity. I will definitely do it for you. Don't worry. Lollies. Another me. Or rather, the same me. I will inherit everything you left me and revive the empire again. She sat on Chroma, stroking the delicate scales on the horse's back, lowering her head and muttering to herself. The sun seemed to have no temperature, and neither horses nor people were affected by the hot yellow sand. On the other side, in the tower, Gordon sensed someone approaching nearby through the shadow of the sand soul, looking at the view shared by the giant eagle, its eyebrows slightly raised. What is she doing here? Chapter 361. Meeting Lalisi's appearance caught Gordon off guard. After all, she had attended the blessing ceremony and became the king of Mitsuki Spring a few days ago. But just a few days later, she suddenly walked alone in the sand sea and headed in its direction. What was she doing? Was she expelled? Or did she discover something? Questions emerged in Gordon's mind one after another, like veins on branches and leaves. After all, she owed him a favor, and it was impossible for Gordon to be completely indifferent. Moreover, he couldn't bear to see the seeds he had sown die before they sprouted. So, he decided to take the initiative to see what Lalisi was planning to do in the roaring dunes. He moved his body, which was now grown up, and turned into an ordinary black cat, and walked out of the black tower that seemed to be able to touch the dome of the blue sky. Then, not long after it came out, a group of sand souls that could cover the blue sky descended in front of it. A hole was revealed for only one cat to enter, and after waiting for Gordon to enter, the entrance quickly disappeared, and the Sand Soul army that had just roared disappeared in the sky above the sand dunes of ruins and towers. In these days, it has completely controlled the group of Sand Soul shadows cruising in the yellow sand, and all the Sand Soul army is also in its control. It is not difficult to summon an army to serve it and take its place. Of course, its purpose is not this. After considering the possibility that the Sand Soul army cannot be brought back to the main material plane, Gordon has already made full use of it. After all, the spirit that can be born under the yellow sand, in addition to being driven by him, has another most important characteristic. That is, its death can be detected by the system. Then, for Gordon, who has the system panel, it is like an inexhaustible treasure trove of free talents. Like a buffet, creatures from level 1 to level 6 are displayed in front of it. As long as it wants, it can swallow and digest them all in one gulp, turn them into fragments, and then use them for advancement. It can be said that there is no worry, because whether it is the lowest level of Sand Soul Shadow or the top, the leader of the Sand Soul Legion, the Sand Soul King, they are the same in front of Gordon with the talent of Controller, Sand Soul Shadow. Its orders, they cannot disobey or resist. Life and death are only between its thoughts. Gordon had expected this ending. However, at first glance, the harvest is huge. But as long as you think carefully and count, you will know. The so-called freedom of talent fragments is far from reaching the standard. The main thing is that the Sand Soul Core is full of talents at first glance. But most of them are composed of first and second level Sand Soul Shadows and Guards. Its backbone is the third and fourth level Sand Soul Commanders and Sand Soul Nobles. The high-level ones are even rarer. Except for the 3 to 8 Sand Soul Dukes in a legion. There is only one Sand Soul King in most cases. So the so-called Controller, Shadow of Sand Soul, can only allow Gordon to achieve the freedom of low-level talent fragments. And as his level increases, to be honest, it doesn't have much effect. However, despite this, Gordon still used his free time in the desert to collect the fragments of first level and second level talents to the maximum value. That's right. The panel has a limit. First level, 999, second level, 999. This is the maximum amount that can be accumulated in the panel. After further testing and decomposition, this number will not jump to 1000. And Gordon also collected a lot of third level and fourth level talents. The backbone of the Sand Soul Legion, which is still very impressive. At least it is enough to supply Gordon with a dragon transformation. After all, the area of the Roaring Dunes is as large as hundreds of Rika Islands. Over the past hundreds of years, the Sand Souls that have transformed in it are at the third and fourth levels. Except for those killed by humans outside and those devouring each other. There are hundreds of them in a legion. And Gordon has 26 such legions. But Gordon did not make any presumptuous moves at the first time, such as maxing out all the talents. First, because there was an outsider beside him. Cassardle could stay with it all the time. It killed and destroyed the Sand Souls wantonly. And then advanced. As long as normal people noticed and thought about it, they would probably think of the connection between the two. But this is not important. The most important thing is that there is no external enemy at present. And it doesn't matter if his advancement is delayed by one step. After all, if possible, he still plans to bring the advancement back to the main material plane. It is worth mentioning that the level of the Planeswalker in Gordon's occupation column has actually risen by one level. I don't know if it is due to the worldview of borrowing the Giant Eagle's vision to explore this world. After the upgrade, the Planeswalker profession gave Gordon 2 talents that are quite useful in plane travel, plane anchor, and plane footprints. The former can make Gordon remember the coordinates of the world he has experienced, and can be accurate to the area. In the future, if he can open the portal to another world, he can directly travel between the two worlds through the portal without going through the astral world. The latter's plane footprint allows Gordon to leave a plane, and all traces are interrupted by the plane barrier. Others cannot track his footprints after leaving the plane, which can be regarded as disappearing invisibly on another level. Although it has no effect on Gordon combat power, it is still much better than other talents. For example, those weapon proficiency talents such as dagger specialization. Gordon doesn't even know how to describe it. Is it going to give up its claws? Instead of using daggers that only humans can use? Or other weapons? If other real dragons knew, they would probably laugh their heads off. However, this does not mean that Gordon has a treasure mountain, but does not know how to use it. After confirming that the Sand Soul Legion is completely owned by it, and most of its harvest has been transferred to the main material plane, Gordon found an excuse to send Castiel to leave the Roaring Dunes and go to the Tudun people territory to take charge of its other seed. He originally wanted Castiel to take charge of Lolly's, but considering Lolly's past and the divinity it devoured, Gordon still gave him full authority to deal with the Tudun slaves it liberated. After Castiel left, it began its own plan leisurely. First of all, the priority, that is, the talent that the real dragon itself brings must be filled up. But how much to add, and how to add still need to be considered. After all, it has fallen asleep twice, and Gordon naturally knows the reason in his heart. If it is fully filled, then it will inevitably fall into sleep, which is what Gordon does not want to see at the moment. Therefore, in addition to the third level true dragon claws, fierce momentum, and the fourth level dragon scales, Gordon deliberately left dragon body unleveled. in order to curb his desire to sleep, so that his body would not be too large, causing Casardel to have unnecessary associations when he saw it. Of course, the former is the most important, and when the dragon core is full, the talents that have been delayed in upgrading can be upgraded one by one under the priority. Needless to say, the second level talents can be fully upgraded, and the third level Blood Rage, Ring of Silence, Breath Recovery, Claw Expert, Mastery of Heavy Attack, the fourth level Death Immunity, Regeneration, True Sight, Mind Shock. These are currently worth discussing. After all, each fragment represents a loss of its combat power, so it is necessary to make choices. For talents like Dagger Expert, Crossbow Expert, Gordon could not think of any reason to consume the combat power of his Sand Soul Legion because of this. After all, these were not first and second level talents that could be replenished at any time, but Sand Soul Commanders that could only be born once in who knows how many days. Even if they were not used, the talents left for other talents absorbed later would be stronger than these. Anyway, Gordon could not recall his mentality at the moment. Anyway, the talents that he used more easily were all at the 4th level, and a few of them were even raised to the 5th level, such as Charge Mastery, Ring of Silence, Bloody Rage. Such talents all had new titles in the 5th level column. Level 5 talents, Charge Expert, Domain of Silence, Extreme Rage, and the Level 4 Molten Core, Molten Awakening, Fire Gathering, and other skills that were originally awakened at the age of the True Dragon, also flashed with awe-inspiring majesty on the talent list. Level 5 talents, Molten Core, Earth Core Revival, Flowing Fire. At that time, the newly added points of Gordon adapted to the body after the transformation and evolution. I suddenly felt a completely different sense of abundance, and returned to my young body again, just like a teenager wearing adult clothes. And then surprisingly found that my body grew bigger as the clothes grew bigger, and it was extremely fitting and harmonious. Whether it was the sharp claws that were as sharp as +3 magic weapons, or the dragon scales that could block spells below the 4th ring, or the silence zone that was more than 150 meters, or the dozens of new transformations of talents. All of them made Gordon fully understand how much potential it had to be developed. And when all the talents were gathered together and strengthened again, how strong the power could be. It was no longer the same as it used to be. If the Sand Soul Legion led by the 6th level Sand Soul King faced it alone, Gordon could be sure that it would not take much effort to destroy it. Even if he faced the ghost girl affected by the Hellfire God again, Gordon believed he should be able to hold on longer. It is even possible that with the help of Cassatel, he can be wiped out without the help of the Mirage Dragon, thus devouring his divinity. Just when Gordon was immersed in his memories, the Sand Soul army led by Gordon had already flown over a distance that ordinary people would take several hours to travel, which is why Gordon did not transform into his original form, because it really couldn't fly over the group of sand souls floating in the desert. It would be more convenient to let them carry it. On the other side, Lollies, who witnessed the Sand Soul army spreading from the sky to dozens of meters in front of her, felt very complicated about this matter. She naturally guessed the reason why the Sand Soul army didn't wreak havoc in these days. But when she really saw the black cat coming out of the Sand Soul army, she couldn't help but show surprise. It actually succeeded. I don't know how to address you, the envoy. Or, Lollies looked a little surprised, and her tone was a little hesitant. Obviously, she was still a little surprised by Gordon's appearance. This black cat appeared from the Sand Soul army, stepping on the Sand Soul shadows that automatically paved the mist steps. Its expression was still as lazy as when it was first seen. Half closed its eyes, as if it didn't care about anything. Hearing Lolly's words, he just raised his eyebrows slightly, and he had a plan in his mind. After brewing for a while, he stopped talking, just like last time. After a meow, he began to lead Lollies to the ruins of the original underground palace, and Lollies naturally understood the black cat intention, so she immediately pulled the horse to follow the black cat, following closely behind Gordon. They soon arrived at the underground palace where they first met, and where Gordon first learned about the history of the Empire. Gordon used the same trick again, using still stone statue to transform into a towering dragon statue, waiting for Lollies to come from behind. Your Majesty the demigod. As soon as Lollies entered the door, she paid the highest respect to this dragon that seemed to be made of gray and white stones. A few months ago, it helped her escape from the Mage Tower, Gordon decided to take the initiative. Although he didn't know why lollies came here. He looked like he knew everything. And with his demigod status, and the sword of the hero that was lost here, he was invincible. Lollies. You're back. I know you come back. The yellow sand is singing your name. The mellow and sacred voice resounded throughout the ruins of the palace. And the round beams and pillars trembled slightly, as if shaken by the voice of the dragon. Lollies did not answer according to Gordon's thoughts, but said respectfully, Your Majesty, I wonder why you asked your messenger to bring me here. Lolly's words were full of curiosity. After all, her purpose of coming here was not for Gordon, but for the wealth left to her by the previous god. You know, according to the letter, there is a power there that can make the declining nation rise again and become a powerful empire. Did this demigod already know? Otherwise, why did he find her so quickly? You left something here. Gordon saw that Lollies was curious, so he didn't hesitate and threw out his most powerful weapon. The sword of the hero that was useless to it. The ordinary silver sword appeared on the altar. Lollies hesitated slightly and looked at the dragon statue. It seemed that she didn't dare to believe that the lost ancient weapon could be recovered in this way. But the long-lost touch made her have to admit that the generosity of the dragon in front of her was beyond her imagination. What do you want from me, Mr. Demigod? Lolly's tone this time was particularly serious. Chapter 362 Negotiation. What do you want from me, Mr. Demigod? Lolly said this with a very complicated heart, because this giant dragon that claimed to be a demigod had given her too much help. But she did not give any feedback. You know, the Som people attach great importance to promises, let alone the royal family that rules the empire. Their motto is to repay a favor. Lollies could still say to herself that she would repay the favor of the demigod dragon in the future. But when the sword of heroic spirit was placed in front of her, she knew that this was no longer a matter of postponing repayment. No need. My situation is a bit troublesome now. If possible, please leave the Roaring Dunes first. Gordon pretended to think deeply for a long time before saying this. After all, it still remembered how it looked to Lollies before. But it was old and tired. If it is full of energy now, it is easy to have a personality conflict, which is not conducive to letting Lollies know what it wants. Leave? What happened to this desert? Aren't those Sand Soul legions already silent? I originally thought you. Lalisi didn't finish her words, but from the embarrassment in her eyes, it was obvious that she recalled the thoughts in her mind when she first came to the Roaring Dunes. And she was a little embarrassed. Lalisi was indeed affected by its words, and asked the question it had been waiting for a long time. Gordon also confidently explained his prepared speech to Lalisi one by one. This is a very long story. That's all. I still have a lot of time now. I can explain it to you one by one. Its voice seemed to be immersed in past memories, making the audience hold their breath, fearing that they would interrupt the memories of this old-aged dragon. After sending you away, my divine power was almost exhausted. Not to mention the legendary creature. The Sand Soul Legion it summoned could allow me to return to the astral world and embrace death with the Father God. However, an accident occurred. The release of the legendary ghost also resurrected the former hero. His name was Casado. Just like that, Gordon began to narrate everything that happened in this yellow sand land in an orderly and half-truthful manner in the past few months. Besides him, the only witnesses at that time were Casado and the legendary Mirage Dragon that returned to the Fey Wilderness. The latter two would certainly not reveal its lies, so Gordon could mix in what he wanted to tell Lollies, such as, the dragon looked down at the girl below, sighed deeply, and told all the white lies it thought of. Although I now control these sand souls, if you continue to go deeper, it is very likely that the divine consciousness that has not yet been erased in my body will be reawakened. At that time, you may not be facing me anymore. This is why I asked my messenger to stop you outside the sand dunes in advance. If necessary, I hope that no one will set foot on this land. In Gordon's description, it was portrayed as a dragon god who had to swallow the ghosts into his stomach in order to suppress the divine consciousness. Although the power brought by the legendary ghost made its divine power no longer dry, it still needed to divide most of its power to suppress the consciousness in its body. Therefore, any action that might threaten the dragon, or the evil spirit, would overturn the balance of war that continued in the dragon body and tip it to the other side. Therefore, when this question was put in front of Lollies, whether she should go to the underground city to find the wealth of national restoration mentioned by her predecessor was a matter worth discussing. She looked at the squatting half-god dragon that was more than 10 meters tall with great guilt. After all, she knew that if it weren't for her recklessness, the legendary ghost might not wake up. And the dragon god, who worked hard for the empire, would not end up like this. All this is her fault. But the innocent people around her have to bear the consequences. What have I done these days? She blamed herself in her heart. She asked herself that she had not helped the dragon god that her father had left for her once. But it helped her again and again. The ghost's predicament and this reminder were all full of kindness. If there were no one around, Lollies would feel ashamed. But everything could turn around. Lollies waited until her mind was calm. Then she looked up seriously, as if it was the first time she had carefully observed the appearance of the giant dragon statue, and said sincerely, "Sorry, sir. Nothing. No need to apologize. If I can help you in this way, I have fulfilled my promise to your father. Little Augustus, if you have nothing else to do, I don't think you want to spend the night here with an old dragon like me. Right? But the stars at night are really nice. I haven't seen the starry sky at night for a long time." The dragon's calm tone showed its melancholy, and also made Lollies really understand how much the dragon in front of her paid for her. Gordon sang the prepared script with emotion. Seeing that Lollies didn't speak, he was shocked. Would he overact and let the princess in front of him see the flaw? It was a little nervous. After all, it was still a little guy, and it was a little nervous to tell it with the sad tone learned in its previous life. But when I saw the red-haired girl who raised her head with crystal tears in her eyes, and her twisted face trying not to cry, I was relieved. It's good that it didn't fail. It's good that it didn't fail. On the other side, Lollies blurted out, "Your Majesty, Gordon. It has already sounded in this empty palace." Full of the girl's most sincere emotions. "Your Majesty, I will help you. I will definitely help you." Gordon was slightly happy in his heart, but he did not show it in his voice. He continued to speak calmly. The stone statue did not need any expression, which could save a lot of effort. "It's okay. As long as the blood of Augustus is still flowing in this world, my sacrifice is nothing." Little guy. To be honest, it did not feel any guilt for deceiving Lollies. After all, it did not rob or deliberately seek the wealth of the underground castle. And it also saved her life. Although it is not good intentions, it is a real life-saving grace. Besides, a little wealth is nothing, as long as Lollies is willing to cooperate with it next. To be honest, it didn't mind returning all the wealth it had obtained. And it didn't matter if it even gave a little more. After all, believers and divinity are the top priorities at the moment. And the dragon's gentle tone made Lelisi feel for the first time that she was no longer a person in this strange time, but a little girl who was blessed by her elders. At this moment, perhaps she accepted the identity the dragon said wholeheartedly and recognized it. Even if some people now said that the dragon in front of her was a liar, I'm afraid she would hesitate again and again. After all, no dragon would be so kind and generous, not asking for anything in return, and giving without regrets. "Your Majesty, Godin, don't worry. I won't let you wait too long. After all, I am also the king of my Yuquin. Even if I can't make the empire rise again, it is still easy to spread your name to the entire oasis." Lelisi's words were firm, and it seemed that nothing could shake her determination. However, Gordon refused appropriately, but still revealed that if the faith increased and the divinity increased, then it could indeed suppress the evil will of the gods in the body and completely control the body. This was equivalent to giving Lollies a goal. Only when the goal was completed could she gain the right to enter the Roaring Dunes. However, Gordon did not forget to ask Lollies again why she came to the dunes. And this time, the red-haired girl in front of him did not hide too much. She selectively revealed many details to Gordon, although she did not say that she learned it from Yuhara, the letter she received in her previous life. She still told it some things. For example, there was an undead army hidden inside that she could command. As for the wealth inside, Lollies did not say it. After all, the virtue of the dragon, no matter which intelligent creature said it, was inevitably linked to greed. And those who could think of talking about wealth to test whether the dragon was greedy for money, and to test the dragon loyalty might have had their brains eaten up by the mind sucker. Lollies obviously had never encountered a mind sucker, so her brain was still there. But Gordon could still easily determine that the gift she mentioned was the potion, professional advancement inheritance, and weapons in the underground castle. After all, these materials can indeed make a country that is in need of reconstruction. like injecting a strong shot of cardiac stimulant, laying a solid foundation for its rise. Do you still need a secret method to open the entrance before you can enter? Gordon pretended to sigh with regret. After all, at this time, any dragon would be curious about an unsealed underground treasure. Many metal dragons, when they reach the stage of young nesting, are committed to exploration, adventure, and digging for unsealed relics hidden deep underground or in other places. Most of them will transform into elves or other races and act together with the adventure team. Yes, I need the secret method taught by my father to open the secret door. Otherwise it will collapse and everything inside will be buried forever under the yellow sand. Seeing that Gordon had given up on the underground treasure, Layleese was happy in her heart. She did not tell the truth. The secret method was naturally not taught by her father. Otherwise the last time she came here, Layleese would have led everyone into the underground castle. The method to open the secret door was naturally taught to her by her predecessor through an envelope. Gordon knew it, but he didn't say it. He just pretended to be sorry and continued to communicate with Lollies. Lolly soon asked if he wanted to send a few batches of believer candidates to Gordon to be trained as future priests of the temple. Otherwise, if he wanted to preach, it would not work just by her words. Gordon had been waiting for her words for a long time. After all, he had experienced the temple process a long time ago. The key to whether a god can preach depends largely on the piety of the priest and his ability. These need to be cultivated, whether it is piety or ability. As early as when he was in Kalandu, he saw the prosperity of the temple in the free city in Nina Arms, and heard it countless times. And he went to the fairy wilderness from the underground of the temple, and he had a close communication with the priests of the temple profession. For the first batch of people in the other world who believed in him and came to be priests, Gordon had been praying for a long time, but forcing it would expose his intentions. So Gordon had been waiting for Lollies to speak first. This time, he did not politely refuse, because he was afraid that if he really refused, Lollies would take it as true. If he did not mention it again, he would probably regret it for a long time, and it would be a waste of his own efforts. Hearing Gordon's straightforwardness, Lollies was also slightly surprised. But Gordon's previous action still dispelled her doubts, and successfully directed her doubts. Your Majesty Gordon, you cooperated with me wholeheartedly, but I still doubted it, and other thoughts full of remorse. Well, there happens to be a group of suitable children in the monastery. They are all smart and clever. I will send someone to send them to you when the time comes. If you like a few of them, it would be great. Lollies also agreed very readily, because the children were originally trained for Yuhara. But now Yuhara has disappeared, and these children cannot enter the closed temple, and have been left in the monastery for a long time. Now it is perfect to give them as gifts to demigods who lack faith. After all, the perception of these children is much higher than that of ordinary Som people, and they are also the best candidates for priests. Although priests can become priests as long as they are favored by gods, and there are precedents for becoming legends overnight. Normally, if the gods do not help and the priests rely purely on their own development, they need to pray every day to strengthen their connection and power with the gods, so as to advance to become higher-level priests. Most priests need sufficient perception to listen, feel the grace of God, and most gods also like to choose intelligent creatures with high perception as their spokespersons. As a half-baked divine creature, Gordon enlightened a follower to become his priest, although it does not require a huge amount of divine power. It is not something that a demigod like him with a double-digit divine power can do as he pleases. After hearing about the monastery, Gordon more or less understood the quality of these children, and was naturally very satisfied. So the chat between the dragon and the man was a great pleasure for both the host and the guest. It was not until the next day that Lollies rode away from the underground palace in high spirits, and Gordon was also in the sky. After watching her gradually disappearing back, he led the Sand Soul army that covered the sky and the sun, and retreated back to the depths of the sand dunes again. This time back, it plans to bring some materials to welcome the young freshmen who are about to come here. Chapter 363 Mission Adele. Come to work. The holy day is coming soon. If we don't hurry up, we will be too late. The nuns will say it again. The call of her companion made the girl with long light golden hair, which was rare among the Soms, turn around. But her eyes were still reluctant to look at the lush forest outside the monastery window, and the blue and white sky that was vaguely visible in the forest. The birds outside the window were chirping, and it was unclear whether they were courting or singing happily. After all, Compared to the yellow sand outside, the interior of Mitsuki Spring can be called a paradise on earth. No matter who has experienced the desert, they will think so when they see the oasis again. That's heaven. Like them, I was lucky to meet the creatures in this oasis. When Adele was rescued from the hands of the sand bandits by the Knights of Mitsuki Spring, she, who lost her parents at a young age, came alone to Mitsuki Spring, which was praised by her parents and was called the Holy Island by the people of Sant. And she thought so. At that time, the young Adele had a small dream of becoming a figure like a knight and fighting to protect the Holy Island and its people. Whether it was the Sand Soul Demon that people feared, or the Dune Hyena Sand Bandits, who often appeared to rob caravans, they did not shake Adele's determination in the slightest. Unfortunately, when her perception detection showed a rare white light, she was sent to the monastery. At that time, she did not understand the joy on people's faces. She only knew that when they laughed, she laughed too. It was not until she grew up that she learned about it. She was chosen, like the other 40 or so people in the monastery, to be a believer who would serve Yuhara in the future. And her dream of becoming a knight was aborted. Adele, who loved Mitsuki Izumi, was not opposed to becoming a priest of Yuhara. After all, the protection of the Holy Island would also entrust spellcasters to accompany the army, and priests were also important resources. Moreover, her first impression of the priests in the temple was that they were exactly the same as other knights except that they did not ride horses. There was no difference. Even the priests wearing bright golden armor were only second to the desert knight who rescued her from the Sand Bandit Reserve House. At that time, she was a little girl, while doing the candidate work of priests taught by the nuns in the monastery. She was serious and rigorous. She imagined that when she came of age, she would return to fight the enemy with the knights and protect the future of the Holy Island. But this beautiful and peaceful life was shattered on Adele's 10th birthday. It was more than 3 years ago. Adele clearly remembered that it was her birthday, 5 days before the holy day of Advent. Adele, who used to wake up on time every day to the sound of the temple bells, did not hear the humming sound of the brass bells that had never stopped for thousands of days and nights in the temple. The bird singing the day also made Adele particularly upset. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Finally, on the 3rd day, Adele could not help asking her foster nanny why the temple did not ring the bells to let the voice of Yuhara spread throughout the holy continent. After hearing this, the nanny showed a kind expression, touched her young head, and told her that as long as she prayed seriously, the divine voice would resound over the Holy Island one day. Adele believed it. So she prayed day and night, hoping that the bell would ring in the bell tower of the temple 1 day earlier. However, in the 2nd year, her good friends in the monastery gave her advice when they left, which she still remembers in her heart. Adele, let me tell you the truth. Yuhara has abandoned us. Don't pray foolishly anymore. It's useless. Even the official priests of the temple can't call him back again. You are just wasting your time. Why don't you listen to me and come home with me? My father is the vice president of the trade zone. He will help us and give us a way out. However, she refused because she always believed that Yuhara would not abandon his people and the Holy Island. The disappearance of some time was just a test from the gods to their believers. Those who couldn't survive the test were not worthy of becoming Yuhara's priests. But in the 2nd and 3rd years, as the gates of the temple were closed, fewer and fewer children were willing to stay in the monastery to wait for the selection of priests. From the beginning, the whole courtyard was filled with the voices of reciting and praising Yuhara in the morning, to the time when only sporadic voices were heard in the courtyard. It was only less than 4 years. Those who have connections and means have already changed places to continue their studies. Some have gone to the Druid sect in the Oasis, which has high requirements for perception and requires listening to nature attentively. Others have returned to their families to inherit the family business. But most of the nobles from wealthy families send their children to the monastery just for political power and status. Therefore, when Yuhara left and the temple was closed, most people would judge the situation and take the child home. Others and political opponents could not blame them. After all, the child had been in the monastery for several years and stayed there for half a year after the accident. It was not a disaster that everyone fled. The Som people never forced another person to fight for a lifelong illusory and unrealistic bubble. Adele was also shaken during the journey. She went through countless midnight cycles. After waking up, she looked at the empty dormitory and the moonlight through the glass into the room. At that time, She prayed to Yuhala with great sincerity. She hoped that he would give her a reply and answer her. This was his training for believers. Only truly pious people were qualified to become his priests. But day after day, night after night, when even the nuns in the monastery no longer chanted Yuhala's blessing, Adele's dream was shattered. Her faith was also shattered and could never be recovered. She didn't hate Yuhala, but felt that God had indeed abandoned his believers, and left without a care. After successfully transforming from a devout believer to a shallow believer, Adele spent most of her time working for the existence of the monastery. Except for the monthly holy day when she would worship the goddess of spring water and courage alone in the simple temple in the courtyard of the monastery. After all, this place had raised her for so many years, and she was destined not to leave without a care like others. The nuns were very nice to her, and several other homeless children. She and her companions had already agreed that they would repay the nuns before they came of age, and after the nuns left, they would find another way out. However, whether it is opening a store in the trade zone in Mitsuki Spring or going to other city-states, it is not something she should think about at the age of 14. Got it, my Philia. I'm coming right now. Don't be impatient, Adele responded easily, holding her skirt and going downstairs, preparing to clean the monastery inside and out with her partner Philia. In preparation for the holy day, those believers who still believe in Yuhara will come to the monastery to pray. After all, after the temple was closed, the only place where they could pray in groups was the monastery. The weather is good today. If they are fast, there is no need to wait until the next day. Before dusk falls, the water stains will dry up, which is why Philia called Adele so urgently. After all, such good weather is rare in Mitsuki Spring. Adele worked until the sunset light passed through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows in the monastery and spread on the spotless oak floor. The faint light spread from the dusk outside to the house, stretching the shadows of Adele and several other servants and apprentices very long. Hey, the hot water is ready. Before dinner, let's... The chestnut girl with freckles on her face, wearing an apron, winked at Adele. This was Philia who called her before. Like her, she was an orphan. There was nowhere to go, so she stayed in the monastery. If there is no accident, she should continue to grow here until she can take over the position of the nanny. According to her words, it is good now. If you ask for too much, you will be despised by Yuhara. Philia's dream was also very simple. She had water to drink and food to eat every day, and she didn't have to worry about monsters in the wild when she slept. For her, it was heaven. Well, let's go together. Adele was about to nod. After all, everything was done now. She just had to wait for the holy day in a few days. At that time, the reception would be received by the maids, and they could take a long-awaited holiday and go out to stroll around the city. Although they had gone out to watch the new king ascension last time, including the king's selection ceremony earlier, they were also taken out by the maids. But at that time their minds were attracted by the beautiful and super temperamental empress, and they had no intention of strolling around Mayuquin. This time, taking advantage of the holy day, they finally had the opportunity. I heard that there were merchants from other city-states setting up stalls in the trade zone. Whether it was food or goods, they were rare in Mayuquin. For Adele and others who had always been in the monastery and rarely went out, this kind of gathering temptation was simply irresistible. But not long after Adele agreed to Philia, there was a commotion outside the door. This made Adele and the others all startled. Logically, the nun should be preparing dinner at this time. So why are there other people's voices? You know, except for the holy day, there are very few outsiders coming to the monastery. The monastery generally does not welcome outsiders to come in to pray at dusk, which is usually a time for rest. But who would come to the monastery at this time if they are not believers? So, when the commotion ended, everyone heard footsteps different from those of the nuns coming from outside. And this sound became louder and louder as time passed. They were coming in this direction. Click, 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 when the crisp footsteps came from the courtyard path outside the house, followed by the fearful voices of the maids. Adele and the others' hearts tightened and their necks shrank back. Although they did not see any figures, they could still see a group of people walking towards them. Adele and the others were very nervous, but it didn't take long for the true face of the people to appear in front of them. It was the guards of the palace, and the one leading it was a familiar face to everyone. In the screen of the king's selection ceremony in the past few months, everyone has seen it more than once. This is the Ranger Golazila, who often accompanies Her Majesty the Queen. Her father is a famous bounty hunter in Mitsuki Spring. It is normal for the maids to accompany her. After all, she is also a popular person in front of the Queen now. But Adele's question was not solved yet. That is, what was the purpose of Golazila coming here? This question was also revealed soon, as Golazila turned back to ask. Adele and others knew why she came. All the candidates are here. The woman wearing emerald green leather armor and carrying only a bow and a pot of arrows turned her head to look at the monastery nun following behind her. It's for them. What's wrong? What happened? Adele and others didn't dare to breathe, for fear that making a sound would anger the ranger, so that the nun would have to apologize to them. But this did not prevent them from starting to think wildly. There are a few more. I have asked other nuns to call them. The nun replied in a low voice. Her words were neat and capable, but because her face was facing the afterglow of the setting sun, Adele and others could not see her face clearly, and could only hear a hint of melancholy from her tone. What happened? Time passed by minute, and Adele and the others had already stood in front of Golazila. Even the most active men were like well-behaved chicks in front of this ranger, who looked like a female leopard in the jungle. And they did not move. No sound was made. And they all showed a little confusion on their faces. And as more people came later, the confusion became more and more intense. They were a little confused about why the ranger in front of them came to the monastery to find them. A group of children who had long been abandoned by the temple. But after many years in the monastery, the etiquette they learned from the nuns taught them to keep their mouths shut and not look around, just quietly waiting for the crowd to gather. Finally, when the 13th and last child in the monastery walked into the house under the guidance of a nun, the ranger standing in the shadow of the crowd also raised his head at the reminder of the nun. The eagle-like eyes swept over the 13 boys and girls of similar age, and then said words that froze Adele, including the nun, and others. Let's go! Follow me. His Majesty wants to see you. What? His Majesty? Now the group of children could no longer hold back. This news was like a bomb, exploding in the crowd. Many people looked at each other in bewilderment. They all understood what His Majesty meant. Now there was only one person who could use His Majesty and Mitsuki Izumi and let Golazila come to escort him personally. Mitsuki liked lollies. But why did she summon them? This made these boys and girls, who had only met the highest position in their lives, which was limited to the temple priests, suddenly feel a sense of fear and fear. They were not happy, but were thinking about how they had offended the new empress. After all, there is no way there is a summons without reason. Could it be that they were eating and drinking in the monastery, and the empress finally couldn't stand it and wanted to drive them out? Or was it that they were not devout in their belief in Yuhara, and the empress found out, and then she wanted to use them as an example to scare the monkeys? Or, next, everyone didn't dare to think about it, so they followed behind Golazila anxiously, walked out of the courtyard, the gate, walked to the long street, and then got on the carriage that had been prepared long ago, and walked into the palace with the sound of horse hooves. At this time, the sunset had all fallen, and the white palace standing in the oasis also lit up the amber oil lamp, and the pale yellow light dyed every wall into copper yellow. And the purpose of their trip this time was to go to the brightest building complex in the oil lamp. 10 minutes later, through the long palace and courtyard corridors, Adele and others finally met the mastermind behind the summons under the leadership of Golazila. Lollies, the red-haired empress, sitting on the silver throne, was looking at them with great interest, as if she was looking at a treasure. That look made Adele feel uncomfortable. When Adele and the others just stepped into the palace, the empress's majestic yet gentle voice occupied the whole mind of these children. I want to give you a task. Very important task. Chapter 364. The dawn has appeared before the wind and sand started, between the morning light and the evening mist. Adele, who couldn't fall asleep in the palace, and Philia, who slept in the same bed with her, were startled by the knock on the door before they could enjoy the velvet cushions they had never experienced before. It's the guards. It's time for them to go. After Adele opened the door barefoot, she saw the guards standing behind the iron towers and other children. And this thought came to her mind. There was a sense of excitement and fear of the unknown that kept lingering in her heart, making it difficult for her to make a decision. But fortunately, someone had already helped her make a decision. The queen's order was naturally not something that these children could resist. Not to mention that Adele didn't want to resist. She was just a little nervous about the unknown, which was human nature. At this time, the outside of the house was quiet, with only the breathing of the crowd. The door swayed a little more, and the creaking sound made Adele cover her ears. It was a bit piercing, as if she was afraid that the slightest movement would attract something. There was no sign of tiredness from the night stars on the faces of those children. Instead, excitement occupied the faces of most people. If they were not in an unfamiliar environment, Adele dared to bet that even the most strict Mother Lalier in the monastery could not stop their noise. Yes, who wouldn't be excited? There was an opportunity for a new life, and it was a task that Her Majesty the Queen personally asked. Not to mention others, Adele herself also had a burning feeling in her heart, making it difficult for her to fall asleep. Of course, the action at this moment was extremely calm. Adele and Philia behind her both tiptoed out of the door. The soft forefoot touched the cashmere blanket on the ground without making a sound. Soon, carrying their packed bags, Adele and Philia followed the expressionless guard like other children, watching him knock on the wooden door of the next house in the corridor. When Adele saw the Empress again, the light of dawn had already been scattered through the leaves emitting pale golden light, brushing the round white dome with golden color. In the morning, Adele seemed to never get tired of breathing the air of Mitsuki Spring countless times. She loved this smell, the air with a faint lemon and fragrant grass. This air seemed to inject power into Adele, so that she would no longer tremble and be excited like when she first met last night, but like a real soldier, standing still. Compared to the children's high spirits, the Empress's face was obviously worse than yesterday, and her eyebrows and eyes were haggard from the noise heard at night. It was obvious that the Empress had worked hard all night again. It was no secret that many palace ministers came to the palace to discuss matters at night again. When Adele and the others left the hall, she saw many well-known figures in Mitsuki Spring waiting anxiously in the corridor outside. In the crowd, Adele also saw the father of her childhood playmate in the monastery. The vice president of a certain area was also whispering something at the end of the team, looking humble and flattering, completely different from the arrogant look in front of the Nani at that time. And these nobles, after seeing Adele and the others come out of the hall, naturally, there were surprise eyes, and they all squinted at the group of children whose heads were just above their waists. Adele enjoyed the feeling of being noticed by them, especially the father of the playmate, who seemed to recognize her, and his look of being struck by lightning was no less than the dirty face he showed when he carried his daughter on his back and talked to her alone that day. Looking back now, she felt great. She felt a little light when she walked at that time, and almost stumbled and fell when she went down the stairs. Fortunately, Philia caught her quickly and didn't make a fool of herself in public. A slightly hoarse female voice brought Adele back to reality. The Empress had stood up and looked at the 13 energetic children with a smile on her face. I guess you are all waiting impatiently. Let's go! I will take you there myself. The meaning of that place was naturally revealed in the conversation last night. Everyone didn't say anything more, but nodded in unison, looking at the Empress, who was walking towards them with awe. Soon, before Adele could quietly feel the morning atmosphere in the palace, the 13 of them, with the help of the guards, got on a carriage specially designed for going out and pulled by the most patient camels in the desert. The wheels of the carriage were specially made to slightly reduce the danger of falling into quicksand. In addition to their carriage convoy, there were many other noble families' carriages mixed in, including several famous families in the city. Their emblems and carriages were quietly waiting for something at the side door of the palace. Obviously, in addition to sending these children to the roaring dunes, there were also a group of people who wanted to wait and test the demigod mentioned by the Empress in the name of escort. You know, the debate about this last night was extremely intense. Almost no one agreed that she wanted to rebuild an unknown faith in the Mitsuki Spring and send the Som people there as apprentices. Even with the Empress's words of blessing and the cessation of the roaring dunes, it was impossible to dispel the doubts in those people's hearts. If both sides had not realized that they could not convince each other by arguing further, they would probably continue to watch the verbal battle between the new Empress and the stubborn elements in the elders in the ceremony hall. Of course, none of this has anything to do with the children. When the group of children entered the enclosed space of the carriage and found that there was no one around except the guards, they were talking all at once. The noise of the children, who had not yet entered the voice change period, suddenly came out from nowhere, like boiling water, bubbling inside. Should we change places to practice? According to what Her Majesty said, it seems to be a very powerful person. Is it as powerful as Yuhara? If we do this, will the adults in the temple say that we are traitors? I heard that the temple has the most terrible means to deal with traitors. Your Majesty is really beautiful. Just now she smiled at me and looked at me. Do you think she thinks I am a talented person? Get lost. Just now she was looking at me. It was me. Some of them were worried about the future. Some were emotional. And some were heartless. These emotions mixed together and produced a chemical reaction. In this confined space, the order collapsed quickly and disappeared in an instant. And Adele was pulled together by Philia and several other girls in the same team. They chattered about something and Adele also echoed them vaguely. In another black oak carriage painted with aristocratic emblems, the white chill of ice made the entire space icy cold. If it weren't for the desert scenery vaguely visible outside the window, some people would probably think they were in the wrong place. The representatives of the old nobles in Mayuquin and the representatives of the elders were whispering to each other on the cushions on both sides of the carriage. They were responsible for their respective family tasks, keeping a close eye on Her Majesty the Empress, and looking at this so-called demigod. Most of them tended to believe that the Empress was deceived. After all, she was still so young, and her age was not even a fraction of a brick or tile in Mayuquin. Suffering from lies was also a necessary part of growing up. If the lie was not too bizarre this time, the elders and noble representatives would probably not want to go out in such a hot sun. At this time, they were more inclined to stay under the shade of the fat trees in the oasis, leaning on the recliner, drinking a glass of freshly squeezed iced juice or fruit wine just served by the maid, and then slowly enjoying a quiet and leisurely life, instead of chasing after the Empress in the dusty desert, fearing that she would go astray. Therefore, most people's words were complaints and complaints. And of course, ridicule. This Majesty is really whimsical. It is said that last night, he wanted to ask for the children on the original list of priest candidates from the nobles and the Council of Elders. TSK. He even wanted to drag my little Midgel to go crazy with him. The person who spoke was of course the most stable noble family, the Rosé family, which controls 1/3 of the economic lifeline in the city. It may be a little unfamiliar, but if you add the name of Tassiman Roger, the god king of Mayway, the previous king of Mayway Spring, it is not unfamiliar. And Midgel was a child who entered the monastery a few days later than Adele a few years ago. He is the younger brother of the representative of the Roger family, and the grandson of the god king of Mayway. Although the title of grandson has more than 10 titles in the Roger family, it still has enough weight. After all, his biological mother is the eldest daughter of another big family in Mitsuki Spring, so her status is naturally much higher than other grandchildren. Yes, that Majesty wants us to accept the new god, she said. She is crazy. She went crazy after coming back from the desert. Who said she wasn't? I saw that she made my old man very angry yesterday. If it weren't for the timely action of the great druid Hamed, I'm afraid the old man would have to rest in bed for a while. Alas, is your Majesty possessed by a demon? That's not the case. The Sphinx has the eyes to see through evil. They can tell whether your Majesty has any problems at a glance. I think she is bewitched. It was obviously Yohara blessing that made those sand souls stop. God knows why she said it was the help of an alien god and asked us to believe in him. She also said that each of us should thank him for his efforts. Otherwise we would be ashamed of our own bloodline. Yes. God. Gods. Look at what these words are. I'm afraid that the earth elves, who can only dig sand holes, would not say such remarks. The more the noble representatives spoke, the more they felt that what their queen said was extremely absurd. And they became more and more angry. Later on, they even wanted Lollies to abdicate immediately, and let other outstanding young talents of Mitsuki Izumi take over. They would support him, both in terms of materials and words. In the first few days after taking office, they were a little fed up with this extremely ignorant woman who could not make any achievements. In their opinion, the only thing worth praising about this woman was the long sword in her hand that could summon ghosts. Without that sword, she was nothing. Of course, these words were only spread in this carriage space, and did not spread outward. After all, it was not them who really decided the position of the Empress, but the elders, and the heads of the noble families, who were the real heads of the family. According to the iron law of Mitsuki Izumi that they followed, the throne would rarely be abolished unless it was a critical moment. The elders and nobles would only activate the regulations to abandon the throne when they judged that the new king could not lead them to victory, and the tribe was in crisis. In most cases, People like lollies who run new churches and temples can be said to have built 10 or 8. The elders and nobles did most of the arguing. However, they all agreed that when they arrived at the destination, they would protest to lollies together, asking her to give up this foolish idea and not waste the lives of the Som people on it. Some people also said that she should return to the temple of Yuhara and confess to the statue of Yuhara. After all, although the gods left them, the goddess's blessing had helped the Som people overcome no less than 3 difficulties. Treating the goddess and her believers like this is unforgivable even for the king. The noble representatives were so confident about this that their voices were so loud that they could be heard outside. So when the ranger guards outside the car heard it, they immediately reported the matter to lollies at the front of the convoy with a gloomy face. Your Majesty, they are too lawless and don't take you seriously at all. They actually want you to go to the temple to atone for your sins? Oh my God! What nonsense are you talking about? Yuhara is gone, and we are not allowed to find a new god who can protect us. I heard it clearly. This is what the kid from the Inks family said. When I get off the car, I will definitely shoot an arrow into his crotch. When he was drunk and molested the candidate priest of the temple, why didn't he dare to confess in front of the temple the next day? Damn it! This hot-tempered female ranger witnessed with her own eyes that lollies led them to the roaring sand dunes. Now the slander of those nobles made her unable to stand that someone dared to disrespect lollies, and she couldn't help but curse. Lolly's face was neither happy nor sad. She raised her head and looked into the distance. And I don't know what she was thinking. She had heard this kind of criticism countless times yesterday. If she hadn't argued for it, she might not have been able to get these 13 children today. The resistance in Mitsuki Spring was too great. In today's hedonistic world, any reform will be strongly opposed by the conservatives. Even if she didn't say today to build a temple for Godin, but declared war to the outside world, I'm afraid she would get the same response. Except that the resistance is slightly smaller. She saw that the ranger was still looking at her, and smiled playfully. No need. He is right. But I know that Yuhara won't mind. That smile made the indignant ranger embarrassed to be angry again. He could only sigh and return to the patrol team. Soon, the carriage arrived at the edge of the roaring sand dunes. The nobles in the convoy were excited and planned to advise the empress regardless of her anger. And the boys and girls in the carriage were nervous and excited, looking out the window constantly, all of which were raised to the extreme in the scenery of the sand dunes getting closer and closer. At this moment, the carriage that was supposed to stop a mile away suddenly stopped, and everyone heard the scout's warning. Be careful. It's a hunting group of sand lions. Why are they here? With the gust of sand and the violent shaking of the ground in the south, everyone realized that a large group of creatures were approaching them. The nobles in the carriage were stunned and unbelievable. After all, in their knowledge, there should be no creatures near the roaring sand dunes. Those creatures in the desert have long known that this area is a death-restricted area. Even the most ferocious sand crocodiles would probably not come to this place. And sand lions are common in desert canyons and hilly areas. They use the wild sand that can block the sun to hunt. The average challenge level is more than level 4. It seems that they will not come to this place to hunt. Therefore, the nobles who are slightly familiar with it were scared pale. You must know that sand lions often act in groups and have an orderly division of labor. Although it will not kill the entire caravan, it is common in the desert to tear off a piece of meat and then leave leisurely. Although there were other powerful guards besides lollies in their team, no one dared to guarantee that there would be someone guarding them at all times in the dusty sky. After all, no one knew whether he would be taken away by the wild beasts in the dust the next moment. What should we do? The weak ones were already trembling in the corner of the carriage, while those with a little more strength could still pretend to be calm, saying that the Empress would definitely be able to stop the group of sand lions. Of course, their previous slander and abuse seemed particularly stupid when they recalled it at this moment. If the guards heard it and told His Majesty, then this attack by the sand lions would be a perfect opportunity to kill and silence the witnesses without taking action. For a moment, the noble representatives who thought of this were all terrified, and they were shaking like sieves as the roars came from the dusty fog in the distance. However, as the sound gradually approached, someone found something wrong. The roars that were originally quite powerful now sounded like the whimpering of a loser. Soon, they saw the appearance of the sand lion group in the boiling sand fog. Whether it was the mane, fur, teeth or claws, they were all sand yellow, with a little yellow and black on the edges. making the whole body of the sand lion completely integrated into the yellow sand background. And the ruby-like animal eyes were the magical organs that could lift up the gravel and create sand fog. They seemed to be chased by something. Finally, someone saw that something was wrong with the sand lion group and shouted loudly. Then in the yellow sand that was enough to cover the sun, accompanied by bursts of howling. The culprit who drove the sand lion group here also revealed his true face. The long-lost sand soul core. With the dust raised by the yellow sand, no one noticed them. After all, if they don't take action, most of the sand soul shadows are no different from the yellow sand. The appearance of the sand soul core is even more devastating. This thing can be said to be a nightmare in the minds of the Swamp people. They subconsciously stay away from and fear this strange creature. The screams in the caravan were even louder this time. If the former still has a chance to survive, then the latter's arrival. Except for lollies. Most of the caravans that ran into the sand soul core ended up with bones and debris buried in the yellow sand. Everyone was looking at lollies. It can be seen that the Queen Majesty, who had already drawn the heroic sword of the sand soul, now watched the lions flee leisurely, and the sand soul approach without any reaction. Do they really want to use them to get rid of us? What a cruel heart. It's over. We're done. For a moment, everyone's mind was scattered, and wailing continued in the carriage. Some people regretted going out, complained loudly, and cried in a mess. But with a light shout, the lions that were originally fleeing frantically suddenly became weak, and the chaotic and boiling sand fog gradually subsided. The sand soul core also stayed in place, as if they were hit by a spell. The nearest sand lion was less than 5 meters away from the carriage of the convoy. Everyone could see the sharp fangs. No one would doubt whether the warhorse's neck would be bitten off with this bite, but only doubted whether it was still on the neck. But the eyes of the noble representatives were no longer on the lions that were lying on the ground. Instead, when the dust in the sky gradually dissipated, the huge outline standing behind the scenes appeared in the sky. The real protagonist was just like this, surrounded by many sand souls, looking at them leisurely. The thick horns that swept back, the iron-like steel scales, the awe-inspiring mouth that could swallow a warhorse in one bite, and the huge red wings that could connect the sky and the earth. The dark golden vertical pupils were full of scrutiny. Finally, this dark dragon spoke. Lollies. I suddenly remembered that there is no food here, so I asked my servants to rush these guys from the south. It looks delicious. Right? When it spoke, everyone felt as if there was a drum beating in their ears, and even wondered if such a loud voice would shake the white clouds in the sky apart. Chapter 365 Embryo. It looks delicious. Right? The noble representatives listened to the rumbling sound coming from the mouth of the monster that seemed like a mountain, and their minds were in chaos. The words they prepared before were useless at this moment, at least among them. No one could talk about the crimes of Her Majesty the Queen in front of this black dragon. Even if there were, it would not be in the desert with only scattered vegetation around, but in the magnificent meeting hall or the heavily guarded palace. At this moment, they had lost the ability to speak, and could only open their mouths and stare blankly at the man and the dragon in the distance, talking as if nothing had happened. You really scared me? Lollies looked up and down at this dragon with a completely different color from the stone statue with a surprised look. But to be honest, this was indeed the first time she saw the true face of Gordon. I never said I couldn't move, but most of the time, I like to lie still and watch the clouds in the sky, leaving one by one. By the way, where are my people? After hearing what Lollies said, Gordon raised his eyebrows. He didn't intend to dwell on this topic for too long, since he was planning to expand his faith in this plane. He never thought of asking others to do it. If the first batch of believers were asked to do it, then it would be too late to deal with it when the church grew stronger and the hidden dangers grew bigger. Besides, Gordon now completely intends to use the Abel world as a test site. So whether it is teaching doctrine or cultivating believers, he intends to practice it well in this world. Even if he makes a mistake, he will have a chance to save it. In the main material plane, he doesn't have so many chances to start over. Your Majesty, it's right behind you. You can come anytime. Lalisi pointed vaguely at the inconspicuous black carriage behind her. She was very smart, and knew that Gordon was now fully devoted to his believers. This was inevitable. If she were to put herself in his shoes, she would probably do the same. So she didn't mind Gordon in politeness, but quickly pointed out the location of the 13 children to Gordon. And Gordon didn't stop. and walked to the front of the carriage with a few big strides. No matter how many shabby words he said, it would be better to let its spread plan get on track as soon as possible. After all, the magical power made it eager to spread its blessings in this world. And all this required believers to spread his faith widely. Gordon's dark golden vertical pupils greedily looked at the weak human standing on the yellow sand, who were only as high as his fingernails. With a slight crush, they would explode into blood spots, just like mosquitoes, except that their screams were stronger than mosquitoes. The longer he became a dragon, the more he forgot what it felt like to be a human, although his memory reminded him all the time that he was once an ordinary person like them. As time passed and his own strength increased, this feeling has become increasingly weak, except for the three views that affect his behavior. In other aspects, he is no different from being a giant dragon. Okay, little guys, let's have a welcome dinner now. After that, I will take you to the academy I have prepared. Gordon has not yet thought about the courses to be taught in the academy, but he still has a copy of the outline in his mind. In short, how to train these children with potential in front of him into qualified priests, who can execute his will is the purpose of his coming to this world. As we all know, gods use middlemen to execute their will. Although Gordon is not a god now, but a demigod with divinity, he is also qualified to be a priest. However, if he wants to believe in becoming a priest of the dragon god, he also needs conditions. Just like Adele and the others had been crazy about learning everything about Yuhara in the monastery. To become a priest of Yuhara, you need to have a certain degree of understanding of the history of Yuhara religion. The same is true for Gordon. If you want to become its priest, in addition to the necessary perception of the priest and its divine power infusion, you also need a certain degree of dragon knowledge, so that you can make up for the lack of religion. Of course, in addition to this, the most important thing is that they need to be able to recognize the doctrines of the church and unswervingly implement this set of behavioral norms. Otherwise, even if he becomes a priest, he will eventually have to embark on the path of leaving the profession. And Adele and others looked at the black dragon as high as a mountain in front of them, and the scorching heat wave came to their faces. Listening to what Gordon said, they couldn't help but fall into a daze, but soon reacted. Dinner? What dinner? It's noon now. You're talking about dinner in such a bright sun? But this is not the time to argue about this. Most people were so shocked by the dragon power that was suppressed and leaked from Gordon that they could not speak. They could only express their respect for this giant dragon through silent approval. But soon, they also knew what dinner was. When the heavy locust-like sand soul core spread from the sky under Gordon's command, the blue sky and white clouds that were as blue as the sea and the scorching sun in the previous minute turned into a pitch-black place where you couldn't see your hand in front of you in the next second. The dense sand souls blocked the sun in the sky, forming a huge artificial dark cloud. This force was unprecedented, and it also allowed those who suffered from the sand souls to experience a different kind of sand soul feedback for the first time. No longer despair, collapse, and the passing of life, but coolness, darkness, and the light touch of the wind blowing across their faces. And of course, 3D surround sound effects. The roaring sound made them feel like they were facing a landslide, and the rumbling sound of the sand souls made it difficult for them to communicate privately. They could only watch Gordon issue one order after another. Soon, as the sparks in the darkness lit up the area near the carriage, the bonfires illuminated the dark desert within 100 meters, like stars twinkling in the night. The crowd divided the work in an orderly manner and skewered the cut pieces of sand lion meat on the spears, and then placed them on the temporary grill and slowly rotated them. The shiny pieces of meat showed a golden color under the light of the fire, and as the meat was cooked, it was filled with the unique and tempting fragrance of the sand lion. This smell drifted farther with the wind. The cat shadow mixed in the crowd, leaping up and down, and then quickly disappeared. When the banquet was over and the carriage set off, the golden light radiated from the western sky was warm and soft after the sand soul legion faded. It no longer released the heat wave that seemed to evaporate the oxygen in the air, but like the afternoon breeze, it spread on everyone, making them feel the natural wrapping. Goodbye, Your Majesty. Adele and others looked at the people who set off, stood obediently in place, and saluted one by one. After all, she is the king of Mitsuki Izumi, even though they are now nominal followers of Gotan and no longer under the jurisdiction of this empress. Their habits over the years and the blood flowing in their bodies make them respect and admire the majesty of this tall and majestic empress from the bottom of their hearts. You must not embarrass the Som people here. How much else you can learn depends on you. Also, you must listen to the words of the envoy. Lalisi took a big step and rode on the horse, looking down at the boys and girls with barbecue grease on their robes and hands. Seeing their confused eyes, she originally wanted to leave after saying the first sentence, but in the end, she couldn't help but open her mouth to give a few pointers. Everyone responded in unison, and then looked at the back of the black cat squatting on the sand dunes not far away from them, staring at the sunset, in a daze. According to His Majesty, this black cat is the envoy of the Dragon Crown just now, responsible for the next reception and even teaching work. It can be said that apart from the Dragon Crown, the only thing they have to be careful of here is this black cat who calls himself the Dragon Envoy. Then I'm relieved. But you? Lalisi just. After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something again, and gave another lecture. And this delay lasted until the sunset disappeared. The stars hung in the sky, and the moon rose above the treetops. The black cat incarnated by Gordon led the group of boys and girls back to the outskirts of the roaring dunes. The outskirts now were not as empty as when lollies came last time. Instead, under the undulating sand dunes, there was a very eye-catching building complex made of black stones. From a distance, it looked like several long black boxes lying on the flat sand under the sand dunes. These buildings did not take Gordon much effort, because they were all waste materials dug out from the city ruins under the high tower by the shadow of the sand soul, and then assembled by them. In simple terms, it was to move the ready-made ones directly, with only a little damage and omissions, and Gordon would use the characteristics of divine power to change reality and reshape it. Soon, from the time they saw the black long box building to the time Gordon led them to an extremely tall building that was more than 10 meters high and covered thousands of square meters. It seemed like a blink of an eye. But the physical and mental fatigue still made these boys and girls, who had never walked so many roads, drink a pot of wine, especially when they did not sleep well the night before. However, at this time, the moonlight and the cold wind had dissipated the heat and gold on this land, and replaced it with a desert with a cold atmosphere, which made many children cheer up. And this building, which has 12 tall stone pillars supported by 3 people, is also shrouded in the white moonlight, and looks particularly sacred and majestic. These boys and girls paused slightly when they came to the front, and they all sighed that the strange beasts and angels carved on the stone pillars were like ancient relics hundreds of years ago, and they did not look like the temple of a new church at all. Gordon Catface turned red, and naturally heard the discussion behind, and coughed slightly to stop them from talking. Then they set off again, and after entering the palace, they had another slightly boring journey. This temporary palace was very large, and it took about 15 minutes. Gordon led them through the monotonous corridor to the back hall where the believers lived, and it deliberately bypassed the empty front hall on the way. It walked leisurely up the corridor with only 3 steps, and then turned back to the people under the steps and said, "Tonight, you should choose a room here first. The empty rooms here can be lived in. Then put down your things, rest a little, and come to the hall of the front hall. I have something to tell you. Philia, do you hear me?" Gordon saw a chestnut-haired girl who was already drowsy, and without any mercy, he directly named and reprimanded her. It had already recognized the names of these 13 people when the barbecue party started. It was only half an hour, and the children who had just been talking to the relief were drowsy one by one, obviously due to lack of sleep. Adele hurriedly pushed her companion. It was obvious that she had not slept for a day and a night. For a child who had not undergone complete professional training, it was very difficult to stay sane. She had just made up for a little sleep in the carriage. Otherwise, she might have been a little distracted. And Philia opened her light brown eyes from the sleepiness that could drag a person's consciousness into the depths under Adele push. She suddenly shuddered when she saw the black cat staring at them, and hurriedly apologized to it with a blushing face. "Sorry, envoy. I'm really too sleepy." "Really?" She bowed hurriedly. No longer sleepy, her face full of fear and terror. After all, she saw with her own eyes the giant dragon body that seemed to stand tall and upright, enough to plant an invincible seed in the young mind. Gordon's face showed no joy or anger, but he sighed slightly when he saw the tiredness on the faces of the boys and girls, and finally pretended to be unhappy. "Hurry up. I wait for you in the front hall in 3 hours. I hope you won't let me seize the opportunity by then." Hee hee. After saying that, the black cat licked his paws, showed a humane smile, and then jumped a few times, and disappeared on the crisscrossing dome beams above. And disappeared. Adele, thank you. After the black cat left, Philia immediately hugged her partner and thanked him. Without her, she would most likely be the first child to be punished among the 13. Moreover, after the black cat threatening words just now, it is easy for these children to involuntarily think of the legends about sand souls circulating in Mitsuki Spring. The whole body loses water, and then becomes a mummy. Just thinking about it makes my scalp numb. It's okay, Philia, but you can't do this next time. I reminded you in the car. Okay, let's not talk about it. Let's choose a room first. Well, I go with you and choose a window. Philia forced herself to be energetic, and walked up the stairs with Adele carrying her luggage. And the other boys and girls hurriedly followed. After a while, this corridor with 10 rooms in a row was full of people. There was only a single bed inside. Except for women with a very good relationship. Basically no one would choose to live in a room with 2 people. On the other side, Gordon also began his own journey of organizing teaching materials. The embryo of the believer has been obtained. And the next step is how to smelt it into the desired shape. I hope they can last longer. Gordon listened to the snoring in the room and smiled. Chapter 366 Cultivation in progress on the other side of the same night. With the wind whistling outside the window, the carriage where the noble representatives were located seemed particularly quiet. And even only the sound of the flickering candlelight could be heard. What should we do after we go back? Finally, someone couldn't help but break the silence. Pursed his dry lips, swallowed his saliva, and looked at everyone and asked. In fact, there was no need to ask. Everyone's mind was like a mirror. And the person who asked this question just wanted them to unify the common caliber now, so that they could take it back to shut up the noble upper class who were expecting them to bring back news. And it could be considered an explanation. But after the voice fell, no one in the carriage spoke for a long time. It became more and more silent. Obviously, the group of noble representatives who had originally condensed into one when they came here has now been torn apart. And it is no longer possible to reproduce the scene of jointly denouncing lollies just now. But it was not a solution to remain silent like this. Finally, the representative of the Roger family, the grandson of the god King Mei-Wei, who had previously mocked lollies, spoke in a hoarse voice. Such a big thing can't be concealed. Just answer whatever you ask when you go back home. But I still suggest that, Her Majesty, there is indeed a reason for her to do this. We can just wait and see. There is no need to get involved, the young Sant noble said to everyone in a measured tone. Word by word. This was something he had thought about carefully. He took advantage of the early conflicts when they were not deep enough to resolve them with the Empress. After all, there was no fundamental conflict between them, but just some differences in their actions. Everything is easy to say. Of course, this requires the baptism of the dinner at noon to have such a profound awareness. How terrible is the dragon that can freely control the Sand Soul army? And how it controls and tames it is also a deep mystery. But no matter which one it is, the Som people who suffer from the Sand Soul cannot provoke it. This is why the representative of the Roger family directly suggested that everyone should not resist stubbornly and waste their efforts. But in fact, he doesn't need to mention this. After telling the Elder Council and the noble helmsman everything, I believe that as wise as they are, they will naturally understand whether the dragon that can control the Sand Soul is something they can provoke. What's more, the dragon in front of them is still cooperating with the Empress. It is a friend, not an enemy. As long as the heads of the Elder Council are not parasitized by inferior demons, they will not push the partners who come to their door to other city-states. After all, there are more forces in the desert than just theirs. Even if there is no Mitsuki Izumi, there are also forces like Broken Blade Canyon in the south and Jinmu Forest in the west, which are more prosperous than Mayuquin. So no one dared to take action without investigating the true background of the giant dragon that claimed to be a demigod, because no one could afford the cost of destroying the cooperation between the human and dragon families. Moreover, the appearance of the giant dragon today reminded many people of the giant dragon that appeared on the screen of Mayuquin Square 2 months ago and gave the lucky Tony-san the fairy magic mark. Except for the scale color and body size, everything else was similar. In other words, the Roaring Dunes, which was once the forbidden zone of death, has now quietly settled in at least 2 giant dragon settlements. If this news spreads, it may cause a wave of waves again. After all, the dragons have long gone with the flow of this world and gradually disappeared from the stage of the times. Some people say that they are hidden in the edge of the world, in uninhabited places. And some people say that they have already left this world with the dragon god. Anyway, the dragons have never appeared blatantly near humans again. From time to time, there are endless reports of adventurers seeing dragons in a certain place. But most people know that these are all lies when bragging. After all, 100 years ago, there was a very famous heir of the Dragon Slayer family who spent his whole life looking for traces of dragons everywhere. However, it took 40 or 50 years to turn from a young and handsome young man into an old man in his twilight years. In the end, except for finding some worthless and magicless scales in the long-abandoned dragon nest, he got nothing. Until he died. He said that sentence. The gods have pitted the world and suffered from the evil dragons. The dragon-slaying skills given by the gods can finally be returned to him. The Dragon Slayer family was dead in name only. Most people had given up on slaying dragons, leaving only countless dragon slayers' praises still being sung in the tavern. When others heard what Roger said, they all nodded without any objection. But whether there were any complaints or other operations in private, that was unknown. At least now most of the noble representatives on the scene have begun to re-examine the Empress, who suddenly appeared and gave others constant surprises. In the early morning of the second day, without much rest, the dusty convoy finally drove into Mitsuki Spring before the first ray of light at dawn. And the families with apparent strength also received first-hand information about the people entering the city. A giant dragon that can control the Sand Soul Army. It has a secret relationship with Her Majesty the Queen. There may be a giant dragon settlement in the Roaring Dunes. And other news quickly flew into everyone's ears, and quickly spread in several circles in the city. As soon as Lelisi returned to Mitsuki Spring, she went straight back to her palace and fell asleep. Before going to bed, she directly issued an order not to see anyone. After 2 days and 2 nights of hard work, although as a warrior, her physical strength was high enough to fight for 3 days and 3 nights. But physical strength does not mean anything. High-frequency thinking can also bring a heavy burden to her brain, which is even worse than her physical emptiness. Lelisi's closed door caused a lot of commotion, but it did not affect the Roaring Dunes hundreds of miles away. At this time, Gordon was giving a unique dragon knowledge class with his believers. After it finished its lecture last night, the first thing it thought of was to move the red dragon skeleton that was originally in the underground city and placed in the white pillar of the dome. So, when Adele and her companions came in with them, after last night's teaching, had a deep understanding of the purpose of their stay here, they did not refuse the dragon knowledge class. As soon as they left the gate of the temple, they saw the white-boned dragon lying on the sand dunes, which was taller than the dome of the temple. The ferocious appearance of the dragon was clearly visible on its silent skull. And the black cat who claimed to be their teacher during this period was squatting on the tip of the red dragon curved horn. And the cold animal eyes were looking at them. After seeing that they had completely left the temple, it showed a cold smile. This made the boys and girls below feel cold in their hearts, even though the temperature in the morning had gradually warmed up. Sure enough, the cruel words that the black cat uttered next made them understand that coming to this academy was not for enjoyment and excitement, but a long journey of hardship. You can only return to the temple after passing the dragon knowledge exam. The black cat looked at the group of children, who were about the same age as Nina indifferently, and said such harsh words without any fluctuation in his heart. In its opinion, if these children can't even bear this little bit of hardship, then after becoming its believers, they will probably leave their faith one day. What's the use of them? A qualified priest can endure everything in order to spread its will. And this is just the beginning. After a while, amidst the sound of cats, the first class of dragon knowledge, a prerequisite for becoming a priest, began. Now, Wilhan, tell me, how many social characteristics do dragons generally have? The sun was high in the sky, and the hot wind seemed to evaporate the throat of a person. But even so, the 14-year-old boy named Wilhan did not dare to hide in the shade. He could only force himself to let half of his foot touch the shadow formed by the dragon bone, and raised his head and stammered to the questioner. There are 4. Mr. Black Cat. This is the first week they have been learning about dragon knowledge. The number of the 13 people has been reduced to 8. In the past few days, 5 people have cried and shouted to leave here because they could not bear the pressure of class. Black Cat did not try to stop them. The day before yesterday, they were allowed to board the weekly transport convoy and returned to Mitsuki Spring. The rest were those who could endure the heat of the yellow sand under their feet, the hot wind, and the high sun, and persist on the sand for an hour. However, if they had not been given a timely bath with a liquid made of healing potions every time they fainted on the sand, I am afraid no one could have survived until the 7th day, and the whole army would have been wiped out on the first day. Also, thanks to the healing potion, no one would have cracked or tanned their skin due to long-term exposure to the sun after soaking almost every day. But most people, including women, would rather not have the moisture brought by the potion, because using skin that is even more delicate than when they came to fight the scorching sun. I believe no one wants to experience it again. But everyone knows that in addition to giving lectures, this black cat who claims to be the dragon messenger is obviously using this method to train their will. The will that has been reshaped countless times. If it weren't for the interesting dragon knowledge that supported them to study under the scorching sun, the number of people who left would probably double. After a week, most of the people who stayed here were looking forward to changing their lives through this place. And Wilhan was one of them. When the words came, Wilhan naturally didn't dare to be vague. He looked at the giant dragon skeleton in front of him, endured the dryness in his throat, and said in a hoarse voice, reporting to Lord Black Cat, the 4 social forms are loneliness, family clan, mixed type, and hegemony. Tell me one by one. Since the knowledge cannot be seen from the panel, Gordon can only use this ancient way of endorsement to investigate whether these children have mastered it completely. Most dragons are lonely because they like to be alone, and will not form or join any society. They hate any fellows who covet their treasures to live next to them, which will make them very desperate. However, this is the majority. Among the vast number of dragons, there are still a few who, for various reasons, form families or clans in one area. The hoarse and tender voice of a child echoed in the desert. Gordon listened to the dragon knowledge that rose in his ears, and looked at the other 7 children, who were struggling to support themselves under the scorching sun and studying with their ears erected, and nodded with satisfaction. It must be said that the quality of this group of children is much higher than he imagined. Originally, he thought that it would be very difficult to keep 3 or 4 of them. But now there are 8 people standing in the sun without regrets to temper their will and work hard to learn dragon knowledge, which greatly exceeded Gordon's psychological expectations. The form of a dragon family clan is. The form of a mixed society is. The form of a hegemonic society is. Wilhan repeated the dragon knowledge that Gordon had told them on the 3rd day one by one. Although there were some mistakes and omissions in the latter part, it was fundamentally consistent with the knowledge in the dragon heritage. And there was no principled error. And Gordon also knocked on the red dragon skeleton under him, making a crisp sound. Wilhan immediately shut up and waited for the next question. Just passed. Next. Adele. Answer the gods that dragons believe in. Besides Io, Tiamat, and Bahamut, who else do they believe in? Gordon cast his eyes on another girl with long white golden hair who was biting her lips and trying to endure the scorching sun. Dragon religious knowledge is complex and complicated. It can be said that almost every god has his dragon believers. Whether it is a chromatic dragon or a metal dragon, each dragon is an independent individual, and it is easy to change its camp. Therefore, it is possible for a lawful evil chromatic dragon to become a paladin of the Lord of the Dawn, Lathander, or for a lawful good golden dragon to become a believer of the Grand Duke of Bator. The reason why Gordon asked Adele was just to see her understanding of the gods. In religious knowledge, this is the most important thing. Unless it is a new god. Most priests have learned religious knowledge that includes the emblem of the friendly church of gods and the emblem of the evil temple as the enemy. But this did not bother Adele. And this can be said to be the simplest, because before participating in Gordon dragon knowledge, Adele, in addition to accepting the teachings of the nun in the monastery, also spent a lot of time in the 3 years that she never gave up, and learned the titles and beliefs of the gods in the multiverse world through books and volumes. Therefore, without having to remember too much, Adele could recite the names of the gods she had memorized one by one. In addition to believing in Tiamat, a small number of chromatic dragons also believe in non-dragon gods, such as Bane, the god of war and conquest. The belief in constantly conquering everything makes many chromatic dragons serve this iron-fisted king. His emblem is an iron fist, the weaver of fate, the guardian of winter. The Raven Queen also attracts the faith of many white dragons. They feel that her control over winter is an extension of their own nature. The black cat expression did not change. It had long understood the learning progress of these 8 people. Wilhan was considered to be at the middle level, and the girl Adele was classified as the upper level by it. If nothing unexpected happens, the first priest will be born from her and another boy. If it follows this progress, it may not take long. I'm really looking forward to it. Gordon looked at the seed it cultivated with almost greed. Don't let it down. Hee hee. Chapter 367. The initial construction of the temple. Gordon was tirelessly cultivating the sweet and delicious fruits of seeds, looking forward to the future. And Mitsuki Izumi was also not idle. In the first meeting when Lollies just woke up, she began to fulfill her promise and told the council of elders and representatives of various noble forces in the palace of Mitsuki Izumi that a piece of land would be opened up in the center of Mitsuki Izumi in the near future to be used as a temple for the Lord of Molten Fire and Gift. Lollies had already discussed the emblem with Gordon. The emblem pattern that Gordon gave her was the same as the emblem of the main material plane. A cluster of dark golden vertical pupils on the mountains. In fact, any pattern would do, as long as the gods attached divine power to the artifact. They could communicate according to the distance. But most gods, including chaotic and disordered gods, would still choose to solidify their emblem into an image, because this would be conducive to the prayers of their believers. Gordon was no exception. This time, facing Lelisi Temple application, the nobles, the council of elders, and the representatives of military, administration, and commerce in Mitsuki Izumi were all silent, no longer crazy and surprised as in the past few days. Obviously, the representatives of various forces have learned from various channels about everything that happened outside the roaring dunes that day. Therefore, this proposal was not questioned or refuted at all. It was directly included in Mitsuki Izumi government affairs with a gorgeous data of no votes, rejected, and unanimous approval. And it was an expedited express delivery. Lelisi was not surprised at all, because she did this for the best solution for Mitsuki Izumi. Is it necessary to fight to the death with a giant dragon that can control the sand soul and has a mysterious origin for a little faith? I am afraid that no king would make such a foolish decision before finding out the real information. Even if the giant dragon is evil, he can only pretend to be friendly. Turning against him is undoubtedly the worst choice. What's more, at Lolly's current age, it is difficult for her to completely control the Miua Spring even if she becomes the king. The forces in the Miua Spring are intertwined, and the relationships are complicated. It is undoubtedly a very challenging thing for a king with zero foundation to control this oasis, even if she is the eldest princess of the former empire. And introducing another force is the best way to break the deadlock, which is one of the reasons why Lollies agreed to Gordon so readily at that time, as long as it is confirmed that it is not a wolf in the house. Even if Gordon does not use the banner of the Empire's gift, Lollies would be more than happy to have it. Let's not talk about anything else. Just now, in the parliament, some people have already started trying to repair the rift between them and the new king. The pressure that forced them to repair the rift was the result of her involving the demigod dragon. Although some people are watching the situation and not making any comments, silence is the best for her. Otherwise, why would she attend the meeting several times in a row? As long as it is her decree and decision, there is no suspense at all. It is not an exaggeration to say that she has the final say. To exaggerate a little, as long as she dares to think, the parliament representatives of Mitsuki Izumi will agree, and all votes will either agree or abstain. Compared with the initial trembling and treading on thin ice, the former god king, Tassiman, and Lollies, who suffered under the supervision of the parliament and the responsibility of the people, this kind of ruling situation can be said to be unprecedented in the hundreds of years of history of Mitsuki Izumi. Of course, Lelisi knew the reason for all the above. Without the entry of the demigod dragon, it would take several years for these stubborn and old-fashioned nobles to open the gap of power and let it go. Therefore, Lelisi became more and more concerned about the Temple of Godin. After finishing her own political affairs, she would take some time to go to the so-called Molten Fire Temple or Gift Temple in People's Mouths to observe the construction progress. The construction of the temple was very slow. According to the person in charge of supervising the project, it would take about 1 or 2 years to complete the construction. If no spellcasters were used, Lelisi was not in a hurry after hearing it. After all, the doctrines of the temple and the official priests were not yet in sight, so it was okay to go slowly. There was no rush to speed up the progress after everyone gathered. Moreover, Lelisi looked at the residents of Mitsuki Spring, who gathered near the building. pointing here from time to time, or looking for guards to ask, looking like a curious baby. It seems that it is not wrong to go slow. After all, the style of this temple is completely different from any building in Mayuquan. It is a temple belonging to a dragon. Both the steps and the porch are based on the size of an adult dragon. It is normal to attract attention. However, how long it can attract believers depends on the series of operations behind it. For this, Lalisi already has a draft in mind, and has discussed it with Gordon. It should be useful. At least it will not arouse the rebellious psychology of the people of Mayuquan. Lalisi looked at someone in the crowd who was like a salesman, introducing the building behind him that was carrying huge stones to the foundation one by one. Lord of Grace, King of Molten Fire, Son of the Dragon God, and other names were also spread among the crowds of Mitsuki Spring residents, who came to watch the excitement through the people arranged by lollies. In this step, Gordon emphasized that lollies should not talk about doctrines or rush to recruit people in the cult. Instead, he should focus on not causing disgust among local residents and tell the history of the god in a teasing or bardic way. For example, although it was born in the sewer, it has already dominated the dark side of the entire city in less than a year, and its size is more than twice that of other young dragons of the same age. Use such strange stories to attract the attention and curiosity of local residents, and slowly recruit them to the cult and believe in it. After all, Gordon is confident in his talent panel. It can be said that in addition to strength, it now lacks only a platform. As long as the platform is built, believers will flock to it like a spark. And the only thing to see at that time is whether it can hold up. After all, the hidden dangers brought by the huge believer's telekinesis cannot be solved by simple detection and absorption. At that time, thousands of believers will whisper and pray in its ears every day. If it does not have enough strength, it may not be a god by then, but will get a dragon-like mental illness and become a mentally ill dragon, which is really embarrassing. Of course, the current situation is far from Gotan. Whether it is the completion of the temple or the surge in believers, its current goal is to successfully train these children in front of it to become a qualified dragon priest. Although with the help of its divine power, the speed can be changed from years to months. Even so, the careful training plan still makes everyone from children to Gordon himself busy. In addition to educating this group of believers during the day, Gordon focuses on Cassatel, according to the real-time feedback from Cassatel and the panel. On the other side, with his efforts, his temple also quietly rose from the ground in the Tooting settlement with only 1,000 people. Although it is simple, the emblem and doctrine are well made. At this time, Cassatel is pretending to be a decent priest, spreading its doctrine to those who believe in the Lord of Gifts. Kill, destroy, sacrifice. Want to please the Lord of Gifts? Just offer the soul of the evil enemy, and it will give you mercy. Cassatel made everything clear to Gordon, such as the prayer before the battle and the shout after killing the enemy. But the effect is still not ideal. The settlement of the Tudans was originally a gathering place of humans, who were struggling to survive around a well that was about to dry up. Killing, destruction, and sacrifice were out of place there. After all, Gordon was in the good and neutral camp, encouraging believers to fight evil and eliminate chaos, rather than killing and chopping people at will to create chaos and disasters. Therefore, this also led to the fact that the temple of Cassatel was built earlier than that of Lolly's, irregular. The believers he obtained were only 5 or 6 shallow believers. And according to Cassatel, these 5 or 6 shallow believers were given to him because he couldn't bear to see the beggars starving to death at the door of the temple. Otherwise, there might not be any. In addition to caring about Cassatel's temple business, Gordon would occasionally take the time to use the shared giant eagle vision to look for nearby creatures. Not for food, but to see if there were any that could be brought to him. Candidate priest. Hone it up. After all, after nearly half a month of hard work, one of the 8 people who are still persisting has already appeared in the column of Gordon believers. Although it is only a shallow belief, but it is still very effective to set an example and accelerate their faith progress. Unfortunately, no matter how Gordon searches for the surrounding creatures, they are not satisfactory. Those that are too low end cannot trigger the panel, and those that have a little strength are all these boys and girls who cannot fight against them. They are all dangerous creatures that will be killed instantly by the candidate priests, like sand lions and sand crocodiles. Even if there is only one, ordinary people who have been trained will basically die when facing them. Not to mention these children who are buried in dragon knowledge all day long. With their strength, they may be weak in 1 minute if they swing the sword hard. Therefore, Gordon prefers to find some low-level social creatures, so that even if they are strong, they still have a chance of winning individually, rather than a situation where they are 100% dead. Goblins, kobolds, and wolves are all good choices. Gordon also used these to dig out his first pot of gold, so it was perfect for the trial. However, it had been less than 2 months since the roaring dunes subsided, and the probability of finding these creatures nearby was much lower than the probability of stepping on quicksand in the desert and then stepping into the ruins of a powerful wizard. After all, both goblins and kobolds are social animals, not migratory animals like sand lions and sand crocodiles. They have fixed residences and fixed hunting areas, and rarely go to other areas to find food, unless there is unrest in the current area, and it is a danger that cannot be quelled even if the goblins surrender. They will leave the land that nurtured them under the leadership of the patriarch and wander until they find another suitable habitat or a master worth relying on. And then, they will stop. But Gordon didn't count on this. He planned to hand over this task to Lollies later. It must be easy for her to catch a few live goblins or dog-headed men. But if they came to him, Gordon would have no reason to refuse. One day before the second supply wagon arrived, Gordon saw a small black dot moving slowly in the sand dunes in his spare time. The Desert Eagle's vision was very clear. It was the creature that Gordon had dealt with in the sewer. A group of goblins. Unlike the green goblins in the sewer, the goblins in the desert looked smaller, with thinner limbs and green-brown skin. It seemed that the hot climate in the desert had reduced their size even more, and the ears that seemed to be unaffected looked more slender in comparison. Gordon was too lazy to care about how these goblins came. He only knew that perhaps his sharpening could be used now. So, in the roaring sand dunes, a cloud-like sand mist slowly floated up from under the sand dunes, gathered, formed, and then condensed together to become a huge dark cloud, quickly drifting eastward, west of the Great Gobi Desert. This was the third day that Black Fong and Broken Palm had been out. Damn it! Is there no end to this desert? Black Fong, a goblin scout who came from the Great Gobi Desert in the east of the desert, looked at the world full of yellow sand and cursed in goblin language. Black Fong, hurry up. We will take a rest after walking another 10 miles today. We will return the same way on the 5th day. Chief Broken Palm is still waiting for us. The scout companion beside him rarely talked about his bravery in the past robbery, but looked at him worriedly and said so. This is not just one or two, but all, including himself, who is also sad and no longer happy. Thinking of the scene a few days ago, the hearts of all the goblins present seemed to be covered with a layer of haze. If it weren't for the fact that the chief of the Broken Palm clan was also a force in the Great Gobi Desert, with thousands of goblins, 200 or 300 wolves, and a few bear goblins, I'm afraid it would be like other small goblin tribes, and would be directly destroyed by the hyenas without a word, and die quietly in the Great Gobi Desert where there is nothing, instead of having a chance to escape like now. Fuck. Those crazy dogs. Some goblins recalled the scene they saw when they escaped from the Cave of Joy that day. They couldn't help but tremble all over. They could only curse to muster up the courage and stop shaking. Let's go! We just need to walk 10 miles today. A few days ago, I heard from the captured human merchant that there will be no more man-eating winds here. We should be safer than the Yellow Claw gang. Hee hee. Yes. A goblin was about to agree when he saw a black cloud rising in the sky. Look! What is that? It screamed. Chapter 368 Blood of the Gobi Desert, when Gordon sensed the goblins escorted by the Sand Soul Corps. He had just finished teaching these eager students a section on dragon spirituality. Now was the time for them to review and consolidate. Gordon had seen their efforts in the past half-month, so he didn't have to worry about them being lazy. He boldly left the dragon skeleton platform and headed for the gentle slope on the back of the sand dune where the temple was located. The goblins escorted by the Sand Soul Corps were now placed there, waiting for his disposal. And the goblins captured by the Sand Soul Corps had gone from shaking like sieves and urinating when they were first captured to being curious and surprised, and showing endless desire to explore, all in just half an hour, because they clearly felt that this group of sand souls had no intention of harming them, and they were unconscious. No matter how they attacked with their knives or jumped up and down, there was no problem. The only prohibition was to prohibit leaving the hollow fog formed by the sand souls. Any goblin who dared to leave would feel visible water loss and physical and mental decline. Otherwise, the place where these goblins made trouble would not be limited to this. However, the main reason for the trouble was that they did not know when the person behind the scenes would keep them imprisoned and the reason for imprisoning them. The only thing they understood was that they were now restricted in their freedom. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Black Claw. What should we do? If we don't go back, the chief will definitely blame us, a goblin scout asked, his face full of anxiety. Is your wife or child among the tribe you escaped from? Black Claw asked sullenly. No. Did your parents escape by luck? Don't be ridiculous. We don't have parents. Then why are you so anxious here? You keep talking about the chieftain. Are you born of a dog? You are as stupid as a domesticated pig. Now that we have been caught, will the chieftain come and kill us? Isn't the most important issue now how we should show our loyalty? After all, there must be a reason why this group of weird sand groups don't kill us. Black Claw talked freely. Obviously, it was this wit and sharpness that made it a fish that escaped the net in the Cave of Joy, the goblin base camp in the Gobi Desert, and joined the goblin royal family, who had already heard the news and fled. That's true. But we are running out of food. We brought rations for the round trip when we came out, and the water bags fell during the transportation just now. Hearing this, Black Claw frowned slightly. This is indeed a problem. After all, they can't put all their hopes on the future master who kidnapped them here. Yes, in Black Claw's heart, it is ready to bow down, whether it is an evil lich, a mummy, or a human lord. After all, the goblin chief can't go back, and there is pressure from the jackal army chasing behind. It is already a broken ship, and there is a better choice, so it will not let it go. In other words, I don't know why the great master wants them. A group of goblins. Could it be that his strength and wisdom were spotted by the master at first sight in the vast sea of sand? Just when Black Claw was fascinated by his talent, he heard his companion's calls. Look! There's a cat! There's another black cat! Black cat? Black Claw raised his head in confusion, and saw his companions approaching a corner of the hollow area. Through the gap between the figures, Black Claw saw a shiny black cat, which was looking at them curiously. Its eyes were not sharp at all, but like a curious baby. It's my prey. I saw it first. At this time, some companions had seen this mobile reserve food and shouted, and their desire to survive was full. Obviously, it was dominated by the fear of food, and its mind was full of how to get more food. Cats were also on the goblin's menu. However, before it could continue to be pushed away, all the goblins felt the sand fog above their heads shake, and hot and bright light poured in. At the same time, with a gradually rising and twisted shadow under their feet, the sun above the goblins' heads was covered again. The vast dragon might made all the goblins unable to raise their heads. They felt that their hearts were about to jump into their throats. The solidified atmosphere in the air squeezed them very uncomfortable. Their vision was a little sluggish, and their heads were pressed against the extremely hot yellow sand. They could only see the pair of claws that seemed to be covered with steel. Motionless. But this did not mean the end. With the voice of the companion coming from above, and the smelly liquid flying from under the hood like saliva, it was obvious that it had been caught in the sky. All the goblins who were still there were suddenly silent, not daring to make a sound, and could only listen to the dying wail of the companion, who said that the black cat was prey, and the eerie sound of bone cracking. The blood fell on the yellow sand, and was soon scorched into a dark brown by the sun. Only the pale and mummy-like corpse proved its existence. Now, the fair one-on-one battle is over. You can tell me why you came to my territory. My prisoners. The rumbling sound like thunder sounded under the clear sky, like a bolt from the blue, and it took the goblins a long time to recover. Black Claw's reaction was the fastest, so he stuttered and answered humbly at the first time. Because of the kindness and good gods, they heard our call and set us to your side. The master? Perfect. Even if that talkative bard is resurrected, I'm afraid he can't say a better compliment than me. Black Claw couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up for his words. You know, this was learned from a captured and dying bard, and it felt very good at the time. Therefore, it secretly memorized it and changed it to praise. Every time it said this to the chief, it could more or less get some rewards from the chief who yearned for human society. But the next moment, its secretly happy expression suddenly froze, and it saw a force that it could not resist, directly taking it to a height of 7 or 8 meters. It also saw the whole picture of this monster for the first time. A black upright dragon, whether in human or humanoid society, It is the protagonist with the most colorful stories. And it was like an ant in front of the dragon. Interesting. The dragon showed a look of confusion with black claws. And said leisurely, "Go on. Why did you come here? Ordinarily, you should not dare to step into this place. What happened forced you to come here?" Looking at the dragon overly curious pupils, Black Claw knew that his fate should not be the same miserable fate as his previous companion. So he suppressed his trembling in the air, and stammered to tell the truth about what happened in the Great Gobi these days. The group of jackals in the Sand Snake Trail are crazy. They attacked the human caravans passing by nearby, leaving no one alive, and spread their claws to the entire Great Gobi. The contract that the chief had signed with them has been torn up. When talking about the reason for coming here, Black Claw became more and more angry. But in front of the dragon, he restrained himself a lot, and did not pour out those disgusting words all at once. And Gordon also learned from the captured goblin that the way monsters and humans had originally been in tacit agreement had been broken by the jackals. They tore up the agreement without warning. Not only with cruel, they killed any human merchants who dared to enter the Sand Snake Trail by means of thunderbolts, refused to accept the ransom agreed upon in the past, and defeated the army that exterminated it. They also attacked the desert city-state 100 miles away with thunderbolts. Moreover, it is said that when the gnolls returned from the surprise attack on the city, their number had jumped from a medium-sized tribe of less than 2,000 at the beginning to a large tribe of more than 10,000 gnolls. Even the famous Snakeman army controlled by the king of the multi-headed lizard, which controlled the most important trade route between the Great Gobi dwarves and human iron, collapsed at the first touch when facing such crazy gnolls. It is said that the 6 heads were made into staffs that can release various spells by the gnolls' sacrifices. The lizard kingdom collapsed so quickly. Not to mention the goblin tribe, which was far inferior to them, and only lived in a corner of the Gobi Desert. Not to mention the Cave of Joy, the crooked barrier maze that can only block humans, but not the sensitive sense of smell of the gnolls. Besides that, what else? Are there no abnormalities in those crazy gnolls? The dragon asked a question, and the goblin breathed a sigh of relief, then recalled carefully before speaking. "Master, there is nothing abnormal about them. Just like the gnolls before. But when I was a scout, I could hear the howling and giggling coming from the Gobi Desert before I saw anyone, which was even more excessive than the harpies in heat in the middle of the night. Then I ran away and saw nothing." Black Claw answered honestly. The dragon seemed to be stunned by its answer, and it seemed to have thought of something and asked a few more questions. After the goblin answered one by one, Gordon put down the goblin that was almost scorched in the air, and then asked the Sand Soul Core to imprison them again, leaving the gentle slope of the sand dunes and heading for the dragon skeleton platform. On the way, Gordon deliberately slowed down his pace, as if to digest the information he learned from the goblin. It frowned slightly. Obviously this news was not good for it, although it was unlikely to affect it. But Gordon thought more deeply. This killing was not a simple killing, but represented the participation of the demon lord, the god of gnolls, Yinagu. The goblins did not know why the gnolls became so cruel, but Gordon, who was cramming the knowledge of demon lords in the tower, understood it very well. The actions of Yinagu, the god of gnolls, all had signs, and the information Gordon asked from the goblins proved it all. It seems that Yinagu is not only wreaking havoc on the prime material plane, but also on the Apal world, which is far away from Io. It can be seen that other planes are also likely to be affected. And this is obviously just the beginning. Perhaps it can be said that Gordon is worrying too much. But this saint's catastrophe is obviously longer than it remembers. And the spread of this catastrophe is also wider. Not only has the war spread to the prime material plane, but even other material planes in the multiverse have also been affected. The evil will of the abyss is taking advantage of the turmoil to spread around. However, Yinagu's participation is not surprising, because among all the demon lords in the abyss, Yinagu should be considered the most active in the prime material plane. His move made Gordon feel a sense of urgency. The crisis that would come upon him at any time was like a sword of Damocles hanging over his head, turning all his efforts into nothing. It seems that it was wrong before. Gordon sighed. He seemed to think of his past, thinking that he could safely survive the saint's catastrophe in the overseas archipelago. But from today's point of view, it was obviously all wrong. The distant plane Apal had to face the erosion of the abyss. Not to mention that it was located in the main material plane that was under the greatest pressure. Gordon understood that no egg would be left intact when the nest was overturned. unless he took refuge in the abyss. But then it was corrupted by the will of the abyss. And whether it was still itself was a matter worth discussing. Just like the king of frost giants Kashchechi. Anyway, in short, the information he got from the goblin today made Gordon realize his own narrow-mindedness. He thought that if he hid in a remote corner, the devil would not be able to find him. However, as long as the saint's catastrophe has not ended, these unpredictable dangers will be like maggots on the tarsal bone, following him closely. When Gordon walked to the dragon skeleton platform, the confusion in his eyes had gradually disappeared, replaced by the students who were studying hard all the time. These burning fires are the hope that can help him get out of trouble. So, on the platform, Gordon began to ask questions again, in order to consolidate the memory of these children, so that they can master dragon knowledge as soon as possible and obtain the prerequisites of priests. Gordon can be said to be asking questions all the time or on the way to asking questions. Fortunately, the day of cultivating the first formal priest is not far away. On the other side, on the east side of the roaring sand dunes, on the great desert, a grand slaughter scene has begun. Countless jackals and their hyenas are constantly chewing food in their mouths. In addition to the strong smell of blood in the air, there are faint sobs and giggles coming from the wind, accompanied by the blood spilled on the ground and the stone walls, which looks particularly hideous and terrifying. Then, accompanied by the explosion sound at the slaughter site, the bloated hyena's stomach exploded directly, and more than a dozen young jackal cubs, as young as newborn puppies, were born directly, and then joined the 3-day carnival feast again. My lord guides the west. The jackal priest looked at the omen and said enthusiastically. The blood on the Gobi Desert continued, and it spread westward. Chapter 369. The beauty of blood food. Are all the people gathered? Sitting on the silver throne in the hall, Lollies held the golden scepter that symbolized power and authority. Overlooking these familiar faces, the construction of the temple has been carried out in an orderly manner, and Lollies finally had the opportunity to summon her companions, who had entered the roaring dunes with her, to the front of the hall to plan for the future. Beside Shrew Eyes was still the ancient dragon with spines that seemed to never grow up. He was leaning against a white pillar in the hall with boredom, lowering his head, concentrating on using his psychic power to twist and to form a ball of gravel in his palm. The creatures such as lions and tigers made of sand were also constantly changing in his hands. In response to Lolly's question, everyone looked at him, making Shrew Eyes look nervous. The sand in his hand collapsed instantly and fell to the ground. He waved his hand quickly. Although he and I were rivals, I really don't know where he is now. Like you, I last met him before we parted. The only person who could be called a rival by Shrew Eyes, who tamed the ancient dragon of spines, was Rylock, who had sworn to be loyal to Lollies until death. This time, unusually, he did not respond to the call of the Empress, because the message from the Rhine family to the palace was that Rylock had left Mitsuki Spring a few weeks ago with the head of the family, Rheinhammon, who was also his grandfather, and his whereabouts were unknown. The Rhine family is now temporarily managed by other family members. But this is a big deal after all. Rylock, someone said hesitantly, with a puzzled look on his face. After all, he and Rhine Rock were both noble children of Mitsuki Spring. He naturally knew very well how absurd it was to leave without saying goodbye, and how he did not abide by the noble code. Rhine Rock was more like an unrestrained desert mercenary at this moment, doing whatever he wanted. No need to say more. Since he chose to leave at this time, he must have been ready to bear the price. Someone interrupted, and Lollies vaguely felt from his eyebrows that he had similarities with the middle-aged man who represented the spokesperson of the ruling Elders' Council among the noble representatives. It seemed to be called Eagle Lord. But the man wanted to say something, but heard Lolly's voice to stop him. Okay, you don't have to say anything more. With Lolly's words, the two people were obviously a little surprised, but they still looked at each other angrily at the same time, and then stopped talking and stopped fighting. The dispute that was about to break out disappeared without a trace with the intervention of Lelisi. And Lelisi also made a conclusion calmly. Since Rylock is absent, there may be something important at home. Then we will not wait for him anymore. The 19 people will hold a meeting first. One more or one less Rylock is not a big deal for Lelisi. What she lacks most now is time, especially in the preparations before the restoration of the country. Lelisi has planned for herself accurately to every minute. Okay, now you can tell me one by one which industry you plan to work in the future. Business, military, politics, or agriculture? Lalisi looked at the 18 people in the audience with great interest. In the future, these people will become the core team of her restoration. As the best of the young generation of the Sant people, they have the qualifications. Your Majesty, as long as you want, I will be the sword in your hand and kill all the enemies who come. Someone surrendered first. His admiration for Lalisi has reached obsession. Almost as soon as Lalisi's voice fell, he couldn't wait to show his loyalty to the young king. With the first one, the second one followed. Your Majesty, I want to manage the oasis with my master and let the oasis cultivate more drought-resistant plants. This is the disciple of the great druid, Tony's son, the lucky man blessed by the dragon. He also resolutely devoted himself to his most beloved profession, the way of druid. Your Majesty, I also want to. With someone taking the lead, the other people who have plans for the future will completely let go and tell Lalisi, the queen of the oasis, about their own dreams and future plans. Lalisi listened to the words of the people in the audience, nodding, smiling, and giving suggestions to the people who presented their contributions, and also talked about the advantages and disadvantages of various industries: business, military, politics, agriculture. No matter which point, for a city-state or oasis, it is the top priority, and it is also very cautious. The cost of making a wrong choice is more difficult than imagined. That's it. In this hall where the morning light has not yet completely dissipated, the noise and arguments coming from inside, mixed with the rustling sound of the tender green leaves in the jungle outside the hall in the wind, seemed particularly harmonious and peaceful. Tick 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 tick. The water dripping from the ceiling of the secret room wall fell on the blue stone floor, making a pleasant ding-dong sound. Reinrock, the former proud son, now looked at all this with blank eyes. During the more than 10 days of being imprisoned by his grandfather Reinharman, he said everything he could and should say, whether it was negotiation or begging. Anyway, he used all his tricks. But he still couldn't convince his grandfather, or father, to give up the sacrifice of the evil creature. He has completely fallen. If he hadn't pleased that existence in the first sacrifice, then Reinrock's life might have ended in the first sacrifice. But if he were to go back to that day, he would definitely rather die on the spot. No longer thinking about it, his empty vision began to regain focus, and the clear picture of the secret room was transmitted to Reinrock's eyes through the retina, accompanied by the rotten, sour smell in the secret room, and of course, the control feeling of an extra limb under his crotch, reminding him that he was no longer the same person he used to be. What made him even more desperate was the life-size glass mirror standing in front of him. The faint light brought by the candlelight above the secret room allowed him to clearly see most of the creatures in the mirror. This creature had a mixture of yellow, brown and black hair all over its body, and a hyena head on its furry neck. This humanoid creature was hunched over, but was taller than his original height. The abandoned 2-meter-long altar that could no longer tie it was the proof. This was a creature that Reinrock was familiar with but unfamiliar with. A jackal. He was familiar with it because he had dealt with this most common monster in the desert more than once. What was strange was that the movements of the jackal in the mirror were exactly the same as his movements at the moment. He shook his head, and it shook its head, opened its mouth, and opened its mouth. The empty deep mouth in the mirror seemed to reflect the day when the nightmare began. Black. All black. Looking back on that day now, it was all black. Nothing could be seen. Only the whimpering and excitement of the jackal. Reinrock still couldn't bear to close his eyes that revealed cruelty and violence no matter what. As if he could deny the fact? The fact that he turned into a jackal. And what his father forced him to do as a jackal. Becoming a monster is not difficult for psychics to accept. On the contrary, a powerful psychic can transform into any creature through psychic power. Even the dragon, the top hunter in the material plane, can be transformed. But this malicious transformation is completely different from the psychic transformation that can be changed at will. Once transformed, as long as there is no more powerful psychic to cancel the malicious transformation, then what is left for Reinrock is the messy rest of his life. Throughout the life of a hyena, the creature transformed by psychic power is the same as the transformation of the wizard, and has all the racial characteristics of the transformed creature, including the dark vision and sensitive sense of smell that the hyena is born with, which he also inherited. But the most terrifying thing is not this, but the malicious transformation. Then his body structure is no different from that of a hyena. That is, he can reproduce, or get pregnant, Every time thinking of this, Reinlach couldn't help but recall everything his grandfather forced him to do after the previous transformation. He only felt a sense of humiliation and nausea occupying his hyena brain, which now has no psychic energy left. If this goes on, Yuhara, he really can't hold on for much longer. Giggle. A voice came from the corridor, outside the secret room, breaking Reinlach's self-pity. Father! He is back again? How long has it been since the last sacrifice? Fear and uneasiness occupied Reinlach's face. He originally thought that there were still a few days before the next sacrifice. After all, he had figured out the rules of the sacrifice during the half-month he stayed here. Could it be early? Reinlach swallowed the saliva that was about to fill his mouth, and retracted the canine teeth exposed in his mouth. The thoughts in his mind were turning rapidly. It must be said that malicious deformation is difficult to change his soul, and his intelligence will not be assimilated to the level of ordinary jackals. Otherwise, Reinlach can't think of the possibility of his own comeback. But with the footsteps getting closer and closer in the corridor, Reinlach still couldn't figure it out. Instead, through judgment, he seemed to hear a second kind of footsteps. Very light. It always sounded after the previous footsteps, so that, accompanied by the echo of the corridor, the footsteps could be perfectly covered. If it weren't for the null blood that greatly improved his hearing, Reinlach would probably not be able to detect it. 2 people. Who else did father bring? Did he find an ally? Just as Reinlach was thinking about who the person was, the torch outside the secret room was already burning, and 2 figures appeared in Reinlach's eyes, one in front and one behind. The former was naturally his nominal grandfather, Reinharman, the helmsman of the Rhine family. At this time, he seemed much more energetic than in the first half of the month, with a rosy face, no longer the old and decrepit state before the trigger, as if he had regained his second spring. If Reinlach didn't know the truth, he might still be happy about his grandfather condition. As for the person following his grandfather, he turned his sight over with a very familiar scream. This was a lady in black and white maid clothes, about 24 or 25 years old, with golden braids hanging on her chest, and dressed like a girl. Her beautiful face proved that the scream just now came from her mouth. Is this his head maid, Lilith? Reinlach was speechless, and felt uneasy in his heart. But before he could speak, Reinharman laughter sounded in the secret room, and he teased. What? Are you scared? But this is just a jackal. No. No. Sir, I'm not scared. The maid shook her head again and again, but her eyes still secretly glanced at the jackal locked in 4 shackles. Somehow, she felt that the look was a little familiar. Hee hee. Is that so? Reinharman smiled noncommittally, looking particularly mysterious under the candlelight. The head maid didn't care about that, and asked respectfully. Master, just now in the courtyard, you said that I could see the young master. Where is the young master now? Obviously, the Rhine family announcement that Reinlach had left could be hidden from outsiders, but it couldn't be hidden from the head maid Lilith, who had been watching Reinlach all the time and taking care of his daily life for more than 10 years. You know, Reinlach always took the time to tell her before leaving. What's more, how could he go out without taking such things with him? She touched the object in her lace skirt, feeling uneasy. This led to the accidental encounter with the disappeared Reinharman in the courtyard today. She did not hesitate too much and directly asked about Reinlach's whereabouts, when she knew that Reinlach was in the secret room at this time and might need her help. Lilith naturally agreed. Unexpectedly, when she came to this secret room full of the stench of the gnolls and the rusty smell of dried blood, let alone Reinlach, she saw no one except her and Reinharman, only a gnoll looking at her stupidly. Just as Lilith was waiting for the response of the old man in front, she saw the gnoll in front of the glass mirror opposite, constantly looking at her with human eyes, and making a series of incomprehensible whimpers and clucking sounds. And the iron chain was also jingling. The strangeness of the jackal made Lilith think of something. An impossible guess was expanding in her mind. She looked at the old man in front of her and the imprisoned jackal, swallowed her saliva, stepped back half a step, and touched the wall covered with blood, flesh and dirt. The touch of disgusting mucus made her withdraw her hand immediately. Under the light, her palm was blood red. At this time, her eyes blurred, and the real appearance of the secret room was completely displayed in her mind through the retina as her mood was agitated. Endless limbs and pieces of meat were piled on the ground. Her skirt was stained with dark brown blood plasma. and the ceiling was constantly dripping with blood of the same color. In the most densely lit place in the secret room, you can see a statue that can barely stand in this more than 3-meter high secret room with a hunched body. Its yellow fur was full of filth and scattered with light gray pus. Its amber eyes were full of lust, and it swung a huge 3-headed flail. This statue was exactly the same as the knoll she had seen just now, except that it was a size larger than the former. She subconsciously wanted to retreat, but the old man's giggles were heard in her ears. "Aren't you looking for your young master? He is in front of you. How come you can't recognize him?" He. After saying that, he used his psychic power to freeze the maid, and then threw the maid to the feet of the knoll, and simultaneously untied the shackles that imprisoned Reinlock, and it regained its freedom. There was only Reinhammen's strange giggle in his ears. "Come on, child. Enjoy the beauty of fresh blood." Reinlock's eyes were suddenly bloodshot, and saliva kept dripping from the dog mouth full of sharp teeth. The only remaining reason was gradually lost in the bewitching words. Chapter 370 Hope. And Reinrock only felt that his brain was slowly frozen. His reason gradually returned to nothingness, and one thought after another in his mind was broken like bubbles. And finally there was only a towering mountain called desire, standing in his heart. Hunger and desire attacked his already broken heart at the same time, and it was only a matter of time before he turned into a complete monster. After all, whether it was the fresh and fragrant smell of tender meat, or the reaction of his mouth secreting more and more saliva due to his desire for flesh and blood, or the gurgling sound from his nose and throat, it proved that the instinct of the creature was playing in his mind, although it was only for a moment. But that strange pleasure made Reinrock want to stay at this moment. The gradual dissipation of desire made it difficult for him to accept it. Finally, the body that froze with the brain began to move. It lowered its head to let itself see more clearly, and the wild breath called brutality and raging gradually emerged in the turbid and dim animal eyes. In less than 3 seconds, the smell of fresh and still hot blood and the woman's painful whimpering sounded in the secret room. But in this secret room deep underground, no one was destined to know. Finally, in the secret room, there was a corpse with a slight twitch and muscle reaction. The maid's lifeless eyes, the blood spreading under her body, the torn limbs not far away, and the jackal lying on her abdomen chewing flesh and blood. The blood splashing from its mouth added a new layer of dirt on the wall. In this way, a scene like hell was formed. Of course, in the sad and bloody atmosphere, there was also a person's laughter that lasted for a long time. Reinharmen. Hee. It's almost done. My son. Eat more. Eat more. The old man looked at his offspring, who had completely turned into an inhuman beast eating, and laughed with great satisfaction. But the tone was like the nightingale's mournful cry, accompanied by the sound of chewing bones inside, which was chilling, warm, full, and comfortable. When consciousness returned to Reinrock's mind, he only felt that he was very full, more full than ever before, making him squint his eyes comfortably, and even wanted to lie down for a while to digest it. In the past, after he had a full meal in the mansion, he would sit on the rooftop garden balcony, where his maid Lilith arranged a recliner for him, where he could enjoy the scenery of Mitsuki Spring without worrying about direct sunlight. And there were gusts of breeze. That feeling, just the memory was enough to touch his heart. But the next second, he reacted, and the memories after losing consciousness surfaced one by one like mushrooms after rain. And he reacted. He was caught by Reinhardt and turned into a jackal, unable to move at all. The scenes of the days in the secret room echoed in his mind. What was he doing? Then he opened his eyes. The facilities and furnishings in the secret room had not changed at all. The candlelight was still dim, but his vision was extremely clean. The bloody smell in the air made him unacceptable. So he covered his nose, looking at Shiran standing in front of him. A familiar yet strange relative. His father. Damn it. What did you do? He stumbled and wanted to get closer to Reinhardt. He wanted to question him. He also wanted to vent the countless emotions accumulated in his heart. He shouted at almost the highest decibel. Where's Lilith? Why did you bring her here? Did you kill it? Facing this young gnoll who was twice as tall as him even when he was hunched over, Reinhardt's expression was unhurried, as if he had just tasted the unique black tea from the north, and was leisurely and contented. Answer me. Father! He squeezed out these words from the gap between his teeth in hatred. He still believed that he could pull his father back to the right path, and snatch him back from the abyss demon. On the way to Reinhardt, His claws stepped on something, and the sound of broken bones instantly rang out in the secret room. He subconsciously raised his feet and looked down, and saw that there were more broken and scattered human skulls on the ground. Scarlet blood, and long hair stuck on it and on its feet. There were more black and white clothing fragments around that had nothing to do with this bloody secret room. Reinrock was in a trance, took a step back, and fear flashed in his eyes. Father, did you kill her? No. You killed her? Why? You haven't remembered yet? Reinharmon's laughter sounded almost as soon as he finished speaking. No. No. As another strange memory squeezed into Reinlock's brain. The crazy and bloody pictures flashed frame by frame, and he almost roared in anger. He couldn't believe it, and was furious. You devil! What did you do to manipulate my body? Ugh! The nausea and anger made him almost collapse, and he performed a clumsy clown-like play on the spot. And the undigested food in his stomach was vomited out from his mouth that was almost 90 degrees. Looking at the outlines of the limbs and the blood and flesh scattered on the ground, he screamed hysterically. Devil! You devil! You are not my father. Who are you? He shouted the words he had repeated many times these days. But no time was more desperate than today. Today, he killed and devoured his maid with his own hands. But his father also died today. Glittering tears overflowed from his eyes. But before they slid down his cheeks, they were blocked by the dry and scattered hair on his face, and finally only moistened a tuft of hair at the corner of his eyes. Alas! I thought you would thank me. The old man looked at Locke's current situation inside. His tone was still so calm. But even so, it was enough to arouse the tyrannical fire in Reinlock's body. He stepped forward quickly, and the agility of the jackal was fully exposed at this moment. He rushed towards the old man who was the culprit. The claws that were eager for blood were already shining under the candlelight, and his shouts followed closely. Thank you. Why should I thank you? You asked me to do all these things, and you still expect me to thank you? Devil, go back to your abyss. After saying that, he swung his claws fiercely, wanting to end everything. But the sticky sense of space still made his claws sink into the quagmire before they touched the old man's body. Unable to move at all. Psychic barrier. Can resist all physical attacks within 3 feet of the recipient's body. He had used this spell countless times to resist the ranger's flying arrows or rude warriors. But he never thought that one day he would also taste the power of this spell and despair? That's right. With Reinharmon's 7th level psychic spellcaster level, the psychic shield he constructed would be fearless against not only one jackal, but even the entire jackal army. His attack was doomed to be futile. Moreover, the next moment, his slow body was shot out by the rainbow jet from the heart-shaped gem on Reinharmon's chest, and flew backwards to the corner of the wall. Then his body was controlled by psychic energy, floating up, moving to the instrument that had imprisoned him before, and locked again. He was already a little dizzy. His eyes were burning, and the side effects of the rainbow jet made it impossible for him to open his eyes. He could only struggle frantically. But there was only the crisp sound of iron chains in response. He roared and roared, cursing his former father, now a demon. Silence. As expected, it was released on his body 3 seconds after the roar. Then, the secret room fell silent again, with only the clanging of chains proving that he had not given up. But the thick steel nails firmly embedded in the wall could not be broken free by the strength of the jackal alone. Give up. Locke. Just like me. Embrace him. Feel his hunger. Feel his anger. Feel his happiness. This nearly 70-year-old man seemed like a dancer in the opera house at this moment, pointing at the shrine in the secret room from afar, singing his greatness with emotion, just like a fanatic. Obviously, Yenagi used illusions to influence Reinharmon's thoughts and dreams, making this nearly 70-year-old but life-hungry spellcaster successfully become his believer. In theory, this is rare and difficult, but it must be said that when a person loses all hope, that is when other things take advantage of the situation, and the most exaggerated and false events will be staged in reality. There is a saying in the bards that poetry needs to tell the hero's experience truthfully, so that he can defeat the dragon without doubt. But in reality, this logic is not needed. The hero will not tell you how he conquered the dragon, whether he killed the dragon by letting it immerse itself in his beauty, or used his tactics to attract the help of another dragon. Reinlock, who was banned from speaking, could only resist the urge to cry, staring at the old man standing not far away, full of confusion. Why did his father become like this in just a few days? And when did it start? On the other side, the praise of Yenagu greatness has not stopped. Accept him. Lock, my child. As long as we devour enough, he will come. As long as we kill enough, he will come. Then, we can become part of him. He will make us no longer lonely, no longer afraid, no longer hungry, and no longer worry about the short life that will pass away at any time and anywhere. We kill. He comes to devour. We will become him. He will become us. As long as he is alive, we will live forever. No one can kill us. Hee. The old man fanatical and crazy laughter resounded throughout the secret room. Deafening. Believe me, you will love that feeling. My child, don't resist anymore. Come with me and embrace him. The old man stretched out his tongue to lick his upper lip, which was dry due to talking too much, and showed a pious smile, like a pastor who persuades people to believe in religion, persuading them step by step. Nothing more than that. Give up, you devil. I will not surrender. Even if my body turns into a jackal, you can never affect my mind. Go away with your God. Get out of my sight. I just want to tear you apart now. Feeling the failure of restricting the power of language, Reinlock's roar, accompanied by the sound of shackles and chains, rang out in the secret room at the same time. This represents his determination. Under his father's fanatical prayer, he finally put an end to his hope. Now he only prays that he will die soon, so that he can reduce future sins and have a chance to be able to throw myself into the arms of Yuhara. Hee. In a few days, you will know the power of my lord. The stubborn Reinlock did not anger the old man, but looked at him with satisfaction, as if he appreciated the indomitable offspring in front of him more than his surrender. Yes, that's it. In this way, the fragrance produced after the soul falls can arouse his desire. He was roaring in his heart. His eyes full of the Reinlock, he turned into a jackal. No, you can't give my soul except a corpse. Reinlock roared angrily. He knew that no matter whether it was the devils in Bator or the demons in the abyss, what they wanted most was the souls of mortals. Because souls were the valuable currency circulating in these two planes. And souls, like Reinhard Man and Reinhard Man, were different from mortals. They were high-value currencies equivalent to gold coins, and were pursued by demons and devils. So, no matter what, Reinhard Man and Yenagu, the god of Knowles behind him, would not give up this excellent soul and flow to the plains where other gods lived. But Reinrock's rebuttal seemed to be useless. After listening to it, the old man just laughed sinisterly, then packed up and left the secret room. Before leaving, he deliberately said a few more words. Hee. When you devour fresh meat, you have been noticed by him. You can't escape. Child, I look forward to meeting you again. I hope that next time, I can pray for his coming with you. Soon, you will know how great our cause is. Reinrock was no longer surprised by Reinheimen's fanatical speech. He had no response. It was not that he did not want to refute, but that he was exhausted and just wanted to have a good sleep. So, he fell into a dream. At the moment before falling asleep, he seemed to feel something. When he found that the Yenagu statue in the shrine was strange, he heard a cluck sound in an indistinct direction. It was not Reinheimen, but a strange, but extremely majestic one. Then he fell into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, Reinrock found himself in a small cave. He became so huge that he could touch the ceiling when he stood up. He stretched out his hand. What was this? A dog paw? He hurriedly ran towards the light. The short corridor and the creatures beside him, who were moving forward with him, made him realize what he was. He turned into a hyena. When he and other hyenas got out of the cave, it was different from the yellow sand of the desert and the green of the oasis. This was a bloody wilderness with an endless border. The roars of vultures and wild beasts echoed in the wilderness. The sky was gray. Then, he suddenly lost control of his body and began to hunt with other hyenas. The first hunt began outside. A blood-stained emblem that had fallen out of the maid's dress at some point was flashing. It was Reinrock, the medium tool that psychic spellcasters relied on. Chapter 371 Priest Enlightenment. No matter how long the desert daytime is in the scorching sun, time will always seem short when you think about it after it has passed. When Gordon looked at the 5 anxious children who had already mastered the knowledge of dragons, looking back, it seemed like a month had passed. When these children first saw him and respectfully called him Lord Black Cat, It was as if it was yesterday. Now, they usually call Gordon teacher, rarely with a prefix, memorizing the knowledge related to dragon religion day and night, plus the tranquilizing potion it gave, and their natural perception power that surpassed others. 30 days. It is not too late or too early to master the knowledge of dragons. The 5 of them mastered it one after another within 3 days. There were 3 others who couldn't stand the history of dragons halfway, or their love for dragons was far less passionate than at the beginning. So Gordon let them return to Mitsuki Spring with the convoy. Gordon knew that faith without piety might only bring troubles, but no sweet fruits. I don't think I need to repeat it again. In the grand hall built of ruins, the black cat incarnated by Gordon stood on a high platform, which perfectly ensured that it could look down at the group of weak children. Yes, teacher. The 5 people, including Adele, replied respectfully. They knew in their hearts that when the course was over, both the black cat as a teacher and they would be liberated, according to what the teacher said. Now they only need to go to the underground temple with a pious heart and swear an oath in front of the shrine, and they will become real priests. Genuine dragon priests. Then let's go! Gordon's voice was full of determination that could not be questioned, so that Adele and others were stunned for half a second when they saw its back as it left. Fortunately, they reacted in time and said quickly, Teacher, aren't you going with us? The underground palace where the shrine was hidden had already seen the entrance from afar in the dragon knowledge once. Even without Gordon guidance, it would not be difficult for them to find the famous underground palace. No, you guys can go. Gordon declined. Oh, okay. Then teacher, we are leaving now. Go. Still without any emotional reply, Adele nodded slightly disappointed, and then led the others to the inside of the temple. Before setting off, they naturally went back to the house to tidy up. The underground palace was still a long way from here. If they did not have enough supplies, they would probably die of thirst on the way. When Adele and the others stepped out of the temple and were once again baptized by the scorching sun that seemed to burn hair, Gordon was already squatting on the top of the sand dune, watching the group moving towards the underground palace against the light. The series of footprints left behind were quickly filled up by the sand and gravel stirred up by the breeze, leaving no trace. And the black cat disappeared at some point. Adele, you must have mastered dragon knowledge earlier than us. When everyone walked out of the range of the dune temple and could no longer see the towering temple and the amazing dragon skeleton platform, Philia tiptoed quietly and whispered in the ear of the ponytail girl who was half a head taller than her. The voice was very low and light. If they were not close enough, the wind would probably blow it away. The other 3 were at a distance from them. Even if they saw it, they would not say anything. After all, everyone whispers. Besides, Adele and Philia have always had a good relationship. Besides, these people were full of anxiety about the upcoming advance. For this little action, they probably only cared about the gravel on the ground at that time. No, I passed the teacher's exam 3 days earlier than you. Philia. Adele poked the little head that came closer with her little finger and said helplessly, But, why did you study at the same time? You have a deeper understanding than me. Did the teacher give you a private lesson? Last time? Oh, you are so lucky. Adele. Philia was about to say something but stopped, but soon thought of a possibility. A trace of yearning, admiration and envy appeared on her pretty face. Adele was the first to master it, and her knowledge was perfectly used, with an accuracy rate of over 90%. And she was the last one, stumbling to the passing score under the black cat vertical pupils. No wonder she couldn't help asking. 30 days of getting along, under intentional guidance, is enough to transform a person into another. And the same is true for faith. Her Majesty brought them to meet the dragon, and the dragon accepted them, and then sent messengers to teach them knowledge in order to lay a good foundation for the priests. Not to mention others. At least Philia felt that the meaning of her existence now was to complete the tasks of the great dragon without missing a single one. At all costs, with an impulse to die for a confidant. After all, through dragon knowledge, she has deeply understood the greatness of dragons, and it is normal for her to offer insignificant loyalty. No. The teacher called me over that day just to ask some questions about Mitsuki Izumi, and there was no private tutoring. As for why I mastered it faster than you, it's probably because I never think about it. Adele knew the nature of her companions, who came out of the monastery together. She asked now just to relieve the upcoming advanced pressure. After all, The black cat once said that it did not guarantee the success rate, which was also the source of Philia panic. According to her, Philia is good at everything, but she likes to complicate things. Whether in the monastery or studying dragon knowledge here, she always can't help but understand a thing or a sentence with her own meaning, which led to her extremely low efficiency in reciting and remembering. And finally she barely passed the position. Of course, these are just Adele's personal understanding. She feels that she has not encountered any difficulties in mastering dragon knowledge. She just needs to listen and remember, and think about it before going to bed at night. However, if she says this, Philia will probably think about it for a long time. So she changed her words to comfort. Don't worry. It's okay, Philia. Even if we don't succeed this time, we still have a chance. Didn't the teacher say it? If the enlightenment of this batch of priests is not successful, then wait for the next batch of students. His Majesty is already arranging it. Don't worry. It will only take another month at most. We have waited for 3 years. So why should we care about this 1 or 2 months? I'm right. Right. Philia. Adele, like a caring sister, gently held the girl's tender hand, rested her head on her shoulder, and gently comforted her. Adele, you don't have to comfort me. If the great molten lord doesn't choose me by then, I won't be discouraged. As long as there is a chance, I will pray to him over and over again, begging him to grant me the opportunity to serve him. I want to work with you and spread his glory to this land. When Gordon transformed into a black cat, in addition to dragon knowledge, he also taught the 5 children some other doctrines of the church. Among them, the doctrine of gift was engraved in their hearts. Everything must be paid for success. Offer your price, and the Lord will give you a gift. There are countless words like this. After understanding, they are a little confused about the doctrine. But the belief and worship of the dragon itself can offset everything, including Adele, who worships this creature that seems to be created by God, born with a life longer than Els, and the power of titans, plus wisdom comparable to that of wizards, and wealth that can rival a country. No matter which one, these children are flocking to it. What's more, the dragon sect gives them an unprecedented sense of security, which is also the top priority. Hearing Philia's confession, Adele breathed a sigh of relief, gently stroked her hair, and said happily, Philia, I'm relieved that you think so. Don't worry. As long as your heart is pious enough and you work hard, we can definitely become his priests, walk on the earth, and spread his blessings. Yeah. The chestnut-haired girl nodded heavily, then clenched her hands and followed the 3 equally noisy teams in front. After Adele and Philia joined, there was another wave of noise on the sand dunes, and then slowly calmed down. There was still a long way to go to the underground palace, so they had to save their energy. After Adele and others walked for about 2 hours and climbed over 400-meter-high sand dunes, the intersection representing the underground palace was exposed under the blue sky. They almost rolled from the sand dunes to the entrance, and then used their last strength to climb into the underground palace, feeling the coolness that was different from the heat outside. Adele and the others gasped for breath and poured the water bags they brought with them. After 2 hours of hard trekking, they had lost the strength to speak, and now they urgently needed to rest to recover their strength. After all, this was not the point. After a while, the 5 people recovered, but they did not move for a long time, and they all looked at each other in bewilderment. Finally, Adele looked at everyone with a sharp look and said, Don't be afraid. Just like the teacher said, equivalent exchange is not the principle of the world, but it is our principle. Now that we have come here, we should face it bravely, because you must firmly believe that your efforts and prayers over the past few days will surely receive equal gifts. After saying that, Adele led Philia to the deeper part of the corridor. There seemed to be traces of changes here. There were no forks, and the traces of forks were blocked by new bricks and soil. They just needed to walk forward quietly. The torches on both sides had already been lit by the flints they carried with them. The light in the passage became brighter and brighter as they went deeper and deeper, until a corner, a brighter light appeared in the sight of the 5 people. They walked in quickly and found that this was a temple that was much taller than the temple they lived in under the sand dunes, but not as exquisite. However, everyone's vision was attracted by another thing in the temple. A gray-white dragon statue with its head slightly raised could touch the ceiling of the temple. It was sitting motionless on the altar, and its petrified pupils were deep and wise. Is this His Majesty Godin? The 5 people immediately lowered their heads humbly when they saw the dragon, and then thought of the same thing in their hearts. Even though they had seen his demeanor in the desert when they came, when they really approached him, even though it was a statue, it still exuded an unparalleled majesty that made people dare not look directly at it. The air was quiet for a while, and the 5 people just stood at the door, motionless. But eventually a voice broke the silence. The dragon statue seemed to sense the arrival of the people and opened its eyes. The solemn voice immediately resounded throughout the space. It seems that you learned very quickly. You have mastered the knowledge of dragons in just 1 month. It is all the credit of the messenger you sent. Lord Black Cat, Adele, and the others did not dare to take credit. But because there was no communication in advance, the 5 people spoke a little sparsely. Fortunately, Adele said in advance, and the others just followed and imitated. Then I ask you, are you ready now? Ready to become my first batch of priests in this world? The dragon voice was less majestic and more gentle. I don't know if it was because of the girl words that it was in a much better mood. After hearing this, Adele and the others all raised their heads and made gestures that they had practiced countless times. The left hand was stretched out as a palm. The right hand was stretched out as a fist. The left palm wrapped around the right fist, and then returned to the chest. And then they spoke in the most serious tone they could make at the moment. Of course, no contribution, no return. The childish voice of the child landed with a sound, and Gordon was very pleased after seeing it. Although these languages were taught to them by him, it was still very touching to see a group of believers who were cultivated from scratch and finally swore to it. So it did not elaborate too much on the warring doctrines and goals after becoming its priest like other church members, but used the divine power in its body, divided it into 5 parts, and gave it to these people respectively. To become a priest of a god, even if it is a demigod, it also needs the guidance of divine power. Generally, this process is called enlightenment. The enlightenment of batches is naturally a measure for Gordon to maximize his divine power and not waste it. After all, it is not one of those rich and powerful gods who do not care about a little divine power, and has many believers, fanatics in the kingdom of God, and even saints to provide. It is a young molten dragon that has been born for less than one of their sleeps. 5 people can save a lot of divine power by enlightenment together. For Gordon, who has to accumulate every bit of divine power now, it is tantamount to cutting meat. But it understands that these are indispensable. Enlightenment still needs some time, and Gordon can only watch the divine power pouring into the bodies of the 5 people. The divine power accumulated in the past few months in Apal seems to disappear like water, and soon returns to the 20-point level before coming. If it weren't for the slowdown in consumption in the later period, Gordon would have had the urge to give up. After all, in exchange for a group of priests who were less than the first level, it was really a loss-making business for it. But it clearly understood that if its church wanted to grow in the future, priests were indispensable, and the cost of enlightenment was naturally indispensable. After all, becoming a priest was not like in the previous game, where you could instantly release divine arts by clicking agree. They needed divine power to be infused into their bodies, reverberating in their limbs and bones, and building a shallow connection with the gods through their spirits. Only in this way can they become a priest of a god who can release divine arts. How many people will succeed? Gordon looked forward to looking at the children who lowered their heads and knelt in front of him, and a rare sense of expectation emerged in his heart. After all, the conditions for most people to become priests of other gods, in addition to knowledge and perception, they only need to obtain the recognition of the true God, have a certain belief in him, and their camp cannot be shifted, as long as the above points are obtained. It is basically 100% to become a priest. But Gordon is not a true god. It is just a divine creature. There are definitely risks in creating a priest who believes in it. But as long as he succeeds, Gordon can communicate with the priest at any time, through dreams or the mind. And, most importantly, his several divine powers can be operated through the priest's body, such as giving gifts to believers. As long as there are priests and shrines, these can be done easily, Gordon thought. The first person who woke up from enlightenment and became a priest appeared. The blonde girl Adele made a humble gesture again, and finally shouted to Gordon, "My lord, Adele is willing to serve you." Chapter 372 Trial. The divine power disappeared from the body like flowing water, and the 2 people in the hall woke up, especially Philia. When she saw Adele, her eyes turned red instantly. If it wasn't for Gordon still there, she would definitely rush over and cry. She failed, although it was expected. But when the fact came, it still made Philia extremely uncomfortable. Adele could only step forward and give a comforting smile, hinting that there would be another chance. And that was all she could do now. Whether it was comforting words or hugs. She knew Philia well, and knew that saying these would be useless. Adele knew the news of Philia's failure earlier. After she became the first priest, 2 companions woke up from enlightenment one after another. A minute later, she heard a sigh above her head. And at that time, it seemed that her fate had been sentenced. Therefore, Adele was only melancholy for a moment. And then she was relieved. After all, there is still a chance. Isn't it? You 2 go back first. Gordon did not hesitate to send a letter of persuasion to the 2 children. And Philia and another dejected child could only take 1 step, and look 3 steps before leaving the underground palace. At this time, Gordon set his sights on the 3 believers, or priests, who looked at him devoutly. 3 priests cost him nearly 8 points of divine power. An average of more than 2 points of divine power per priest. You should know that the daily prayers of hundreds of its shallow believers for several months are only this amount. Which is not cheap. But at the same time, the rewards are rich. First of all, because its priests are scarce. The feedback is direct. So currently the daily prayers of priests are equivalent to the divine power given by a saint. It is equivalent to 10 fanatics, 100 devout believers, and 1,000 shallow believers. The sudden increase is equivalent to the daily prayers of 3,000 shallow believers. And the efficiency of Gordon divine power growth is naturally greatly improved. The 8 points of divine power that originally took 3 months to accumulate may now take less than 1.5 months. And the efficiency has more than doubled. According to Gordon thinking, it is the same as opening a branch mine in a game. The gods can increase their own divine power by constantly increasing the number of believers and priests. Although cultivating a priest consumes a certain amount of divine power. In the following years, as long as he does not betray and praise every day, it will definitely be a steady profit. Even if the number of priests increases in the later stage, each priest may only give the divine power of fanatics and devout believers. But as long as the time is long enough, it is still very easy to achieve a return on investment in 1 year and double it in 2 years. Of course, how to make the priest believe in oneself all the time is a knowledge of the gods. Gordon thought clearly that it was necessary to give the priests a different social status at the right time. But it was necessary to maintain a certain sense of mystery in normal times. This was why it turned into a black cat to teach these apprentices. If the gods in the sky were like the cabbages that could be picked up from the ground, you knew them clearly, and they often appeared beside you. Would you still have awe and curiosity? Therefore, only mystery can make people continue to praise. Do you know what my name is? Gordon came to his senses. It was not without reason that he kept the 3 people. But in order to teach these new priests step by step, Gordon slowed down his pace. He did not teach them all at once, but gradually asked them questions one by one to let them understand the necessary points after becoming a priest. There are 4 names for our Lord: Molten King, Blackfire Lord, Dawn of Despair, and Lord of Grace. Adele and the other 2 priests spoke very seriously. Then do you know what it means? In order to increase the sense of mystery, Gordon used telepathy directly. After all, using it at this distance consumes almost no divine power, so it would be a waste if it is not used. When the mighty and worshipful divine voice sounded in the minds of the 3 people, Adele and the others were slightly startled. And then they immediately knelt down. Of course, my lord, the 3 of them replied in unison. Then, at Gordon's signal, the 3 of them talked about the knowledge they learned from the Black Cat one by one to the Crown Prince. In the process of speaking, they only got stuck slightly on the Lord of Grace. After all, whether it was the Lord of Blackfire, the Dawn of Despair, or the Molten King, there were traces to follow. Although the Lord of Grace could barely be connected with equal exchange, they did not know how to exchange equally or how to bestow grace. Stop! Adele and the others who were trying to tell the origin of the Lord of Gift paused slightly, panicked, and immediately felt their hearts hanging. Adele wanted to say something but stopped talking after hearing Gordon order. It seems that you don't know the meaning of the gift. As my pastor, you are derelict in your duty. The magnificent divine sound was like the thunder of the new world, which was daunting to hear. However, just when the 3 thought that the prelude to the storm was over and the storm was about to come, the divine sound that was cleansing in the mind suddenly changed, and switched to the clear sky after the rain. Of course. It's not your fault. This is a new church. Even I just woke up not long ago. I almost forgot. This was a deliberate joke to ease the tense atmosphere. As expected, seeing the gods say this, Adele and the others also put down their hanging hearts, silently and curiously listening, waiting for his next words. When Gordon turned into a black cat, he did not tell them too much about the content and meaning of the Lord of Gifts, but just briefly mentioned it. It deliberately left it until now to explain. On the one hand, it was for concealment, screening people other than priests, and trying not to let them know the true meaning. On the other hand, if you talk about it on the day of promotion and feel it on the same day, the impact and senses you get will be doubled. Therefore, after listening to it, Gordon asked a question that made them feel irrelevant. You should have learned to cast spells and enlightenment. Yes. But, my lord, we don't have the right tools. Although they didn't understand why Gordon asked this, Adele and the others answered very straightforwardly. And priests also need a medium to release divine spells. Then take this first. After saying that, 3 dragon people emblems with a glittering mithril luster appeared on the claws of the stone dragon. They were the emblems with a trace of its divine power. Before Adele and others arrived, Gordon had already prepared 5. But unfortunately 2 of them could not be used. Thank you for the gift of our Lord. The children thanked in unison. They were not good at speaking. After saying that, they lowered their heads and took the emblem on the tip of the claw in order. Then silently retreated to one side, holding the emblem tightly, waiting for the next question. Since you have my emblem now, you will know what the Lord of Gift is later. But before that, there is still a small trial that needs to be completed by the 3 of you. Seeing that the 3 had taken the divine emblem, Gordon did not hide it, and used his voice to guide them to the single room behind it, where he had prepared the trial half a month ago. Before the 3 pushed the door open, Gordon did not forget to remind them, before opening the door, you need to remember the divine art first. I believe enlightenment has already told you how to do it. When Gordon said this, he suddenly felt that his words were becoming more and more like the NPC in the game. And his other actions were also very fitting. Step by step, he guided the new players on how to upgrade, fight monsters, and the novice level. It was amazing. But this was not the time to worry about this. A team of priests composed of 3 13 or 14-year-old boys were waiting for the first battle in their lives. After confirming that the 3 had memorized the divine art, Gordon let them push open the fence door that was only 2 meters high. Behind the door was also a long corridor, and the roar of the Sand Souls could be heard from time to time. Adele and others ignored it and continued to move forward. Adele and the others, who had gained some combat experience from enlightenment, had already started the first pre-war meeting of the 3 of them. The trial that our Lord mentioned must require combat, so we must be careful later. Yes. Of course. I also learned the light spell just in case. But seeing that there are bonfires on both sides of the corridor, I think the visual situation is not bad. The flax-haired boy on Adele's left-hand side spoke clearly. This is one of the results of a priest becoming enlightened, such as the 2 first-level talents given to first-level priests: mastery of military weapons and heavy armor expertise was also given to them through enlightenment. Therefore, although the 3 are young, they are actually first-level priests. Their strength should not be underestimated, and what they lack is just practical experience. After all, memory and physical reaction are 2 different things, and the reaction of the brain and the hands are also 2 different things. Facts have proved that there are too many novice adventurers. In the battle, they get debuffs that the brain reacts to, but the hands and feet can't keep up. A flustered operation can kill the team, and this is a manifestation of lack of practical experience. Nick, don't be careless. Our Lord is watching us. In this trial, we must not only do well, but also do it perfectly. Let him be satisfied. Another teenager frowned and looked at his companion, who was already a little proud, and said in a deep voice with a calmness that did not match his age. Nick's smile froze, and then he looked left and right, as if there was really a pair of pupils in the dark staring at them in the place where the candlelight could not reach. I understand, Sean. I won't let the Lord down. Nick prefers to call the great dragon Your Majesty, as they call him. He has the power to dominate everything. That is, the Lord. Adele, what magic are you memorizing? Priest Sean looked at Nick, who was serious, and then turned his gaze to Adele. The first level magic is Burning Hands, and Heal Light Wounds, and Pious Shield. The 0 level tricks are Increase Resistance. Light. Cause light wounds. Heal light wounds. Detect toxicity. Similar to me. But there are too few choices in the first level divine spells. And there are not many ways to cause damage. We may need to see if there are any weapons nearby later. Sean nodded approvingly, as if he admired Adele's choice. After all, the divine spells he chose were similar to Adele. Except that the Pious Shield in the first level divine spells was replaced by the first level monster summoning spell. The tricks are similar. And the choices of tricks are even fewer than the first level. And the first level priest can choose 6. And there are not many that can be used now. So naturally they are very similar. Yeah. But it might be a good idea to take this first, Adele said, leaving the team first, leaning towards the right wall of the corridor, and then taking down a torch hanging on the pillar. Wow. Why didn't I think of taking it down? Torches can also hurt people. Adele, your wisdom is as outstanding as your beauty. Nick saw Adele's operation and praised her. He also hurriedly went to the left to get a torch, and even walked to the front quickly, got another one, and brought it back to Sean. I'm just a little smarter. Adele was quite pleased with her companion's praise, but she still replied modestly. After all, she didn't think it was important to come up with the idea of taking the torch. And she didn't think she was very smart. But Nick wanted to say something after hearing this, but was stopped by Sean's gesture. Nick, don't talk. There's movement. Adele and Nick paused, and then saw Sean put his ear to the cold ground, as if to confirm something. Oh, Sean, you have this ability? Even if Nick couldn't speak, he would use his mouth to praise Sean's actions. Adele was not surprised. She also had this ability. When she secretly observed the movements of the nuns in the monastery, she and Philia often lay on the floor in the room to listen to the noise. Only Nick, the idiot, shouted every time he did something, and was scolded by the nuns almost every day. If his parents were not guards who died for Mitsuki Izumi, he would have been driven out of the monastery by the nuns long ago and would not have waited for the summons of Her Majesty Lollies. 6. Sean listened quietly for a while, and then whispered to the two. There are 6 kinds of footsteps, and the possibility of 6 enemies cannot be ruled out. 6? We only have 3? What should we do? Hearing this number, Nick, who was always restless, became anxious. He almost counted on his fingers, but couldn't figure out how to defeat the 6 enemies. After all, even though the priest gave them the ability to cast spells, they did not receive any assistance except for a divine emblem. Since His Majesty said this is a trial, then we will definitely pass it. This is his test for us. Adele was also a little surprised to hear the number. She thought it was 2 or 3, but it turned out to be. Adele, if there are only 6 later, then I and my summons will hold 3. And you and Nick will hold the remaining 3. Okay. Sean looked at Adele and said seriously, can you do it? Adele hesitated and looked at Nick again. Don't worry. It's okay. Since he is watching me, I can't embarrass him. Don't force it. Sean. Nick interrupted. Humph. Take care of yourself. Don't get chased and ask me to help. I won't be free then. Sean glanced at him, obviously skeptical about whether Nick could bless one-on-one. Damn it. Sean. You actually looked down on me. I am your companion after all. Stop. Don't argue. Seeing that the two were about to argue again, Adele hurried to mediate. Go to the entrance first and secretly determine the number of people, in case Sean heard it wrong. That's right. Who knows if you heard it correctly? It will confuse the army. Nick, holding a torch, walked towards the end of the corridor angrily, and Adele looked at Sean. But Sean suddenly explained in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Only in this way can this guy muster up the courage. After his parents died, he was not very courageous. Emotions may be a good helper. After saying that, Sean ignored the surprise on Adele's face and walked towards Nick, who was watching them not far away. Adele thought for a moment and followed him. But at this time, her other hand was tightly holding the divine emblem of the volcanic dragon pupil. Chapter 373, Lure. It seems they can bring some unexpected surprises. Gordon, who was hiding in the dark and watching the movements of the 3 people, slowed down his pace and looked at the 3 priests in the corridor in front of him without blinking. Originally, he just thought that each of them could kill a goblin, or one of them could kill a goblin. After all, as priests, they had no heavy armor or weapons. In addition to casting spells, facing the well-equipped Goblin Scout team with long range and close combat, it seemed that there was only one way to escape. But in a secret observation just now, whether it was Adele cleverness or Sean caution, it made it feel that these two people were not ordinary. The brilliance of these two pieces of jade, after being polished, made it a little surprised. After all, normally, no matter what kind of child, knowing that they are about to face a cruel and combat trial, they are naturally nervous. Nick's reaction was within Gordon's expectations, and it would not be surprising if the three of them were like this. It also planned that if the three of them did not dare to move forward, it would let the Sand Soul shrink its range and force the group of Goblin Scouts into the corridor. Now it seemed that it did not need to take action. It only needed to quietly watch from the perspective of a bystander how far the three-person team could go under the 8 Goblin Scouts. On the other side, the three of them walked along the wall of the corridor and had reached the exit at the other end. The exit was also an unlocked iron door. After the iron door was opened, there was a corner full of light. After hearing the source of the noise and turning the corner, the three of them stopped in their tracks. Looking at each other, Sean made a gesture, signaling the two not to move. He also put away the torch and removed everything that could expose himself. He was seen quietly approaching on tiptoe, following the shadow of the wall. There was only a slightly noisy muttering in the air, and a unique stench lingered here. Sean could only cover his nose and gradually approach the edge in front. But accidents always come so suddenly. Just as Sean stepped on the cold floor, he suddenly felt his feet soften, and the feeling of being wrapped by soft objects instantly passed from his feet to his mind. What is this? Sean subconsciously raised his foot. He thought he had stepped into a trap, and he was shocked in his heart. But nothing happened. There was only the sticky feeling of the soles of his feet and a stronger stench. Even if Sean was stupid, he knew what he had stepped on. The feces of the monsters not far away. They had already regarded this corner as a toilet. Fuck. Sean, who was always calm, couldn't help but swear at this moment. But fortunately, judging from the size of the feces, it seemed that the enemy they were about to face was not big, and it was very likely just a creature like a goblin. This can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. Sean could only comfort himself in this way. He wiped the soles of his feet on the wall a little, and continued to move forward. However, as the frequency and wetness of the soft feces stepped on by the soles of his feet increased, Sean gave up struggling directly, and resisted the psychological discomfort, and approached the corner of the wall. Then half of his head was exposed. What appeared in front of Sean was an ancient ruins hall that was smaller than the previous hall. Unlike the previous grand atmosphere, it seemed messy, or it could be said that the later malicious people made it messy. The campfire gave it a bit of a terrifying look, but it was soon broken by the chattering humanoid creature. A goblin with a long nose and ears, short limbs, and a body less than 1 meter long appeared in front of a messy hut not far in front of Sean. It was arguing with another goblin in the language unique to goblins. The previous chattering noise came from here. They all have short bows. Sean noticed at first glance that the two goblins were carrying a bone longbow made of the ribs of unknown animals on their backs. He thought that this trial was a bit troublesome. After all, if the monsters had no long-range means, they could just go up and fight, kill a few with spells first, and then snatch the weapons. But the appearance of long-range weapons meant that their spell suppression effect was not as good as expected. The threat posed by the bows and arrows of these goblins to them was first class. After all, no one would use their own body to test the opponent's aiming strength. And it looks like there are more than 6 people. Sean observed that there were still figures on the second-floor corridor of the hall. Obviously, the vibration there could not give him any clues, which means that there was a high possibility of error in the number. It seems that the plan needs to be changed. After observing for a while, Sean retreated. When he went back, Sean did not dare to test it easily. After all, the light source was projected at an oblique angle. If he exposed his tracks because of a little fear and caused the trial to fail, he might regret it for the rest of his life. So, just like that, Sean endured the stench and retreated to the corner. Sean, what on earth did you do? Why do you stink so badly? As Sean got closer to the two, the strong and fresh smell of goblins became stronger and stronger. Nick couldn't help shouting. Fortunately, they were some distance away from the corner behind the iron gate, and Nick controlled the volume, so there was no echo. Adele just covered her nose slightly and looked at Sean curiously, as if she was also curious about why he was like this. And Sean looked helpless and told the two what he had just experienced and seen. Not only Nick, but also Sean frowned when he said this. After all, with such a stench, let alone killing goblins, it would be a bit difficult for them to cast spells normally. Priests also need to concentrate to release divine spells, in order to interfere with the enemy's spellcasting in long range. Someone created the 3-ring magic smelly cloud in the spell list. Any enemy covered by the smelly cloud would feel nauseous and even lose consciousness from the bottom of their hearts, and could not cast spells that required chanting spells at all. The stench is terrifying. We have to hurry up. If a goblin finds the iron gate open, he might come to explore. We will be at a disadvantage. The light here is dim, and it is not conducive to our fighting. The stench permeated the corridor, and Sean's voice was as calm as ever. But we can't keep covering our noses and fighting like this. Or should we just rush out? But I always feel that this is not a good way to fight rashly. Nick muttered and gave suggestions, but none of them were realistic. In fact, Sean wanted to say that as long as you get used to the stench, it will be fine. After all, as long as you smell it more. There is nothing wrong with the smell. In the end, it is just an adaptation period. But his ability to endure it does not mean that the other two have enough adaptability. After all, they don't want themselves to have. Maybe we can find something to block our noses, so that we can't smell those smells. Even if there are, they are very faint. Adele, who had been silent, made a suggestion, which made both of them sigh why they hadn't thought of it. So simple. It was also because the trial came too quickly. Not only Nick, but Sean was also somewhat affected, and fell into a situation where the person in charge was confused, but the bystander was clear. And like this, sometimes simple things can achieve good results, such as nose plugs, ear plugs, and foot pads, which can make the adventurer's journey and battle more comfortable. After plugging the nostrils with nose plugs made of linen scraps torn from the body, Sean, Nick, Adele, and the other three really felt that the world was clear, harmonious and beautiful, without the disgusting stench. Now the three of them can seriously discuss the next battle plan. Soon, Adele and Sean worked out the first set of battle plans, which were simple, effective, and straightforward. That is to wait. So, when the first impatient goblin in the ancient ruins hall rushed into the usual toilet, Nick, who was hiding in the shadows, caught him off guard and used a ring of magic according to the plan. Magic stone magic. And the oval stones commonly seen in the corridor were infused with magical power. Nick only needed to throw it lightly, and the stone hit the head of the goblin, who was squinting his eyes and enjoying the puffing sound like a precise missile at the speed of an arrow. The poor goblin's scalp fell to the floor without making a sound. Oh, it's a success. Nick was like a victorious general. But he still knew the limits. His voice was very low, but the pride in his eyes was revealed, because no one except him remembered this magic. Nick, don't be too proud too early. There are at least 5 more. And bows and arrows are standard. It's not that easy to achieve the goal. After Sean took the bow and dagger from the goblin, he said with a serious face, I know. But my magic stone can still be infused with 5 stones. As long as they come one by one. You don't need to take action. I can wipe them out by myself. Even with Sean's reminder, Nick, who was slightly restrained, couldn't help but say it. After all, the record was clearly laid out on the ground. The upper limit of the first level divine magic stone is to enchant 3 ordinary stones that do not exceed 200 grams. As a first level priest, Nick can release 2 first level spells, which can just enchant 5 ordinary stones. Don't think about it. Our tactics can only sneak attack 1 or 2 at most. Due to time, they will be alert. Do you think the goblins are mentally retarded? If you stay in the toilet of the monastery for more than an hour, I'm afraid the nun can turn the toilet upside down. Adele directly and mercilessly punctured Nick's fantasy and spoke directly with facts. But the plan to squat in the toilet remained unchanged, because neither Nick, Sean nor Adele could guarantee that their actions would not be discovered by these goblins, who looked like scouts. Squatting in the toilet was the best choice, and all 3 of them thought so. After all, compared to the spacious hall, they still prefer the safe corridor with the wall behind them. At this time, Sean had already adjusted the bone longbow with a calm face and handed it to Adele. Take it. When they come in later, You need it more than me. Adele did not refuse. The military weapon expertise brought by the priest. It allowed the three of them to easily master any military weapon. Although the goblin's longbow was a little short and unusable for humans, it was just right for children. Therefore, anyone could use it. But Nick needed to focus on the enchanted magic stone. So this bow and arrow was given to her. Half an hour later, when a cursing muttering sounded outside the corner, Adele and the others tensed up. Because this meant that a goblin had discovered the goblin who had been away for a long time. With the loud call getting closer and closer, Adele was sweating from pinching the divine emblem in her hand. The bone bow and arrow was placed aside. Compared with archery, she was more looking forward to her pious shield being able to be put on her companion as soon as possible to protect him from a goblin attack. Next to her was Nick, who was holding the enchanted stone tightly and preparing for a sneak attack. And Sean was leaning against the shadow of the corner wall. At this time, he held the captured dagger in his hand, holding his breath, and motionless, when the shadow of the goblin appeared in the light of the three people vision. Their beating hearts seemed to be tightened by something. Fortunately, the goblin walked in without any doubt. After all, after being captured, in addition to encountering the terrifying dragon, they had to deal with the low intelligence and incommunicative sand souls the most. The voices that the three people could not understand echoed in the corridor and spread farther and farther. Adele did not speak, and Nick also stared at the direction of the iron gate with his lips tightly closed. He held the stone in his hand very tightly, and he might throw it at any time. Soon, the short goblin scout walked around the dirt on the ground and walked to the corner. He also saw the open iron gate. He was stunned at first, and then he shouted in ecstasy. Incomprehensible words. But it did not affect Nick throwing of the stone. So, just as the goblin's surprised voice sounded in the corridor, a swift black shadow flew towards its face. This sudden attack caught the goblin scout off guard. It only had time to step back half a step before being hit in the chest by a stone. Due to factors such as distance and force, it only felt a pain in the chest, but did not lose consciousness. However, just as it was about to open its mouth to warn, a silent but smelly black shadow covered its mouth from behind. It subconsciously picked up a dagger to resist, but another dagger was faster than it and cut its throat. Perfect assassination without a teacher. The only pity was that before entering the ambush area, the goblin scout had already shouted loudly. If Sean had taken action in advance, he would have missed. After all, although the goblin was short, it was much more flexible than other large creatures. Now we can take that step, Sean thought as he got his second military weapon, a bone longbow and a bag of arrows. So, before the situation fermented, Sean's eyes met with the other two, and he stood out directly. While the goblins were still watching, he used a first-level divine spell, first-level monster summoning spell, on the diagonal direction of the ancient ruins hall in his field of vision. A light curtain appeared out of thin air, and the summoned heavenly giant fire beetle appeared out of thin air in the corridor of the second-floor hall diagonally opposite the toilet. The beetle's cry and the goblin's scream suddenly became a mess, and Sean, Adele, and Nick also took advantage of the riot and hid behind the messy cover in the hall. Chapter 374 Gift. Since Black Claw was captured by the evil dragon, his peaceful life has been disrupted. And it came so unexpectedly. Damn! Where did such a big beetle come from? The goblin scout was holding the bow and arrow in his hand, and looked at the giant red beetle that was about the same size as him, hissing in the corridor not far away, and was stunned for a moment. Its mind was still stuck at the moment when his companions just shouted, "The iron gate is open! The iron gate is open!" Facing the sudden attack of the monster, Black Claw was a little sluggish for a while, and his brain had not yet reacted. But the fighting instinct cultivated for many years was still there. First, the arrow in his hand was inertial and flew towards the fire beetle. With a swish, the high hissing of the fire beetle sounded in the ancient ruins hall, and the thrown arrow suddenly pierced the back of the fire beetle, deep into its abdomen, and green insect blood flowed out. Obviously, its defense was not immune to arrows. Otherwise it would not be a first-level creature. Black Claw saw that the fire beetle's defense was not high, although the arrows could not penetrate. As long as there were a considerable number, it could be killed. So he did not hesitate at all, and roared at his fellow scouts, who were like headless flies below. "Quick! Pick up your weapons, and shoot it to death with arrows. Don't get close." It said this to the other goblins. After hearing the other goblins, who saw the fire beetles riot, they immediately took out the bows and arrows they carried with them, climbed along the columns supporting the corridor to the corridor on the second floor, and shot at the fire beetles on the opposite side. This fire beetle from heaven would naturally not surrender, although it had no wisdom. It relied on its bravery to directly break through the wooden railings that were not strong to begin with, and then spread its wings and flew over, no matter how many wounds the arrows caused to its insect wings. But relying on the high-frequency vibration and height, this heavenly fire beetle still easily flew to the group of goblins on the opposite corridor, except for the 2 goblins who disappeared in the toilet. The other 6 goblins were all nearby. However, as soon as the heavenly fire beetle landed, the group of goblins who were shooting arrows with bows and arrows just now scattered like birds and beasts. Some ran to both ends of the corridor, and some slid directly along the pillars to the first floor lobby. The speed of the fire beetle was destined to be kite-flying when facing goblins, especially in this lobby with changeable terrain. In addition, when the fire beetle chased a single goblin, it would be shot by other goblins with arrows. Soon, feather arrows were inserted into the gaps of its shell, back, abdomen, and even the top of its head. Finally, this heavenly fire beetle used its thick and powerful horns to knock the goblins away 3 times, crippled 2 goblins, and returned to the heaven unwillingly with a hiss. Disappeared? What happened? Seeing the prey about to die, the body suddenly disappeared. Black Claw didn't care about the injury on his waist, and trotted to the place where the fire beetle disappeared just now, shouting and calling. Other goblin scouts also gathered around and looked at the blood of the insects everywhere, and the body disappeared on the ground. Dumbfounded. Damn it! Unforgivable. Who dared to plot against the bravest Black Claw in the tribe? After being captured for many days, he was not active in the first battle, facing the violent fire beetle. He still couldn't escape the momentum of the fire beetle under the crisis. He was knocked away by a horn. Fortunately, he hit a pile of debris. Otherwise, it would not be a simple waist injury. Just now, that guy Killua said that the iron gate was open. Black Claw. What's going on? And in the battle just now, Killua and Phoebe didn't show up. What's going on? A goblin scout noticed something was wrong and looked at the direction of their toilet with a sharp gaze. If it weren't for the intrusion of the fire beetle just now, they would have gone in to investigate. Then you go. I and Fel will recover here. Black Claw put down his bow and arrow. Groaning, the other scouts looked at the state of the 2 of them and nodded slightly. Okay. Just in time. You stay and look after the house. Don't worry. Leave it to me. It's foolproof. Ah woo. Black Claw patted his chest to assure. But it seemed to trigger the wound. And he cried out, and his little face suddenly wrinkled into a ball, looking even uglier. Just take a good rest. There is no danger here. The goblin said so. After all, they were caught by the dragon and transferred here, and they haven't seen any living creatures yet. Go. Go. Black Claw covered his waist with one hand and supported another injured goblin with the other hand and walked towards the messy residence. The other goblins, led by another scout who seemed to be the leader, went to the toilet in the opposite direction of the gathering place. After all, the place for excretion should be far away from the residence. Even if they are goblins, they will do so if they have the conditions. Success? It's better than expected. For we're lured away. And there are 2 left. Adele, Sean, and Nick, who were hiding behind the sundries, were very excited. Their plan was to use fire beetles to test the exact number of enemies, and finally got the answer that there were only 6 goblins. If all the goblins were not located on the second floor of the corridor at that time, which was not conducive to Sean, Adele and others' attack, and archery was also at a disadvantage. Maybe the 3 of them would have rushed out. 6 goblins, with 2 injured ones, were not too difficult for the 3 priests, who still had spells and bows. But the result that was waiting was something the 3 did not expect, and they unexpectedly split up their forces. However, Sean seemed to have thought of something, and his face changed immediately. Quick! Rush over and kill the 2 remaining goblins. They are coming back. Adele and Nick were also startled, and suddenly remembered that the bodies of the 2 goblins were still lying quietly at the corner of the corridor, and the goblins would be able to see them as long as they went a few steps into the iron gate. So, the 3 people who all thought of the seriousness of the matter immediately set off and slowly moved towards the settlement location they had just observed through the gap. After all, the distance was not far. and it would take less than a minute to walk slowly. And just when they had just entered the settlement range of the hall, the unique roar of the goblins came from the toilet. The words were unclear, but the tone could be heard to be very angry. Obviously, the bodies of the goblins they killed had been discovered. Adele and the others remained unmoved. Finding their bodies did not mean knowing that they had entered the hall. Therefore, hiding themselves might allow them to wait for a better opportunity. Sure enough, with the roar of the inner force, the two goblins who were resting also walked out of their residences with weapons and looked out. The goblin closest to Adele was less than 10 steps away. Just one residence away. Adele could even see the blood spots on the waist of the short goblin through the dim bonfire in the corridor above her head. Seeing this, Adele did not hesitate at all. She picked up the seized bow and arrow, put the arrow on the string, and gently pulled it. With the military weapon expertise obtained by enlightenment, the bow and arrow could not hit the target within 100 steps. But within 10 steps, it was still a stable target for static creatures. With a swish, the arrow hit the goblin's chest. After all, this was Adele's first time shooting arrows. Even though she had some experience, she was still very stressed when facing the goblin's head, which was not much bigger than an apple. Therefore, she aimed at the goblin's left chest, which was the position of the heart. The goblin fell to the ground before it even realized that it had been shot. The memory of its life was the triangular arrow with scarlet blood on its chest that broke out of its chest. And then its consciousness went black, and the sound of its body falling to the ground sounded in its ears. And it stopped abruptly. There's another one. Sean looked at Adele, who was a few meters away from him, approvingly, and spoke a little more easily. After all, even if they were to face 5 goblins now, the pressure was not as great as at the beginning. Moreover, according to the plan, they might be able to occupy a favorable terrain and launch a high-altitude attack on the goblins. Another shout came from not far away. The 3 of them didn't dare to hesitate any longer and rushed directly towards the goblin coming out of the residence not far away. So, in the last second of Black Claw's life, when he was still shot by the goblin scout team that made strange noises as soon as they entered, he was surrounded by 3 human children. Before he could take out the dagger at his waist, a fist-sized stone flew directly from the hand of a human child. He bent down to hide, but another female human had already picked up a bow and arrow and aimed at him. Damn! It's their bow and arrow. Black Claw recognized at a glance that this bone longbow was brought here from the tribe thousands of miles away, as if these 3 people were the invaders mentioned by the scout team just now. Roar! Here! Invader! Black Claw immediately rolled over to avoid the flying arrows, and shouted loudly, while enduring the pain in his waist. Before he could get up, he saw a child shooting arrows with a bow. Seeing this, Black Claw had to give up getting up and rolled over again to avoid the arrows. But the rolling position was not very good. Although it avoided the arrows of another person, Black Claw found that its position was actually shifted to the direction of another child. But this is also good. First, I will fight the weakest one in close combat, and then force her, and wait for Odom and the others to come back. Hee hee. Thinking of this, Black Claw couldn't help but smile ugly when looking at the weak female human. With this idea in mind, it rolled twice more, avoiding a flying stone and the arrow shot by humans, and was less than 3 meters away from the female human holding the bone longbow. At this time, it had already held a dagger in its hand, and was about to jump up like a maggot on the tarsal bone to subdue the human female. It found a hand that was faster than it, and grabbed its ankle directly. It looked back and saw that it was another child. At this time, he was grinning. The chill made the goblin quickly think of something, and wanted to turn around and stab him with a dagger to make him let go. But when a flame ignited from the child's hand, the goblin could only roar in despair. The flame quickly ignited on its body, burning the fat and hair on its surface instantly. First ring magic. Burning hand. Easy. Seeing the goblin rolling on the ground without resistance, Nick couldn't help but whistled and joked to Sean. Sean, I swear, that Pounce just now was much more handsome than Gino's. Gino is a golden retriever raised by Mammy Mary in the monastery. Every time he hears the dinner bell, he jumps down from the 4-story stairs. Go to hell. Hurry up. Take up position. Let's go to the corridor on the 2nd floor. After Sean killed the goblin, he breathed a sigh of relief. But there were still 4 enemies, and he didn't have time to deal with Nick ridicule. He first made a quick decision and shot an arrow directly at the goblin that was still twisting and rolling on the ground. Then took the quiver from its waist and headed for the stairs not far away. Adele and Nick followed closely behind. Nick also had a bow and arrow on his back, as well as a captured dagger, but he still held the enchanted stone in his hand. After all, the sense of security of this thing is much stronger than that of arrows. When the 4 goblin scouts came out of the smelly corridor with red eyes, they had to face 3 archers with ordinary Imperial soldiers who occupied the commanding heights of the corridor. Swish, swish, swish. 3 arrows pierced a goblin who had no time to hide in the cover. Although he didn't die, he had lost his ability to fight after being stabbed in the abdomen. 3v3. After losing another goblin, the roars of the other 3 goblins sounded more excitedly in this ancient ruins hall. But facing 3 spellcasters with light magic, they couldn't even find the direction of the archers. Looking up, there was a dazzling light, and they couldn't aim at all, so they could only take the beating. However, the corridor surrounded the entire ancient ruins hall. No matter how they hid, there were always a few sides exposed, and they couldn't defend against the flying arrows at all. Finally, with the cry of the last goblin, when there were only 3 arrows left in the quiver of 16, this completely unequal battle finally ended. However, the 3 did not give up immediately. Instead, they shot arrows at the motionless goblin from front to back, and after confirming that there was no reaction, they put down their arrows and rubbed their shoulders that were sore from long-term archery. The light magic above their heads was still dazzling, and the blood flowing from the goblin below was reflected in an extremely red, just like the flowers blooming during the Resurrection Festival. Just as the 3 were still struggling whether to wait in place or return the same way, a majestic and familiar voice sounded in their minds. "You have completed the trial. And now, I will give you a gift. Come in and enjoy the gift." As the voice fell, the 3 found themselves instantly from the ancient ruins hall to an extremely magnificent hall, where each pillar was hundreds of meters high. The dragon pattern could be seen everywhere in the hall, and in the center was a sculpture that was 10 times taller than the dragon stone statue they had seen before. "Welcome to the place of grace. Lucky little guys." Gordon looked at the 3 priests with satisfaction at the degree of surprise at the temple he built with his consciousness, when he found that he could use a trace of divine power to transform the space that accommodated the believer's consciousness. Gordon aimed at the 3 directions of high and large to transform the temple. Obviously, the result of the acceptance is now qualified. So, without waiting for the 3 people to answer, he directly displayed some of the illusory cards that had been transformed in front of the 3 priests one by one. At the same time, along with the illusory cards falling from the sky, Adele, Nick, Sean and other 3 people heard synchronized sounds in their ears. "Now you can choose one." The 3 of them stared at the card that suddenly fell from the sky with wide eyes. The pattern of the card was clearly visible, with a picture on the top and text that they could understand below. The picture showed a green creature waving a stick, although the color was not quite the same as the goblin they killed. It could be confirmed that it was the same kind of creature, and Adele also looked at the 4 black iron cards displayed in front of her curiously. She couldn't help but read the names while reading them. Dark vision, combat reflexes, stalker, sensitive sense of smell. The following introduction also clearly introduced the effects of each card. Dark vision, select this card, and you will have dark vision that can see things within 20 meters. Combat reflexes, select this card, and you will have a combat reflex judgment equivalent to agility +1. And you are more likely to dodge when facing known attacks. Stalker, choosing this card will improve your perception and stealth, allowing you to find the enemy's tracks with a higher probability, and enhance your own concealment. Acute sense, choose this. Does he mean to let us choose, and then grant us these rewards? After reading it, Adele came up with this crazy idea, and also understood why the great dragon called himself the Lord of Gifts. This level of feedback can indeed be called a gift, and if it is spread, it will probably drive any adventurer crazy. On the other side, Nick and Sean were also looking at the same cards at this time, with shock on their faces. Chapter 375 Plan. Separation. Oh, Sean, the Lord Gift is so merciful. I feel my feet are much lighter now. What did you choose? Agile steps. Not only can make me faster, but also increase jumping height and climbing ability. Look, I am more flexible than a monkey now. Just out of the ruins of the underground palace. The three children who just walked out of the temple left the restrained atmosphere and had endless things to say. What about you? Nick looked at his companions and asked curiously. Since everyone entered the consciousness space connected to themselves and Gordon, it was private rather than public. So before leaving, they didn't know what each other chose. Endurance. Sean's words have always been so simple and straightforward. Stamina? Why did you choose it? Dark vision. Combat reflexes. Which one is not better than it? You wasted such a grand grace. Nick was a little confused. He had already understood how much it would cost to exchange these talents. This time, the Great Master gave them a grace in view of their first time as priests. And they could exchange them 2 to 1. That is to say, for every 2 monsters killed, the Master will give 1. Normally, at least 10 goblins must be killed. And they must be devout believers of the Master to exchange for a chance of grace. But such an important first opportunity was wasted by Sean in exchange for a stamina that he thought was flashy and could not be improved. He could not agree with this. But Sean did not think so. He smiled slightly on his face, which was not shaken by Nick questioning, and then said softly, "Then why don't we compete to see who can reach the dragon skeleton platform first to see the teacher? Didn't you say that your speed is more than twice as fast as before? Nick, do you want to compete? If you lose, I will eat the tender lamb chop you had for dinner for a week. Are you scared? Let's compete. I'm just worried that you won't complain to the teacher if you don't have meat for a week, and then say that I won unfairly. Don't worry. Adele can testify that the principle of the Swamp People is never to regret. Have you forgotten? Okay. Then Adele. Adele, who was absent-minded at the back, heard Nick call and immediately looked up and looked at him curiously. You will testify later. Sean wants to make a bet with me. The bet is the tender lamb chop every night. You will testify. Oh. Okay. I will testify. Adele, who was still unaware of the situation, saw the 2 people standing in parallel positions, and then they prepared together. With her order, the 2 people ran wildly in the direction that came from under the fading light. Adele was left alone on the sand, looking at the 2 people in the distance in front and behind with a confused face. What are you doing? But who cares? Adele's doubts disappeared in a blink of an eye. She was now focusing on the knowledge that came out of thin air in her mind. At this moment, she was full of curiosity, recalling the knowledge of stealth and perception that she could not forget no matter how hard she tried. Her muscle reaction and judgment in her mind also allowed her to easily distinguish the footprints left by the 2 people just now, and thus infer their approximate size, although the sand and gravel stirred up by the wind will cause trouble for tracking. A true tracker can easily infer and perceive the direction even with the interference of wind and sand. So, 2 of the 3 raced in front, while one followed the trail and began to digest the knowledge in his mind happily, until the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The 3 people who had traveled a long distance came back from the desert one after another, looking at the white dragon bones under the moonlight. They all felt at ease from the bottom of their hearts. Of course, Sean swore that he would remember the unwilling expression on Nick's face for the rest of his life, especially when he passed the panting brown-haired boy at a leisurely speed in the second half of the game, and his agile steps could not speed up by half a bit. The expression on his face became more lovely and puffy, and his pale face suddenly turned red like an apple. How is it? Who won? Adele, who arrived last, stretched and twisted her waist that was sore from bending over for a long time to identify the traces, and said nonchalantly, Well, Adele, what did you choose? Nick, whose face was still flushed, changed the subject, and Sean also had a curious face. I am a tracker. Adele explained the effect of the tracker nonchalantly, which made the 2 people who had not seen this talent card envious. After all, who doesn't yearn to increase their hiding skills and the knowledge of discovering other people's traces? Of course, that being said, it was just the unrequited heart in the boy heart that was agitated. The game came to an end. The 3 did not see their familiar figures on the dragon skeleton. Instead, a group of carriages that they rarely saw had stopped at the temple. From the signs on the carriages, they could tell that they were from Mitsuki Izumi. The 3 looked at each other and trotted forward. When they arrived at the carriages, they found that there was no one except for a few carriages. Adele, who had the talent of tracker, took a quick glance and knew that they had entered the temple. There were at least 20 people, and they also brought their supplies this time. Moreover, If she looked at the faint footprints on the gravel, she seemed to see the traces of other children. As expected, not long after the three entered the temple, they saw the noble representatives who sent them here a month ago. Although not all of them were there, Adele was still familiar with the appearance of several of them. "Oh, are these the talented young men from Mitsuki Spring? You are back. And I was thinking of asking old George to pick you up, so you don't have to walk such a long way." Before they got close, the noble's exaggerated tone reached the ears of the three through the hollow and tall dome, as if they had already learned something from Philia and the others who had returned. Nick and Sean frowned slightly, but since they had already seen it, they couldn't pretend not to see it. However, just as they stepped forward to greet them according to the etiquette in the monastery before, Adele suddenly grabbed them and took out the divine emblem to hint to them. The two men, who had just woken up from a dream, suddenly realized that as official priests, they needed to maintain the dignity of the gods at all times. If they saluted others at every turn, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the honor of the gods? It's okay. Realizing that they almost made a big mistake, Sean and Nick quickly took out the emblem of the gods and wore it on their chests, straightened their chests, and began to walk forward without looking sideways. When facing the nobles who flattered them, they just nodded without a smile. Just like the priests of the Uehara temple they had seen before, the noble representatives didn't react much after they learned from the failed children that these three children became priests of the temple. They knew that if nothing unexpected happened, their status in the temple in the future would naturally not be low, and their status would also rise. This kind of demeanor was normal, so there was no way they would complain. And they couldn't even flatter them. However, the meeting between the two sides was not warm. The three of them just said a few indifferent words as usual, and then used the excuse of going to the messenger to report the oracle to end this embarrassing and lame farce of flattery. After the unwilling noble representatives left, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. It must be said that it was torture to say one more word to someone they didn't like, and they had a deep understanding of it. The three of them walked forward for a while and came to the front hall, where there was a sound. Buzzing. Adele looked over and found that in the originally empty front hall, in addition to the materials piled up 5 times as much as before, there was a group of children who were about the same age as them or even younger, gathering together and whispering. And Philia and others who had returned earlier than them were here to maintain order, but with little effect. This group of noble children, carefully selected by Mitsuki Izumi, including many wealthy and noble, may still have some awe for the messenger, but their attitude towards the eliminated group in front of them is not much better. "Philia, what's going on? Where's the teacher?" Seeing no one around, Adele walked directly from the corridor to the front hall, followed by Sean and Nick. For a moment, 20 or 30 inquiring eyes were cast towards Adele and the other two, when they saw the shining divine emblem on their chests. The air was instantly quiet for a moment, and then a few exclamations quickly spread. "The divine emblem. That is the divine emblem representing a formal priest. This is surprise. My father said that after just over a month, someone has become a formal priest, which is much faster than the training in the temple of Uehara. If they can do it, I can do it too. When I become a priest, this is fantasy. Is that the emblem of that god? It looks cold and majestic. Will the rules here be stricter than those in Uehara? This is worry about the future. I really don't understand why my father wants me to come to this place and believe in a god that no one else knows. This is doubt. Maybe we are both abandoned." Alas, for a while, the topic of the emblem and the god was discussed in the front hall of the temple, and it was getting more and more intense. Listening to the information that kept pouring in, Adele and the other two also knew where these children came from. They were the new batch of priest candidates sent by Mitsuki Izumi, the batch that the teacher mentioned before. But how come it's so fast? Didn't they say that it would take another week? Ah, Adele, congratulations. You're back. The teacher is not here now. I didn't see him when I came back, so I didn't dare to make my own decisions. I could only let them stay in the front hall with the supplies. Philia seemed very happy to see Adele, but when she saw the round emblem on her chest, her pupils dimmed slightly. It was obvious that the emotions in her heart were difficult to describe in public, but she was relieved to see Adele coming here. At least now, the order of the hall is no longer maintained by her, but by Adele, Nick and Sean, who have the official title of priest. "Okay, I know. You have worked hard during this period." Adele smiled, pinched the back of Philia's hand, and then patted her with the other hand, indicating that she should relax. She knew what her playmate was thinking. But this was not the place to talk. And she could only talk about it later. Okay. Be quiet. His Majesty didn't ask you to come here to talk. Haven't you finished your words after such a long journey? After comforting her companions, Adele swept away her previous chillness and spit out a calm and emotionless rebuke from her mouth. At this moment, the air was completely quiet. So quiet that it seemed that a large group of people, including Adele, were all puppets who could only breathe and blink. However, from the expressions on the faces of these puppets, it seemed that they were a little unconvinced. After all, some people have many ways out. Even if they are not selected here, it doesn't matter. Just like before, they can always ask their families to change a path. This is something that Adele and others can't envy. But at this moment, she no longer needs to envy others, because she is now envied by others. The divine emblem of the volcanic dragon eye has never left everyone's sight. The meaning represented by this emblem is so exciting. After the discipline was restored to normal, Adele did not let Philia leave first. She and Sean Nick could wait for the black cat to return here. They should spend their time mastering dragon knowledge as soon as possible and strive to become the second batch of priests as soon as possible, instead of wasting time here. Half an hour after Philia and others left, when the breeze outside the hall brought sand and dust that could not be seen by the naked eye to the front hall, a black cat had already appeared on the horizontal column of the dome under the moonlight. Meow. Teacher. Emissary. The voices of the three priests were the same as before, crisp and respectful, and the titles behind were a bit uneven. But this did not affect anything. The black cat eyes were always fixed on the three people. Then the next second, the black cat indifferent voice resounded throughout the hall. Come out with me. Adele, Nick, and Sean. It called out the names one by one. Although Adele didn't understand why, she still followed the black cat, who had turned around and left. Although Sean and Nick were slightly stunned, they still put down the daggers and stones they had seized from the goblins, stood up and followed. The black cat walked to the platform of the dragon skeleton and paused slightly, then looked back at the three people. The three people were silent, as if waiting for it to speak first. The waiting time was not long. Since you have become formal priests now, part of the temple's affairs can be handed over to you. On the one hand, it is to train you and prepare for the future. On the other hand, I don't have so much time to teach the dragon knowledge that anyone can teach. Gordon easily put a heavy burden on the three people, which made the three people look at each other in bewilderment. After all, although they have the identity of a priest, except for priests, they are just 13 or 14-year-old children. How can they compare with the black cat in teaching? However, Black Cat Neck's words put their minds at ease. Of course, after teaching, I will still observe for a while, so that you have a certain period of adaptation, and then you can boldly teach. Although these words were said as if they had not been said, they were somewhat assured. Yes, teacher, the three of them answered in unison. But what they didn't expect was that in addition to replacing Black Cat daily teaching, there was another task placed in front of the three of them. I need a priest to go to the Barrens, where there is the temple of our Lord. Who of you is willing to go? Gordon, who turned into a black cat, remained silent as he watched the changing expressions on the faces of the three people after he threw out the task. It had been waiting for such a candidate for a long time. The gathering place where it rescued the Tudun slaves was indeed a place where faith could develop. However, due to the lack of priests in the temple, even if someone believed in it, it would not be able to convey his gift, and Gordon was unable to do so. Therefore, he could only send a priest over as a mark of his divine power. Casardo was already urging him. After all, the influx of foreign refugees in the past few days had increased the number of people who believed in it in the gathering place. He was a little too busy to handle it alone. If it weren't for the help of the magic servants, he would be even more embarrassed. But in less than 3 seconds, a person who was beyond Gordon's expectations stood up. He spoke first in the shocked expressions of the other two, without almost thinking about it. I will go. Master Messenger, I am willing to move forward for the Lord of Grace, and strive to spread his mercy to the entire desert, so that sooner or later his believers will be more numerous than the sand in the desert. Sean lowered his head and his expression could not be seen clearly. Just as lonely as the cold moon covered by gray clouds under the dark blue night sky. Chapter 376 Past Events. Sean. What's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly agree to go to the Barrens to preach? Not to mention Nick. Even Adele couldn't help but ask. After all, Sean had already agreed before they realized what the Barrens was, and where it was. This made the two of them a little dazed. And their doubts reached their peak on the way, after Black Cat asked them to go back to the dormitory to rest. However, no matter how Nick and Adele asked, Sean lowered his head and walked forward silently until they heard his hoarse voice in front of the dormitory door. I'm sorry. You didn't do anything to let us down. I'm just curious. What's wrong with you? Nick didn't dare to disturb other people near the dormitory, and asked in a low voice. Yeah. The Baron sounds tough. Why are you in such a hurry to go? Could it be? At this point, Adele couldn't help but think of Sean's appearance when he was sent to the monastery a few years ago when he was not this tall. He was dirty and dusty, and his clothes seemed to be made of rags. At that time, all the children in the monastery were chosen by the gods as candidates for the priests of Yohara. They were even more arrogant. Naturally, they looked down on this mud-legged man who came out of nowhere. Although he had golden pupils like them, they were all sombed. Sean, who was about to say goodbye and enter his room, froze his hand, and finally sighed. Come in first. Talking in the corridor will disturb others. When the two heard this, they naturally did not hesitate at all, and immediately followed Sean and entered the apprentice room with one bedroom and one living room for everyone. The furnishings inside were simple. In addition to the stone chairs for everyone, the living room at the entrance had a wall full of scratches. The 1376th desert day. The first thing Sean did when he entered was to touch the marks on the wall and mutter to himself. It will be the 1377th desert day soon. I didn't think I could return to the barren place so soon. But today I heard the name again. Father, mother, and sister. I really couldn't help it. I will be there soon. Wait for me. I will definitely make the mud and the yellow sand pay the price. Definitely. After saying that, Sean took out a sharp gray stone from under the wall and drew another gray scratch on the wall. After the scratch, Sean looked back at Adele and Nick and smiled. This story is a bit long. Drink a glass of water first and listen to me slowly. There is still a long time before dawn. I hope you don't fall asleep. At this time, Adele and Nick had already been attracted by Sean's actions just now. They were no longer sleepy. They nodded hurriedly, almost urging him to speak faster and not waste time. And Sean just smiled. After the three of them sat down, he looked at the white moonlight pouring into the hall outside the window and said faintly, I was born a slave of Viscount Roth of Tudun. When my father was 16 years old, he was captured by sand bandits while following a caravan of merchants, and then sold to the Tudun people and transported to a barren place, where he was responsible for digging a kind of yellow crystal stone that can extract earth elements from the ground day and night. It is this stone that makes the surrounding land barren. But later, because the mine that produced yellow crystal soil somehow dug through the underground war lizard's nest, my father and his group of slaves got a long-awaited rest in order to invite adventurers to encircle and suppress them. It was during that time that my sister and I were born. Twins. The family of 4 at that time could not be said to be happy, but it was very warm. But until a year later, when all the war lizards underground were wiped out, my father and mother were often not at home. But they locked my sister and me at home every time before going out. And in order to prevent the patrolling thugs from noticing anything unusual, my parents also played a silent game with us. If we could hold on until the evening without making any sound, we would get a very delicious food. Sometimes roasted rat meat, sometimes charcoal roasted bats. Anyway, for the 2 children who were skinny and poor at that time, everything was delicious. No. This went on for about a year or 2. I found that my father, who was originally strong and sturdy, began to become thinner and thinner, and my mother had more white hair on her head, which was not suitable for her age. Finally, we found out that they gave their few foods to us every day. They had to participate in the heavy mining over a long period of time. They were naturally sallow and malnourished. So on our 4th birthday, he was in a newly excavated mine. When he was digging a piece of yellow crystal embedded in the cave, he had a mining accident. He was crushed under the boulder. No one cared about the life and death of a slave. When a mining accident happened, they just knew to rush out. However, when my mother saw that my father did not come out, she, who was the first to rush out of the mine, went back because she knew from other people that the place where the mining accident happened was exactly where my father said he would go a few days ago. After this trip, she and my father never came out again. Listening to Sean's tragic history, Adele and Nick felt a little reluctant. But Sean seemed very happy after he told it. And there was no emotion in his tone. I don't know if it was because of his experience, or because he had cried so much in his dreams, or because he woke up countless times in the middle of the night. His face now looked very calm and peaceful, as if it was not his life story. He just sighed again. My father, who worked hard all his life, just a few nights before my brother and I's birthday. I still remember that he told my mother in the bedroom that he planned to go to the newly excavated mine of topaz tomorrow. Although there was a little risk there, the output was countless times richer than other mines that had been dug countless times. If he was lucky, he could exchange milk, a relatively rare item in the mine, from the hands of the supervisor. Of course he was reluctant to drink it. But my sister and I heard that my father and mother had drunk milk in a conversation with our parents. It was very sweet. We didn't know what sweetness meant, but we also wanted to drink milk. So our father promised that on our birthdays, each of us would have milk to drink. So we looked forward to our birthdays every day. In the evening, we didn't wait for our parents to come back with milk. And we didn't wait for them to come back until nightfall. Fear, and panic filled our young hearts. And finally we spent our birthdays in panic and silence. Finally, when the night fell on the second day, my sister couldn't help crying. And the existence of my sister and I was exposed. At that time, we were still young and didn't know why our parents went into the mine and never came out again. We just cried and cried. When we saw more and more people outside the window who we had never seen before, and the door was slammed louder and louder, I realized that they really couldn't come back. Hey, there are dewdrops in the desert night. The wet feeling passed through his cheeks. Sean smiled and raised his head to wipe away the tears that passed through his cheeks to cover up his loss of composure. But at this moment, his room was quiet, with only slight sobs. Sean looked back and against the moonlight, he found that both of them had secretly wiped their tears behind their backs. Nick was even more tearful, and his face was distorted by emotions, almost as wrinkled as the goblin's face. Sean dodged Nick's hands, which were not sure whether they were covered with tears or snot, and said helplessly, "Please, this is only half of the story. And you are just like this. How can I continue my story?" "Yes. You and your sister were discovered. And then what? Were you sent out? And then discovered by the night of Mitsuki Spring?" Nick wiped the snot and tears from his face, and curiously asked Sean about the next story. Adele also looked up. She had no expression, but her red eyes still betrayed her emotions, which were obviously not as calm as she appeared. "Next, we became slaves like our parents." Sean smiled bitterly and shook his head. His hand couldn't help but touch the position of the other wrist. Adele, who was proficient in tracking, could vaguely see that there was an arc mark of shackles there, which was difficult to detect without careful observation. But fortunately, my sister and I did not become mining slaves like our parents, but relied on our beautiful faces to become toys of the 4-year-old son of Viscount Roth, one of the owners of the topaz mine. We were like kittens and puppies, tied with chains representing family dogs, and sent to the Viscount's house. If it weren't for the Viscount's son still crying and shouting that no one was playing with him a few days ago, and the people below just happened to find the two of us, maybe my sister and I would have been thrown into the mine to feed the bats and mice inside. After that, we spent 4 or 5 years in a dull manner, as slaves or servants. We had to accept a lot from a young age. In addition to literacy, we also had to learn etiquette for treating nobles, and other things. Speaking of this, Sean's expression was a little gloomy, and his palms unconsciously clenched tightly, but he still spoke without any emotional fluctuations. At that time, I already knew the truth about my parents' departure. I was very unwilling to be a slave. I didn't want to repeat the fate of my father and mother, so I wanted to leave this cage. In the past few years, because I was young and I had a younger sister, I couldn't even climb over the Viscount's castle wall that was more than 10 meters high, and I had no chance to go out. So I could only endure training while waiting for an opportunity to escape. Due to the different division of labor, my sister and I lived in different places in the castle. She was responsible for taking care of the Viscount's son's stint, and I was responsible for feeding his foal. We always lived in the stables. Brothers and sisters only stood together and chatted for a few times a week because of the master. Therefore, my sister and I agreed that when we had a certain survival ability, we would wait for an opportunity to leave the castle together and go to the boundless wilderness to find the St. Island Mitsuki spring that our parents often talked about. But when I was 10 years old, my sister, who usually could only nod hurriedly in the castle, suddenly found me and said she had something important to tell me. Sean couldn't help but close his eyes. After thousands of days and nights, he could still remember that in a cramped utility room of the castle, his twin sister, who was about the same age as him, was looking up at him with an earnest attitude. Brother, don't think about leaving anymore. This morning I heard Master Stint say that you were looking for death. A few days ago, you actually touched the untamed horse king in the stable that no one dared to provoke for a gold coin bet from the master. You are crazy. If it weren't for the god's blessing, I might only see your corpse now. There were some freckles on her face, but the girl still couldn't hide her pretty face. She held up the hem of her maid's skirt and looked anxious. No, Lisa, you don't understand. If not, when can I save enough money to leave here? With you. It's okay for a man to take some risks. Father and Mother will bless us in heaven. The familiar voice of the boy echoed in Sean's ears. Just like yesterday. But I really don't want to lose you. Brother. If. The girl was already a little at a loss, not knowing how to assume, afraid that her assumptions would anger the gods. Isn't it good to stay here? I will find a chance to pray to Master Stint to transfer you to the study and organize the books. Then maybe you can become the steward of the castle. She looked at her brother or younger brother with tears in her eyes. They had quarreled more than once because of this since they were young, and their status was not determined until their parents died. Lisa, have you forgotten? How did your parents die? Hearing his sister's words, the boy was obviously a little furious. He seemed to have known his sister for the first time, and growled. At this moment, if he ignored his identity, he was like a newborn lion, extremely arrogant. But it's not their fault. The mining accident can only be that Lady Doom saw our family, but life must go on. Brother, if you continue like this, you will die, the girl argued incoherently, then begged, clutching the boy's sleeve, as if to reveal all her thoughts. But the boy pulled it off and said angrily, You have forgotten our promise. Lisa Lunt, if you still remember this surname and recognize me as your brother, then don't beg me to stay anymore. I still have to go to the stable to feed the horses. If I'm done, your little master will give me 5 whips. The boy uttered an unprecedented cold tone, a tone he had never used before, like the scorching heat of summer and the frost of winter. So tormenting. No, brother. The sleeve was pulled away, and Lisa was unable to catch it for a moment. And then she saw that the boy had already opened the door of the utility room and walked towards the corridor leading to the stables of the castle, until the last back figure disappeared around the corner. The girl's expression remained motionless, and then gradually faded and disappeared in the memory. What did you say? Nick's voice in his ear pulled Sean out of his memories in time. There was a conflict. She didn't want me to leave the castle. She wanted to live there. All this? How could it be? Why would your sister suddenly do this? I don't know. Sean shook his head, his tone calm. Then how did you escape? I took advantage of a spring hunt and pretended to be dead and left the team, leaving only a few pieces of cloth. Naturally, no one cared about the death of a slave, so I regained my freedom. Sean smiled. So you are going back to the barren land this time to pick up your sister? Nick asked again, imagining how his brother, who had become a priest, would return home in glory. But Sean's answer left him puzzled. Yes, I will definitely pick her up and bring her with my parents. This? Nick wanted to ask more, but Adele knocked him on the head. Nick, don't ask anymore. It's getting late. It's time to go back to bed. Tomorrow we have to teach those newcomers about dragon knowledge. Think about how you will teach them. But Nick hadn't finished speaking when he shuddered again and left the room half-heartedly. Sean didn't try to stop her, but just closed the door gently and sat back in his previous position. The moonlight from the window had shifted, but there was still a layer of white light reflecting on his clothes. Lisa. He stroked the cuffs of his sleeves that had been pulled by his sister and said softly. Chapter 377 Planning and Thanks. The next morning was uneventful. But when I saw the newcomers Adele, Nick, and Sean who were called to the dragon skeleton platform early in the morning, I felt a strange sense of pleasure in my heart. Of course, This pleasure quickly subsided when I saw the same group of companions mixed in, and I greeted them with a greeting that I have often used since I came here. May the fire of today be endless. May the light of grace shine upon you. The voices of the newcomers and Philia and others rang loudly on the dragon skeleton platform. The birds hovering over the sand dunes nearby seemed to be startled and flew east or west in a hurry, which made the black cat, who had been observing the birds in the sky and sitting upright on the dragon skeleton skull, look back with a little dissatisfaction, as if a little unhappy. But in this frenzy of atmosphere, no one cared what the black cat was thinking, even though it was a nominal teacher. Now, let me introduce myself. My name is Adele. My name is Nick. I am the official priest of the God of Gift. We are now invited by the messenger to officially become teachers of your dragon knowledge course from today on. This is my first lecture. If it is not good enough, I hope you will forgive me. Facing her peers, Adele has a deep understanding of them. She did not pretend to be arrogant, but mingled with these young boys and girls in a very down-to-earth way. As for whether they would listen to her, she did not have to worry about it, because soon someone will quit because they can't stand the hot weather when learning. And these naturally include those who don't take the class seriously. Moreover, she has the right to persuade people to quit, granted by the Black Cat messenger himself. As long as there is a suitable reason, he can pack him and the group of people who are clamoring to return to Mitsuki Spring and send them back at the same time. Nick was nervously counting on his fingers how he should divide the dragon knowledge into 15 parts. After leaving Sean's room last night, the two of them went back and spent some time alone. He and Adele specifically discussed how they should teach. Finally, the knowledge of dragon knowledge is divided into a total of 30 classes, and everyone takes turns to come, so that there is time to prepare for the class, so that there will be fewer omissions. As for Sean, he was glanced at by the Black Cat, and followed it step by step to leave the dragon skeleton platform. After a night of preparation, he has figured it out, and his desire to go to the barren place is even stronger. Now even if Gordon doesn't let him go, he will probably ask stubbornly in his heart why. Nick and Adele could only watch Sean leave. Before coming, the three of them had said goodbye to each other. In the morning, Philia and the others specially sent blessings at the door of the dormitory, and also gave Sean some small gifts, mostly food for the journey. They all knew that perhaps this friend, who was often seen in the monastery and encouraged each other in the past month, was about to take a different path from them. Now let's talk about the origin of the dragon, which will help us understand the sacrifices and sacrificial utensils that our Lord likes in the future. And we can also have an intuitive understanding of other dragon gods. Please listen carefully. Don't be lonely because of the sound of wind and sand. The time now is very precious, and it will not be so comfortable next. As Adele's loud voice came from above the high platform where the dragon skeleton was placed, Sean and the Black Cat had already walked to the bottom of the hill. Apart from a few bare rocks, there was a small basin that was much deeper than the average position of the desert. Although Sean didn't understand why the Black Cat brought him here, he still followed it obediently without saying a word until it stopped in front of a symbolic triangular stone. And then, he was a little confused. Why don't you leave? Although he wanted to ask. The next second, the words were swallowed back. Behind the triangular stone, the picture of the sand dunes in the distance and the rare red sky at dawn suddenly distorted, and a scorching white light spread from the center point to all directions, quickly forming a circle of light. Portal. Caster. After being enlightened by the priest, Sean naturally saw what kind of spell this was. But before he could react, a voice that sounded old and mature appeared on the other side of the air. Is this it? Yes. I brought him to you. He just became a priest yesterday, the Black Cat said calmly, and there seemed to be silence on the other side of the portal for a long time. I don't know if it was Sean's illusion. He looked helpless, although I didn't see the expression on his face. That's it. He knows everything he should know. Now he is in your hands. Okay. I thought. Okay. It's getting late. I still have to continue studying flying birds. You take him over first. We can talk later. The Black Cat interrupted this meaningless conversation without caring, and Sean suddenly felt that he was controlled by an invisible big hand, and his body was involuntarily dragged directly into the twisted light gate behind the triangular stone. He didn't shout, but raised his head and entered the light gate a little unnaturally. Then the next second, his figure completely disappeared in the desert, and only the footprints that had not been buried by the sand and wind proved that there was a person standing here just now. as the light gate returned to normal. After confirming that Sean and Casardal was fine through telepathic communication, Gordon walked towards the dragon skeleton platform with confidence. As the shadow of the Sand Soul gradually took control, Gordon had already imagined how to build an oasis holy city that belonged to him in the roaring sand dunes. After all, this would be more conducive to gathering the centripetal force of believers. This was also the reason why it observed the birds in the morning early in the morning. It was obviously a good sign that there were creatures approaching this dead land. However, this matter still had to be done slowly. At least temporarily put on hold. Anyway, there was no rush. Gordon had already made plans in his mind. When everything was on track, he would leave the Abel world and return to the main material plane. Although there was nothing going on there for the time being, he would stay here, and it would be fine if he got on the right track. God is mysterious. If he appears every day, it will be meaningless. Moreover, after not seeing it for several months, it missed the little ocean dragon swimming freely in the hot spring water. Blue fins, slender tail, and coquettish smile. Mr. Gordon. Gordon could even recall Nina's gentle call in his ears. Ah! We have to let Adele and the others speed up. Thinking of this, Gordon couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. 1 month is too slow. We have to cultivate qualified priests as soon as possible so that we can carry out the coverage missionary work. Miua Spring. And then spread to the nearby city-states. In this way, it has enough believers. And he also has sufficient divine power. Even if he is in the main material plane, he can boldly and unrestrainedly connect believers through divine power, instead of being stingy and not daring to use this or that. Of course, the plan is beautiful, but when it comes to implementation, it must encounter various obstacles and difficulties in the real world. This is also one of the reasons why Gordon plans to stay here for a while, and is not in a hurry to return to the main material plane. Although it is not advisable to force the growth of seedlings, at least we have to make this batch pass rate higher. It seems that we have to show some real skills. Gordon thought about the teaching plan of how to quickly master knowledge in the previous life. Although he couldn't follow that method step by step, the simple tactics of the sea of questions was still possible. Then assign them some homework after class. Let Adele teach them during the day, and they have to do homework when they return to the dormitory at night. This will definitely be more efficient. Anyway, it can be made into dictation and copying. But paper is a problem. We have to ask the next batch of delivery people to bring erasable ink and parchment. Hee. The outline of the plan gradually emerged, and Gordon couldn't help grinning. He meowed. Then he continued to climb with his tail swinging, winding up the way down. In this way, in less than a sip of water, Gordon easily decided the future fate of this group of priest apprentices, who were under the rising sun, and had not yet felt the heat of the desert. On the other side, Lollies, the new king of Mitsuki Spring, was also standing at the top of the white tower at this time, looking at the golden sand dunes in the distance, lost in thought, chewing on the word fate. As time went by, she felt more and more clearly that an indescribable force was influencing her decision. Whether it was entering the resurrection and coming to Mitsuki Spring, or following the clues to the temple, she felt that there was a mysterious pusher helping her to accomplish all of this. However, as she did not enter the underground city of the roaring dunes, this sense of destiny was cut off, or suspended, which is why she had this intuitive experience. Thinking of this, she summoned her servants. Has Rhinelaw returned? No, Your Majesty. The blonde woman wearing orange bloomers, a green headscarf, and a hazy veil on her face replied respectfully. This outfit was ordinary, but from the dark crow tattoo faintly visible on the woman's collarbone, it was known that she was a member of the Dark Crow Society, one of the two powerful external forces of the Som people. In addition to being responsible for protection, she also carried out intelligence and news espionage work. Oh, what about Reinhammon? Lollies raised her head slightly and looked at the blonde woman. He shows up in the mansion every day normally, and there doesn't seem to be anything unusual on the outside. The member of the Dark Raven described Reinhardt's whereabouts in detail, although she didn't know why His Majesty wanted to monitor the head of an upper-class noble family. The Dark Raven, which controls all the spies and eyes, would not ignore His Majesty's order. However, there is a doubt. Tell me. The head maid of Rhinelaw has also disappeared, and the last time someone saw her, she was with Reinhardt. After the blonde woman finished talking about the information she had collected in the past few days, she stepped aside and let Lollies make her own decision. Oh! The maid disappeared. The last time. Lalisi chewed on the words she had just heard. Looking a bit headache. To be honest. If it weren't for the fact that the divine emblem given to her by His Majesty Gordon was still in Rhinelock, she wouldn't have much interest in following the whereabouts of a man. Even though he had been her follower and loyalist. She was busy with all kinds of things. So how could she care so much about the movements of a subordinate? Not to mention that there were cases where he had been away for several months at a time. She was just curious why Rhinelock didn't give her the divine emblem before he left. Of course, she hasn't thought about the worst result yet. Because no matter how hard she thinks, she can't think of a reason for Rhinelock to get into trouble in her home. After all, Rhinelock was a candidate cultivated by Rhine Harmon at a huge cost. If she wanted him to die, the Rhine family would be the first to disagree. But fortunately, the divine emblem was not used for the time being. She just wanted to take it back from Rhinelock. After all, it was given to her by Gordon. At that time, she sent Gordon through this in the Mage Tower, and successfully sent them out of the Mage Tower. Since she didn't fully trust Gordon at that time, she gave the emblem to Rhinelock shortly after she escaped, for the sake of safety. However, she had explained the whole story to Rhinelock before, and didn't hide it from him. There was nothing to hide. At that time, Rhinelock promised that this emblem was the best medium for releasing spiritual energy. It happened to be a waste that could be used. His medium was broken when he fought the Sand Soul. So he was not focused when he used spiritual energy. Keep monitoring. And report to me if there is any strange movement. After thinking for a long time without being able to sort out the logical relationship, Lolly stroked the messy hair on her forehead, and said to the Raven Society woman, who was waiting for her order, "Yes, Your Majesty. By the way, Dorothy, how is your stay in the Raven Society?" Before the woman left, Lollies called her again. The blonde woman was stunned at first, and then replied happily, "Your Majesty, do you remember me? I'm fine. Thank you for your care." "Ha! Of course I remember you. Dorothy, you hid a few meters behind me when the Sand Spirit came. Your blonde hair was much more beautiful then than it is now." Lollies glanced at the girl, who was supposed to have waist-length hair, but now had short hair. Dorothy was a little shy and scratched her head embarrassedly. Isn't this for the purpose of learning wholeheartedly from the predecessors of the Raven Society? Long hair is too much of an obstacle to work and study. After brewing for a while, she still plucked up the courage, and said sincerely to Lollies, "Your Majesty, I am very grateful for your approval of my application to go to the Dark Raven Club. There, I was infected by the atmosphere there. The seniors worked very hard for the people of Mitsuki Spring, and for your Majesty." Hearing this, Lollies was a little stunned, and then waved her hand quickly. "You have the matching strength, so you are naturally qualified to go to the Dark Raven Club. The elders there told me a few days ago that this batch of newcomers is good, especially the little girl with short golden hair. I should thank you." She showed an extremely contagious smile, and in the first light of the morning, her fair face was coated with a layer of sacred gold. Such words naturally made Dorothy a little at a loss, and she hurriedly wanted to refute this, but before she could speak, she found that the Queen, whom she admired, was walking towards her step by step, pressing on her soft shoulders, very close, and the fragrance of white roses came to her nose. And that sentence, like the fragrance of white roses, penetrated into her heart. "This is what I deserve. Thank you for everything you have done for Mitsuki Izumi and the Samp people. It is people like you who protect Mitsuki Izumi. The Samp people are not bullied by foreigners, and can trade fairly in the city-state instead of being bullied and ravaged at will. Thank you, Dorothy. I hope you will continue to work hard for the Oasis." Chapter 378 Exposure. The feeling of teleportation was not pleasant. After Sean was pulled in, he felt as if he was trapped in a muddy beach where time had stopped. There was only darkness in front of him, and he didn't know how long it had been. About 3 seconds. The noise emanated from a bright place somewhere, hazily. As his body approached, the noise in his ears gradually became clearer. This sound made Sean feel that he had come to the travel market, that Mitsuki Izumi only came once a month. But he couldn't help but think too much. When his body came into contact with the light, the next moment his mind and stomach were spinning, and physiological vomiting and dizziness came at the same time. Ugh! Sean didn't care where he was, or who was nearby. He directly supported his palms on the slightly mottled gray stone slab, and vomited out the lettuce and bread crumbs he had just eaten in the morning mixed with acid water. After vomiting, he felt much better, and squinted his eyes slightly, letting the painful and hot sunlight from the window soften a little. Just now it was a fine and scattered golden light, but now it has a temperature. Is this the barren place? Sean breathed a sigh of relief, looked around, and found that this was just a hidden utility room with only one window, full of wood and bags of gray leather bags with unknown contents. And right opposite him stood a man in a black robe and priest's clothes. From the scrutiny on his face, it is not difficult to guess that he was the one who caught him from the teleportation door. Not good. Good quality. I just experienced the teleportation, but I even vomited my stomach water and tang geely before Sean could open his mouth. The handsome man with classical masculinity in front of him praised him with his unique magnetic voice. However, from his slightly melancholy tone, he seemed to recall the past. Hello. My name is Sean. I am a priest of the temple. The messenger asked me to come here and listen to you. Sean caught the man indulging in the fantasy of the past and greeted him with a little restraint. After all, a person who can use teleportation spells and is so casual must be strong. And when facing a strong person, you must have a heart of awe, especially when he looks like a senior member of your own team. Oh, you can call me Cassatel. Sean. Cassatel smiled at the boy who was only as tall as his waist and abdomen. Perhaps from his young face, he saw his past self. Although he looked harmless on the outside, he was a beast in his heart. When he was a child in the arena, this face made many people suffer from this. Yes, Lord Cassatel. At this point, Sean remembered that he had not yet done a key etiquette. So although his stomach was still churning, Sean still respectfully made a temple greeting gesture. The left hand was stretched out as a palm, representing the earth, and the right hand was stretched out as a fist, representing the pupil. The left palm wrapped around the right fist, and then returned to the chest, indicating that everything that happened on the earth was known to the owner of the pupil. Then he said to the black-robed man in front of him with the most pious words, "May the fire of today never stop." After hearing this, Cassatel was stunned for a long time, and for a while, he could not understand the meaning of the boy. So Sean thought his posture was not strict enough, and repeated it again, this time more standard. And even when he returned to his chest, he could hear a loud bang from his chest. Lord Cassatel, may the fire of today never cease. At this time, Cassatel, who knew the cause and effect through telepathy, smiled and answered with the same gesture, "May the light of grace shine upon you." After a while, the two looked at each other. Huh? Then they both breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at each other. Okay, Sean, the purpose of your coming here, the messenger of our Lord should have told you. Castel suddenly remembered what Gordon had told him before, and quickly stopped talking, not revealing that the black cat was the incarnation of Gordon, and rounded it off. Yes, the messenger asked me to listen to your instructions, mainly to preach to the ignorant people here. But, my age. Sean hesitated a little when he said this. After all, in terms of age, he really couldn't be convinced at his age. Don't worry. As long as you truthfully describe the glorious deeds of our Lord and the changes that have taken place in your body, they will understand how great the Lord of Gifts is. Castel said this with a calm heart. Although he had not experienced the gift that Gordon said, he had an inexplicable confidence that allowed him to say this with full energy. And these words, with a sonorous tone, also infected Sean. A pastor, seeing that Castel said this, he was also full of confidence. So he swept away the previous haze, nodded vigorously, and said in his loudest and loudest voice, "Yes, I will, Lord Castel. I will definitely spread the glory of our Lord to the people." Of course, there is also his selfishness in this. He wants to understand the current situation of the barren place by contacting believers. That his former little master stint. Not only did he cause his sister to die tragically in the castle, but he also ordered people to abandon the body in the wilderness. When Sean in the city learned the information, he hurried to the suburbs. There was only a pool of blood on the ground, and the howling of wolves from the distant sand dunes. Stint. Rosen. You all wait for me. Thinking of this, Sean was looking forward to stabilizing his territory here as soon as possible. He was eager to know what the Viscount was like. The flame of revenge was already burning in his heart. Okay, Sean, it's still a while before the scorching sun. You can rest or choose to go out for a walk. But there has been a bit of chaos in the barrens recently. Several groups of refugees and caravans have come from the east. My advice is that it's best not to go out. Caschard looked at the sunlight outside the window and gave a few instructions. I want to go out and take a look. Nearly 4 years have passed. When there is a chance to step on the streets of the Barrens again, Sean naturally can't give up. Okay. Then you have to take this. Castell seemed to see something and threw Sean a necklace with a strange blue gem. Sean took it, although he was a little confused. But he still hung it on his chest obediently. Be careful when you go out. And come back before the scorching sun. I need your help in prayer. Got it? After giving instructions, Cossatel opened the wooden door of the utility room on the side of the temple residence, and then went to another stone building, where Sean would work in the future. The magic servants, who were responsible for monitoring the utility room, disappeared as Cossatel left, leaving only a young man with fire in his eyes, standing at the door with a sharp gaze, looking at the mountains above the stone building. The castle located halfway up the mountain was exactly the place he had been dreaming about for 4 years, and the place he had imagined countless times in his dreams. It was just that it was not as blood-red and dilapidated as in his dreams. It was still as bright and beautiful as it was 4 years ago. I'm back. His low oath carried endless information. But just as Sean was about to go out, a strong arm appeared in front of him, blocking his way. A familiar voice sounded in his ears at the same time. It seems that you really have a problem, Sean. Sean felt like he was falling into an ice cave when he heard this. He saw a slight ripple in the air, and a figure was no longer invisible in the air. It was the returning Cossatel, his face half in the shadow and half in the sun. There was still a smile on his face, but there was no warmth in his eyes. Tell me, what are you here for? Of course, you can choose not to tell me. I have memorized a lot of interesting little spells in my spell slot today, and it's okay to use them on you. Castell's jokes were completely different from before. When Sean heard it, he felt an endless chill in his mind. He opened his mouth and finally knelt down dejectedly. Lord Cossatel, I didn't betray the master. The sun was high in the sky, and the market just across the street was still bustling with people. But at the door of the utility room next to the temple, the two seemed to be in a world of their own. One person spoke. The other listened. Chapter 379 Begin the plan. That's it. Lord Cossatel. When the envoy said he was going to the Barrens, would you be the first to ask to come? When Sean nervously finished telling his story, the noise outside had become much quieter, and the sun was now at its brightest, hanging high above the Barrens, wantonly swaying its scorching heat. So much so that even though Sean was in the shade, beads of sweat oozed from his forehead, and his eyes were staring at the man who was half a body taller than him without blinking. What are you going to do then? Cassatel's face had returned to calm, and his voice could not tell whether he was happy or angry. Without any emotion. Of course it's revenge. They killed my whole family, so I will naturally retaliate. And the Som people will never repay evil with virtue. Sean was like a little beast at this time, gritting his teeth. Oh! Then how do you plan to take revenge? This aroused the interest of Cossatel. While communicating with Gordon on the other side, he looked at the young man with interest, as if he wanted to learn something from him. Of course, we should investigate first, and then make a plan slowly. But Lord Cossatel, don't worry. When I act, I will never involve the temple. I will act under another identity. As if to prove his courage, he took out the fire starter he brought with him, and danced and talked about a few disguise techniques he learned in the wilderness. And his words were full of certainty. Okay. You are only a first-level priest, let alone inquiring. Without this identity, you probably can't even enter Viscount Roth's castle. The guards with an average level of more than 2 levels, and the 4th-level swordsmanship master alone can give you a good drink. Not to mention that Viscount Roth himself is also a powerful warrior with a strength of 5 levels. Cascade mercilessly crushed the boy dream, indicating that he wanted revenge and was alone, which was really a foolish dream. Unexpectedly, this did not defeat the boy fighting spirit, but made it even higher. So I will pretend and wait for the opportunity. When the opportunity comes, I will use everything I can, and then seize the opportunity to let others take action. As long as I can see Roth and his son Stint die and the family wither, I will be satisfied. I don't care who killed him. After all, the barren place is not dominated by Viscount Rosen alone. When I was in the castle, I heard Stint complain no less than 10 times that his father did not let him go out. The reason he could only play in his own horse farm was that he was afraid of revenge from his enemies. Having said this, Sean did not intend to hide his thoughts and told Cascade everything. It seemed that the boy's stubbornness touched him, and it seemed that another person in his heart said something. At this moment, Cascade looked a little strange. Finally, he waved his hand and said to Sean, "It's getting late. Let's pray first. The believers are already waiting at the door." "Okay, Lord Kashat." After seeing that he had passed the test, Sean's uneasy heart slowly calmed down. He also made some choices in his mind. It seems that he can only let Roth and his son go for the time being, and concentrate on getting the temple affairs done first, so as not to disappoint Lord Kashat's trust. As the door of the temple opened, this simple stone temple was suddenly crowded with a crowd of people, all of whom were red in the sun, and their skin was peeling. It was obvious that they had been waiting for a long time. And Sean also knew why these people were so devout and believing in the Lord. "Why are you still standing there? Take it. You go to the right, and I go to the left." Castell held a basket full of bread sticks and plump and juicy fruits, and placed it in front of Sean, who was standing there in a daze. Sean woke up from his dream, and quickly picked up the basket to distribute today's food one by one. Each person received 1/3 of a bread stick plus 4 fist-sized fruits, and a glass of water. This was the food he distributed. Almost as soon as the bread was distributed to the believers, it was swallowed by the hungry believers. Obviously, they were very hungry. However, there were still some etiquette. Praise the Lord of gifts. His gift Rast will never forget. After a row of them were distributed like this, almost every believer would say such words. Obviously, this was taught by Cossatel. After they were full, the believers went to the altar one by one under the guidance of Cossatel and Sean to pray for the daily prayers. With Sean's help, the efficiency of reception was also much higher. However, it took 2 hours of hard work before the crowd in the temple gradually dispersed. Sean, who had received thousands of people and said almost the same greetings, was already thirsty. He picked up a glass of water and drank it down. How many of these people are believers of the Lord? I always feel that they come for bread and water. If a temple offers a higher drama tomorrow, won't these believers easily turn against us? Sean obviously has his own unique views on this group of believers with varying qualities. And he is also worried. But Cossatel burst into laughter. "Don't worry. The main thing is to make it known as soon as possible. According to the words of the envoy, people in the barren land should first know that there is such a temple here, and then they will naturally be absorbed. You should have experienced it." Cossatel glanced at Sean and said with a smile, "Well, no one can resist the gift of our Lord." Sean thought of his previous experience, and the haze and fatigue between his eyebrows were swept away, and he asked with some interest, "Lord Cossatel, you must have received many gifts. Isn't that a great feeling?" Although he didn't know the strength of the man in front of him, he must be above him. So he directly regarded Cossatel as a senior who had joined the church first. After all, if he didn't believe in Gotan, how could he help them promote the temple? "Well, it's a lot. By the way, aren't you going out? I have nothing to do now, so you can go out." Castell changed the subject naturally. He couldn't say that he knew the God he believed in, and it was a partnership rather than a faith relationship. It was still difficult to change the faith of a wizard whose strength was close to legendary. Even if Gordon was the savior who freed him, it was no exception. "No, I want to go back and rest." Sean shook his head. "My current strength is indeed not enough. Rash actions will only bring disaster to the temple. I can't let my Lord faith be obstructed here because of my selfishness." His face was particularly serious, and it was obvious that these words were well thought out. But what he didn't expect was that Cossatel patted him on the shoulder and smiled. "Okay, let's go." "Yes, yes, Lord Cossatel. This is..." After walking a few steps, Sean found something wrong. Cossatel led him not to the rest area in the back hall of the temple, but to the passage outside from the side door. He wanted to take him out. Didn't the temple have a place to stay? He needed to take him to a hotel outside? But the next second, Cossatel's answer made him tremble. "You are not strong enough. But my strength is enough to deal with Viscount Roth." Cossatel's classical and handsome face was solemn and arrogant, as if he was disdainful. "These days, I'm tired of playing house in a barren place. Now that you are here, my plan with it can be put on the daily routine. I just need a local noble to start the operation. Since you hate Viscount Roth more, Choose him. His voice was extremely relaxed. Choosing an opponent was as easy as looking at a group of ants and saying which one he would crush to death. If it hadn't stopped me. Damn it. Sean couldn't hear the rest of the words clearly. His mind was full of scenes from his dream. The fallen bodies. The burning castle. And the dead enemies. Is all this really going to come true? Sean twisted his thigh with trembling hands. And felt a stinging pain. It wasn't a dream. The light that poured into the temple was also very warm. And his face was sunburned. Lord Cossatel. He wanted to say something else. But was interrupted by Cossatel. Okay. Let's go to the noble dinner tonight. I'm almost sick of eating white bread and magic berries every day. He straightened his clothes. Looked at the boy with tears in his eyes. Touched his head. And said in a slow tone. Then, can we talk while eating? Yeah. Sean nodded heavily. The sky was clear at the moment. Just like his mood at the moment. Chapter 380 killed them all, when the sun gradually set in the west. Willenberg on the mountain was already brightly lit. Candles in the desert, which are considered a luxury for ordinary people, are almost wasted in Willenberg, illuminating almost every corner like daylight. In the study, a square-faced, blonde, burly man with a high-nosed bridge was frowning at the map hanging on the wall. Dazed and absent-minded. There is no doubt that from his majestic and measured posture, it can be seen that he is the owner of this castle. Roth Casta. Roth Casta is the third head of the Casta family, which is not a long-standing family. It was only after his grandfather, who was once a businessman, obtained the help of the earth giant and found this yellow crystal vein. He used the golden eagle coins earned from the wizard to exchange for a noble honor from the federal principality, and also obtained the right to appoint pioneer knights, which opened the prelude to the expansion of the Casta family. Although he was called a country bumpkin by the nobles every time he went to the capital, it was nothing to Roth, who had suffered since childhood. At least the fate of the Casta family has changed. Hasn't it? Knock. Knock. There was a knock on the door. My Lord Viscount. The dinner is ready. Got it. The servant's reminder only made the man move slightly, and his eyes never left the map. Finally, he sighed, and put the secret letter from the scout on the desk into the brazier used to burn documents. After watching it burn to ashes, he stood in front of the bronze mirror and tidied his appearance. After confirming that the nobles did not embarrass themselves, they slowly walked out of the room. When he walked down the stairs to the banquet restaurant, dinner was slowly being served on the table, and his wife and children were sitting in high-backed chairs waiting for his arrival. Although Roth Casta was a viscount, he was different from other nobles. He had only one wife and almost no lovers. Of course, this also led to his extremely rare offspring. In addition to a daughter who married far away, there was only one son who was still around. Stentcaster, in the language of southern nobles, means courage. But he developed a cowardly character. Looking at Stent, who looked at him timidly with fear and obedience. Roth didn't know why, and a nameless anger rose in his heart. But because it was dinner time, he couldn't find any reason. So he could only stare angrily and sit in his seat as the head of the family. Let's eat, he said lightly, and took the lead in using a knife and fork to pick up a piece of roast suckling pig that the servant had placed in front of him. The meat had been cut, but it was just pieced together into small pieces. He swallowed it, and the sweetness and greasiness of the food could not reduce his anger at all. Even the roast suckling pig that he liked to eat the most before. He looked at his son, who was lowering his head and picking at the smoked lamb in the bowl, and said angrily, Stent. Yes. Father. Stent stood up like a frightened rabbit, still lowering his head and looking at his father. Dear, what's wrong? His wife hurried forward to stop his scolding. But every time Roth thought of the contents of the secret letter, he felt extremely anxious. The chaos and unknown of the future made him full of anxiety. He is now like a beast in trouble, and will bite madly when he sees anything that does not suit his taste. Even if this person is his son. He is no exception. Vanessa. Look at what the eagle of the Casta family has become. The name my father gave him. But now, he has become a hen walking on the ground. Look at that look. He can only shrink his head and peck at the rice in front of him. There was violence in his eyes, and the servants in the restaurant had shrunk into the shadows in the corner as much as possible to avoid being seen by the master. The elegant lady in red cord dress just smiled slightly, stepped forward and patted Roth on the back, and said softly, Stan is just weak in front of you. because you are as imposing as a dragon. If you observe secretly, you will find that he is as majestic as a falcon in front of those outsiders. I seem to see the young you in his eyes. You know, I fell in love with you at that time because of your eyes, which made me see happiness." She put on Roth's arms and fell into memories intimately. But this soothing method that has always worked in the past is completely useless at this moment. Roth pulled off the slender arm that the lady stretched out and said with disgust, "Then you don't even look at the bad things he did. The servants and maids were either tortured to death by him or did dirty things. How could the Casta family have such an heir?" And he dared not take responsibility for it. Whenever he was asked, he would evade the question and say it was suicide or murder. He didn't even have the courage to admit it. "I am so disappointed." The lady straightened her messed up dress and made sure that the servants didn't laugh at her before she smiled without changing her expression. "My dear, the lives of a few servants are not worth getting angry about. After all, the mine." Vanessa's implication is that Roth's own mine doesn't take human lives seriously. So why should he care about the lives in the castle? There are many untouchables outside who want to enter the castle as dogs. So why should he blame his son for it? "Vanessa, you don't understand." Alas, this bear-like strongman scratched his smoothly combed golden hair and said distressfully, "It is my job to share your worries. My dear, just say whatever you want to say. There are no outsiders here." Vanessa signaled with her eyes, and the servants on standby in the restaurant left along the stairs, and the chefs in the kitchen also left from the back kitchen. The servants took care of all the doors, leaving only this restaurant of hundreds of square meters for the family of 3. "Colin has a letter." Roth touched his tired face after looking at the map for an afternoon, and said in a muffled voice, "Colin? What did he say?" Vanessa, who was familiar with her husband's family, knew that Corin was his cavalry captain, with the strength of a 4th-level ranger. In the barren land, there was a rumor that Viscount Roth's knight Corin was faster than Pegasus. Almost no one could catch up with this ranger captain who treated horses as his own magical beasts. So whether it was an outing or other important matters, Roth would give the task to him. "The situation is very bad. It feels like they are going to pass by us," he said worriedly. Colin observed the bonfire of the beasts at the foot of the mountain, and they should have started climbing the mountain. Roth felt a little chilly just thinking about the content of the letter, and felt creepy, as if he knew that he had been secretly stared at by a poisonous snake. Vanessa's face changed when she heard this, and she even turned pale. "How is it possible? How could they get here? There are 3 snow-capped mountains between us. It would be faster to go to Red Leaf City." "Right? There is nothing here except soil, and there is a vast desert behind us, except for a few oases far away." "What? Are they crazy? These bastards." The elegant lady cursed at the jackal army that suddenly went crazy for some reason. "God knows. Maybe there is something more attractive behind us, such as their artifacts. Anyway, they are not coming for our meat." After saying this, Roth, who felt much better, even made a joke. "Then my Viscount Roth, what's your plan? Leave here, give up this land, and come back when these jackals are pacified. I've asked someone to prepare a carriage." Roth comforted his wife's chest and gently stroked her long hair with his chin. "Then, wouldn't it be?" Nessa was not surprised when she heard this, but she still said hesitantly, "Yes, we may have to move to another place. In a short time, we will become a viscount and his wife without a territory. So," he glanced at Stint, who was already pale with fear at the news, and said unconvincingly, "Stint, if you still want to inherit my property, you must show your courage and don't lose my face in the Star Moon Federation. At that time, I will send you to the best local warrior academy. I hope you can become a real man there, not a coward who only attacks the weak." "I understand, Father," Stan said brightly. "Tomorrow, I will learn combat skills from Uncle Swin. You said that when you got into trouble 4 years ago." "Humph! Go down. I will discuss something with your mother," Roth said impatiently. Stan was as if pardoned, and hurriedly took his leave, and was about to walk towards the gate. However, as soon as he opened the gate, he found that his father men, Uncle Swin, who he had just mentioned, were woodenly opening the gate, and behind Swin, there were 2 men he had never seen in Willenberg. Uncle Swin, just when he wanted to say hello and get out, he heard Swin's stiff tone. "Roth, his wife Vanessa, and his son Stan are having dinner inside. Swen seemed not to see him, and introduced the visitor without any expression, like a puppet at the mercy of others. "Sir Swen, what are you doing?" Before Sten could finish, he felt his body lighten and flew back to the restaurant, hitting the high-back chair, just as Sten was getting up from the ground, rubbing his waist. He heard his father angry roar. Then he saw the handsome blond man in black monk's clothes, leading the little boy in the same clothes behind him into the hall. Then he closed the door to the outside world. Don't talk. The visitor interrupted the Viscount in the main seat without hesitation, and then smiled and said behind him, "Sean, come and see if it's this group of people." The visitor led the boy and pushed him in front of him, as if comforting a younger generation. "If it is, then kill them all." Chapter 381 in Sir. I am Roth Custer, the head of the Custer family. You must have found the wrong person. Roth tried hard to recall the faces of the boy and the man. He had killed countless people he had offended in his memory. Where did this boy come from? It has always been their family style to root out the problem. Since they let one person go, he has grown into a major threat to the Custer family. But his son's Sten's scream made his originally erratic heart fall into the abyss. "It's you. A cheap horse feeder. What are you doing here? I didn't kill your sister." When Sean said this, Sten's momentum was a little lacking, and his eyes were a little evasive. "But facts are facts. Irrefutable. My sister is Lisa. My father is Wes Mando. And my mother is John Ice. They asked us to come and see you." Sean's face was unusually calm at the moment. When he saw their panic, he didn't feel the pleasure of his enemy falling, but just wanted to laugh. "Stupid. Shut your mouth." Roth looked at his son fiercely, and then quickly showed a flattering smile. "You may have misunderstood something." Roth stood up in a hurry, and didn't even care about the high-back chair falling over. He just wanted to rush forward to explain to the two of them. But one of his hands was secretly hidden behind his back, until he reached the corner of the dining table, and his right hand pulled under the dining table, and a two-handed sword was immediately pulled out by him with one hand. The muscles all over his body burst out instantly, bulging high, as if inflated. His body exploded, and his eyes were immediately filled with bloodshot. Frenzy! Frenzy is the most common among warriors, but from the clarity of his eyes, it is obviously a warrior who can only obtain it after advancing to high frenzy. When he saw Sven, who was controlled by the spellcaster, he knew that this matter was a bit difficult to resolve. Hearing his son scream, he had secretly made up his mind. The delay just now was just to find an opportunity. Although the spellcaster is terrible, as long as the distance is enough and he has no chance to cast a spell, he is like a lamb to be slaughtered. But when he drew his sword, with the sound of the blade coming out of the sheath, he vaguely caught a glimpse of the man in the monk's robe. But his face remained unchanged, and he still had the same smiling look on his face, as if nothing here had anything to do with him. Damn. Arrogant guy. Even if you are a high-level spellcaster, I have to let you see how powerful I am. You have to know that he has advanced to Fearless Steel Heart, which is an advancement compared to other warriors. In addition to being immune to most controls and poisons, he also has a good damage resistance. And this damage resistance will be stacked up with his continuous attacks. According to Roth's own experiments, as long as he attacks 10 times in a short period of time, he can be immune to spells below the second ring. And with more combos, he can be immune to most of the damage of spells below the third ring. At that time, the powerful fireball spell can only burn his clothes, but his skin is as hard as dragon's skin. This is the role of Fearless Steel Heart. Although it is not the highest damage among the same level, it is the most resistant and the most headache for the caster. After all, once you get close, as long as you don't reach the trigger spell before the 6th ring, you can only use magic items or scrolls to escape, and you may not have time. Anyone who sees that the spells that used to affect the enemy with low-level spell slots are all ineffective will probably be terrified. Under his sword, he killed more than one spellcaster who wanted to drive the Custer family out of the barren land with a few spells, including those buyers who took the topaz and wanted to default on their debts. All of them were killed by him, and then hung on the mast, leaving them to be pecked by crows as the price for fooling him. Therefore, even if a spellcaster of the same level encounters Roth with the profession of Fearless Steel Heart at close range, he will be in a panic, and may even be suppressed to death or escape. However, when Vanessa, Stant, and even Sean, who were present, heard the sound of the sword, They couldn't help but tremble in their hearts, and saw that Castel had a strange vine cane with a mysterious aura in his hand. He tapped the ground lightly, and the infinite magic power was manipulated by him. Instantly, the restaurant covered with luxurious goose-down carpets spread infinite, withered vines at a speed that could not be caught up by the naked eye. They quickly rushed towards the three people, and built a thick black vine wall on the way of Roth's charge. Although you are practicing divine arts, and the priest is also wearing heavy armor, it is recommended that you keep a distance from your enemy at the moment when you are not really determined to fight. Ah! Father! Save me! Dear! This vine entangled me! Ha! Break! Amid the wailing of the crowd, and the ambition of the warriors, the high-level wizard Kashatel, who was as high as the 8th level and only one step away from the legend, not only showed super control at this moment, but also multitasked. While preparing the second spell, he taught the necessary knowledge to Sean, who was confused but already in tears. On the other side, no matter how many vines Roth cut off from the vine wall, as soon as his sword left, the broken vines above seemed to come alive, and in less than a second, they were entangled again. It turned into a desperate vine wall. He wanted to sprint or bypass it, but he found that the original vine wall was getting bigger and bigger as he moved, until it completely sealed the ceiling and the ground, completely separating this corner of the restaurant and turning it into an independent space. Magic is alive, not dead. Although controlling plants is a druid spell, as long as it is combined with a corresponding staff, we can also use this to form a material barrier composed of magic power. For enemies who are warriors, this is better than mage armor. After all, without fire, these plant seeds in the cultivation area are difficult to break with brute force. As long as there is enough magic power, we can trap him to death, or prepare spells to deal with him, or wait for reinforcements. The teaching outside continued, but these words sounded like a death knell to the Roth family trapped inside. Asshole. Beast. Everything of the Casta family will be destroyed by you. Believe it or not. The furious Roth found that he could not break through the cage set by the 8th level wizard by himself, and began to pour out his anger on his son. If it weren't for the trapped vines protecting Stant, his son might have been beheaded at the first blow. But his rage could not last too long, and Roth, who calmed down, immediately chose to surrender. So, Sean and Cascada, who were standing outside the wall, heard Roth's voice ringing inside the wall. Respected master, I want to make a deal with you. Please accept this as a gift. Stant, who was rescued from the vines by Roth, was immediately thrown onto the vine wall by his father like a dead dog. I will never say anything about how to deal with this rebellious son. I only ask you to give the Castor family a way out, sign a magic contract, and recognize you as the master. And I can do that. A living Viscount Castor is definitely more useful than a dead one. I remember you. You opened a temple on the right side of the trade street. If you need it, I can let all the residents in the city go there. The previously arrogant and majestic 5th level warrior was like a stray dog at this moment, shaking his tail and begging for mercy in front of Cossatel. In response, Cossatel's face remained unchanged, and he just said to Sean, "Did you see it clearly?" "I saw it clearly," Sean answered honestly. "Then let's end this long and boring dinner. I'm full." After saying that, several orange-red fireballs immediately appeared above his body, floating up and down, and then directly hit Roth and others. When Sean and Kashato walked out of the castle again, there was no need to use human charm to get the cavalryman, who seemed to be the commander, in and out. Everyone rushed to the place where the smoke was coming out of the castle. There was no time to care about the two people coming out of the castle. "Let's go. I take you to the tavern here to eat the local specialty roasted scorpion." Kashato touched Sean's head and smiled. Although Sean had eaten it many times, he still nodded happily. Okay, Lord Kashato. After revenge, he now completely trusted this man, and his belief was even more unwavering. On the other side, the black cat lying on the dragon skeleton slightly narrowed its upright cat pupils. Great. One more fanatic. It looked at the new name of the fanatic on the divine power panel and purred with satisfaction. At this moment, the sun had completely fallen over the sand dunes, except for a hint of orange in the west. The deep blue dominated the sky. Night had already fallen. Chapter 382. A flash of inspiration. Hey, have you heard? The temple has been built. At noon, I heard that in addition to the fruits and vegetables that everyone sent, Her Majesty the Queen was there to personally congratulate the opening of the temple. Really? Her Majesty the Queen is going too? Didn't she say? The news just came out from the palace this morning. And Aunt Mudori, who sells black tea next door, knows about it. Yes, it spread this morning. And almost the entire business district knows about it. Didn't you see that the miser Angia closed the door of his shop just to see the heroic figure of Her Majesty the Queen later? You know, he is usually the last one to leave the business district. Even if a sandstorm comes, Angia's traveler shop is still open. In the business district of Mitsuki Spring, accompanied by the bustling hawking and the occasional sounds of animals, a piece of news quickly spread. The first Temple of Grace in Mitsuki Spring, apart from Yuhara, was completed half a year after it was built. It was finally completed before the first new year of the new king. At first glance, the temple is very high, as if it is located on a mountain. But in fact, it is a man-made volcanic foundation, and gullies deliberately created by humans can be seen everywhere. However, except for the fact that there is no hot magma flowing around and the smell of sulfur, this foundation disguised as a volcano can be scored 8 out of 10. There is only one road paved with steps to go up the mountain. This road is created by the 2 spells of fossil to mud and mud to stone cast by a powerful spellcaster. Otherwise, it is really difficult to build a solid mountain staircase in a short time by artificial means. At this time, the top of the mountain was surrounded by a huge crowd of people. The nobles in luxurious robes were standing at the front on both sides of the road leading to the bottom of the mountain near the temple, observing the tightly closed dragon-patterned stone door. As for the ordinary people in linen clothes, they were at the foot of the mountain, and the guards in the city maintained order. The group of people did not wait long. When the shadow of the roulette wheel overlapped with the long needle of the corona, it was noon. The sound of thunderous ritual music came from the direction of the palace. The big drums made of lion skin, the horns made of ox horns, and the organ made of spider silk spit out by the beast-eating spider, each with its own unique sound, performed a moving symphony under the blue sky. Lollies appeared in this state. She rode the 2-horned rhinoceros that only the king had, and slowly showed Her Majesty to the people, who looked at her under the martial law of the guards in the city. For a time, the streets of the city were deserted, and all the people gathered on both sides of the road, shouting the queen's honorific title. If there were no guards every few steps, the order would have been in chaos. After all, in the past few months, Lollies was not just a vase on the throne, but helped the people of Mitsuki Spring to do several major things, each of which brought her, the new king, huge reputation. It is said that there are foreign caravans who worship this queen, who is unconventional and dedicated to her people because of Lolly's actions. The road from the palace to the Temple of Grace is not long. It can be said to be extremely short, but it seems particularly long in the scorching sun, especially for the people waiting for the temple to open. Every minute and every second is like a year. Fortunately, Lalisi didn't plan to walk down the mountain for her whole life. The speed of the rhino determined her speed, but it didn't matter to her whether she could go up the mountain. As soon as she reached the foot of the mountain, Lalisi rode a 10-meter-long dragon summoned by the sword of heroic spirit and flew directly to the top of the mountain, which was 100 meters high. The magnificent temple built of giant white marble was motionless at the center of the mountain top. She ignored the uproar and noise around her. After the flying dragon reached a certain height, she jumped directly and reached the top of the mountain. Then, under the gaze of everyone, she walked towards the tightly closed dragon-patterned stone door that was 10 meters high. She was surrounded by dragon-patterned columns that were much taller than the stone door, which supported the dome of the temple that seemed to be one. Lalisi, wearing gorgeous clothes, looked particularly petite in front of these giants that could only be moved by spellcasters. But the aura she exuded should not be underestimated. She touched the stone door slightly, and the stone door, which was more than 3 meters thick and could only be pushed by hundreds of strong men, slowly opened a gap with the sound of huge stones rubbing against the ground. A woman was standing behind the gap. It was a figure smaller than Lolly's, from the vague observation of the corners of her clothes and the emblem on her chest. It was no surprise that she was a priest of the Temple of Grace. If there were children in the family who had participated in the priest candidate competition in the past 6 months, they could keenly judge her identity from the emblem on the chest of the woman. The volcano on the emblem had 8 gullies, and 3 orange-red lights had been ignited. It was a 3rd-level priest, and there were only 3 3rd-level priests in the entire Temple of Grace, and they were the first 3 people to listen to the teachings of the Lord of Grace. Most of the others were at the first level, with only a few reaching the second level. Among the 3 third-level priests, there was only one woman, and it was obvious that the woman in front of her was Adele, who was known by the students as the observer of God, who could see through everything. The reception by the highest-level priest of the temple was naturally worthy of the queen's reputation, and from the smiles on their faces, they had known each other for a long time. Adele, long time no see. At the entrance of the temple, under the guidance of Adele, Lollies walked step by step towards the temple hall. Of course, on the way, she did not forget to comfort this girl, who was confused and at a loss about the future 6 months ago. It is your Majesty's grace that has allowed me to embark on this path. If I had not worried about disturbing your official duties, I would have gone to the palace to meet you and thank you. After a long period of teaching, this young girl, who has already begun to show her talent, has become extremely eloquent. In addition, with the enlightenment brought by the divine power, she is also quite good at dealing with people and the ways of the world, and how to maintain the face of her own God. As long as you come, the gate of the palace can be open for you at any time. Facing Adele, who is 5 or 6 years younger than her, Lollies has almost no obstacles and treats her like her own sister. After all, both in public and private, she has to have a close relationship with the spokesperson responsible for communicating with Gordon, especially when she knew that the gift obtained by believing in the Lord of Gifts, the Lord of Molten Fire, had such an effect. She was even more determined and would never waver. Gordon's divine ability naturally could not be hidden from the exploration of those who were interested, especially in the area of the barren place. After knowing that the grace of God will grant talents to the enemies they kill, many people were surprised. After all, they had never heard that the blessing of God would allow them to have the abilities or talents of their enemies. However, when they saw with their own eyes that a believer killed a group of wild wolves and finally exchanged the hearts of wild wolves for the talent of bloodthirsty hunting in the temple, no one questioned his existence anymore, especially after the recent appearance of the scattered and dangerous Knoll squads around the barrens. Most adventurers in the Abel world who lost the blessing of the gods did not mind converting, even if the god was a dragon god. Fortunately, the belief camp is limited to neutral and lawful. The chaotic camp believes in the dragon god. Not only can't get the grace of God, but it may also bring the wrath of God. In this way, there are no guys who hunt people with special abilities. So far, the Temple of the Barons has attracted a large number of believers in a short period of time. Although they are all general believers, there are also believers who are really willing to do it and do it well. As a result, in just 4 or 5 months, Gordon's divine power value has soared from a dozen points of divine power just enlightening the priest to more than 80 points. More than 5 times. In addition to the divine power brought by the believer's daily prayers, a lot of it is obtained by taking advantage of the price difference. In the APOL world, for the general believers, Gordon boldly adjusted the ratio to 10-1. That is, to kill 10 first-level monsters, you can get a gift. And you need to bring the spoils to the altar of the temple before you can offer sacrifices. The remaining 9 were all decomposed by it. Although each talent fragment was only decomposed to 0, 0-1 to 0, 0-6, the number was still considerable. There are also several abilities that only gods have in the list of divine powers. Incarnation. Manipulation. The former is to use divine power to create an incarnation composed entirely of divine power. The strength is determined by the divine power invested, and the level of one's own divine power. According to Gordon's current weak divine power, he needs to invest 100 points to build a divine power incarnation with the same strength as himself. When the incarnation dies, the divine power will also return to nothingness. Moreover, for demigods with weak divine power, the incarnation has a cooling time. After you create it, the incarnation dies, and you cannot use it again for X years. The value of X is linked to your divine power, and the longest time is no more than a century. From the fact that Gordon can directly empty his family wealth with 100 points, it is obvious that if he uses the incarnation recklessly, the price may be 100 years before he can see the incarnation turn around. Although a century is not a long time for a dragon, and even for some ancient dragons, it is just a nap time. But for Gordon, who is about to enter adolescence, it is the most glorious age of a dragon. Therefore, this method is naturally reserved for extremely critical moments, rather than being used casually. As for manipulation, In addition to being able to manipulate the body of a believer who believes in him at will and release his abilities through his body, there is another effect, which is to control his own body. Gods, including divine creatures and elves, do not need to sleep, and dragons need to sleep to gain strength. What will happen if these two are mixed together? Gordon himself does not know. After all, the panel of divine power appeared on the data panel just after it became a young dragon. Therefore, it was afraid to upgrade several of its third-level talents to the fourth level, fearing that it would suddenly fall asleep. It would disrupt its plan. After all, it was now in the rhythm of opening a branch mine, and it could not afford any mistakes. But after the manipulation brought by the sudden increase in divinity, Gordon knew that it could enter the sleeping state. At that time, apart from the time for daily contact and information, Gordon controlled his body and forced it to fall asleep, and then gained knowledge and strength in the sleep, and strengthened his body. Then he woke up at sunrise every day, interrupted his sleep, just like a farmer who worked at sunrise and rested at sunset, fragmenting his sleep time. Of course, if there was nothing important, he would sleep for a week or a month in one go. After the manipulation brought by the gods controlled his body, this operation was not difficult at all. So when Gordon got the right time, he took advantage of Lolly's prayer and walked out of the temple accompanied by Adele, and immediately appeared above the Mitsuki Spring Temple. Its body length has increased from 24 meters at the beginning to 33 meters now. If converted into feet, it is 100 feet long, and it is already a super giant creature. And this growth stage has not ended yet. At least the information obtained by Gordon after taking control of the body is that it may take another 4 months to fully digest the power brought by sleep. Compared with the 2 months of sleep on Rika Island, it has more than doubled. However, Gordon now has plenty of time to digest the 4 months sleep time in batches in the long days to come. But with this size, the shadow cast by its wide wings can completely cover the open space on the top of this small mountain. Just like hatching chicks, all humans are trembling under the shadow of this giant dragon. When Gordon appeared, there was a sea of cheers from the bottom of the mountain. After all, the temple of the dragon appeared in Mitsuki Spring, and Her Majesty the Queen came to pray in person, which naturally means that they are friends, not enemies. No one wants to be an enemy with such a guy who exudes tyranny and molten fire. Not long after he appeared, even if Gordon could contain the influence of the dragon power and the burning field, the greenery within hundreds of meters could not resist the heat from Gordon's body, began to wither, and turned to burnt yellow. Humph! Standing on the top of the temple with his claws, Gordon snorted and spit out 2 streams of liquid flames from his nostrils, looking at the humans below indifferently. At this moment, the majesty and holiness of the gods were undoubtedly revealed. My gift will never be given to cowards. If you want it, come in with your determination. I make the weak stronger and the strong stronger. All you need is to offer your faith. Pray to my name. Respect my teachings. The opening remarks without any beating around the bush were like thunder. The sound waves directly spread to the surroundings with the temple as the center. No one dared to question the truth and malice in the dragon words at this time. There was only a buzzing in their ears. I make the weak stronger and the strong stronger. The change in life circumstances is often a flash of inspiration in the mind. And this moment is a flash of inspiration in their minds. Chapter 383 Change Little Augustus. You have a great influence. That's right. I am the queen here. Under this calm night sky. Lolly's unique decisive voice rang out on the moon tower, the tallest building in Maywa Spring. And only Gordon could call the queen little guy. It no longer concealed its identity as a black cat in the eyes of a few people. After all, as long as the appropriate association is made, it will understand why when the dragon god appeared, there was no messenger black cat with eyes that seemed to be able to see through the world. And Gordon heard Lolly's words that were about to overflow with confidence, and did not say anything, but squatted on the fence post as before, looking at the lights of the temple in the distance. The number of Pan-believers was also increasing in an orderly manner, although not much. If this number continued to increase, the divine power fed back would still be considerable. However, Gordon understood that this was just a false prosperity. After the first day, even if there are many more believers, it is useless, because it is uncertain whether these new believers will come to the temple to pray the next day. After all, compared with the barren place, Mitsuki Spring does not have such great external pressure, so it is difficult for Gordon faith to cause qualitative changes here, and the piety of faith can only be increased through time. It is true that Gordon can use his Sand Soul core to make the people of Mitsuki Spring fear him and believe in him. Just like those who fear storms and tsunamis. Thus worship the storm god Talos and the sea goddess Amber in Mitsuki Spring. Although there are many believers who believe in both Yuhara and the new god, more of them still believe in Yuhara wholeheartedly and firmly believe that the patron god of the Swamp people can return. After all, it has been less than 3 years. There was no need for lollies to speak up. Through telepathic communication, Gordon heard a lot of the inner thoughts of the Swamp people from their prayers, in addition to normal nonsense such as, "I hope my husband who stays at his lover's house every day will return to his family. I hope the trade route that has been blocked for almost a year will be unblocked again, so that all the goods he has hoarded can be sold in the coming new year." After all, these areas are not its responsibility. The goddess of love, Shuna, and the goddess of wealth, Waken, are more suitable. And this includes the hope of believers. He hopes that the internal stability will be achieved, because now Mayukiquan seems to be peaceful. But there are voices against lollies in the upper echelons and the people. This is a rare thing after Mayukiquan became king, which means that the throne is unstable. Although it is only a slight turbulence now. No one knows when this force will become a bomb that can detonate the throne. Those people said that she was unclean to the people of Sant and betrayed Mayukiquan. Not only was she not worthy of being a king, but she was even less worthy of being a Sant person. Her crime was to introduce a false god without authorization, and to replace the guardian god who had protected them for hundreds and thousands of years in this way. And her plot was very big, because even worse, some people said that Lollies was the spokesperson cultivated by the shadow of the Sand Soul that devoured countless lives, in order to swallow up the entire oasis in this way. All the tenderness in the early stage was paved for the cruelty behind. Otherwise, why did the Sand Soul Legion, which had been ravaging the desert for hundreds of years, stop after she appeared? Was it out of kindness? Obviously there is another purpose. This malicious speculation spread maliciously among the people of Mayuquan. Most of the people who came to see Lollies today, including many curious residents, came to see if she was possessed by the evil spirit of the desert. Obviously, all this was directed by someone. The malice of the person behind the scenes did not explode at the meeting, but spread in Mayuquan through rumors and gossip. Although the original intention was to reduce Lollies' reputation among a certain group of people, it still affected the innocent and curbed the expansion of Gordon faith in Mayuquan, the new god, the old god and the neutral. Now in the Mayuquan Council, a posture of opposition has been formed. If it weren't for Lollies' actions that brought a lot of reputation every time, I'm afraid that the boiling public opinion instigated by the person behind the scenes would have engulfed the new king with the general trend. Therefore, if Gordon wants to exceed this number in the future, then the society of Mayuquan must undergo a transformation. And it must be the temple it controls that occupies a dominant position in it. Otherwise, it would be impossible to make the number of temple believers increase explosively in a short period of time, even if it was present in person. Thinking of this, Gordon looked at the girl who did not tell him about the difficulties she encountered and insisted on building her temple even if it caused the parliament to collapse. His eyes could not help but be gentle. "Yes, you are the queen. The only queen of the Swamp people from now on. Hey, it's the queen, not the queen." Lollies emphasized that the title of queen can only be used after becoming the monarch of a country. Moreover, the dragon god in front of him, the only one who knew her origins, it always feels weird to call the queen. "Whatever. Just call me through my priest if you have something to do recently, and I will respond in time." Gordon looked at the future queen with long red hair and answered calmly, without revealing too much meaning. Only he knew how important this promise was to him before the favor was exhausted. Returning favors is one of the life principles he abides by. It used to be like this. Whether it was a fishman, a grey dwarf, or a human, he treated them all equally and kept his word. And the girl who kept calling out Mr. Gordon, Mr. Gordon, he would probably have to repay her with the rest of his life. Thinking of this, Gordon couldn't help but feel that he should leave. After all, now that the two temples are on the right track, it is useless. There is no difference between staying here and not staying here. With abundant divine power, it has completely abandoned the option of enlightenment. A large divine power swallower. After cultivating a total of 18 formal priests, it is a more suitable choice to let these formal priests train priests by themselves. Whether it is military weapon mastery or heavy armor specialization. As long as they fully master dragon knowledge and other matters, they can ask for blessings in the temple. In this way, except for the slow training of priests, there is almost no defect, and there is no need to spend the difficult divine power. I won't be polite. After all, you once said that you are the last resort left by my father to the Empire. I will definitely rely on you. Lollies looked at the black cat and said seriously, if it weren't for her status, she really wanted to put down the majesty of the queen, hold the black ball in her arms, and rub its head hard. Just don't hold on until the time comes. When Gordon said this, he vaguely saw a lonely traveler in the desert, peeling off his flesh and blood in the towering wizard tower, hiding his godhood in the cold underground city, and finally returning his soul to the deserted palace with bones, washing away the heavy lead of the past, and finally reborn in another posture. She didn't tell anyone, and she wouldn't tell anyone. The burden of restoring the country has always been silently resisted. Whether it is becoming a god to save the Som people, or to continue to extend the bloodline of the empire, she endured humiliation and lived alone. In response, Lollies could only smile silently. The man and the cat looked at the scenery of Mitsuki Spring at night from the top. It is worth mentioning that the moon in the night sky today is particularly round, so that the wolf howls outside the oasis are endless. I don't know whether it is for reproduction or hunting. Gordon is not a druid and does not understand the meaning of these calls. Someone came up and called Lollies away in front of Gordon. It was said that there was news about the trade route that blocked the caravan, and she was asked to go back to discuss important matters. Gordon had a rough idea after hearing this news, which was the jackal incident that he learned from the goblin last time. Half a year did not calm down this group of Yinagu believers, but instead intensified. At first, they only attacked the merchant caravan sporadically, but later, when the number of people increased, they directly besieged the city. You know, in the eastern Gobi Desert, there are still many monster tribes that have not been eliminated and escaped, and they are resisting stubbornly. If the jackals attack with their entire army, the reason why Gordon knew so clearly was that the barren place was closed to the trade route, and was also affected. There are many more crazy gnolls coming over from the mountains. Although they have not been organized, they are just wandering around in small groups. From time to time, there will be news in the tavern that caravans have been killed while going out, which makes people in the barren place panic. Even many novices, who have the dream of adventure, are frightened and have the idea of returning home to get married on the spot. However, this makes the Temple of Godin more prosperous. The people who enter are no longer refugees, but fully armed mercenaries and adventurers. After all, some people sing praises to the great gift of the dragon, which makes those who believe in it reborn. Many people have witnessed with their own eyes that the warriors with the bloodthirsty talent of the Tauren gave up their weapons and tore a violent Gnoll commander with their hands. Some people have also personally experienced how the scouts of the Lord of Gifts use the sense of smell of hyenas, lead them to avoid the bloody land, and let the caravan successfully escape from the encirclement that spreads. In short, after the collapse of the original Viscount Roth Custer's power, this foreign temple power took advantage of the situation and not only gained a firm foothold, but also gradually prospered, and quietly occupied the most influential one among all the forces in the barren place. After Lollies left, there was only Gordon in the sky above the entire moon tower. It stayed there for a while, bored, and then jumped and disappeared into the darkness. On the other side, the brightly lit palace conference hall was already full of people, and the atmosphere was tense, just like a barrel of explosives next to a bonfire, which would explode completely if you were not careful. The reason why the conflict was so sharp was naturally that after the scouts brought the news, the two parties had a disagreement. The party that wanted to rescue belonged to the Lollies faction, while the neutral and conservative parties believed that distant water could not put out a nearby fire. What's more, even if the trade route was cut off, as long as there was economic benefit, those merchants would do everything they could to hire adventurers to open up another new trade route. So there was no need to worry about the consequences after the trade route was completely cut off. Not long after entering, Lollies saw the open blood-stained letter on the table. It is said that the scout who delivered the letter had been sent to Pastor Mitsuki Izumi for treatment due to excessive bleeding. She held up the letter and turned a deaf ear to the whispers of controversy from the outside world until the seventh light flickered after she entered. She slowly put down the blood-stained parchment that she had held for half an hour and rubbed her eyebrows that had been twisted into a ball due to the serious situation. Her bright red hair was tied up and placed in the crown. There were still some beads of sweat on her full and white forehead. Huh? She sighed softly, then stood up and looked at the noble merchants and military nobles present, and said in a deep voice, "You all know? Your Majesty, we should not delay, and immediately send the 5th Army of the Sand to the Broken Sun Canyon to rescue Broken Sun City. Otherwise, when the pass is breached by the group of besieged gnolls, not only will the trade route be impossible to restore, but our loose alliance with other cities will also be unable to help each other. Only by working together to defend that natural barrier can we wait for rescue from other forces, and put an end to this gnoll riot." The ministers who belonged to Lollies and supported her immediately advised and told all the sentences they had been brewing for a long time. But even though he had said it so logically, some people still couldn't help but raise objections. The siege of the gnolls will definitely not last long. According to the letter, there are more than 50,000 gnolls, and the monster coalition of other monster legions totals more than 80,000. And most of the gnolls are still in a bloodthirsty and violent state. Without enough meat, they can't fight for a long time. If we rush over now, the gnoll coalition under the city may have already started fighting among themselves, and the so-called siege will not last for a few days. We have only wasted the efforts and food of the 5 armies of the sand in vain. Even if the city of Dwanari is in danger, the nearby city-states will be the first to respond. We don't need Mitsuki Izumi, who is located in a remote area, to let our people die in vain. I don't agree. The man also argued with reason, saying that sending the 5 armies of the sand would not only be a waste of effort, but also might make Mitsuki Izumi military empty. If the oasis is targeted by coveters, it is likely to bring about a disaster of subversion. At that time, Lollies would not be the queen of Mitsuki Izumi, but a center for all ages. In the end, the two sides could not agree, and Lollies could not persuade them. In the end, she could only helplessly use the most common voting method in the parliament as before. Voting system. At this point, the sharp contradiction was eased. So, soon, an intensive vote was launched in this brightly lit conference hall. The members who had the power to vote cast their opinions into the ballot box one by one. Finally, under the supervision of Lelisi and the most respected elders of the parliament, the nearly 100 votes were counted. Time soon came to 40 votes in favor of sending troops to help, 45 votes against sending troops to help, and 7 abstentions. As the queen, Lelisi has the qualification of 6 votes. Obviously, when the count was counted, Lelisi was secretly shocked, almost lost. If it weren't for the right to have 6 votes, it seems that many neutrals also disagree with this military expedition. However, just when she was about to announce the final result, the elder of the parliament, who was the deputy next to her, actually cast his vote into the pile of disapproval. As an elder with the right to 2 votes, the situation was reversed instantly, and the negative votes reached 47 votes. Even if Lelisi cast her vote, it would be irreversible. How could it be? Elder Guido, someone in the parliament, had already looked at this person, who was usually neutral and most likely to abstain. But he actually voted against it at this moment. The elder of the parliament had a calm expression, and just nodded slightly to Lollies to apologize. He said nothing more and remained silent, waiting for the result. But just as Lollies sighed and gave up, there was a knock on the door, and the palace attendant also reported the name of the visitor appropriately. Elder of the parliament, the pioneer of Mitsuki Izumi, the patriarch of the Rhine family, Reinharman, is here to see you. Chapter 384, Reasonable Reinharman? This name quickly spread in the conference hall. After all, the Rhine family has disappeared from everyone's sight for a long time, since the queen ascended the throne. The last time I saw the core figures of the Rhine family, Reinharman and Locke, most people were still thinking about the return of everyone at the end of the king election ceremony. But now, at this critical moment of voting, what is he doing? But there is no doubt that his arrival cannot solve the problem. The root cause is that Reinharman was a staunch conservative member a long time ago and almost never took the initiative, including the family rules. The addition of such an old-school elder is just another desperate weight to the balance of victory and defeat. But this idea was quickly broken by the old man wearing a robe that was only worn at major ceremonies. The old man, whose white robe covered his ankles, walked at a leisurely pace and spoke in his extremely high voice. I, Reinharman, agree with your Majesty's point of view. I think that marching to the Broken Sun Canyon is the top priority. Even if Reinlock is here, he would think so. This sentence immediately caused a wave Both the Conservative Party, who thought they had a sure victory, and the Queen's Party, who supported the new king, were stunned. They were stunned by Reinharmon's words. After all, no one thought that Reinharmon, who had always been simple and conservative, would suddenly agree with the Queen. Could it be that the Queen promised something in private, forcing Reinharmon to change his camp and become a member of the Queen's Party? This is not good news. The old-school members of the Conservative Party frowned and looked at the side of the platform, where Reinharmon was writing on a blank parchment with a feather pen. But more people discovered the mystery of his next sentence. If Reinrock was here, he would do the same. This is, sure enough, as expected. The news brought by Reinharmon made everyone speechless. My grandson, the first heir of the Rhine family, has been killed in the trial of tempering himself. And now he may have gone to the country of Uhara. The old man's flat voice seemed to have no emotion. But everyone felt pity for the old man who had lost his orphan, especially when he described the scene as a team of excellent jackals. And they understood it even more. Both the Conservatives and the Queen's Party understood the old man's experience and recognized his actions. Reinrock, really? Lalies herself was a little surprised, although she asked from time to time. She never thought that the companions who were adventuring together half a year ago would be separated by life and death. The old man bowed his head and replied, Your Majesty, Locke can no longer follow you, and can only serve the great Uhara in the kingdom of God. I'm sorry. Don't be sad, Lord Reinharmon. I understand your feelings very well. Reinlocke. He doesn't want to see you so lost. It must be said that the old man's experience and actions moved Lalies very much. Her tone lacked the majesty of a king, and she turned to comfort him softly like a junior. Alas, Locke was raised by me since he was a child. I received this bad news a few days ago. I was in a coma for 2 days, and my mind was blank. So I told Her Majesty this news now. It's okay. And you've helped us a lot. Now the monster army from the eastern Gobi Desert in the Broken Sun Canyon is approaching the city, as the last barrier to defend against monsters in the desert oasis. We have no choice but to help. If Reinlocke were here, he would agree with your point of view. Lalice looked at the old man under the white hat and said seriously, Yes. If Locke were here, he would definitely hand this ballot to your men, the old man said in a deep voice. And at the same time, his big hand full of age spots and wrinkles handed the ballot that had just been written with agree and branded with the unique emblem of the Rhine family to Lalice. Lalice took the ballot gently, and then directly announced the result of the ballot in the loudest voice. This time, there was no more questioning voice. After all, even if it was just one vote, it was still a victory. With this, all the power of Mitsuki Izumi was controlled by Lalice in a short period of time. Each selected army will rush to the front line at the designated time under the command of Lalice. After the meeting, the Queen's Party held a small meeting in a smaller Parliament Hall to select a commander to lead the entire army. Although Lalice wanted to go to the battle in person, Mitsuki Izumi could not leave her here for a short time. There were many political affairs waiting for her to deal with every day. If she went to the front line to resist the Null army, the consequence would be that she would lose the right to speak in the oasis. The Queen's Party might be divided one by one because they had no leader. If they came back at that time, if they did not bring any results, they might be out of office when they came back. Therefore, Lalice had to give up the plan to go to the battle and voted for someone else as the commander. The commander of an army naturally cannot be selected from the same generation. Although all the followers who came out of the Roaring Dunes trial together have geniuses, most of them have not experienced the baptism of war, and their ability to respond to battlefield emergencies is far inferior to that of the elderly. Therefore, Lalice did not consider the new generation in her selection, but the middle-aged generals in the Queen's Party, who have a certain status in the 5 armies of the Sand. Most of them have led the army to resist the Sand Soul or the ubiquitous Sand Bandit gangs in the desert. They have rich practical experience and strong combat capabilities, but they lack command ability. Therefore, Lalice did not find a candidate who could be determined for a while. So much so that later, she asked for the opinion of Reinharmon, who attended the meeting with her. Originally, Lalice did not intend to ask him to participate, but Reinharmon took the initiative to ask Lalice to talk alone. He helped so much just now. Lalice naturally would not refuse, and took the initiative to invite him, asking if he was free to sit in on a meeting, and he readily agreed. In response to Lalice's question, the old man, whose face was covered with wrinkles, smiled kindly. Actually, they are all similar. The only thing they lack is an experienced assistant. Well, who do you think is suitable? Lalisi nodded in agreement. These people are indeed equally matched in terms of experience and combat power. Lalisi thinks that they can go up after the remaining two. Since Ryan Harmon agrees with her, she might as well give him a chance to recommend him. But what Lalisi didn't expect was that the next moment, Ryan Harmon recommended himself. Your Majesty, what do you think of me? I am a 7th level psychic, with hundreds of battle experiences, and more than 20 years of experience assisting the previous king. It's just that my increasingly weakened body makes me unsuitable to be a commander. But I am still qualified to be an assistant. The old man pointed at himself, stared at Lalisi golden pupils, and said frankly, what about your family? Although Lalisi was slightly surprised, she had expected it in her heart before she invited Ryan Harmon to come. After all, the only heir died at the hands of the jackals, and it was possible that he would go to the front line with the army. She vaguely guessed that the private chat was also about this matter, so she directly called him to this small meeting to test it. As expected, don't worry, Your Majesty, my family has already arranged everything. If I die in battle, my position will be inherited by my son, Ryan Reese. He is also a good kid. He just checked lock a little. What a pity. What a pity. As he spoke, Ryan Harmon shook his head and sighed. It was not known whether he was sighing for his son's limited talent or for the fact that there was no successor after the death of the heir of the Ryan family. But your physical condition cannot allow you to travel for many days. It is a full half-month away from the Broken Sun Canyon, and it is a forced march. The travel time is estimated to be controlled within 10 days. My spiritual energy will help me, and I know my body much better than you. Your Majesty, I can clearly know when I will step into the grave, so you don't have to worry. Besides, if I really want to die, let me choose a place. I will choose on the battlefield. The old man's voice became more and more resolute, obviously with a resolute heart. But for some reason, Lolly's always felt something was wrong, or uncomfortable. Although this tone was full of emotion, it always carried a taste of disgust that Lolly's disliked. At first, she thought she was being suspicious. But later, the more she communicated with Ryan Harmon, the more she felt that Ryan Harmon's words were filled with some factors that made her uneasy and disgusted. What exactly is it? The past scenes flashed through her memory, and Lolly searched for this element, and finally found a trace in a corner of her past memories. Among the court spellcasters who taught Lolly spells in the past, some of them had psychic powers as their main ability. After all, as a princess of the empire at that time, the knowledge she needed to learn was not all-encompassing. But basically what the empire could observe at present would allow Lolly's, who was still the eldest princess at that time, to adapt once. During the training of the psychic teacher, this middle-aged spellcaster with a beard that was a bunch of twisted tentacles, with a cautious attitude, told Lolly's about a spell that can use psychic power to deceive oneself. Memory interception. In simple terms, it is to use psychic power to seal one's own memory, or hypnosis. Let his words completely deceive the spellcaster. Spells such as lie detection, and the divine spell, realm of honesty, exploration, leaving no doubt, and speaking with certainty. Even if the god of justice stood in front of him, he could say without blushing that he was a good believer who loved peace, although his true identity is a renegade lurking in the temple. In memory interception, with the help of, he can completely disguise himself as a fanatical believer who worships and believes in gods. Only when the time is right, the memory will be unlocked and the main personality will wake up. The Ryan Harmon in front of her made Lolly's clearly feel inconsistent, especially because she had sent people from the Dark Raven Society to investigate the mansion for the badge given to him by Gordon. Ryan Harmon's actions at that time and his current behavior made Lolly suspicious. After all, even if Ryan Locke died, Ryan Harmon's temperament would not change so much. Thinking back carefully, it seemed that the previous voting moment was also like this. As if even if Ryan Locke had not died, he would be infected by the charm of Lolly's, and cast a vote instead of abstaining from voting to avoid suspicion. The more Lolly's thought about it, the more frightened she became. If the old man in front of her really used this kind of psychic power, then what exactly was he plotting? What was the purpose of taking the initiative? The sudden question immediately occupied Lolly's mind, because there was no target. She couldn't figure it out for a while. But it is certain that the old man would not go to the Broken Sun Canyon and volunteer to stop the Knoll army because of his grandson's death. after using the spell. Even if Lollies was a 3-year-old child, she would not be so naive as to think that he went through so much trouble just to leave Mitsuki Spring. On the other hand, Lolly's long silence puzzled Reinhardt, and he took the initiative to ask again. Your Majesty, don't you agree? Do you think I am too old and therefore unable to help you? Don't worry. I will never hold you back. If I do hold you back, even if His Majesty abandons me, I will never say anything. In the ears of others, the words of great loyalty sounded extremely harsh and artificial to Lollies, who was trained by a psychic court instructor. But she didn't know what the purpose was, and she had no evidence. So she couldn't attack in time. She could only keep an eye on him silently, and then plan to laugh it off and change the subject. But suddenly she thought about it, thinking that the old man, as a 7th level psychic, must have made 2 or more plans for herself before sealing her memory, and must have thought about what to do if she refused. So if she refused now, the old man plan would begin to change. He would no longer follow the army to the Broken Sun Canyon, but would take a plan that was not controlled by her. This made Lollies immediately choose to change her words. No. I just thought that it would be great if Reinrock was here. Your greatness is only known to us. Alas, I plan to tell all the people of Sant about your deeds through publicity tomorrow. Let them be proud of Mitsuki Izumi Rein family. Your Majesty. Reinhardt's face was immediately moved after hearing this, and he immediately turned into a look that he would not hesitate to sacrifice his life for Mitsuki Izumi. Then it's decided. Ding Fatsi will be the commander, and His Excellency Reinhardt will be the deputy, controlling this army that is about to set off. It was late at night outside, and the meeting had not yet dispersed. After discussing the commander, the other candidates still had to be confirmed one by one. But compared to the commander's caution, other positions seemed more casual, and there were more choices. And Lollies inserted a priest from the Temple of Grace in an inconspicuous way. It makes sense to have a priest accompanying the army. The priest brought a black cat as a pet. It also makes sense, she thought. Chapter 385 Listen to the Holy Grace, the marching plan to send troops to support the Broken Sun Canyon, including the deployment of personnel at all levels. It was almost completed within 2 days. In addition to the deployed troops, the nobles or knights participating in this support plan all brought a lot of private soldiers. After all, isn't it just to keep these knights around and protect their own safety after spending a lot of money to support them for so long? So, originally only 3,000 people were planned to be deployed to support the Broken Sun Canyon. When they gathered at the gate of the Maiwequin Oasis, the logistics and private soldiers transporting baggage and food had reached 2,000. In this way, a total of more than 5,000 troops, covered in dust and sand, and praised by the Queen of the Oasis, marched towards the Broken Sun Canyon in the east. If the marching speed is unchanged day and night, then this army will probably arrive at the majestic pass standing between the mountains in the evening of the 7th day. The influence of the gnolls is getting wider and wider. No merchants dare to risk encountering gnolls and bring goods to this yellow sand area. The spices and fruits accumulated by many nobles have also lost their value over time. Therefore, even if the gnolls did not attack the city, I am afraid that because the property is shrinking and the labor cost is rising, some merchants or nobles have already planned how to repel the gnolls. If it were in the Isle world, it is estimated that someone would have already started to hire a few dragons to help, or invite a well-known adventure team. But for now, the Jackal Riot is at best a microcosm of the Aber world, and it appeared in the Tudun Desert, so not many people paid attention to it. It would definitely be too late for those humans to respond in time. After all, there are still people who fantasize that the jackals will disintegrate on their own, until the enemy came to the city not long ago, which completely broke the hopes of some people. So for now, the situation in the desert is very serious, and the war has already started. For most of the soldiers on this trip, the future is full of confusion, or the future is uncertain, and life and death are unpredictable. The city-states and oases are on guard against each other, although their overall strength is much greater than that of the jackals. Due to the lack of a community, there is no strong monarch to command the entire territory. No one will easily put all their trump cards on the line for this battle. Even Lollies only drew a part of the 5 armies of the sand, which is far from the point of breaking bones. Therefore, their confidence was insufficient. Looking at it from the beginning, the morale of the entire marching army was slightly low before the 3rd day. The soldiers also said in their resting conversations that they were probably favored by the Lady of Misfortune. So they came to this army unlucky. However, this kind of speech was soon reported to the commander by the patrolling sergeant. And the atmosphere soon collapsed in the passionate promise of returning and the optimism about the Battle of Broken Sun Canyon. Most soldiers still don't know enough about Broken Sun City. In the commander's powerful words, Broken Sun City was portrayed as a city that would never fall. At least in front of the jackals. The height of the city wall far exceeded the limit of the jackal's jump. And the rock walls on both sides were also extremely smooth. If you want to climb over the mountain, it is a foolish dream. Unless the gnolls have a pair of wings and can fly over. If the dead Roth was here, he would probably be able to guess why his ranger captain saw the traces of gnolls in the mountains east of the Barrens. I am afraid that the gnolls also wanted to bypass the Broken Sun City through there and enter the desert surrounded by mountains. However, judging from the fact that the gnolls encountered in the Barrens were only a few or two gnolls, it is obvious that their attempt failed. Otherwise, half a year later, they would not appear outside the Broken Sun Canyon, but would roll down the slope of the towering mountains, rush out from the foothills full of dead branches and swamps, and show their claws and teeth to the people of the Barrens. Fortunately, these soldiers accepted this speech, and the scattered morale was finally pulled back. Thank you so much this time, Lord Reinhardt. Your knowledge of the Broken Sun Canyon helped me a lot. Otherwise, I really don't know how to persuade those soldiers who were discouraged before they even started. If I wasn't afraid of delaying His Majesty's plan, I would have thrown each of these soldiers into the sun for a few hours, letting the scorching sun punish them. The brisk neighing of horses came from the window of the noble carriage, accompanied by the respectful voice of Commander Litomon, and of course, the rude abuse of the sergeants. Obviously, although these mobilized soldiers were elite, they were not under his control. The curtain was gently lifted, revealing the wrinkled face of the old man. He was a little tired, and waved his hand. No need to thank me. And Rolla boy, we are all serving the Queen. These are just my duties. Although Lithomon and Rolla is the commander of the 5,000-man army, he has dignity and bearing. But in front of the old man Reinhardt, of course, he has no dignity. Besides, Reinhardt just gave him advice to solve the problem of military morale. And he always has to say a few words of thanks after the matter is over. So when he heard Reinhardt words, he also echoed respectfully as before. Thank you very much, Her Majesty, for sending you here. Otherwise, I really don't know what I would do. In addition, I am very grateful to the spring water of Mitsuki Spring, which nurtured a hero like you. I have also heard about the Rhine Rock incident. Lord Reinhardt, please rest assured that if you are gone, that's not what I mean. I mean if you die in battle. That's not right. Litomon was a little speechless, and found that no matter how he wanted to express his feelings, it seemed a little bit distorted, as if he was cursing Reinhardt to death in a different way. Just when cold sweat was slightly oozing from his forehead, the rescue came. The temporary camp of the soldiers in front had a dispute because of a quarrel. Logically, he didn't need to care about it, as there were responsible supervisors to supervise the matter. But this was a great opportunity to get out. So he immediately said goodbye and rushed towards the camp where the friction occurred. At this moment, Litomon was very grateful to the two quarreling soldiers. When we get there, I give you 10 less lashes. He thought so in his heart. And when Reinhardt nodded, he left like a flash. Reinhardt's face didn't show any embarrassment, and he didn't get angry when he heard what Litomon said. But as he watched Litomon leave, his skinny fingers unconsciously stroked the long bench under his buttocks, or a tin box that is more than 3 meters long and more than 2 meters wide. He specially asked someone to customize it for his own carriage. It is tightly wrapped and airtight. The inconspicuous side of the tin box is engraved with complex inscriptions, and the crystal luster is flowing. If there is a master who is proficient in inscriptions, he will find that the function of these inscriptions is to seal off sounds, isolate smells and create air, so that the box can form a small space without anyone knowing. Generally speaking, only summoners or rangers can use these runes to hide their magic pets, animal companions, or transport slaves in the city. However, the old man's attention is not on the box under his buttocks, but immersed in the warm sounds coming from the camp near the stationing position of the noble carriage. Reverend Adele, you are here. May the fire of today continue. Well, I am here. May the light of grace shine upon you. Everyone, be quiet and listen to our respected Reverend Adele tell us the story of the God of Grace. Quiet down. The powerful shouting made the boiling sound in the air still, leaving only the sweet chant of the girl in the air. It is said that before the Lord of Grace became a god, the great hymn was born in the shadows. He could speak on the first day of his birth. He not only subdued his subordinates, but also defeated several small tribes head-on. When the young dragon encountered monsters in the wild, and could only run away or seek shelter from his mother, the great hymn had already obtained the first territory and harvested the first wealth. The girl tone was neither slow nor fast, making it easy for the onlookers to immerse themselves in the story she wove. In this era of knowledge poverty, the high cost of parchment has prevented most people from reading and writing. After all, apart from the nobles, who else can afford the expensive professors and books? The old man only listened to a short passage, then put down the curtains, leaned against the wall of the carriage thoughtfully, and then began a new round of resting his eyes. For some reason, looking at the golden-eyed girl wearing a loose priest robe and vaguely seeing the exquisite armor under the robe, he always felt a sense of prying at him. But no matter how he looked, except for a lazy cat on the priest's shoulder, he did not find any suspicious eyes looking at him. The priest's black cat only glanced at him lightly, then turned his head contemptuously, sniffed the faint fragrance from the girl's neck, and curled up slowly, like a ball of black hair. If it is a watcher, it is too unqualified. Reinhardt shook his head, and put this thought behind him. At this time, his hand unconsciously scratched the stool under the seat. Although he didn't know what was inside now, his subconscious made him feel that this was a very important thing, and he had to wait until he arrived at the broken Sun Canyon to open it. So Reinhardt didn't tell anyone, silently followed the instructions in his heart, and decided to wait until he arrived at the mountains to open it. However, even though there was a thin curtain to keep out the sand and dust, the crackling sound of the burning campfire wood and the soft tone of the young priest still reached Reinhardt's ears from time to time. The old and senile man turned his body to make himself comfortable and leaned on the cashmere cushion, feeling that the external sounds were blocked by the wool on his ears. Reinhardt smiled. This is much better. I hate charlatans the most, he thought, and slowly fell asleep. Damn it! Why? A decadent jackal kept knocking his head on the yellow-brown forehead, but did not make a single sound. It was as if this place was swallowed by nothingness, and no movement could be heard. Moreover, the claustrophobic space made it difficult for Reinhardt to turn around. The narrow iron sheet was like a coffin, sealing all his shouts and struggles inside. However, he was better than those dead people buried in the loess. Or unfortunate. After all, although he could not make any sound in the long box, he could also hear the sound outside. In the past few days, Reinhardt's attitude has changed from desperately calling for help at the beginning, trying to use the sound to make people realize that there is a jackal in the carriage at all costs. But soon no one responded to the situation that broke his fantasy. Yes, his father, who is so wise. How could he forget to add a little restriction to his beloved son? All his actions are obviously within his calculations. He can't run away. He is destined to follow the army to that place where the jackals gather. Although he can't hear the general situation, one thing is very clear. That is, his father, Reinhardt, who has long been corrupted into a Yenagu believer, will also participate in the front line to resist the jackals. This information is enough to judge that he must have bad intentions in this matter. This group of more than 5,000 troops is likely to be buried on the battlefield. Whenever thinking of this, Reinhardt's mind can't help but flash regret. If he found it earlier, and was more secretive, would the ending today be different? Unfortunately, the goddess who controls magic and time will not favor him and give him a chance to start over. Self-pity can only increase his inner resentment. But he has nothing to do now, except listening to the girl who is suspected to be a priest preaching in the outside world. Lord of Grace, Lord of Molten Fire. These two names filled Reinhardt's mind. After all, before he entered the basement and was caught by his father, there was not even a shadow of this church in the entire Mitsuki Spring. How come he disappeared for less than a year? And a new church was preaching among the soldiers so openly, and it looked quite popular. What happened? But doubts did not affect the bored Reinhardt to continue listening. Anyway, he was free, so he just regarded it as the last entertainment time before death. While listening to the voice of the girl from the outside world, he looked at his own reflection on the iron sheet through the dark vision, looked at the pair of green eyes, and smiled with his teeth interlocked in self-mockery. Who would have known that the former favored child of heaven would become like this now? The sharp claws rubbed on the mirror, as if this would restore the former youth again. However, at this time, the pastor from the outside world happened to preach. The emblem of our Lord is very simple, consisting of an eye with vertical pupils and a towering volcano. The vertical pupils are suspended above the volcano, indicating his supreme authority over the owner of this land. Reinlach could no longer hear the words of the unknown girl behind him. He only knew that this familiar picture was. He vomited quickly, and vomited out the things he had swallowed along with her flesh and blood when he killed his maid last time from the stomach bag that was specially used to store items. Silent vomiting was going on in the narrow space. Soon, a shining emblem was quietly lying in a pile of mucus stains. In the middle of the emblem was the majestic vertical pupil in the priest's mouth, and below it, it was driving the mountains. Chapter 386 Arrival. Reinlach used his claws and head to scratch the emblem that was spit at his mouth. He tried 3 or 4 times before he put the volcanic vertical pupil emblem made of metal. He didn't know what it was in the center of his claws, and then wiped it with the messy yellow and brown hair on his body to restore its original luster. Looking at the exquisite emblem and the preaching quotations of the priest girl in his ear, Reinlach seemed to see a glimmer of hope at this time. This thing was given to him by Queen Lollies for safekeeping when he was in the roaring dunes. After returning, he gave it to the more careful head maid. But, every time he recalled the bloody scenes, saliva, tyranny, and hatred could not help but emerge from his skinny jackal-like cheeks, and his eyes were particularly fierce. He let out a low roar of a beast, but it was destined to be silent. At this time, the unknown priest girl outside was coaxing him. We just need to call the great Lord of Gifts devoutly every day. If you are devout enough, he will respond to you and fulfill your wishes, no matter you are in trouble or in a dilemma. He, as great as he is, will use his ocean-like wisdom to guide you to the right path. This sentence is not long or special. It is a sentence that almost all priests in the temple will say. In the past, Reinlach was so rebellious that he would only sneer at it. After all, only if you are devout enough can you get a response. So if you can never get a response from God, it means that your faith is not devout. And no matter how hard you try, God's grace will not fall on you. But the sneer in the past is like a life-saving straw for Reinlach today. He hoped that there was a God who could save him from the fire and water. He was fed up with the hair on his body and the saliva that would unconsciously flow from his mouth. He was not used to anything in the body of a jackal. Even after half a year, it was still like this. Every day he was immersed in hatred for his father and himself. But he still did not die. Or rather, he could not die. In front of a 7th-level psychic, death was a luxury. He almost used up the greatest attention in the past 6 months, concentrating on listening to the soft female voice coming through the iron sheet with his ears tilted. One by one, the rules of the gods, the way of grace, the road of choice. He used to feel drowsy when listening to these. But now, he wanted to stretch his ears outside the iron box. Fortunately, apart from the girl voice, there were only occasional interruptions from the crowd and the sound of the wind blowing through the campfire at night. For some reason, Reinlach lay in a box that only allowed him to turn over, listening to the outside world on the other side, closing his eyes, as if he could draw the outline in his mind. The girl standing in front of the bonfire was bright and sunny, with a soft and warm voice, just like the flames at night, filling the soul. The spectators around him were in 2s and 3s. Some of them were like him before, not caring much, only caring about the girl face. Others just listened to it as a joke. The pastor's words could not have any impact on him, nor could they shake his inner faith. He was just afraid of the girl identity and dared not say much. Others listened carefully to everything the pastor girl said. The world, the extremely real world. Tears that had dried up for a long time flowed out of the jackal's deep eye sockets again. His claws scratched the wall restlessly, and he whimpered silently. Finally, listening to the commotion from the outside world, he knew that the girl was leaving. The words of farewell kept echoing in his ears, and he also learned the name of the pastor for the first time. Adele. A very beautiful name. In Reinlach's mind now, her incarnation is the angel who saved him from suffering. Reinlach used his head and feet to support his body and arched his body, closing his eyes to prevent tears from flowing out of his eye sockets and wetting the yellow fluff beside his nose. I will regain my freedom, he swore in his heart, and his claws pierced his palms. and he felt nothing when the blood flowed out. Only the power of hatred and hope jumped in his heart, becoming the source of his next motivation. Now, it's time to get down to business. Rylock relaxed his body, lowered his head, looked at the divine emblem in his paws, and exhaled. So, in the carriage that no one knew about, another crazy believer was born. Teacher, I have gained several believers for the Lord today. Adele, who had just returned to her tent, excitedly turned her head to the black cat standing on her shoulder and treating her as a mount, and said excitedly, but then the black cat poured cold water on her. I think it's just a last-minute cram. How could it be? Teacher, I see that they have a strong desire for knowledge. They even asked several times how to pray to the Lord of Grace every day. You were looking elsewhere just now and didn't pay attention at all. The young priest took off her robe, revealing a set of exquisite armor, and retorted, that's just fear. Their fear of the unknown needs a place to rest, and the Lord of Grace can just be a place to rest. The black cat squinted and used her claws to help untie the belt that bound her long golden hair, revealing a beautiful long golden hair. Under the light, this girl with focused eyes, long hair, and taking off her armor seemed to be coated with a layer of holy light. Holy and sacred. Thank you, teacher. The hardness of the armor made it impossible for her to raise her hand to grab the ring behind her. It was originally the last action, but the black cat completed it in advance. By the way, is there really a problem? Adele suddenly asked again. 3 days ago, Lollies came to the temple again and brought her teacher with her. She was surprised at the time, but after learning about the queen's request and plan, she handed the temple to Nick without hesitation. With the black cat who was once her teacher, she embarked on a journey on the mount. That's right. She was just a priest who was hiding her secrets. The real investigator was the black cat on its back. It does look suspicious, but we can't tell anything in this short time. We can only know what he wants to do when we get to the Broken Sun City. Gordon thought about the reaction of Reinhammen he observed today, frowned, and his tail was drooping. It was obvious that in the past 3 days, no matter how he observed, he could not see any unusual movements from the old man. Instead, he helped the army and made many useful suggestions. If Lollies hadn't made it clear that he had a problem, Gordon would not have noticed this harmless old man. And I heard that he is a 7th level psychic. In theory, it is not so easy for Gordon to deal with him. But he looked at the dimensional bag hanging under his neck and thought of the magic item called Psychic Nemesis given to him by Lollies. In addition, there are 3 professionals of the same level as Reinhammen hidden in the army. These are also helpers planted by Lollies. These professionals who swear allegiance to her are one of the trump cards she has accumulated in the past 6 months. As long as it finds evidence, these 3 powerful professionals will act together at the command. Obviously, in addition to rescuing the trapped Wanri city, this journey also needs to investigate this suspicious person clearly. After all, if the investigation is not clear, Reinhammen is at least a powerful person in Mitsuki Spring and an elder in the parliament. Arbitrary arrest and detention will easily cause panic among fellow nobles. At that time, there will be more obstacles to governing Mitsuki Spring. This is also the reason why Lollies is so serious this time. Reinhammen was like a bomb that might explode at any time. The problem could only be solved by removing it from the root. Really? Then your majesty is right. He is a big bad guy. And there is a big conspiracy. Teacher, you must stop him. The girl looked at the black cat in a low voice and used her lips to say the rest. Obviously, she knew the limit and did not alarm the enemy. Okay, go to sleep. We have to get up early tomorrow to travel. Otherwise, many soldiers can't stand the sun at noon. Gordon jumped back to the side of the sleeping bag first, and then lay on it with the sleeping bag filled with some animal fur as a pillow. In the past few days, it will control its body and force itself into an 8-hour deep sleep. Now there are still many days before the end of the deep sleep. It has to hurry up. Otherwise it will not be able to give Nina a big surprise when it returns. Thinking of this, Gordon fell into a deep sleep. However, when someone approaches the tent, it will still be awakened by the alert nerves that have been set long ago. On the other side, Adele quickly took off her armor, blew out the candle, and then, with the unique fragrance of a girl, tiptoed carefully into the sleeping bag. Good night, teacher. She looked at the black cat lying beside her, squinting, and sleeping sleepily like the previous few days, and said silently, the rest of the time passed like a white horse passing by. And on the morning of the 8th day, it brought the unique steaming mist of the nearby mountains. The 5,000-strong army from the desert finally arrived more than 10 miles outside the Broken Sun Canyon. From here, one can clearly see the Broken Sun Mountains, which are famous throughout the Nepal world and block the Great Gobi Desert, leaving only a mountain trail for 4 or 5 carriages and horses to run side by side. Transparent white mist floats over the towering mountains that occupy 2/3 of the sky, half covering the middle and foothills of the Broken Sun Mountains. Only the snow-capped peaks on the top of the mountain that can be seen by the naked eye, bathed in the golden light of the morning, tell the world about its greatness. The height of these peaks far exceeds most of the peaks that Gordon has seen in the north, as high as 6,000 or 7,000 meters. Even if Gordon flies over them, it will take a certain amount of effort. Other peaks in the distance are not much inferior, competing for beauty. Even Gordon saw a high mountain that pointed straight to the sky like a pillar. And most of the foothills and mountainsides have little vegetation, all of which are rugged gray strange rocks and steep cliffs. It was hard to find a place to stay among the mountains. No wonder the jackals were helpless against this mountain range, and could only gather outside the Broken Sun Canyon to prepare for the siege. There's something going on ahead. The whole army is ready for battle. At this moment, the scout in front shouted loudly with the command flag, and the soldiers who heard the order drew their weapons, bows and arrows, or spears. It's not that they haven't encountered monsters attacking along the way, but this is the first time that the whole army is on alert. After all, whether it's the bandits or monsters in the desert, when they see such a huge human army, their subconscious reaction is to leave, and they don't even think of falling far behind, keeping their troops still, and waiting for an opportunity. What's going on? Adele also drew out the flail that she was not very familiar with, but she was already proficient in the moves, and asked nervously with her other hand on the emblem on her chest. Although this was not her first battle, it was her first time to fight such a large-scale war. She was a little at a loss until the black cat stepped on her shoulder with its soft cushion. She calmed down and whispered, "Teacher, what should we do?" "It should be nothing. Put away your weapons." The dark golden vertical pupils in the black cat eyes flashed, and soon turned into yellow cat pupils. The ultra-long vision range allowed it to see clearly what was in front of it, and understand why the scouts were so nervous. Because not far to the south, there was also an army with different attire from Mitsuki Izumi, marching towards the Broken Sun Mountains. From the dusty faces on their faces, it was obvious that they had also come from a distant place. Sure enough, not long after, the alert was lifted. As the two sides met, from the fragmentary words of the soldiers, Gordon and Adele also knew what kind of forces they were. In the southern part of the desert, the city where they live is built in the canyon. The Knots yearn for the sun. It is said that they are descendants of the sun, chasing the yellow sand and the scorching sun. They probably migrated here from other continents hundreds of years ago and settled in this desert. Now, after hundreds of years of reproduction, the number of people has reached a peak. If the Knots only care about building the legendary ladder to see the gods that can climb the sun, I am afraid that the gathering places of other races around them have long been taken by them. Now their territory is still the deep valleys and gullies they once occupied. Before the number of people grows to the limit of the valley's carrying capacity, there is obviously no intention to expand. But I didn't expect that they would come this time. Their mounts are different from the horses that Mitsuki Izumi often uses. They all ride sand doves that only live in the desert plains. This bird has a violent and impulsive personality. It is bigger than a horse. Its 2 feet are upright, and its neck is 4 or 5 meters high. Only the Knots in the whole desert have a way to tame it. And the back is usually shared by 2 to 3 people. And the outside world also gave the Knots' unique cavalry a unique title: Shada Knights. From this point of view, there are more than 500 Shada Knights, followed by many carriages, which is obviously an army of more than 2,000 people. In addition, due to the large size of the Shada bird, the noise it makes is not small. No wonder the scouts immediately issued a warning message. Soon, after the two parties negotiated, the two teams decided to enter the Broken Sun Canyon at the same time, one on the left and one on the right, and head to the Broken Sun City at the end. There is no danger in the canyon, and the marks of horse hooves or other creatures can be seen on the ground. Obviously, there are other armies coming to help besides them. Even if there was an ambush, someone might have stepped on it before them. At this time, Gordon asked Adele to approach Reinharmon's carriage, intending to keep an eye on this psychic with unknown purpose after entering the city. And just at the moment when many troops stepped into the city. Sitting in the carriage with a solemn face, Reinharmon's face suddenly relaxed, and his originally kind and peaceful face showed a smile that only he could see. The wrinkles were squeezed together. Feeling the return of the sealed memory, Reinharmon groaned for the first time in a long time. He patted the iron box under the seat that was longer than a person. While recalling the memory, he leisurely looked at the scenery of Broken Sun City outside the window and said, "It seems that everything is going well. We have arrived at Broken Sun City." There was no response in the carriage. Only the slight vibration from the iron box under Reinharmon's buttocks showed everything. Chapter 387 Exposure. The city of Broken Sun no longer has the prosperity of the past as a place for border trade. This feeling is even more severe in the early morning. Lonely and empty, with almost no one on the streets. When Gordon and Adele followed the army into the city of Broken Sun, the entire city gave it a sense of majesty and solemnity, and a sense of tension. But after entering, they found that it was so empty. Fortunately, after a while, after passing through several streets, the air finally came with some life, and there were many more people on the streets. But almost everyone seen on the street was wearing soldiers' clothes or adventurers' clothes, which normal people did not have. Obviously, in this city, apart from soldiers, there were only the most common mercenaries on the battlefield. That is, adventurers. Merchants and residents either left early or hid in their own cellars. They prayed to the unknown gods to bless this war to end as soon as possible and drive back the terrifying group of jackals. Soon, the army stopped at a square in the city, and as the commander's staff, Reinharmon naturally had to go with the commander to meet the city's supreme commander. Gordon and Adele were also invited to wait in the municipal center, which was now converted into a temporary combat command center. It and Adele did not follow, because if Reinharmon really wanted to make trouble, then it would be the stupidest behavior to make a move in front of a group of high-level generals. So Gordon was very relieved to watch Reinharmon and the army commander walk out of its sight. During the long-awaited free time, Gordon's animal eyes suddenly lit up. The main purpose of agreeing to lollies was to see what the old man wanted to do. But another purpose was that he was very interested in the monster army composed of jackals. So, at the first moment, it and Adele climbed up the tall wall that connected the canyon walls on both sides. The wall, which is more than 80 meters high, is actually not much different from a small mountain. After climbing the wall, the vision suddenly became clear. The gloomy fog blocked by the wall was no longer there. The golden light of the morning sun from the eastern Gobi Desert was like a sharp sword, breaking through the air from above, bathing the upper half of the wall in the sun. And even the armor and chainmail on the soldiers were shining. It is worth mentioning that the wall has two layers, the inner wall and the outer wall. It is obviously a buffer zone, so that the outer wall will not fall, and there will be no ability to fight for it again. And Adele's outfit is equally charming in the sun. She has taken off her priest robes, and now her body, including her palms, are wrapped in metal armor, except for the head with beautiful long hair, which is not wrapped. It can be said that the defense is airtight. Heavy armored priest. Soldiers who knew priests understood Adele's occupation when they saw her attire, and the divine emblem on her bright silver armor. Although Adele was a stranger, many people had come to Broken Sun City in the past few days. Now, the city walls were not necessarily full of garrisons from Broken Sun City, so no one checked Adele's identity and allowed her to move freely. However, the free movement area came to an abrupt end when Adele and Gordon approached the outer city wall. A tall warrior stopped him and her. "This is not the place you should be now, priest." The tall and strong man, with 3 blood scabs on his chest, looked down at the girl, who was only as tall as his waist. "You are only as old as my daughter. It is not your turn to guard the city wall now. Go back and treat the wounded. You are more needed there." "I just went to take a look," Adele argued in a low voice. "There is nothing to see. It is just a large desert with nothing but gnoll monsters." The strong man muttered. "Has the war started?" Adele asked a nonsense question. Her subconscious still believed that the battle was still in a stalemate. But whether it was the wound on the chest of the strong man, the outer wall's defense, or the mottled bloodstains and traces of battle on the wall, it was obvious that they had experienced war. Yes, just the day before yesterday, the wolf cubs wanted to attack the city in the dark. They were the strongest at night, and our bows and arrows lost their accuracy. The strong man spat on the ground. Seeing that Adele had no intention of moving forward, his expression eased a little. After all, He had seen many comrades die in the past few days. If this girl, who was only the age of his daughter, died in front of him, he would definitely feel uncomfortable. Otherwise, he would not have taken the initiative to ask Adele not to get close to the outer wall. That damn group of Knoll hunters hid in the shadow of the boulder from time to time and shot arrows. And the slingers, the biggest Knoll among them, threw a stone the size of a millstone and knocked down the city wall. The strongman pointed to the outer city wall not far to the right, where the battlement was half collapsed. The view through the gap was a large expanse of sandy red Gobi, the same color as the sky that could be seen from the inner city wall. Oh, Lord, how much strength it must have taken. Adele was appropriately surprised, which made the strong man desire to tell more. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to the farm and told his angelic daughter the story of fighting against monsters in the forest. And Adele quickly extracted a lot of information from the chat, which also increased her knowledge. She not only knew that there were many kinds of gnolls on the battlefield, in addition to gnoll hunters and the most ordinary warriors, there were also gnoll scavengers who could walk on straight cliffs as if they were flat ground, and spellcasters who could release various unclean spells. Gnoll Yinagu Fang. And she also knew that among the gnolls, in addition to ordinary gnolls, there was another kind of gnoll with a unique identity and destined to be the leader of the legion. Flinder Gnoll. This kind of gnoll is tall and big. The height of ordinary gnolls can only reach its calves. It is like a giant. What's more terrifying is that it is also a spellcaster. It can wield the magic flail blessed by Yinagu, corroding the body and mind of anyone who dares to fight against Yinagu Messenger. While the two were talking, no one noticed that a black cat had been walking leisurely, jumping from one battlement to another on the nearly 100-meter-high city wall without any care. It didn't stop until it reached the outer city wall, looking at the caves dug by gnolls one after another in the Gobi Desert, and the tents of many monster legions stationed in the distance, with ogres and trolls interspersed among them. Gordon had a general understanding of this war. However, the doubts that followed made it very puzzled, because this didn't look like the whole army of gnolls attacking. Instead, it looked like a human army was leisurely taking a vacation outside, as if waiting for something. After all, if it was a real army composed of gnoll warbands, as long as they attacked, there would definitely be no second battle, because a winner would be determined in the first battle, and it would never be dragged to the second battle. Real gnolls would avoid long-term battles. They would use all their lives at once to show their fearlessness and madness, thereby stimulating the fear in your heart. It would be best if you either killed it, or it pounced on you, and then ate your flesh and blood while you were alive to fill its endlessly empty stomach. Not long after Gordon looked at the Gobi Desert below, Adele urged it to go back, because the time was almost up. If nothing unexpected happened, Reinhardtmann and the commander would probably end their meeting at the temporary war command center. Gordon could only look at the wasteland outside the city wall with regret, and jumped off the battlement with a light leap. About half an hour after Gordon left, on a barren mountain diagonally opposite the broken Sun City, a tall gnoll with a pair of black fangs and a body several times taller than ordinary gnolls climbed to the top of the mountain. It looked at the city and the mountains from afar. After a while, it retracted its turbid eyes and looked at the one-eyed old gnoll behind him, who was leaning on a bone staff made of leg bones. Priest Agabu. How long will it take for the human you mentioned to reach this human city? Its voice was low and brutal, which easily reminded people of the most ferocious animal in the Gobi Desert, the fierce tiger. It weighs more than 2 tons and is nearly 6 meters long. When it grows up, it is a 5th-level fierce tiger. It does not use weapons, but relies on its claws and physical strength to fight 3 tigers in the depths of the Gobi Desert. From that moment on, almost all the gnolls believed that it could lead the clan to prosperity. It also vowed to lead the gnolls to conquer this continent, and then dedicate endless slaughter and destruction to Yinagu. Today, all creatures in the Gobi Desert are subservient to Yinagu and its feet. Those who have not surrendered have been sent to see the great Gnoll god, which can be regarded as witnessing part of this oath. Mighty Isaac, the last communication I had with that human magician was a week ago. If nothing goes wrong, it will be in the next few days. Please wait a little longer. Wait for the signal, so that we can capture this city at the lowest cost. Wearing a robe made of animal fur, the exposed fur was stained with dark red blood, and the voice of the one-eyed priest was a little trembling. Obviously, the pressure brought by Isaac these days made it a little timid, fearing that if it was dissatisfied with an answer, it would be swallowed by Isaac with skin and bones. These days, It was around and witnessed more than 10 jackals swallowed by Isaac. The great Yenigu didn't let us watch those humans show off their power to us here. We should climb up, tear their flesh and blood, swallow their eyeballs, listen to the pleasant wailing in our ears, and eat them wantonly. Only in this way can we show the killing and destruction to the fullest in death. And we can also please the extremely powerful bloodthirsty beast. Sure enough, the long wait made the flying knoll restless. Bloodthirstiness and rage constantly beat in its blood, provoking its fragile heartstrings that were not commensurate with its body. It almost growled, spitting out all its words, and its sharp claws plowed the stones on the ground again and again, until the rocks were all gray stone dust except for the gullies on the surface. A gust of wind blew, and it returned to dust. But, great Yenigu, his oracle asked us to reduce consumption before reaching the destination. And we can't waste limited power here. The birth of the knoll requires more wisdom and flesh and blood. After we completely capture the city, we can no longer worry. After that, it will be smooth sailing, and there will be no such obstacles. Please hold back a little longer, Lord Isaac. The one-eyed knoll priest hurriedly said earnestly. These days of waiting are not because of the oracle that he can't hold back. Before the signs appeared, their massive attack might not have received Yenigu blessing, but instead received his anger. The tyranny in his body made the flinder knoll breathing thicker. But he finally whimpered and ended his gaze. Obviously, he also understood that Yenigu was above all else. However, just as he was about to turn around and leave, the bone staff in the hand of the one-eyed knoll flashed slightly, and the old knoll opened his cloudy one eye and said in surprise, Lord Isaac, he here. The signs are here. The human mage is here. If nothing unexpected happens, the fall of this city has entered the countdown, and I seem to be able to hear the moving wailing in my ears. The one-eyed knoll closed his eyes, as if he could hear more clearly that way. But he was soon awakened by Isaac, whose eyes were filled with violence again. He grabbed the one-eyed knoll by the back of his neck, which was shriveled and only had a layer of skin left, and then laughed grimly. What are you waiting for? Go and inform the people in the dungeon to prepare to enjoy the slaughter. Hunger will be their greatest motivation. In this battle, the weak will be eliminated. Ha ha! Isaac's voice reached a few miles away from the barren mountain. But there was no other movement on the surface except for the rotting bones of dead animals, and a group of carrion crows that were startled. There was a knock on the door, and the extremely respectful voice of the servants. Lord Reinharman, these are the materials you want. We have delivered them. Reinharman hurriedly covered the ritual array carved with blood on the wooden board with a carpet, then tidied his clothes. After his breath was stable, he opened the door and looked at the familiar servant. But he couldn't remember where he had seen him. However, his main goal was to stare at the items, so he didn't bother with his appearance. He directly took the dimensional bag on the plate in the waiter's hand, opened it and took a quick look, and nodded with satisfaction. Yes, these are all the things I want. You can go back. After saying that, he was about to close the door. But the next moment a sense of threat made him use teleportation directly, leaving the original place 3 meters away, and drifting to the side. Then the next moment, the sound of the wooden door bursting came to his ears. There was also the voice of the Legion commander Litomon, who kicked the door into the hall. Give up struggling. Reinhard man, your crime has been exposed. The magic ball in his hand was playing the scene of how Reinhard man drew the magic circle and communicated with the jackal just now. Chapter 388 Destiny. The old man looked around with his eyes wide open. He was extremely confident in his psychic powers, which led to him not believing in any means of perception other than the mind. Therefore, after entering the mansion, he only put up a psychic alert and entered the room without any defense to prepare for the ceremony. He never thought that someone had concealed his psychic powers and was secretly spying on him. Litomon looked at the old man whose breath suddenly weakened, and his tone softened. He persuaded him, well, surrender, so that I can report to Her Majesty the Queen that you died in battle. How did you find out? The old man held the box full of materials. His hands, full of wrinkles and age spots, had already turned white. His skin was tight, and he lowered his head, expressing his unwillingness. When you did this, you should have known that you would be exposed sooner or later. But not today. The old man couldn't wait to interrupt Litomon's words, and raised his face full of distortion and resentment. Why? Why did you ruin my good thing? Wouldn't it be enough to die quietly? Every word seemed to be squeezed out from Reinharman's dry lips. It seems that you made a wrong choice. Littlemon saw Reinharmann's appearance and understood his plan at this time. So he didn't waste any more words, and made a gesture directly. Littlemon, and the three people who knew the inside story that Lollies had planted in the army stared at Reinharmann not far away. Although this was just an old psychic, the expressions of the four people were extremely cautious and serious. After all, the energy that a psychic who was powerful enough to reach the extraordinary level could burst out was definitely not that simple. At this time, everyone was wearing a talisman on their chest that could release the spell anti-psychic field. Before leaving, Lily found it from the inventory in the palace and distributed it to everyone. Just in case. After all, with the ability of a psychic, if the four people were unprepared, they would probably fall into the illusion created by psychic power and be manipulated to death by the manipulator if they really wanted to do it. And this talisman is a guarantee. I don't know if it's right or not. The only thing I know is that I want to live. And those who stop me must die. As he spoke, the phantom psychic light had already emerged from the deep sunken eye sockets on Reinharmann's twisted face, as if two blue flames were burning in his eyes. And as the psychic light overflowed, the flame soon spread to his nostrils, mouth, and even his clothes, and a faint psychic light surrounded him. The originally old and wrinkled skin also began to change, and the deeper blood stains spread out from the body, gradually replacing the withered epidermis. And then spiral-curved bone horns were derived from the joints of his shoulders and wrists. I am full of power now. Are you ready to die? The psychic equipment obtained from Yinagu, the god of Knowles, Purgatory Soul's skin, completely covered the old psychic, and his mind was suddenly empty. The vitality of his youth seemed to come out of his body again and affect the brain that controls everything. Just like the debris accumulated in the bedroom for many years, which originally had no place to stay. Now after changing to the Purgatory Soul's skin, the negative factors caused by age inside and outside the mind are directly disintegrated. And it also brings a strong gain, which makes Reinharmann sigh. The blue flame became more vigorous and bluer as the surface of the body changed. Now Reinharmann was like a demon crawling out of the abyss. However, the four high-level professionals present did not show any changes. Instead, the professionals in the northwest corner had begun to chant long spells, and dots of green had broken out from the bricks and stones on the surface. This is a high-level druid, and the most powerful among the druids. The druid of the Wilderness Association, who mainly attacks. It is different from the faction of the druid Tony's son, who received the natural gift of a Gordon in the Roaring Dunes. They advocate the destruction of anyone who dares to destroy the balance of nature, so as to deter those who have not yet taken action to protect the balance of nature. They believe more in maintaining it with the power in their hands, rather than simply relying on protecting the remaining natural environment, so as to revive the oasis ecology. The green just condensed into a ring. 3 emerald green halos fell from the sky and washed the bodies of the 4 people from top to bottom. Group Bear's tenacity. Group Bull's strength. Group Cat grace. After the buff spells were cast, another dragon roar was heard in the air. An extremely huge beast poked its head out of the colorful light gate and roared. 7th level natural ally summoning. Short forelimbs, thick hind legs, and a huge dragon-shaped head. Although it has no horns, it is equally hideous. Tyrannosaurus. Then, the druid animal companion, an arrow eagle, also whizzed through the room, and then stood at the druid arrow, staring closely at the crimson-skinned psychic not far away. Your family will be annihilated, and you will become a sinner. Reinharmann, you are unworthy of the training of the Rhine family. From today on, the Rhine family will be removed from the upper class of nobles. Your actions will bring shame to your ancestors and descendants. Everyone, go ahead. Since Reinharmann had given up the idea of waiting to die, Littlemon and the others no longer held back and used the most powerful spells. At this time, the druid body began to radiate a layer of sunlight, and 6 hot fire points burned in his eyes. 7th ring spell. Sun rays. The next moment, 2 burning rays burst out from his eyes, and the magic blades taken out by his companions attacked the psychic, Reinharmann, who was still in place. And, at the same time, the summoned beast, the Tyrannosaurus, also stepped on its strong hind legs and bit the prey marked by the druid. There were 3 attacks, and 2 professionals did not take action, but they all drew their weapons. They were either warriors with superb swordsmanship or rangers with superb archery skills. The arrows of the magic-breaking arrows were aimed steadily at it. as if waiting for his teleportation. That's it. Facing the attack of the two men and the beast, Reinharmon's gray eyebrows slightly raised. If he had dodged it in the past, he might not be able to face the second wave of attacks. But now he was blessed by Yenigu, and the confidence of a powerful psychic was back. The scorching rays arrived first, but were offset by the psychic barrier surrounding Reinharmon. The high-level warrior's sharp blade combined with the high-level expertise could easily cut the barrier, including the natural ally summoned behind him, who could also chew the psychic's flesh into scraps with the knife-like teeth in his mouth, leaving no bones. But at the last moment, when the sharp blade cut and the giant mouth attacked, the blue flame in Reinharmon's eye socket swayed slightly with his expression, and the blue flame shrank instantly. The next moment, he appeared in another remote corner of the room. The opportunity has come. The two high-level professionals, who knew that mental spells could not be used twice in a short period of time, took out their weapons. The warriors charged forward. The ranger's sharp arrows also broke through the air, and the druid's remaining 4 sun rays were all blasted out. The earth made a rumbling sound, and the Tyrannosaurus was also rushing towards him at a fast speed, with a particularly ferocious expression, as if it was angry because it had just bitten into nothing. But Reinharmon, who had just moved the terrain, did not change his face. He was calm, and the blue flame that had just been ignited shrank again, and another psychic spell was released instantly. The ranger only felt that his eyes were blurred, and his original vision suddenly turned around. When he recovered, he saw that he was seeing the other side of his position from a strange bystander's perspective. At the same time, the eagle-like dynamic eyes also saw the magic-breaking arrow shot at him, the warrior's angry expression, and the flames flying in the distance. From the perspective of other onlookers, they found that the psychic, who was supposed to be unable to escape in the corner, had become their teammate at this moment. If the warrior had not turned the blade in time, the animal had not moved to another position in time, and the ranger had not cleverly climbed up to the ceiling along the wall with a pair of gloves enchanted with spider web magic, he would have barely avoided the attack. I'm afraid one person would have been lost at the beginning. But even so, the ranger was still hit by the aftermath of the sun rays, and the flying sparks hit his feet, and his movements were not as agile as before. Immediately, without asking about the injury, the remaining 2 high-level warriors bravely took out their sharp blades and rushed towards the psychic near the door. But this time, they were facing a psychic who had enough energy to perform advanced psychic powers. The deep red skin gradually turned black, and with the bone horns protruding from the skin, it was better to say that he was a tiefling than a human. However, the main material of the Purgatory Soul's skin was indeed made of the skin peeled off from the tiefling. You have no way to escape. Fallen. Now looking at the changed Reinharmon, everyone's grudge against this former elder had long disappeared, and their eyes were full of resentment and murderous intent. The blade in his hand carried the aura of magic, and he chopped at the old man in front of him without hesitation. But the next moment, the two of them were empty under their feet, and they found that their weapons could never attack the Reinharmon who was so close. Instead, their bodies kept falling down, and the feeling of weightlessness made it impossible for them to exert their strength. This is the Broken Sun Mountains. The two saw what the longitudinal mountains below them were. Especially the Broken Sun city stuck between the gaps between the two mountains was so conspicuous. How did we get here? It's all an illusion. Don't be afraid. Light up the amulet. Litomon, who had rich experience in fighting psychic spellcasters, said with certainty. These psychic spellcasters fight by deceiving and attacking the mind, and deceive people's 5 senses to make them fall into the pace of the psychic controller. Litomon was not in a hurry when he said this, because he knew that it was obviously not enough to just drag the two of them into the illusion. He had other teammates. If the psychic spellcaster wanted to take this opportunity to attack him, he would definitely not succeed. Sure enough, when the amulet was activated, the anti-psychic field was like an invisible shock wave, instantly shattering this illusory and magnificent world. And the mansion that was on fire due to the battle appeared in front of them again. And Reinharmon in front of them was not far away at this time. Under the attack of the Tyrannosaurus, he dodged from left to right, and a stream of arrows were constantly shooting towards the space where Reinharmon dodged. The two warriors who had just escaped from the illusion also looked at each other, raised their blades, and rushed towards Reinharmon, who was constantly approaching the exit. At this moment, as a common advanced profession of warriors in the desert, the heart of nature, they, with the breath of the power of the soul of wild creatures attached to the blade, were waiting for the moment of intersecting with the enemy's body. A special skill cut, similar to the magnificent sword of the sword master. The precise and fast blow directly cut Reinharmon's body, and blood splattered. Success? Everyone was stunned, especially the warrior who had just split Reinharmon. He was slightly distracted when he saw the blood on the blade, as if to say, it was so easy to destroy a powerful psychic? But the next moment, when the shrill dragon horn sounded outside the window, everyone's face changed immediately. After entering the Broken Sun City, everyone from the commander of the Legion to the soldiers understood that this was the highest level of alert. Only when the enemy's entire army attacked, the sound of the horn made of the skeleton of the bone dragon would be blown from the watchtower of the Broken Sun City. No! We fell into a trap. The body of Reinharmon on the ground had been replaced by a sandworm that was broken into 2 pieces, and was constantly splashing green blood on the ground. The slight noise in the room made them leave the hall and rush towards the room. In the empty room, the Reinharmon who had been transformed into the devil of purgatory stood up from the ritual formation on the ground, wiped the blood off his hands, and smiled. It seems that you are quite powerful. You solved my clone so quickly. It seems that I need to spend some effort to escape. The blue flame in Reinharmon's eyes was as calm as his face at this time, motionless, just when everyone wanted to take action. The next moment, the sound of a blade slashing and the old man's cry of pain broke out in the void behind them. The Reinharmon in front of them twisted again and turned into a sandworm exactly the same as the one outside. Damn! I fell into the trap again. The 4 of them turned back together, but when they saw one of the 2 falling figures, they were stunned for a moment. After a long time, it was Litomon who spoke in time. Your Majesty, Tassimon, Your Excellency. The other 3 people also saluted when they saw the old man in white robes stepping out of the void. Obviously, his appearance represented the addition of the 4 people. Leilisi was still worried, and told the previous king of Mitsuki Spring this news. And this time, it was obvious that Tassimon had found the weakness of Reinharmon. But he was still a step late. The advanced psychic master of the psychic warrior was different from Reinharmon's main spiritual training. The unique spiritual and physical unity of the psychic warrior made the old man's spirit, and spirit, not much worse than Reinharmon's state. Tassimon, you, Reinharmon, who wanted to leave behind his clone through the psychic channel and quietly leave, covered his shoulder and looked at Tassimon, the object he once served, in a daze. You want to stop me? He murmured. Of course. But, Haman, I didn't expect you to really fall. The old man was still slow, but everyone could see the disappointment in his eyes. Oh, I just want to live. What's wrong with me? I'm not like you, who have such good luck and get the blessing of the goddess. And the talent of the psychic master makes you no longer aging. Before the end of your life, you can't experience that painful feeling at all. What qualifications do you have to talk about me here? Put away your disgusting demeanor. It seems that the old man's eyes have stimulated Reinharmon, who has now turned into an inhuman monster. He sneered with a red body. Obviously, he is still unconvinced. Why? Why is it like this every time? It used to be. It was in the past. It is now. Originally, I thought we would meet again in the kingdom of God. But I didn't expect. Alas, no need to say more. Old friend, let me send you off. The former God King directly took out the broadsword soul of steel that followed him from youth to old age, held it with both hands, looked at Reinharmon, and sighed. Come on. Use all your strength. I will not hold back this time. You can't kill me. The blue flames in Reinharmon's eyes flickered, and at this moment a huge mental force instantly enveloped the entire room. There is no point in saying more. Your fall will be ended by my own hands. Hee. I am not fallen. I just want to live, Reinharmon said, raised his head, stared at Tassimon fiercely. Is that wrong? His roar, accompanied by the majestic psychic energy, immediately rushed towards the only old man in the hall except him. Like a virtual spike, colliding with the giant sword swung by Tassimon, a psychic storm was created. The 4 did not make a move. As people who had been commanded by Tassimon, they naturally understood that the title of the former majesty, the God King, was definitely not flattered, but earned by real talent and hard work. In terms of strength, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the number 1 in Mitsuki Azumi today, even if some old monsters in the parliament who don't care about worldly affairs are included. He is enough to rank in the top 3. They cast psychic spells on each other, and the two of them kept moving around, and their colorful psychic powers made the battlefield particularly dazzling. The 4 spectators were secretly shocked. Sure enough, only psychics can solve psychics. Reinhardt, who had played tricks on them many times before, suddenly became embarrassed when facing Tassimon, whose psychic power level was higher than his. Even his mind was a little sluggish when he dodged. If it weren't for the powerful recovery ability brought by the Purgatory Soul's skin, his body would have collapsed long ago due to the heavy load of spiritual energy. However, defeat was only a matter of time. Soon, as Reinhardt's spiritual power dried up, his shield could no longer withstand the huge soul of steel constructed by Tassimon using spiritual energy, and it shattered. His body was split in 2. You can't escape. Tassimon didn't even look at the corpse on the ground, feeling the derivation of his mind, and directly stretched out one hand, aiming at the sky, which was empty to others. But in his eyes, there was a faint blue light spot that kept rushing to the outside world. In front of the psychic. You tried to escape in the way of the psychic. Old friend, you are still too stupid. 7th ring spell. False gravity. An invisible gravitational ripple appeared out of thin air, and it only affected the fleeing Reinhardt. So, Reinhardt, who was trying his best to escape, found that no matter how he moved forward, the scenery on both sides kept retreating. Damn it! He looked back at Tassimon's appearance, and then did something that even Tassimon sighed. He cut off his feet below the thigh using psychic spells. Space cutting. Blood splattered. Legs flew back. And Reinhardt, who broke free from the false gravity, escaped and rushed towards the outside world. Adsorbed on the pillar, the legs that lost their owner quickly lost the crimson magic pattern, and the mottled spots common to old people appeared on the skin again, turning back into the skinny old man legs. Your personality hasn't changed. It's still the same. Tassimon looked at the legs on the pillar, and in his golden eyes, he vaguely saw the same decisive scene of his former partner, who had fought side by side more than 10 years ago. His spiritual energy has dried up, and he can't run far. Go after him. If he doesn't resist, bring him back. If he resists, then kill him. Tashimon's voice was emotionless, and the 4 people who were still watching, including Litomon, nodded one after another, and then rushed to the outside world, looking determined to complete this task. Hee. I guess that guy Tashimon must not have come after me. He thinks highly of himself, and always lets his subordinates clean up the mess. In this way, I still have a chance. The blood from the broken legs has stopped temporarily. Reinhardt, who relies on the few psychic powers to move, looks back at the mansion without any trace of psychic movement. Even in such a desperate situation, he can't help grinning and saying disdainfully, although he is likely to be killed by the warriors who catch up with him. Every time he sees the object of his former loyalty act like this, the indomitable spirit in his heart still fills his heart. Damn it. Damn it. Why can you always be so calm? I must smash your proud face. He gritted his teeth and then laughed. You must not have thought that I have already converted the soul possession, which consumes the most psychic power in my psychic spell list, into a supernatural power. If you hadn't forced me, I would have kept this qualification. After all, if this ability is used as the 8th or even 9th ring, it can be released at no cost and the benefits are the highest. All this was given to me by the great Yenigu. You know nothing. Tassimon, do you think I don't have psychic power? If my legs are broken, I can't escape. The opportunity one lacked now is just a human who can't resist my psychic attack. Hee. When we meet again, don't die. Reinhardt murmured alone as if venting, sometimes cursing, sometimes laughing coldly. But he didn't forget to move. But his speed was not fast. If it weren't for the acceleration at the moment when his legs were separated, he would have been caught up by Litomon and others who came out later. But if he doesn't find a suitable person to perform soul possession in the next short period of time, even if he finds one, Litomon and others will find out, which will lead to some loopholes in this soul possession plan. So, Reinhardt could only see the faint golden eyes flying around the surrounding environment. This is a narrow alley. At the same time, his psychic perception tentacles also extended outward and began to explore the creatures around. Damn. Why is there no one? The limit of what Reinhardt can do is to detect creatures within 100 meters. This time, the ocean of consciousness is empty, without any traces of human creatures. but there are quite a few spots like mice and cats. Ray Harmon looked at the familiar black cat that suddenly jumped out of the alley, and turned his head. The psychic did not detect any fluctuations of wisdom in it. He trusted his scan very much. Because the mind is like this. And no one can resist the mind. Unless he is a god. And is the black cat in front of him a god? This question would not even appear in Ray Harmon's mind. He was at most annoyed why the owner of the black cat did not show up with him. Otherwise, the young priestess would also be a good choice. Although the priest's will is naturally higher than that of ordinary people. She is only at the 3rd level at most. It is completely possible to occupy her body and erase her soul. But Ray Harmon sighed. An invisible psychic needle flew out from his fingertips and hit the black cat silently. As for the result, he no longer wanted to see it. He planned to leave immediately to find a container somewhere else. As for the life and death of the black cat, he didn't care. If he hadn't seen it, he would have let it go. But if he saw it, he would have killed it. This was his rule. At this moment, he didn't think about the black cat that was destined to die. Instead, he was thinking. It didn't matter if he abandoned his body. As long as he helped the great Yenigu complete this feast of destruction and killing, he could be reborn. Maybe he could become the most beloved Flinder werewolf. However, he didn't hear the familiar sound of falling to the ground. The alley was quiet. The black cat didn't die. Impossible. He clearly saw the psychic needle arrow piercing the black cat. Logically, such a weak creature couldn't hold on for a second. It was a compliment to kill it with the highest 3-ring psychic spell it could release. But in order to be safe, it still chose this plan. But Ray Harmon turned his head and met the slightly different eyes of the black cat. The reason why it is slightly different is that, apart from being completely black, the only thing that is wrong is that the originally yellow diffused animal pupils suddenly changed into extremely majestic, dark golden vertical pupils. Then, Reinhammon, whose legs were broken, disappeared in the alley, and with him also disappeared a plain black cat. This is, Reinhammon's eyes suddenly blurred, and he found himself suddenly in a dark space. Only the positive energy of the dome, like stars, and the light of the free elements indicated that this place was not the broken sun city he was familiar with. It was as if he had experienced a journey, and came here abruptly. At the last moment in the memory, the cat with dark golden vertical pupils was still looking at him, and the next spell in his hand had not been used yet. Thinking of this, Ray Harmon expressed a little regret. However, he had somehow arrived at a place that others could not easily reach, and the urgency in his heart was relieved a lot. But he was still hanging. He didn't know who sent him here. But as usual, he used his mental tentacles to explore the dark environment around him. The few spiritual energies instantly explored a small part of this space. It's so big. Seeing that he hadn't sensed the end, Ray Harmon was a little surprised and decided to increase the range of the spiritual tentacles. The spiritual energy was constantly recovering. As long as he didn't move, he already had the spiritual energy to release a 5-ring spell. He had a little self-protection power. Not to mention that he had a supernatural power in his hand. Soul occupation. Even if it was Litomon and the others fighting one-on-one. Even though he was already seriously injured, the probability of winning or losing was 50-50. However, before the tentacles expanded, they hit an extremely thick wall. No, the range just now was not limited to this. Feeling the feedback from the mental tentacles, Reinhammon's heart suddenly became nervous. Obviously, there are creatures in this darkness, although it is not clear what they are. However, before Reinhammon continued to explore, first, 2 huge eyeballs shining in the darkness appeared in the air. Dark golden lines. Needle-shaped vertical pupils. This is... Reinhammon had a bad guess in his heart. And then a rumbling sound came from his ears. The creature in the darkness spoke. What a courage! Before Ray Harmon could understand what courage meant, a flash of fire from the bottom up ignited everything. On the flat ground in front of him, he could see a giant claw that was thicker than the previous Tyrannosaurus standing firmly on the ground. And the sharp claws were red against the fire burning on the abdomen. Looking up along the fire, in addition to the flames on the abdomen, hot magma continued to flow down in the gaps between the dark scales and the gradually burning wings. He would never forget the head. The 4 thick horns swept back, and the dark golden vertical pupils. A hideous and terrifying upright dragon appeared in Ray Harmon's pupils. He did not know the so-called dragon. On the day when Godin came, he was still worshipping the great Yenigu in the basement. As for the rumors about the servants, he almost didn't care. There was only one sentence in his heart now. Janag. What is the relationship between this dragon and that cat? Then, the next moment, the dragon flames, which had been waiting for a long time, came towards it. The psychic barrier instantly formed an arc-shaped protective shield, blocking all the flowing magma. But this was only a stopgap measure. Reinhammon, who had lost most of his ability to cast spells due to drying up, knew that if he continued like this, he would definitely die. So, he looked at the dragon, then at his broken limbs, and decided to take a gamble. So, he used psychic power to float his body and rushed towards the dragon. The flames came again, but Reinhammon smiled. A blue psychic line instantly appeared on his head and instantly linked to the dragon head. Sole occupation. However, before Reinhammon could stand firm in the sea of consciousness of this dragon, a magnificent voice and a dazzling golden light instantly melted his soul. The words echoing in his ears made him understand what kind of existence pulled him in. It's God. Reinharmon's soulless body fell to the ground, and a ball of innate light emerged that Gordon had never seen before. It was the color of the starry sky, with stars shining inside. Gordon made contact. The feedback was just 2 words. Destiny. Chapter 389. To send Gordon chewed on this familiar yet unfamiliar word. The reason why it was familiar was naturally that the dragon heritage had emphasized many times in his mind that humans or other intelligent creatures must go through a trial called destiny before embarking on a legend, so as to be reborn and transformed from a cocoon into a butterfly. In short, destiny is the 3rd advancement. And whether this destiny is the same as the one in the heritage, Gordon is not sure. The only thing it does now is to absorb this floating star-colored light ball into its body, and then analyze and test it as before. After the complete talent comes out, Gordon knows what benefits this can bring to it. Although the most important harvest has been obtained, Gordon still did not forget to touch the prize on his body. But unfortunately, it seems that due to the previous battle, both the magic items and the consumption on his body have been used up. Gordon only got a few mid-level mental spell scrolls from the dimension bag. This kind of scroll can only be released by people with psychic powers, resources that can only be used for exchange. For Geduin himself, the harvest after the war is far less important than talent. However, Geduin is also very open-minded. After all, it has gained enough in the Mage Tower. If you can get a legend or even a divine weapon by killing an enemy casually in this world, it would be too exaggerated. The starry sky color talent is already a pleasant surprise, and Geduin is naturally not the kind of greedy dragon. So, after touching the corpse, the only one who appeared in the alley again was a black cat with eyes that had returned to their former colors. It stepped lightly on the moss on the eaves and left this place of trouble when a tsunami-like roar of beasts came from outside the city wall. The 4 people who did not find Reinharmon's body also quickly returned to Reinharmon's original residence with the news of failure. At this time, there was not only the former god king Tassimon, who was sitting safely on the gorgeous high-back chair, but also something they could not imagine. Knoll. A skinny knoll with deep eye sockets, messy hair, a bit wrong-standing posture, seemed a little lame, and a lot of yellow teeth fell out. He dead. Although I don't know who killed him. He dead? After hearing the news reported by Litomon and others, Tassimon stopped examining the knoll that came out of the long iron box in front of him, then closed his eyes and meditated, allowing his mental power to expand to the entire block, and came to this conclusion. His trace is just 1 mile away, and it stops in the 3rd alley of the street. You can go over and see if there are any traces. Tassimon closed his eyes and sensed it, and directly asked the group of people to investigate the reason for Reinharmon's disappearance again. But if there are no traces, don't pursue it any further. Obviously, that little girl, in addition to me, has invited other people. It's really amazing, Tassimon said with a smile, obviously knowing that the reason for Reinharmon's disappearance may be related to Lilith. And he had some guesses about the person behind the scenes. So he hesitated for a moment and called Litomon and others, who turned to leave. Forget it. There is no need to look for traces. Now the jackals outside have launched a full-scale general attack. Let's talk about it after the battle is over. Lord Tassimon, you want to go too? Litomon looked at the God King who was about to get up and follow them, and was stunned. Do you think I'm not qualified? Or will I be a drag on you on the battlefield? Tassimon straightened his white robe. His eyes regained their usual calmness, but his tone was a little questioning. No. How could that be? I'm just worried about your... Litomon naturally knew that the God King who had guarded Mitsuki Izumi for decades looked much better than Rain Harmon. Still energetic and radiant. But his inner body had long been destroyed by the hidden dangers caused by the battles over the years. He may not live long. I can't die. And dying in the oasis is not my destination. But the battlefield is? Come on. I haven't tasted the taste of war for a long time. I have to enjoy it this time. After saying that, Tassimon stepped forward without hesitation and walked forward alone. Of course, he did not forget to remind Litomon about the treatment of the jackal he found. By the way, lock up that jackal alone first. My psychic power cannot explore the secrets in its body for a while. Its memory seems to have been damaged in the psychic storm just now. And I can't force it to read. After the battle is over, I will surely be able to learn from it the truth about why Rain Harmon fell. Yes, Lord Tassimon. Litomon naturally agreed. And agreed very happily. After all, at this moment, his whole heart and soul were focused on the battle outside the city. The monster battle group composed of countless jackals was roaring and rushing towards the Broken Sun City. What was this one? After dealing with it quickly, Litomon heard thunderous cheers from the square area. God King Meiwe! God King Meiwe! Obviously, the arrival of Tassimon completely boosted the morale of the army, which was not very strong. After all, the term Tassimon represents victory and triumph. Teacher, should we follow him too? Adele tilted her head and looked at the black cat standing on her shoulder, looking at the sky outside the city, and whispered, no need. With your current level, you may just be cannon fodder in such a war. Just stay at the back and treat the wounded. It will be very tiring today, and your task is also very heavy. Got it, teacher. Although Adele was a little unwilling, she also wanted to go to the battlefield to kill those hateful jackals. After all, this was the only way to get the gift of the master. But she couldn't help but listen to Gordon's words. And she also understood that her strength was indeed insignificant in this war. Then, teacher, you have to be careful. Adele turned back and called the black cat who was rushing towards the battlefield on the city wall, and said loudly. The only one who answered was the black cat, whose almost expressionless vertical pupils moved. And then it turned its head again, lifted its tail, and jumped onto the eaves. At this time, at the edge of the outer wall, the first gnoll wearing armor made of animal bones and holding bone weapons had jumped off the back of the sand demon bat and rushed onto the wall. At the bottom of the outer wall, countless densely packed gnolls were piling up a triangular hill, constantly climbing to the highest point of the wall. In order to cover the gnolls climbing, the monster army composed of ogres and trolls in the distance was constantly holding the boulders and javelins brought by the goblins, and smashing them into the Broken Sun City like raindrops. After receiving the message from Reinhammon, Isaac, the leader of the gnolls, had already made a desperate move. Or rather, had been preparing for a long time. This Flinder gnoll showed the destruction that a gnoll should have, and the bloodiness of destroying everything at all costs, and directly mobilized all the monsters that could be commanded to launch a final fierce attack on the city. In fact, even without the message from Reinhammon, it could not hold back. And this was just a fuse. After all, even Yenagu, who was born with the destructive characteristics, could not wear away its desire for flesh and blood and its obsession with destruction. Otherwise, if a gnoll lost these characteristics, would it still be a gnoll? Woo woo woo. The general attack horn of the gnolls has been sounded, and there is no need to promote morale for the desire for flesh and blood. These lunatics tortured by their stomachs will climb to the giant city at all costs, and then bite all the fresh flesh and blood that can move in front of them. The defenders on the city would not sit still and wait for death. The spellcasters chanted spells under the tower shields, and the soldiers on the city walls held rolling logs and hot oil to stop the gnolls from climbing up. The arrows shot by the archers on the inner wall were like rain, drawing a beautiful arc in the sky, and the arrows with falling momentum deeply inserted into the bones and flesh of the gnolls. This was an unequal battle in the early stage, but the gnoll corpses were sacrificed by the spellcasters and believers of Yenig, who followed the gnoll war group, which allowed new, young gnolls to be born under the corpses. Then, they chewed the flesh and blood of their own kind around them. In less than a minute, they grew at a visible speed and became 2 meter tall and extremely strong adult gnolls. It only took 2 minutes for the elite warriors to fall, rise again, and climb up. This is why the gnolls are almost endless. Of course, The premise of all this is that there must be enough blood and flesh. The Gnoll war group that plundered the resources of the entire desert is naturally qualified to fight a protracted war here. In addition to ordinary gnolls, there are more animals than gnolls. Hyenas. They are the size of calves. And their climbing speed on the city wall is not much slower than that of gnolls. They are like mountain sheep jumping between cliffs, climbing towards the top of the city wall. Of course, most of them end up falling down with a wail at more than 40 meters, either by falling boulders or by cast spells. On the city wall, of course, someone observed the group of gnoll sacrifice teams who were constantly casting spells on the pile of corpses where some gnolls were not completely dead. However, they were hidden among the sea of gnolls. Their clothes were not conspicuous, and their gestures were not obvious, so they could not be accurately located or attacked. In fact, if they continued to fight like this, the result was obvious. Even if the gnolls could replenish their troops, it had to be admitted that it was difficult for them to capture the Broken Sun City. The defenders in the city were about 50,000, with support from various sources, such as the 3,000 main forces of Mitsuki Izumi and the knots from the Southern Canyon. There was only a one-fold difference from the 100,000 monster legions formed by the gnolls outside. Although an elite soldier might not be able to kill a gnoll at the same level, the natural barrier to defend, plus the assistance of the spellcaster team, was enough to widen the gap in the strength of the two sides. Defending the Broken Sun City is no problem. Although there are less than 3,000 people who can actually fight on the city wall, the remaining 40,000 energetic people are already waiting under the city wall, ready to support the tired soldiers on the city wall at any time. It can be said that the price the gnolls have to pay for not rising 1 meter is much higher, at least before the wizards and the strategic resources prepared in the city are exhausted. However, the logistics machinery in the city has been started, and the houses in the city are being demolished in full swing. And then, with the help of craftsmen, they are converted into materials that can defend the city. Even an army of the dwarf city-state has started to collect tons of waste stone from the abandoned mine to help the defenders defend the city. And Gordon secretly turned into an arrow eagle, patrolling in the sky with other ranger animal companions, occasionally killing a knight who died, and the sand demon bats that fled in panic. At first, Gotham was a little bored, because it found that it had no room to take action. Even without it, the war could end with a very beautiful record. After all, the advantage of the defenders was too great, especially with only one side under attack, plus an inner wall as a buffer. It was like a meat grinder, devouring the lives of countless jackals. But as a magnificent ancient and wild voice sounded in the depths of the plain, the whole situation suddenly changed. Group bloodthirst is a necessary element in most monster armies. But if a series of other elements are added, group frenzy, group shield, group jump, the continuous increase was like a series of magic ripples, enveloping hundreds of elite jackal warriors. And the situation suddenly began to change. From the beginning, the blood on the wall only reached 40 meters. Not long after, the 80-meter-high city wall had been completely stained with blood. The enraged gnolls took the lead, with an unmatched situation, and began to try to occupy the commanding heights of the city wall. And they also gave the gnolls, who were not amplified by the spell, a chance to breathe. The gap in the defense of the city wall was quickly opened by this group of gnolls. Every second, there were gnolls falling from the wall. And every second, there were human corpses lying on the ground. The cruelty of war was exposed at this moment. Someone needs to teleport over to contain the spellcaster behind. Such a terrifying amplification is definitely not that easy to perform. The city naturally also designated a decapitation plan, asking the mage to teleport the team to the back of the plane, waiting for an opportunity to decapitate the spellcaster hidden in the monster army. Soon, a beheading team composed of high-level professionals, with the help of the magician's teleportation, was teleported to a depression about 10 miles away from the Broken Sun City. Looking out from this depression, you can just see the whole picture of the monster army's flank attack on the city. Soon, they found the mastermind behind the scenes, a gnoll priest. Next to it was the giant-sized flying gnoll, holding a flail, protecting the gnoll priest. The battle started soon, and Gordon also keenly noticed this, and found that the base camp of the monster army was in chaos. If he took action again, there would be no one to restrain the monster. So, a thunderous dragon roar sounded above the sky. The huge creature's wings wrapped in magma swooped down from the top of the mountain. It carried the hot lava of death in its mouth, and its wings raised a shadow that covered the sun. It has come. In the military camp in the city, Adele also saw the caged knoll. It had regained consciousness, and was tightly holding the emblem of the Lord of Gifts. Adele, who was assigned to treat the knoll, trembled and almost lost her grip on the emblem. Chapter 390. Looking up. What did you say? You said you are Reinlach? The shouts and screams from outside the military camp were deafening, and everyone's morale was mobilized by the dragon that suddenly appeared. But Adele in the house was speechless at this moment, and could only stare blankly at the jackal in front of her, with wide eyes in surprise. As a believer of Gordon, the priest's grace allowed her to communicate with it briefly. Adele could not accept this result. She originally thought that this jackal was obtained after killing the priest of Gordon, and she was very familiar with the name Reinlach. When she heard the news of death from Reinharman, she sighed for it. As an inconspicuous candidate priest in the monastery, she heard the most in the days in Mitsuki Springs. The daughters of the princes and nobles were whispering all day long that they wanted to marry Reinlach, and even her good friends were no exception. It can be said that before lollies appeared, if the entire Mitsuki Spring had to choose the dream lover that the girls wanted to marry the most, then Reinlach would be the first one. With excellent psychic talent, good personality, good looks, and the benefits brought by his family background, it is difficult for girls not to regard him as a love object. Of course, the more popular he was, the more times Adele heard Reinlach mentioned in her ears, and the more surprised and ridiculous she was when they met again. Yes, I'm making fun of you, Adele. The jackal smiled bitterly, if there was a bitter smile. You know my name? Adele was obviously a little surprised that Reinlach could call out her name. I heard others call you that. The reason why I believe in the Lord of Gifts is all because of your preaching. That night, Reinlach recounted the past slowly, but the divine emblem in his hand never relaxed. It breathed the blood in the barracks almost greedily while talking to Adele. His attitude was quite good, even respectful. He has attributed everything that happened today to the great Lord of Gifts. Facing his pastor, he naturally respected him again and again. He felt that his prayers these days were valuable. The great God heard his call, and not only killed the culprit who turned him into this, the mastermind behind the scenes, Reinharman, but also liberated him. Although he is currently a prisoner, now that he has come into contact with the pastor of the Lord of Gifts, it is obvious that it is not far from going out and embracing freedom. Is that so? Reinlach and Adele said one sentence after another, and their relationship quickly became very close because of their faith. Huh. Thank God. Things didn't turn for the worse. After hearing Reinlach's story about how his grandfather Reinhamon imprisoned the great Yenigu in a long iron box and transported it all the way from Mitsuki Spring to Broken Sun City in order to please him, Adele couldn't help but pat her chest. Yes. The Lord blessing. I was able to escape. Reinlach nodded in agreement, then imitated the tone of other believers and sang, May the fire of today never cease. May the light of grace shine upon you. Since you are Reinlach, you only need to wait for Master Tassiman to come back and use his psychic power to change you back. Before he comes back, I will treat you first. Adele did not forget the purpose of coming here. To treat the knoll and prevent the wound from worsening the condition of the already weak knoll. Yes. Reinlach squatted down obediently. Even so, his height was still a head taller than the priest girl in front of him. Adele did not care. She easily touched the fur of the knoll in the cage with dry dark red blood and stroked the scars below. Pious and incomparable calling the dragon god they believed in. Through the energy given to her by the divine power, a holy white light overflowed from Adele's palm, and soon it seemed to be attracted by the things on Reinlach's body. The white light turned into fine particles and gathered towards the wounds on the knoll and the dry and festering positions. 3-ring magic. Treatment of disease. Soon, the decay on Reinlach gradually diminished, replaced by a breath of new life. And the strong physique brought by the jackal began to turn in this body again. And the dusty memories caused by physical fatigue were restored again. The jackal's enjoyment gradually turned into fear. Fortunately, Adele knew how to use magic to calm the patient. Otherwise, even if she told others that this jackal was Reinlach, I'm afraid no one would dare to believe it. You don't come over. Why? No. Don't come over. Those who sacrifice to me will gain eternal life. This world is no longer beautiful. It needs to be destroyed to become more beautiful. In his mind, the memories in the basement, scenes accompanied by the flickering lights in the room, the dark red blood stains on the walls, the blood and flesh hotbed on the ground, and the statue of Yenigu, the god of the knolls, which also looked extremely strange under the lights. No! No! Adele! Go! Get out of here! Roar! When the knoll physique recovered, the things that had left came back again. It was like a curse. Every time it tortured Reinlach to a state of disfigurement, reason would gradually return to this body that had already been riddled with holes. By the way, tell them that there are two. There are two Rhenia. Roar! Before Reinlach finished speaking, the knoll who was gentle and elegant just now suddenly became extremely violent and cruel. It could not restrain its tyranny, and said the most terrifying words with the loudest voice. Human, come here. It will be your honor to be a part of me. Come with me and embrace the great Yeenagu. In my belly, you can feel everything. Roar! Let me kill you! The bars of the cage made a strange creaking sound. Fortunately, the people outside heard the noise, and quickly calmed down the suddenly violent beast. It was knocked unconscious. Pastor Adele, are you okay? This abominable beast. The pastor was so kind to rescue it. But it turned out to be ungrateful. It is indeed a group of wolf cubs that can never be fed. I don't know what the general's detention is for. What's the difference between this jackal and the jackals outside? The soldiers' complaints, gossips and consolations were jumping around Adele's ears. But they were still not as loud as the cry of Reinlach in her heart before the crazy scene just now. He seemed to have foreshadowed what he would become. But this memory would only emerge when he was about to transform. At the same time, what he said also made Adele a little confused. What is two Reinhams? Are there two Reinhams? Or, anyway, now that there is a clue, Adele will naturally not let it go. But just as she was thinking about how to report it, Gordon had already descended on the battlefield with a roar. On the high wall, his cold, emotionless reptile eyes were dyed red. And he was watching the jackal war group that was ants attached to him without blinking. That look seemed like an old gourmet facing a grand delicacy, not knowing where to start. On this wall, from the bottom to the top, there are nearly 10,000 jackals climbing at the same time. Below is a mountain of monster bones, most of which are jackals, a small part of which are human defenders. And in addition, there are pieces of flesh and blood that are constantly transported from the wilderness stronghold and thrown into this pile of corpses as nutrients for nurturing new life. Under the jackal sacrificial ceremony, a steady stream of jackal cubs crawled out from the flesh and blood hotbed. And then their yellow eyes just opened, and were replaced by hunger. They bit and swallowed fresh flesh and blood in big mouthfuls. After eating twice the weight of the meat, their stomachs hardly grew, but their bodies grew bigger and bigger. Gordon looked at these hairy little guys, and hadn't decided where to start eating. The hot magma dripping from them was like rain, dripping on the bodies, faces, and arms of the unlucky guys. The grease-filled hair burned more and more fiercely, and in an instant, the jackals turned into human torches. If the priests behind had not used magic to summon water elements to put out the flames in time, the situation would have been even more serious. Of course, the current situation is already very serious. Whether it is the sneak attack of the beheading team in the back, or the sudden appearance of a dragon in the front, the balance of victory is about to completely overwhelm the jackals. But even so, the jackal war group still climbed up one after another. They expressed their desire for a creature that looked like a red dragon above their heads. And they also wanted to plunder its flesh and blood. A bunch of mad dogs. Although the madness of the jackals was expected by Godin. When it descended in its true form, these jackals were still so crazy. Without any fear of the dragon. It was a little horrified in its heart. After all, Yeenagu must have been involved behind this. It was just unknown whether he had descended into this world in the form of a clone. But now that the arrow has been shot, there is no turning back. Gordon knows very well that since he has already planned to base his faith on this world, he should do everything he can to spread his faith in this barren desert. And the appearance in this war is the best way. And the best way to spread goodwill. I believe that as long as the city lord is not stupid, he will not refuse to allow his temple to settle in the city after hearing this news. After all, after refusing, a dragon known for its revenge will coil around his territory. And he will not be able to sleep peacefully after thinking about the pros and cons. Or it can be said that he has already understood the pros and cons, and just sorted them out to confirm that they are correct. On the wall, everyone could hear the sound of breathing like thunder. Looking up, the dragon abdomen had bulged, and the basal blood vessels in the dragon body were playing their role at maximum power. It suddenly opened its vertical pupils that suddenly became like the eternal blazing sun. Almost in the next second, the thick scales on the dragon abdomen, which were the hardest, were ignited. The dragon burned red and hung in the sky like a second sun. Molten body, this talent was upgraded from the molten heart after the molten heart was upgraded. The terrifying and violent fire slurry overflowed from every scale on its body. The twisted air around it, and the blue boulders on the city wall that were roasted to the point where eggs could be fried all proved the terrifying nature of this dragon that had completely turned into red scales and exuded an unparalleled momentum. No matter how crazy the jackals were, facing a hanging sun, they still couldn't do it like moths to a flame. Annihilated in the flames, they wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Amid the tearing sound that could break the eardrums of an adult human, a fan-shaped breath of lava, which melted the rocks, spread from the narrowest point with only 3 battlements to the longest spreading over the mountains in the canyon. From a distance, it looked like a volcano hanging upside down in the sky. No one on the wall could stand for a minute, wearing armor, under the lava breath of the molten dragon. The originally densely packed wall had been swept away, replaced by a wall where most of the stone of the wall had been melted. And below, it was purgatory. The lava spread to a distance of 500 meters east of the city gate. The Wolf War group that was the first to bear the brunt of it had no one standing up to roar. They could only curl up in the hot magma and gradually cool down. Look up to him just like you look up to the sun. Looking at his outstanding achievements, Gordon couldn't help but smack his lips. And a new compliment popped up in his mind. But this achievement still failed to stop the pace of the Gnolls' attack. In the distance, the second wave of Gnolls with heavy losses was already gathering. Some of the Gnolls were already in the cub state, eating while walking, and it was obvious that the individual quality had already declined. They were scattered among themselves, obviously to prevent the dragon's surprise attack. In their trembling mouths, they were still chewing the flesh they bit, and the sound of chewing bones never stopped. This was the symphony of this war, and behind them was the monster army that was slowly pushing the siege equipment close to the broken sun wall. In it, Gordon even saw the shadow of the desert giants. They were driven by the ogre warlords, who were smaller than them with vine whips as thick as tree trunks. At this time, they were pushing the crossbow equipment weighing more than 10 tons forward. On the patterns of the equipment, Gordon saw that it was the work of the snake people. Obviously, this was the spoils obtained by the jackals after they wiped out and devoured the snake people empire. Originally, they were not used in the siege, but when a dragon appeared, these 5 or 6 crossbow carts that could shoot through rocks came in handy. At least there would be no such waste of resources as using cannons to shoot mosquitoes. However, seeing the crossbow arrows that could shoot through the scales of adult dragons, Gordon was not panicked at all, but began to observe the situation of the monster army in the distance. Morale has not been affected yet. It seems that this is the only way. Gordon observed for a while, then moved his body in the air, pinched his claws, swept his wings again, and rushed forward. Solving the problem of crossbow arrows is very simple. As long as you get ahead of them before they reach the range,